In the aftermath of reincarnation, a 4-year-old cherubic child sweeps through the apocalypse. The ratings have just been released and are steadily rising. A tale of female empowerment. The protagonist is no naive saint. She is decisive and self-serving, cherished by her companions. Her golden finger is remarkably potent. No romantic pairings. Reader discretion is advised. In the 10 years of the apocalypse, Muhuai and her brother Xi Qinglin have relied on each other for survival, evading both zombies and mutated plants, yet they could not escape. The treachery of relatives, Muhuai believed her journey had come to an end, only to find herself reborn. Moreover, she has returned to 10 days prior to the onset of the apocalypse. At that time, she was merely 4 years old. Regrettably, she does not possess a fortune in the millions. But fear not. She shall embark on a zero-cost acquisition. With the aid of a formidable apocalyptic system, Muhuai shall navigate her path to success. Chapter 1. 10 Days Before the Apocalypse. Prologue. Recently, I have developed an unexpected fascination with tales of adorable children in apocalyptic settings. Thus, I have taken it upon myself to pen a story of my own. This is a humble attempt by a novice writer. Feel free to peruse at your leisure. The protagonist group is devoid of romantic entanglements, but should you wish to indulge in shipping, you are welcome to do so. This narrative is intended for pure enjoyment, devoid of deep contemplation. Brain storage area. That will suffice for now. Now, let us commence the main narrative. Manual input. Brother. Muhuai watched helplessly as her brother was engulfed by a horde of zombies, powerless to intervene. Hith. Dear niece, since you are so reluctant to part with your brother, you may accompany him. A sinister-looking middle-aged woman let out a cold laugh before raising her foot and delivering a vicious kick to Muhuai's back. With agility, Muhuai evaded the attack and unleashed a blade of wind toward the woman. In the past decade, Muhuai has not lived in vain. She is no longer the fragile and helpless little girl she once was. Her opponent is merely an ordinary person devoid of any extraordinary abilities, easily manageable by her. However, the good cousin standing beside that woman proves to be a formidable adversary. At this moment, the mother and son duo are jointly assaulting Muhuai. The fury boiling within her transforms into fierce attacks, momentarily overwhelming the two. Suddenly, yet another so-called good relative joins the fray, leaving Muhuai already at a disadvantage. Struggling even more, as the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend again. St4 hands. It is more accurate to say that 2 fists cannot contend against 6 hands. Ultimately, Muhuai is kicked down from the city gate. As she gazes up at the increasingly menacing faces surrounding her, she slowly closes her eyes. Muhuai. Just as death seems imminent, a clear and resonant male voice calls her name. Who is calling her? Could be her brother, but her brother is already dead. Then who could it be? With great effort, Muhuai manages to crack her eyes open slightly. Through a haze, she sees a man reaching out to her. Yet before she can discern his features, she is engulfed by the tide of zombies. In the final moments of her life, despair floods her heart. She is filled with regret, lamenting her naivety in trusting these relatives. Now, both she and her brother are facing such a tragic fate. If she could live again, Muhuai vowed never to trust others lightly again, determined to make those who had harmed her and her brother pay the price. Yet, how could such an absurd notion as reincarnation possibly exist? Never mind. She would wait in the depths, biding her time until that detestable clan of relatives perished, and then she would exact her revenge. Rise and shine, it's time for breakfast. If you don't get up soon, you'll be late for kindergarten. A gentle yet deep voice resonated through the air as a young man bent down, lightly tapping the adorable 4-year-old girl before him, who resembled a delicate doll. The little girl was drenched in cold sweat, her brow furrowed, seemingly trapped in the throes of a terrifying nightmare. Observing this, the young man began to gently shake her. Muhuai abruptly opened her eyes, gasping for breath. She cautiously scrutinized the man before her. When her gaze settled upon his exceedingly familiar face, her eyes widened in shock. Noticing the little girl's silence, the young man appeared concerned. He reached out, gently squeezing Muhuai's rosy cheek, and asked with genuine care, "What's wrong, Xi? Did you have a nightmare?" He then enveloped the small child in his arms, tenderly stroking her back as he comforted her. "It's all right. Brother is here, there's nothing to fear." Confronted with this simultaneously strange, yet familiar embrace, the pent-up emotions within Xi Muhuai finally erupted. "Wow, what troubles you, Cici? Your brother is here, so please do not cry." The man, visibly distressed, reached out to wipe the tears from her cheeks, his heart aching at the sight of her little face. After a while, Xi Muhuai's emotions gradually stabilized. She cautiously surveyed her surroundings, then glanced at her own small body, lost in contemplation. Could it be? Had she truly been reborn? With a heart full of questions, she looked at Xi Qinglin before her and, in her still childish voice, asked, "Brother, what year, month, and day is it now?" "It is April 6th, 2136. What prompts this sudden inquiry, Cici?" "April 6th, 2136. She would forever remember April 16th, 2136, when a zombie virus erupted unexpectedly, spreading with alarming swiftness and soon engulfing the entire globe. Liadin. Many places to succumb one after another. The thought of her brother leading her in desperate flight, evading the relentless pursuit of zombies and mutated plants, only to fall victim to those closest to them, filled her a seething hatred. Xi Muhuai vowed that in this new life, she would ensure that her brother lived well. Not only would they survive, but they would thrive in comfort. She would never again place her trust in those deceitful relatives, only to meet a tragic end at the jaws of the Undia. Deep, the mere recollection of the agony she endured in her past life, torn apart by zombies, sent tremors through her. To her detestable relatives, she would exact her revenge. One by one, none would escape. How foolish she had been to trust them. Her sincerity had been wasted on those who did not deserve it. As she pondered, a strange voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Ding! The doomsday system is activated. Who? After 10 years of struggling alongside her brother in this apocalyptic world, she had developed a vigilant habit, never overlooking even the slightest disturbance. Xi Muhuai immediately assumed an offensive stance. Xi Qinglin, observing the adorable little girl before him, found her startled demeanor somewhat amusing. With a bright burst of laughter, Xi Qinglin couldn't help but chuckle. Hearing her brother's laughter, Xi Muhuai awkwardly adjusted her posture, maintaining her stance. "What's going on, Xi? Why are you acting so strangely all of a sudden?" He gently ruffled her fluffy little head. Her small, round head was so soft and cuddly that it made one want to pinch it affectionately. "Host, a beginner's gift package is about to be rewarded. The beginner's gift package has been sent." As soon as the words were spoken, a 6 cubic meter space materialized in Xi Muhuai's consciousness. The entire space was shrouded in a gray haze, empty and devoid of any objects. However, the ground was rich, fertile soil, perfect for cultivation. Could this be the space? How wonderful! No longer would she need to worry about storing supplies. Having this space was incredibly convenient. "All right, brother isn't in a hurry, but if you don't hurry to breakfast, you'll truly be late for kindergarten," Xi Qinglin said with a resigned shrug. Oh no, how could she have forgotten? She was still a 4-year-old little girl, attending kindergarten. However, attending kindergarten consumes too much time, so I shall concoct an excuse for the moment. With this thought in mind, Xi Muhuai feigned a stomachache and whimsically pleaded, "Brother, Xishi's tummy hurts. May I not go to school today?" "Oh, it aches so much." Fearing that Xi Qinglin might be skeptical, she deliberately moaned a few times for effect. Upon witnessing his sister's apparent distress, Xi Qinglin affectionately ruffled her hair and said, "All right, we won't go today. Let's wait until your tummy feels better, shall we?" "Okay, then you must have breakfast, right?" "Yes." The duo made their way to the kitchen, preparing for breakfast. As Xi Muhuai beheld the fluffy, white buns and the fragrant porridge before her, she swallowed hard. It had been quite some time since she had indulged fully. Without hesitation, she began to devour her meal voraciously. Xi Qinglin stood by, astonished, his eyes wide in disbelief. The sister who once could only manage a single bun had astonishingly consumed 4 in one sitting. Watching Xi Muhuai's enthusiastic feast, Xi Qinglin's face lit up with a broad smile. Was his sister about to grow taller from such a hearty meal? How delightful! He looked at her indulgently as she paused to dab at the porridge on the corners of her mouth with a napkin. "Take your time. No one is competing with you for food. There's plenty more if you need it," he chuckled lightly. After a whirlwind of consumption, Xi Muhuai finally set down her chopsticks with a contented sigh. She patted her plump little belly and, resembling a languid kitten, reclined comfortably in her chair. "Are you full?" Xi Qinglin gently prodded the tender face of the little milk bun. "I'm full." Xi Muhuai let out a satisfied burp and patted her belly contentedly. Xi Qinglin found her actions utterly adorable. He lowered his head and chuckled softly before beginning to tidy up the dishes. Xi Muhuai languidly leaned against the sofa, her eyes slightly closed, as if savoring this rare moment of tranquility and comfort. After a while, the two sat side by side on the sofa. The little milk bun wore an unusually serious expression and asked, "Brother, do you believe me?" Upon receiving an affirmative response, Xi Muhuai took a deep breath and began recounting her experience of rebirth and the events of her past life to Xi Qinglin. She refrained from mentioning the system, as she discovered that whenever she attempted to speak of it, her voice would inexplicably fail her. Xi Qinglin listened in silence for a long while, his gaze filled with a complex array of emotions: shock, heartache, and a hint of nostalgia. "Cici," he softly called Xi Muhuai's name. Instead of speaking further, Xi Qinglin suddenly embraced the little one before him, as if wishing to absorb all his unease and sorrow within this gesture. After holding her for an extended moment, he finally released Xi Muhuai, his eyes still glistening. Xi Muhuai beamed a radiant smile at Xi Qinglin. "Don't cry, brother. Cici is here." Xi Qinglin was instantly amused by this little sunbeam. "I'm not crying, I merely have drool flowing from my eyes." With that, he bashfully turned his head away. Having conveyed the matter of rebirth to Xi Qinglin, the issue of attending kindergarten was left unresolved. Thus, she could now dedicate her days to preparing for the impending apocalypse and its resources. "Host, have you finished recounting the past?" A cold voice echoed suddenly in her mind. Xi Muhuai paused for a moment, attempting to communicate with the system within her thoughts. What is it?" "Host, 2 hours have already elapsed. Shouldn't you be hastening to stock up?" Upon hearing the system's words, Xi Muhuai slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "Oh dear, I must act swiftly. What's wrong, Cici?" Xi Qinglin inquired, observing the sudden urgency of the little one. Chapter 2, Abilities from a Past Life. "Brother, there are only 10 days left until the apocalypse. We must hurry to gather supplies." Upon hearing this, Xi Qinglin rose to retrieve his bank card from the bedroom. Xi Muhuai watched her brother's retreating figure, resolutely clenching her small fist. "Brother, we will survive together," the little girl vowed silently in her heart. When Xi Muhuai was just 1 year old, her parents met with an untimely demise. The young child, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, merely felt the absence of her mother and father. Yet, with her brother by her side, she rarely longed for her parents. He provided her with ample security. Xi Qinglin excelled academically, securing a place in a prestigious university. However, during his 3rd year, tragedy struck once more, leaving him with only his sister as his remaining family. Thus, he devoted himself to his studies, balancing school with a part-time job, while taking excellent care of Xi Muhuai. After graduation, numerous companies extended offers to him, but he chose the one closest to home. It was also a lucrative position, and within a few years, combined with the substantial inheritance of 50 million left by his parents, his savings had grown to 60 million. Soon, Xi Qinglin emerged with a bag in hand, grasping the chubby little hand of Xi Muhuai as they set out together. "Hey, Qinglin, taking your sister out for some fun?" "Indeed, Uncle Chen. Have you eaten?" "Yes, I have." "What a delightful little girl you have," Uncle Chen remarked, reaching out to pinch Xi Muhuai's cherubic cheeks. Xi Muhuai recoiled with a look of disdain. "Old uncle, your hands are dirty, don't touch me." Upon hearing the child's words, Chun Liang's expression darkened immediately. "How dare you speak like that, you little brat? Qinglin, is this how you teach your sister? Such a lack of manners." Xi Qinglin was taken aback by his sister's unexpected demeanor, and he glanced down at Xi Muhuai. He had never witnessed her display such a countenance. She was usually exceptionally well-behaved and polite. Her sudden shift was undoubtedly a result of Chun Liang's behavior. "Old uncle, you are the one lacking manners. Touching a girl's face without consent is inappropriate, and I certainly did not agree to you touching mine," Xi Muhuai declared, hands on her hips, her expression fierce as she confronted Chun Liang. What does this little brat know? Stop spouting nonsense," Chun Liang retorted, glaring fiercely at Xi Muhuai. "You had better keep an eye on your child." Chun Liang warned Xi Qinglin menacingly before storming off in anger. Xi Qinglin gently picked up the little one, only to be met with an adorably pouting face. He pinched the chubby cheeks of the delightful child. Puff! The round cheeks vanished. Puff ha ha ha! Xi Qinglin laughed heartily. His little treasure was simply too charming. Brother, that Chun Liang is one of the relatives who caused us to be devoured by zombies. Muhuai exclaimed indignantly. Brother remembers. Let us first gather supplies. I shall deal with his wretched life later. A glint of coldness flickered in Xi Qinglin's eyes. All right, let's go gather supplies. Muhuai laughed joyfully, and Xi Qinglin couldn't help but be swept up in her mirth, joining her laughter. Ding! New mission released. Fill the space with supplies to receive a random, supernatural ability. This mission arrived just in time. She was truly beginning to adore this system. Oh, by the way, what should I call you? I can't keep calling you system, can I? Muhuai inquired in her mind that I am unsure, but the host may name me. Are you male or female? Female. Shall I call you Tsuhua? Host, are you truly adept at naming? Muhuai felt as though she were being mocked. How vexing. Of course, I can name things. How about calling you Xiao AI? Xiao AI likes this name. Xiao AI, may I ask you a few questions? The host may proceed. But if I fill this space, will it upgrade? Certainly, host. Once the space is filled, it will automatically double in size and upgrade infinitely. Oh, by the way, host, your wind manipulation ability from your previous life has not vanished. You can still utilize it, albeit starting from the first level. She was utterly elated. Ha ha ha. Muhuai, lost in thought, suddenly burst into laughter, prompting Xi Qinglin to glance down at the little bundle in his arms, who was now giggling with confusion. What are you laughing about? Brother, I have splendid news to share. My wind manipulation ability from my past life still exists. You should quickly see if your lightning ability from your previous life remains. Yedanashcha Muhuai exclaimed excitedly. She leaped off Xi Qinglin and eagerly extended her hand to gather energy in her palm. A small gust of wind gradually materialized in her palm, and Muhuai was overjoyed. Indeed, it truly still exists. Xi Qinglin gazed fondly at the exuberant little one bouncing before him. He too extended his hand to attempt to harness energy, but regrettably, there was no discernible change in his palm. Muhuai exuberantly declared in her mind, Xiao AI, I adore you. Xiao AI adores you too. Muhuai was endeavoring to condense the energy in her palm into a tornado. She frequently employed this technique in her previous life. This tornado could effectively ensnare mize and induce a state of dizziness. However, given the low level of this ability, she was uncertain if she could succeed. After a few moments of concentration, a diminutive tornado formed before Muhuai, just large enough to envelop her. Hooray! We did it! But now my ability level is too low, so I can only conjure such a tiny tornado. Muhuai's initially joyful expression suddenly turned into a frown. That's all right. You, Xi, are already remarkable, and you will only become more extraordinary in the future. Xi Qinglin affectionately ruffled Muhuai's hair, and the little girl leaned into his hand, reveling in the affection. Brother, I've had an idea. Let's go buy a few vehicles to modify. I want to fill up the space as soon as possible and then get some weapons. As for daily necessities and food, well, Muhuai chuckled mischievously, and Xi Qinglin immediately grasped her intent. So, daily necessities and food will be acquired for free, I see. But if the vehicles fill up the space, what about the supplies? Xi Qinglin suddenly recalled something and asked with concern. Don't worry about that, brother. The space will expand. Muhuai's round, sparkling eyes playfully blinked twice. All right, then let's set off. Xi Qinglin settled into the driver's seat, placing the little girl in the back and began fastening her seatbelt. Brother, I can do it myself. Muhuai tugged at his shirt while watching him fasten her seatbelt. Brother just enjoys taking care of you, Xi. Xi Qinglin grinned widely, his smile radiating warmth. Okay, let's go. Hooray, let's go. We've arrived. Muhuai quickly unbuckled her seatbelt, flung open the door, and leaped out of the car. As she stepped out, her eyes widened in delight at the sight of row upon row of off-road vehicles. Wow, so many cars. Muhuai covered her small mouth with her chubby hand, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Xi Qinglin chuckled softly, taking her tiny hand as they strolled into the shop. Chapter 3. Stockpiling. Upon the arrival of guests, a young server promptly approached them. "Good day, sir. What type of vehicle do you require?" The server inquired with a professional smile. "We would like the sturdiest off-road vehicle." A clear, melodious voice chimed in. Xi Muhuai looked up at the server with a radiant smile. "How adorable." The server was momentarily taken aback by the child's cuteness, stumbling over his words. Very well. Please follow me." His gaze remained fixated on Xi Muhuai, who was undeniably charming. Her large, expressive eyes, long lashes, fair and delicate skin, and the baby fat adorning her cheeks, complemented by her two little canine teeth when she smiled. Today, Xi Muhuai sported twin ponytails adorned with floral hair clips. Dressed in a petite white dress that accentuated her endearing and gentle demeanor, Xi Qinglin observed the server, noting the involuntary smile on his face. His expression darkened slightly before he bent down to lift Xi Muhuai into his arms. "Hey, brother, I can walk by myself." Xi Muhuai blinked her large eyes. "No worries, your brother simply wishes to carry you," Xi Qinglin replied, casting a jealous glance at the server. "Humph. No one is allowed to stare at my sister except for me." The server chuckled awkwardly, thinking to himself, this brother is exceptionally possessive, not even a glance is permitted. He led them to another room, introducing, "Here are our most robust off-road vehicles. They are impervious to bullets." Impervious to bullets, still not sufficient. Brother selling cars. "May I inquire if you offer vehicle modifications?" asked Xi Muhuai. The waiter chuckled, revealing a pair of sharp tiger teeth. "Little friend, my name is Jiang Qiyun. You may call me Brother Qiyun." "All right, Brother Qiyun, do you offer vehicle modifications?" Xi Muhuai also displayed her two small tiger teeth, appearing quite playful and adorable. How charming. The way she addressed him was delightful. Jiang Qiyun was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing with excitement. "Brother Qiyun, why are you silent?" The sweet voice chimed again in Jiang Qiyun's ear. Xi Qinglin pondered for a moment and then said, "The vehicle needs to be bomb-proof and bulletproof, and the glass should be the same. There should be a row of sharp spikes mounted at the front. The power must reach a maximum of 1,500 horsepower, equipped with an air purification system inside, utilizing fully LED light sources. And the roof should feature a solar charging panel with a power exceeding 1 kilowatt. Jiang Qiyun became increasingly astonished. What could they possibly need such a modified vehicle for? "Sir, money is not an issue. I will notify our manager. Please have a seat and wait a moment." Jiang Qiyun swiftly poured 2 glasses of water for them and hurried to the manager's office. "Manager, we have a significant order," Jiang Qiyun exclaimed as he dashed. "What is it, Jiang Qiyun? Why are you so agitated?" the manager asked impatiently. Jiang Qiyun recounted the entire situation to the manager. A burst of laughter erupted as the boss, brimming with excitement, jovially patted Jiang Qiyun on the back. "Quickly, take me to greet our guests," he exclaimed, pulling Jiang Qiyun out of the office. Upon encountering Xi Qinglin and his companion, the boss extended his hand, saying, "Greetings. May I ask how to address you?" Xi Qinglin shook his hand and replied coolly, "My surname is Gu." "Ah, Mr. Gu. May I inquire if you truly intend to modify an off-road vehicle as you described?" the boss asked cautiously, anxious about the potential loss of this lucrative deal. "Not just one," Xi Qinglin clarified. "I require 5 vehicles, all to be customized in that manner, completed within a week. However, a week is rather brief." The boss's expression turned troubled. "Increase the payment," Xi Qinglin urged, at which point he submitted a deposit. "Deliver them to this address in a week, and pay the remaining balance then." He provided the location of an abandoned warehouse, a remnant from his parents' past. "Understood. Safe travels." The boss stifled his elation, smiling as he bid farewell to Xi Muhuai and Xi Qinglin. "Boss, your ability to change demeanor is remarkable," Jiang Qiyun remarked softly from the side. "Stop dawdling. Get to work. This major client expects the job completed in a week." The boss chided, playfully tapping Jiang Qiyun on the head before striding towards the modification room. Seeing this, Jiang Qiyun hurriedly followed suit. "Brother, shall we head to the weapon shop next?" Xi Muhuai pondered seriously before speaking. Xi Muhuai obediently sat in the back seat, engrossed in studying wind-based abilities. In her previous life, Xi Muhuai awakened her wind powers, while Xi Qinglin manifested lightning abilities. When the apocalypse erupted, Xi Muhuai was merely 4 years old, unable to fully recognize characters. Yet, despite the chaos, Xi Qinglin committed to teaching her literacy, and the clever child learned swiftly. Xi Qinglin was strict with his younger sister, consistently urging her to train alongside him, which honed her combat skills significantly. They survived in the post-apocalyptic world for a decade. However, they were ultimately betrayed by those they held dear. How infuriating. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. They must all be eliminated. The little one clenched her fists tightly. We've arrived. Xi Qinglin carried the little cub into the weapon shop. The store was adorned with an array of cold weapons, swords, knives, tridents, red tassel spears, axes, short forks, hooks, crossbows, whips, wolf-tooth hammers, nunchaku. Wow. Muhuai's eyes sparkled with wonder. What would you like? A man at the counter inquired. Brother, we need 10 swords, 10 large cleavers, 10 of those forks, and 10 sticks with bindings. Muhuai excitedly pointed at each item, but was interrupted before she could finish. The little cub knew only a few weapon names. She was just 4 when the apocalypse began, and there was little need to learn many weapons in that dire time. By the later stages of the apocalypse, everyone primarily relied on their abilities. Is it indeed 10 of each? The stoic-looking man asked. Indeed. Muhuai raised her adorable little face. A faint smile graced the man's lips. No problem. Just a moment. He refrained from asking further questions, as excessive inquiries are a cardinal sin in their line of work. He deftly retrieved the weapons. Suddenly, Xi Qinglin spoke up. Do you have any crossbows? In the early stages, crossbows proved to be highly practical, boasting a considerable range and substantial damage, only slightly inferior to wooden guns. He too wished to acquire some wooden guns. No amount of cold weapons could rival a single wooden gun, which would allow one to stride confidently in the early apocalypse. Unfortunately, lacking a proper channel, he could only entertain the thought. Xi Qinglin stated, I need 10 crossbows and 5,000 crossbow bolts. What? The man widened his eyes slightly. Incredulity etched upon his face. Did I mishear? Xi Qinglin inquired nonchalantly. You heard correctly. Money is not an issue, he added indifferently. The man paused for a moment before asking, where shall we store the weapons? After paying the deposit, Xi Qinglin provided the man with the warehouse address, saying, deliver them to this location tomorrow. I will pay the remainder then. By the way, how should I address you? The man inquired. Gu. All right, Mr. Gu, my surname is Shun. Shun Jingzhu replied with a smile. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed from a small stomach. Gulu, little milk bag's face flushed instantly, her tiny fists clenching her dress anxiously. Ha! Xi Qinglin chuckled softly at little milk bag's adorable reaction, gently ruffling her little head. Come, let us go enjoy some delicious food. All right. Muhuai immediately beamed with joy. Xi Qinglin carried little milk bag as they exited the weapon shop. Shun Jingzhu silently observed their departing figures. In the bustling snack street, the little girl held a skewer of candied strawberries, pondering thoughtfully as she savored each bite. Suddenly she asked, Brother, if we can't have this candied fruit in the future, can we buy more to stock up? Xi Qinglin's eyes brightened at the suggestion, and he replied, That is indeed a splendid idea. He then turned to the vendor selling the candied fruit and declared, We would like 100 skewers of hawthorn, 100 skewers of strawberries, and 100 skewers of tomatoes. The candied fruit vendor was nearly taken aback by this unexpected large order, struggling to contain his excitement as he inquired, Is this truly what you wish? Yes, indeed. Is it possible? Of course it is. Please hold on. The vendor immediately dashed into his shop to prepare the order. After a short while, he emerged, asking, Where shall I place your order? Xi Qinglin pointed towards the nearby vehicle, saying, Just put them in the car. Once everything was packed, Muhuai and Xi Qinglin climbed into the car. She realized that despite the time that had passed, she had yet to experiment with her spatial abilities. How was this space utilized again? Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. Host, simply glide your hand over the items you wish to store while envisioning them being placed inside, and it shall be done. The system's timely guidance filled her with delight. Eagerly, Muhuai lightly brushed her hand over the pile of candied fruit, focusing on storing them away. In an instant, the heap of candied fruit vanished before her eyes. Xi Qinglin stood frozen, astonished by the spectacle. Chapter 4. Stockpiling to Muhuai's round. Sparkling eyes gleamed with excitement as she exclaimed, Brother, I have gathered them all into my space. Xi Qinglin smiled and said, Wonderful, how splendid. Muhuai pondered something and let her little face droop. If left for too long, will the candied hawthorn become moldy? A timely voice resonated in her mind. Host, the space has a preservation function. Whatever you put in is what you will take out. Moreover, it can accommodate living things, albeit only some lower-level creatures. How delightful. I truly adore this system. Soon, Muhuai wore a radiant smile again and said to Xi Qinglin, Brother, let's go stock up on delicious treats. I want to hoard an abundance of delectable food. Hee hee, what a little foodie. Xi Qinglin held the small child's hand and continued to stroll through the snack street. 500 portions. The owner's eyes widened in astonishment. You heard correctly, 500 portions. Xi Qinglin paid without a flicker of emotion. This extravagant fortune has finally come my way. The owner secretly rejoiced within. All right, let's continue shopping. Just deliver it to this address. After Xi Qinglin spoke, he led the little one away. No problem. Take your time. The owner maintained his smile. Brother, I want to eat stinky tofu. Owner, 500 portions of stinky tofu. Brother, I want to eat jianbingguozi. Owner, 500 portions of jianbingguozi. Brother, I want to eat grilled cold noodles. Owner, 500 portions of grilled cold noodles. Brother, I want to eat donkey rolls. 500 portions of donkey rolls. Brother, I want liangpi. 500 servings of cold. 500 servings of meat. 500 servings of rib. 500 servings of roasted sweet potato. 500 servings of wonton noodles. 500 servings of vegetable pancakes. 1,000 crispy grilled sausages. 500 servings of spicy hot pot. 500 servings of braised pork with preserved vegetables. 500 servings of sizzling squid. 500 servings of hot dry noodles. 500 servings of turkey noodles. 500 servings of crossbridge rice noodles. 500 servings of Chongqing spicy sour noodles. 500 servings of fragrant spicy potato. 500 servings of liuzhou snail. 500 servings of Lanzhou hand-pulled noodles. 500 servings of fried noodles. 500 servings of duck blood vermicelli. 500 servings of egg fried rice. 500 servings of Buddha jumps over the wall. 500 skewers of Odin. 500 servings of wolf-tooth potatoes. 500 servings of fried sauce noodles. 500 servings of Chongqing noodles. 1,000 skewers of grilled gluten. 500 servings of ice. 500 servings of stir-fried yogurt. 500 servings of double-skim milk. 500 servings of fruit salad. 500 servings of sweet roasted chestnuts. 500 servings of strawberry chocolate cake. 500 servings of tiramisu. 500 servings of various milk-fudge cakes. 500 gene of cream puffs. 500 servings of glutinous rice balls. 500 servings of cupcake. 500 servings of various flavored daifuku. 500 servings of snow cream. Order 500 donuts. Order 500 egg tarts. Order 500 char siu buns. Order 500 puff pastries. Order 500 mooncakes of various flavors. Order 500 crab roast soup dumplings. Order 100 lotus root balls. Order 200 flour cakes. Order 200 plum cakes. Order 500 laba congee. Suddenly, Xi Qinglin remembered something and ordered 200 assorted cakes. He left the warehouse address and contact information. However, placing such a large order would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Xi Qinglin explained that it was for the film crew's catering. No one doubted this reason. Today, Xi Qinglin was dressed in a black windbreaker and black straight-leg jeans, which accentuated his long legs. Although he appeared slender, he was quite muscular from years of training, embodying the type that looks lean in clothes but is well built without them. His enchanting peach blossom eyes were particularly striking, exuding an air of aloof elegance. Yet, upon closer observation, one would notice his tender affection towards the little girl beside him. If he remained silent, others would genuinely believe he belonged to the entertainment industry, as his appearance was indeed of high caliber. After wandering around, Xi Qinglin led Shi Muhuai into an upscale restaurant where they often dined, renowned for its exquisite flavors. The little girl savored her meal, leaving grease smudges on her tiny mouth. Xi Qinglin indulgently wiped the corner of her mouth. After finishing, the little girl slumped in her chair, contentedly burping. If we can't enjoy such delicious food in the future, let's pack some to take home, Shi Muhuai suggested. That sounds feasible. Xi Qinglin nodded in agreement. Waiter, we would like to pack some additional dishes for the crew, Xi Qinglin instructed, beckoning to the server. The waiter promptly approached and inquired, Good day, sir. What would you like to pack? 500 portions of sweet and sour pineapple pork, 500 portions of garlic ribs, 500 portions of stuffed spicy green peppers, 500 portions of black pepper chicken leg rice, 500 portions of mixed vegetables, 500 portions of tender tofu and oyster sauce, 500 portions of honey-glazed chicken wings, 500 portions of beef and tofu casserole, 500 portions of stir-fried rice cakes with crab, 500 portions of boiled meat slices, 500 portions of spicy boiled bullfrog, 500 portions of garlic vermicelli shrimp, 500 portions of golden soup sauerkraut fish, 500 portions of braised pork, 500 portions of sweet and sour tenderloin, 500 portions of stir-fried clams, 500 portions of spicy chicken, 500 portions of tomato beef brisket, 500 portions of poached shrimp, 500 portions of shredded pork and garlic sauce, 500 portions of kung pao chicken, 500 portions of corn chicken wing casserole, 500 portions of fresh vegetable soup. The waiter stared at them in disbelief before responding, "All right, very well, sir. I will inform my boss right away." A short while later, the restaurant owner arrived. "Hello, my surname is Zhang. May I know how to address you?" The owner asked with a smile. "My surname is Gu," Xi Qinglin replied calmly. "Mr. Gu, do you truly wish to order such an extensive quantity?" Mr. Zhang asked directly. After inquiring about the total cost from the waiter, Xi Qinglin promptly paid the full amount via his mobile phone. "Very well, we will need 4 days to prepare everything," Mr. Zhang remarked, taken aback by Xi Qinglin's decisiveness, and refrained from further comment. "Please deliver it to this address, ensuring it remains warm." Xi Qinglin provided the warehouse address and contact information to Mr. Zhang. "No problem." Boss Zhang nodded. Over the next 9 days, Xi Qinglin accompanied Xi Muhuai in a delightful spree of indulgence and merriment. This blissful time was destined to be shattered by the impending apocalypse, and they were eager to savor the vibrant moments before the end. Yet, one might argue that even after the apocalypse, the world remained lively, albeit with the streets populated not by humans, but by zombies. Xi Qinglin arranged to replace their home's door with a reinforced, bulletproof version, ensuring that they would no longer fear intrusions. Before long, 5 days had passed, and their supplies arrived one after another. Once the delivery was complete, Xi Muhuai waved her small hand, and all the items were transported into her space. The space filled to capacity, and astonishingly, it expanded in size by double. Ding! Space at full capacity detected. Awarding random ability. Drawing complete. Award, teleportation ability. Xi Muhuai leapt with excitement. Xi Qinglin was momentarily startled by her sudden exuberance but soon shook his head, realizing that his little darling must have encountered some delightful fortune. This teleportation ability was simply extraordinary. It would be invincible during escapes or pursuits. Xi Muhuai rubbed her tiny hands together, ready to test this newfound power. Focusing her energy, she envisioned herself moving just 1 meter ahead. In an instant, the spot she had occupied was empty, and she found herself standing 1 meter away. Xi Qinglin was taken aback, marveling at how amazing his treasure was to possess such a skill. Xi Muhuai teleported next to Xi Qinglin, tugging at his clothing, and exclaimed with a sweet voice, "Brother, she can teleport now. Isn't it impressive?" Xi Qinglin smiled indulgently, crouching down to gently rub the little one's head. "Cici is the best. Truly remarkable." He. Xi Muhuai chuckled. The laughter of the little darling was as melodious as silver bells, bringing joy and serenity to all who heard it. 2 days passed, and the modified vehicles arrived. Xi Muhuai stored them in the space. Xi Qinglin had also purchased numerous smartphones and tablets, downloading a plethora of cartoons, TV shows, and movies, ensuring that the little one would have ample entertainment during moments of boredom. Soon, 8 days had elapsed. Tomorrow marked the onset of the apocalypse. At noon, Xi Muhuai asked his brother to take him to a large farm named Chocolate. He vividly recalled that in his previous life, the owner of this farm had succumbed to zombification the moment the apocalypse struck. The owner was also a social media personality, known for live streaming his feedings of little animals. In the afternoon of his past life, the owner had been live streaming while feeding the sheep, only to suddenly convulse and transform into a zombie. This shocking scene quickly went viral online. Naturally, Xi Qinglin had witnessed it, watching alongside her little one, who, at just 4 years old, could hardly comprehend the gravity of the situation. She merely held a fond memory of the farm's name, as she adored chocolate. Chocolate was the most delectable treat in the world. Upon reaching the farm, Xi Muhuai found himself lost in thought, staring at a small red house. Since he could not indulge in these resources himself, he decided to partake in them vicariously. His apologies to the farm owner. Xi Muhuai had taken measures to block the surveillance in advance, ensuring that as long as he evaded the police before the apocalypse, he would remain safe. In a clandestine manner, a large and a small figure stealthily navigated through the breeding farm, leaving desolation in their wake. Xi Muhuai effortlessly transported not only the livestock but also the fences into his spatial realm. In no time, the entire farm was vacated, with approximately 1,000 chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cows, and sheep of each variety. Various feeds, seeds, and an array of crops were also secured within Xi Muhuai's domain, unbeknownst to the farm owner, who remained blissfully asleep in the warehouse. Once the task was complete, they made their exit. On the evening of April 15, 2136 at 10 o'clock, Xi Muhuai recalled that in his previous life, the outbreak of the zombie virus had occurred around the afternoon of April 16th, coinciding with a time when the population was dense and the number of infected individuals was particularly high. The apocalypse was imminent, and he needed to hastily stockpile remaining supplies. Xi Muhuai ventured alone to the entrance of a colossal shopping mall, the largest in their city, replete with clothing and daily necessities. Not to mention an abundance of food. Beneath it lay a vast storage room, filled with a plethora of frozen goods in addition to what was displayed. With his brother fast asleep, he thought to himself that it would be prudent to gather supplies without disturbing him. Surely he wouldn't mind. Pondering this, Xi Muhuai took his small strides into the mall. As the establishment closed at midnight, and with 2 hours remaining until closure, he decided to wait until then to commence his endeavors. With a sense of eagerness, he approached a pile of plush toys, burrowing himself within them to take a nap, thoroughly concealed beneath their soft embrace, rendering him invisible to the world outside. After a considerable amount of time, the pile of dolls began to sway, and from within emerged an exceedingly adorable little creature, so lifelike that one might mistake it for an animated doll. "What time is it, Xiao? Xi Muhuai inquired, rubbing her eyes and contemplating. "It is already past 1 o'clock, host. I have successfully disabled all surveillance devices. You may proceed without concern," came the reply. Though the apocalypse was imminent, it had not yet arrived, and the complete evacuation of such a vast shopping mall was no trivial matter. The prospect of being incarcerated before the cataclysm unfolded was far from desirable. It was prudent to avoid unnecessary complications and exercise caution. Chapter 5. Zero-cost shopping. Xi Muhuai meandered through the aisles, her touch revealing nothing but emptiness. In a short while, she had collected all the supplies from the first floor into her space, leaving no camera unaccounted for. She then ventured to the second floor, which was filled with garments of various styles, all of which she meticulously gathered into her storage. Next came the third and fourth floors, and by the time she completed her collection on the fourth floor, it was already past 3 o'clock. With employees scheduled to arrive at 5, she needed to hasten her efforts. Only one underground storage room remained unexamined. Thus, the little one skipped joyfully towards the underground storage area. Suddenly, Xi Muhuai halted before a large door. Access required a password. What to do? "Host, I have already deciphered the password lock for you, and I have also disabled the surveillance system within. You may confidently gather your supplies," Xiao assured her. "Xiao, I adore you. Allow me to shower you with kisses." "Host, I am already in a relationship. In this day and age, even systems have companions. Why shouldn't they? After all, he is quite a considerate gentleman. However, enough of your tales about you and your partner," Xi Muhuai interjected, swiftly halting the system's chatter as she rubbed her temples. She proceeded into the underground storage room, only to be greeted by rows upon rows of shelves, numbering nearly in the thousands. It was a sight that seemed to stretch infinitely. Such an abundance of resources would sustain her and her brother for several lifetimes. The young girl even spotted hundreds of shelves filled with medicinal supplies. How splendid! There would be no need for her to make special trips to the pharmacy anymore. Ha ha ha. Let us gather everything into the space. By the time she had finished collecting, it was already 4:30. Xi Muhuai could hardly fathom how much her space had expanded. It was now approximately the size of 100 large football fields, though that was merely an estimation, as she had not measured it, and it could very well be even larger. Without a moment's hesitation, Xi Muhuai dashed to the entrance. The door was locked, but she possessed the power of teleportation. With a swift leap, she passed through the wall and hurried home. "I wonder if my brother is awake," she pondered. Soon, she arrived home, relieved to find Xi Qinglin still asleep. Just moments after she lay down, Xi Qinglin suddenly awoke, glancing anxiously to his side. "Phew. The little one is still here." He checked the date on his phone, April 16th. Today was indeed the day the little one had foretold as the onset of the apocalypse. He carefully got out of bed and pulled back the curtains. There has yet to be an outbreak." Xi Qinglin fell into deep contemplation, wrestling with his thoughts until, as if arriving at a momentous decision, he took out his phone and opened a social media application. His slender fingers tapped a few lines on his phone. "If a zombie outbreak occurs today, please remain calm. In the initial stages, zombies are not so terrifying. Do not attack blindly. Only strikes to the head are effective. Do not place your hopes in others. Rely solely on yourself. Most importantly, be wary of those around you. Everyone except yourself." He clicked post, unaware that his message captured the attention of many night owls, who began to share his post and mock him mercilessly, causing its popularity to soar. At 7 in the morning, Xi Muhuai awoke and groggily glanced to his side. His brother was gone. He hurriedly leapt from bed and dashed out of the room. As Xi Qinglin emerged from the kitchen with a freshly prepared breakfast, he spotted the little one rushing out of the bedroom in a flurry. Upon seeing the tall figure before him, Xi Muhuai instantly felt reassured and opened his arms, seeking an embrace. Xi Qinglin's heart melted. He quickly set down the breakfast and scooped up the little one. "Brother, I thought you had disappeared." Xi Muhuai buried his small face in Xi Qinglin's neck. "How could that be? Brother just went to prepare a meal for Xi. Would you like to taste the hand-grab pancakes I made?" Xi Qinglin playfully poked the little one's cheek. "Hand-grab pancakes? We're having those for breakfast today," Xi Muhuai exclaimed, instantly invigorated. He jumped down from his brother's arms, seated himself at the table, and began to eat. Seeing his sister's enthusiasm, Xi Qinglin's face broke into a broad smile as he sat down to join her for breakfast. After they finished eating, Xi Qinglin casually picked up his phone, only to discover an overwhelming number of notifications, 99 messages. Who had sent him so many? Were they simply idle? Xi Qinglin opened the message and discovered that the post he had shared had gained unexpected popularity, with numerous individuals mocking him through shares. He shook his head, sighing. Ultimately, no one would believe the efforts he had made. As Xi Qinglin scrolled through posts to pass the time, Xi Muhuai practiced her two extraordinary abilities. She had already mastered many techniques from her past life with her wind-based powers, although her low level rendered them somewhat feeble. As for her teleportation ability, she had progressed from a maximum distance of 3 meters to an impressive 5. Xi Muhuai felt a surge of delight within her. At noon, while continuing to scroll, Xi Qinglin stumbled upon a particularly striking post. The content of this post drained the color from his face. Chapter 6. The Onset of Doom. The post featured a video depicting a pallid individual with bloodshot eyes writhing on the floor of a hospital. Xi Qinglin quickly showed the video to Xi Muhuai. Upon viewing it, a thought ignited in her mind. The apocalypse had arrived prematurely. This was far from a positive development. An early apocalypse implied that due to her rebirth, many events would diverge from her previous life, leading to a plethora of unknown dangers. Despite her thorough preparations, the true onset of the apocalypse sent shivers down Xi Muhuai's spine. Xi Qinglin quietly comforted the little girl, saying, "It's all right. Brother is here." Meanwhile, in the hospital, the individual on the floor, pale and with bloodshot eyes, contorted as black veins slowly crept across his face. Ultimately, his skin turned a dark gray, with signs of decay, and his eyes became completely white. He gradually rose from the ground and lunged at a nearby person, aiming to bite into his neck. The man, caught off guard, was bitten by the zombie. The man emitted a piercing scream, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld the creature before him. "Help! Help! There's a monster! Ah, who will save me?" As he struggled and pleaded for assistance, many onlookers turned their gaze towards him. Moments later, panic ensued, and the crowd fled in horror. The zombie sank its teeth deeply into the man, who fell silent. Mere seconds later, he convulsed and transformed into one of its kind. They began to frenzy in pursuit of the living. The sudden emergence of this creature incited widespread panic. Some, paralyzed by fear, stumbled and fell to the ground, becoming instant prey for the zombies. Increasing numbers of individuals were bitten, and ever more succumbed to the transformation. Soon, the hospital was overwhelmed. Shadows of zombies began to appear in various locations, and the air was filled with the screams of humanity mingled with the roars of the undead. Videos of zombies flooded the screens, and a post by Xi Qinglin gradually shifted in tone. People began to investigate the account's owner, prompting Xi Qinglin to silently deactivate his account. At that moment, Xi Muhuai and Xi Qinglin were seated on the sofa, engrossed in a cached animated series. Xi Muhuai erupted into laughter at a particularly amusing scene, his delightful giggles resonating like enchanting music, invoking a sense of joy and ease. Xi Qinglin gazed at the little one with affectionate indulgence, but soon succumbed to a wave of drowsiness. Whether it was the inexplicable heaviness of his head or genuine fatigue, he reclined on the sofa and drifted into slumber. The little one, still captivated by the show, was suddenly interrupted by a voice. "Ding! A new task has been released." Upon slaying the first zombie of the apocalypse, an infinite spring of healing water and an endless well were bestowed as rewards. Xi Muhuai inquired eagerly, "What is the purpose of this spring water?" The spring water possesses myriad benefits. It can heal wounds, enhance vitality, fortify the body, and detoxify, among other extraordinary uses, came the reply. "Wow, this spring water is truly remarkable." Xi Muhuai's eyes sparkled with excitement as she rubbed her small hands together, eager to embark on her quest. She turned to consult her brother, only to find Xi Qinglin blissfully asleep. If he is resting, then I shall proceed alone. Stealthily, Muhuai descended from the sofa and approached the door, contemplating the doorknob above her reach. No matter, she decided, I shall fetch a stool. The little girl diligently dragged a small stool towards her and stood upon it to peer through the peephole into the corridor. Why not simply teleport? Muhuai hesitated. Fearing an encounter with a zombie upon her arrival, she had no desire to meet her demise at the outset of her adventure. The outside appears safe. With resolve, she retrieved a long knife from her spatial inventory, perfectly balanced for her grip. After steadying herself, she opened the door and stepped outside, her short legs moving cautiously. The hallway was eerily silent as she tread carefully. Residing on the 7th floor, Muhuai knew that the population on her level and the 6th floor was sparse, while the lower floors were teeming with residents. As she descended to the 3rd floor, she moved with deliberation when suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a gray hand lurking around the corner. Instinctively, she took a step back, adopting an attack stance, prepared for the approaching zombie. The zombie possesses an acute sense of smell, yet it is constrained by distance. Thus, Muhuai lies beyond its olfactory range, rendering the creature aimlessly meandering. By chance, it is drawn toward a corner, gradually closing the distance to Muhuai, who is now within its detection of food. The zombie becomes invigorated, racing unerringly in the direction of Muhuai. In a flash, she teleports to a spot just a meter behind the zombie. The creature, momentarily bewildered by the sudden disappearance of its prey, quickly reorients itself and lunges toward Muhuai once more. In her previous life, Muhuai was formidable, having accompanied her brother in vanquishing countless zombies. She never hindered his efforts. Indeed, she was exceptionally resilient and astute. Despite the arduous training with her brother, she never shed a tear, a remarkable feat for a mere 4-year-old. She understood the challenges her brother faced and recognized that the world had transformed, compelling her to ardently match his pace. At such a tender age, she had effortlessly mastered the art of zombie slaying. Thus, dispatching a small zombie in this life was a trivial matter. With a deft motion, Muhuai brandishes her long blade, aiming for the zombie's head. The blade plunges into the creature's chest, yet its height proves a hindrance, preventing her from striking the head. However, this poses no significant issue for the remarkably intelligent child. She conjures a small whirlwind beneath her feet, elevating herself, and once again swings her knife toward the zombie's head. The blade slices through half of the zombie's skull, becoming lodged and immovable. Roaring in apparent fury at Muhuai's audacity, the zombie lunges towards the young girl. Unfazed, she summons a gust of wind that sends it staggering backward with considerable force. Then, drawing forth a long blade from the void, she struck once more at the zombie. This time, the endeavor was remarkably successful. The creature's head was cleaved in twain, halting its advance towards Muhuai, who then slowly collapsed to the ground as her energy was entirely expended. Fortunately, the height from which she fell was not great, and the little girl merely stumbled slightly. Muhuai hurriedly approached the severed head of the zombie, observing as it seemed to search for something within. Why is there no crystal core? Could it be due to its recent emergence? She murmured to herself. In her previous life, she had developed a habit of extracting crystal cores after vanquishing zombies, for their significance was immense. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the renminbi had been rendered useless, transforming into mere scraps of paper. While crystal cores became the currency of trade among survivors, they could also be utilized for enhancement, although direct absorption often led to the presence of numerous impurities. Excessive consumption could incite emotional volatility akin to that of a zombie, leading to insomnia, and with continued use, one might even succumb to becoming a zombie themselves. Yet abstaining from absorption was not an option. In a world ravaged by chaos, strength was paramount, and this was the only swift method to augment one's power. Eventually, as both were endowed with extraordinary abilities, they were recruited into the Holy Light Base. This sanctuary developed an evolution liquid with minimal impurities, and from that point onward, they relied solely on this elixir, forsaking crystal cores entirely. It was within this base that they encountered their aunt, cousins, and that Chun Liang. Initially, the reunion with their surviving relatives brought them joy, yet they soon discovered that these kin had no regard for their relationship, secretly plotting against them, ultimately leading to their demise. The more I think about it, the angrier I become. How frustrating. I should go home and check if my brother has awakened. With her short legs, Muhuai began to climb the stairs. Chapter 7. Spiritual Spring Water and the Well. Chime. Successfully defeated the first zombie. Reward: spiritual spring water well and infinite water well. Already placed in your space, host. Muhuai, feeling a bit embarrassed, remarked, "Is there a delay on this reward? I finished the task a while ago. My sincerest apologies, host. I was just engaged in a conversation with my partner." "Stop. Halt. I don't want to witness your affectionate display in front of me." Muhuai quickly interrupted Xiao Ai continued, "Host. My partner is also in this world, but he is not as formidable as I am. So those who recognize him are not as impressive as you, host." What astonishing news. Does this imply that there is more than one person who has been reborn in this world? That the system is not exclusive to her? Ah, she had thought herself to be one of a kind. Muhuai instantly felt dejected. Xiao Ai's voice resonated once more. "Not quite, host. That individual is not reborn. Only you are, so you remain truly unique." Muhuai's mood shifted from gloomy to bright in an instant. And then she suddenly realized something and inquired, "Xiao Ai, can you hear my thoughts?" "Indeed, host." "Then you must know everything I am thinking. This is an invasion of privacy." Muhuai gestured wildly at the air. After her lengthy outburst, she noticed that Xiao Ai had ignored her. TSK, she ran away again. Subsequently, Muhuai began to ponder. Xiao Ai's words implied that there existed another individual in this world who possessed a system, yet that person was not as formidable as she was. Alas, this situation posed quite a dilemma. Given the circumstances, it was imperative not to become adversaries with that individual. After all, she was well aware of the extraordinary capabilities of the system. "Xiao Ai, do you know who your counterpart's master is?" Muhuai inquired within her mind. "Host, I am indeed aware of that." "Then please share it with me." "That is not permissible, O host." "Why not?" "It cannot be disclosed at this moment. However, Xiao Ai will reveal it to you in due time." "All right. I adore you, Xiao Ai." Instantly, Muhuai felt a surge of joy and continued her ascent up the staircase. As she reached the 6th floor, a zombie suddenly lunged at her from around the corner. Reacting swiftly, Muhuai teleported behind the zombie and drew a long knife from her spatial storage, aiming to strike the creature's head. Unfortunately, it was too short to reach its target. To her dismay, she had exhausted her wind-based energy as well. In a flash of inspiration, Muhuai sheathed the long knife back into the space and procured a crossbow from it. This series of actions transpired in the mere blink of an eye, just as the zombie turned to charge at her once more. An arrow from the crossbow pierced through its skull, causing the creature to collapse slowly to the ground. "Ah, as always, my aim is impeccable." Muhuai proudly lifted her small head and continued her ascent. Fortunately, this time no unforeseen incidents occurred, and she successfully arrived home. Upon entering, she noticed her brother still sprawled on the sofa, fast asleep. She tiptoed over, only to discover that Xi Qinglin's brow was furrowed deeply, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Muhuai placed her small hand on Xi Qinglin's forehead, only to retract it instantly. "Ouch, how hot." Muhuai furrowed her brows. "Is my brother running a fever?" A sigh of relief escaped her lips, accompanied by an unbidden joy for her brother. In their past lives, they would always experience a high fever before awakening their extraordinary abilities. Enduring the ordeal would lead to the acquisition of formidable powers. And the quicker the fever subsided, the sooner the powers would manifest. The consequences of failing to endure were all too predictable. In her previous existence, she had nearly succumbed, her body already starved and weakened, and the sudden onset of fever had left her barely clinging to life. Yet, Xi Qinglin had not abandoned her. He had scoured every corner for antipyretics, even risking his life for a mere packet of fever-reducing medicine, nearly falling prey to a horde of zombies. Fortunately, the captain of a small team had come to his rescue, prompting her to recall his name. "Ah, yes. Song Yuqin." In this life, she vowed to repay this noble brother. Without him, perhaps they would have perished long ago. Muhuai silently swore to herself. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she inquired in her mind, "Xiao Ai, how do I use this spiritual spring water?" "Host, place your hand on a specific location and concentrate your thoughts on that spot, and it will manifest there." Upon hearing this, Muhuai promptly placed her hand on a cup and focused her thoughts on it. Suddenly, a steady stream of water began to flow from her hand into the cup. Once it was filled, she waved her hand, and the flow ceased. Muhuai curiously held the cup, examining the water within. It appeared no different from ordinary water. "Xiao Ai, this looks just like regular water." "Host, you shall know by tasting it." Muhuai skeptically raised the cup to her lips and took a sip, her eyes instantly sparkling with wonder. The spirit spring water was exquisite, flowing delicately through her limbs like a crystalline stream, gentle and refreshing. With each sip, she could feel a surge of vitality coursing through her body. The weariness that had weighed her down was washed away, leaving her invigorated, as if she could vanquish 8 more zombies. Eagerly, she drained the remaining spirit spring water, each drop infused with ethereal energy, crisp and sweet, bringing a sense of tranquility. Truly, this spirit spring water was a remarkable elixir. She pondered how it would affect her brother. Surely it would hasten his recovery. Muhuai poured another cup of spirit spring water and cautiously fed it to Xi Qinglin, spoonful by spoonful. The moment he tasted the water, he suddenly erupted in a violent cough, expelling a mouthful of black blood. Muhuai was alarmed, nearly on the verge of tears. Chapter 8. Awakening abilities with reddened eyes and a heart racing with panic, she pleaded with Xiao AI. Xiao AI. Come out quickly. Host, please remain calm. Your brother is unharmed. The blood he expelled is merely the impurities being purged from his body by the spirit spring water. Quickly, feed him more to nourish him. His fever will subside shortly. Upon hearing this, Muhuai's anxiety began to dissipate. She wiped away her tears and continued to offer Xi Qinglin more spirit spring water. This time, he did not cough up blood, his brow unfurled, and his temperature gradually decreased. Muhuai quietly cleaned the bloodstains and then settled beside her brother, drifting into slumber. After a while, Xi Qinglin slowly opened his eyes. He felt a throbbing pain in his head, but to his astonishment, he sensed an enigmatic energy surging within him. He gradually rose to his feet and noticed a small child lying beside him. He moved with utmost caution, fearful of waking the little one. However, just as Xi Qinglin was about to stand, Muhuai opened his eyes. Brother, Muhuai exclaimed with concern, then leapt into Xi Qinglin's embrace. Xi Qinglin quickly caught the little one, asking, What's wrong, Xi? I'm here. Brother, how do you feel now? Muhuai inquired eagerly, lifting his small face. Feel? Well, my head hurts a bit since I just woke up, and I sense a strange energy inside me. Xi Qinglin replied after a moment of contemplation. That's right. Brother, you just had a fever, and now you've awakened your special abilities. Muhuai exclaimed joyfully. I have special abilities now. Xi Qinglin's face lit up with delight. He was finally free from holding Xi back. Yes. Brother, quickly see what your abilities are. I wonder if they're the same as in your past life. Muhuai clapped his small hands in excitement. How do I find out? Brother, focus your consciousness in the palm of your hand and think about releasing that mysterious energy. It will manifest. Muhuai explained. Following his guidance, Xi Qinglin immediately began to concentrate. Moments later, a purple lightning bolt appeared in his palm. Wow, brother, it's lightning-type abilities, just like in your previous life. Lightning abilities are incredibly powerful, Muhuai exclaimed, waving his little hands in excitement. Haha, wonderful, Xi Qinglin said, affectionately ruffling the little one's hair. Muhuai began recounting to Xi Qinglin the events that transpired while he was afflicted with a fever, detailing everything from her slaying of 2 zombies to nourishing him with the miraculous spring water, after which he had coughed up blood. Xi Qinglin did not particularly inquire about the extraordinary source of such water, trusting that the little one would disclose it if circumstances permitted. Her silence implied that there were reasons for withholding the information. Xi Qinglin gently pinched the chubby face of his little sister, exclaiming, You are truly remarkable. Next time, brother will join you in vanquishing the zombies. Muhuai beamed with delight, her small canine teeth adding an extra touch of mischief to her enchanting smile. The little girl was irresistibly adorable, her tender visage and sweet smile eliciting an overwhelming desire to pinch her cheeks. Unable to resist, Xi Qinglin playfully pinched her little face once more. Upon opening his phone, Xi Qinglin found a plethora of messages concerning zombies. He registered a new social media account and began to scroll through the posts. The feed was filled with desperate pleas for help. One individual recounted how their father had suddenly transformed into a zombie and had fatally bitten their mother, leaving them hiding in their bedroom as their zombified parents relentlessly pounded on the door, instilling a profound fear within them, hoping for a savior. Another post detailed a family of 3 trapped in their kitchen, evading the encroaching zombies, longing for assistance. Numerous cries for help inundated the screen, causing Xi Qinglin to massage his temples in exasperation. Alas, he acknowledged his own selfishness. All he wished for was the safety and survival of his sister. As he continued to scroll, he stumbled upon several different posts, one of which proclaimed, Shocking. A large shopping mall has been completely emptied. Not even the surveillance cameras were spared. The perpetrator remains elusive, and another post reveals a vast farm has been completely ransacked. Various livestock and even the fences have been stolen, not to mention the crops that were uprooted entirely. The surveillance system conveniently malfunctioned, failing to capture the identity of the wrongdoer. What manner of individual could commit such a heinous act? Xi Qinglin scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. For this incident of plundering the farm was indeed orchestrated by them. However, who could be responsible for the heist at the market? Apart from them, who else could execute such a grand scheme? He recalled that they had not even engaged in a zero-cost shopping spree at the market, which puzzled him. Muhuai giggled. Indeed, it was us. Xi Qinglin turned to the little one sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in an animated series, and said, Cici, starting today, we must engage in daily exercise. A robust physique is essential for survival. Muhuai promptly set down her phone and declared resolutely, all right. Xi Qinglin was amused by her sudden seriousness and burst into laughter. Brother, be more serious. Muhuai feigned a stern demeanor. Very well. Xi Qinglin immediately suppressed his smile. Ha! Muhuai also succumbed to laughter, and the two of them, unable to contain themselves, erupted in joyous giggles. Chapter 9. How dare you? Just as they were reveling in laughter, a frantic knocking resounded on their door, followed by a woman's voice from outside. Open the door quickly. Help me. There are zombies behind me. Muhuai and Xi Qinglin exchanged knowing glances, remaining silent. The woman outside continued, Please, help me. I know you're home. Open the door. The zombies are coming. Help. The two individuals remained silent. The woman outside, noticing the lack of response from within, ceased her knocking after a while. She turned to the three men behind her and remarked, I saw the children from this household today. They must not have turned into zombies. How infuriating. I never expected them to be so cautious. Even in light of our current situation, they still refuse to open the door. You haven't deceived us, have you? They truly have hoarded a substantial amount of supplies? One of the men, a fierce-looking bald man, inquired. Of course. Just a few days ago, I encountered them at a restaurant where they purchased an enormous quantity of groceries, all stacked in hundreds. I wonder what they intend to do with such an excess. Won't it spoil if left too long? The woman replied, her tone submissive. I hope what you say is true. You know the consequences of deceiving us, warned another man, his face marred by a scar. It is undoubtedly true, rest assured, the woman said, her expression betraying her fear as she spoke in a subdued tone. If a gentle approach fails, perhaps we should resort to force? Suggested another man, whose eyes were shifty. Humph. Let us just kick down the door and claim all the supplies for ourselves. The bald man scoffed. I heard you mention that the little girl from this household is quite beautiful, he added, a lewd grin spreading across his face. Yes, indeed. She is exceptionally adorable. With her round eyes, a delicate nose, and a soft, fair complexion, she resembles a finely crafted porcelain doll. The woman exclaimed eagerly. However, she appears to be only 4 or 5 years old, she added cautiously. 4 or 5 years old. I've never had the chance to play with one that age. Perhaps this time I shall. The bald man chuckled lewdly. The other two men began to snicker lewdly. The woman silently recoiled. Within the confines of the room, the two individuals had overheard the conversation among the four with remarkable clarity, their enhanced vision and hearing, bestowed by their abilities, granting them an acute awareness. Xi Qinglin's countenance darkened, his clenched fists betraying his fury. Anyone daring to harm his sister was courting death. At that moment, Muhuai's delicate face flushed crimson with indignation. Such repugnance! This beast must not be allowed to persist. Suddenly, the sound of kicking at the door and anguished cries reached their ears. Outside, the scarred man was howling in pain, clutching his foot. Why is this door so sturdy? It hurts like hell. The bald man, witnessing the scarred man's exaggerated reaction, quipped, Old too. You are being overly dramatic. Kicking a door shouldn't hurt this much. The scarred man, still nursing his injury, replied, Boss, this door is certainly no ordinary door. It's extraordinarily tough. The bald man, undeterred, gathered his strength and launched a forceful kick at the reinforced, bulletproof door. Muhuai and Xi Qinglin heard a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The bald man, tears streaming from his eyes in pain, glared furiously at the door. Cursed thing. This door has been fortified. There must be someone inside. Indeed. Boss, show them your prowess. The scarred man urged the bald man on. In that case, I shall not hold back. The bald man raised his hand, preparing to unleash his abilities upon the door. This group of men, originally prisoners, had seized the chaos of the apocalypse to escape from their confinement. Upon their escape, they discovered that the entire world had undergone a profound transformation. Each of them bore the weight of numerous lives, rendering them rather unafraid of the undead. Fortuitously, their journey was not plagued by many encounters with zombies. All three managed to survive. They cunningly lured a solitary woman into opening her door, the same woman previously mentioned. They seized her home, as well as her person. She had believed that remaining indoors would ensure her survival, yet a moment of kindness proved to be her undoing. Regret flooded her, but what could regret achieve? Suddenly, the bald man experienced a brief fever and subsequently awakened to a fiery supernatural ability, which only emboldened their audacity. They coerced the woman into revealing any vulnerable neighbors, eager to stockpile provisions swiftly, having consumed all the supplies within her home. Venturing outside was too perilous. As the streets teemed with zombies, they had to bide their time until the undead diminished. Thus, the scene unfolded as described earlier. Flames erupted from the bald man's palm, directed at the door, yet despite his dwindling powers, the door remained utterly unscathed. "Boss, this..." The scarred man scratched his head in confusion. "The material of this door is extraordinarily resilient. It must be blast-proof. Who in their right mind would install such a door?" The bald man could only respond with incredulity. Suddenly, the door swung open. "Boss, where is everyone?" The scarred man inquired, gazing at the empty living room. "Hey, are you all blind?" Came a high-pitched voice from below. They all lowered their eyes to find an adorably furious little girl, hands on her hips, staring defiantly at them. Upon the delicate visage of the child, a pair of crescent-shaped brows framed her large, glistening eyes. Her stance, with hands placed upon her hips, exuded an adorable charm that captivated the attention of all around her. "How utterly delightful," the scarred man murmured softly. "But tell me, how dare you trespass into my home? Such actions will come at a cost," Muhuai remarked, a smile blossoming upon her face, revealing two sharp little tiger teeth. While her grin appeared innocent, the chill in the child's gaze was terrifying, creating a juxtaposition of naivete and an almost innocent cruelty. "Haha, what a monumental joke." The bald man erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous of tales. "You, a mere child? You haven't even grown your hair completely, yet you speak so boldly?" He jeered, pointing at Muhuai. "I alone am more than sufficient to deal with you," she retorted, and in an instant, she teleported behind the bald man, a long blade materializing in her hand, which she swung towards him with fierce intent. Reacting swiftly, the bald man conjured a small, flickering fireball and hurled it at Muhuai. "Curse it, I should have conserved more of my powers," she thought as she teleported once again, leaving her previous position vacant. The fireball struck the scarred man behind her, eliciting a pained scream. "Ah, it burns. Brother, help me." He flailed desperately to extinguish the flames. The bald man, clenching his fist with determination, launched a powerful strike towards Muhuai. Yet, she teleported once more, thrusting her blade towards his chest. In that moment, he was struck. And with a forceful jab, Muhuai delivered the fatal blow. "Such a poor display. Is that all it takes to bring you down? I have not yet had my fill of this." The scarred man witnessed his leader being brutally slain and raised his fist, yearning for vengeance. Yet, devoid of extraordinary abilities and weaponry, how could he possibly contend with Muhuai? With a swift flourish, Muhuai wielded his blade, and the scarred man met his demise. Observing the deaths of both men, a shifty-eyed man and woman fled in desperation. Flee? Could they possibly outrun her? In an instant, the shifty-eyed man was dispatched. Muhuai efficiently dealt with the woman as well. "How dare you?" he scoffed, wiping his blade clean before stowing it away. With all adversaries dispatched, Muhuai felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. It seemed imperative to enhance his physical conditioning. After all, it was merely a handful of lives claimed, yet he felt utterly exhausted. The scene outside was chaotic, and Muhuai lacked the motivation to tidy up, leaving it at the doorstep as a warning. Xi Qinglin emerged from the kitchen, holding a freshly prepared spicy hot pot, only to find the little one standing amidst a cluster of corpses. He promptly set down the hot pot and approached the child. "Have you resolved everything so swiftly?" he inquired, tousling her hair. Yes, it was all child's play." "Brother, do you still doubt me?" "See, now you must believe." The little one proudly lifted her chin. All right, I'm merely worried for you," Xi Qinglin replied fondly. "Rest assured, brother, were it not for this feeble little body, I could have accomplished it even faster." Muhuai interjected. Upon hearing this, Xi Qinglin felt a pang of sympathy. He lifted the little one into his arms, saying, "Let us enjoy the hot pot first, and we shall tend to this mess afterward." just as Xi Muhuai was about to suggest they leave it be. A thought struck him. If left too long, it would rot and attract unsightly insects, which he utterly despised. Never mind, I shall tidy up shortly. Xi Muhuai was gently placed on a chair by Xi Qinglin, and the little one eagerly picked up the chopsticks to begin eating. Well, brother, your culinary skills are simply marvelous. This is delicious, the child exclaimed, emitting sounds of satisfaction while indulging in the meal. If it's tasty, then eat more, Xi Qinglin said, his gaze filled with fondness for Xi Muhuai. The child's appetite was remarkable, turning each meal into an adorable performance that lifted spirits and provided a sense of healing. After finishing, Xi Muhuai sprawled on the sofa like a salted fish. Xi Qinglin chuckled and shook his head as he went to tidy up the mess at the entrance. Meanwhile, Xi Muhuai lay lazily, when suddenly a voice echoed in her mind. Chapter 10, Entering the Space. Host, will you not explore the space? Huh? I can enter the space? Indeed, host. But there is a time limit. With your current mental strength, you may only remain for 1 hour. Oh. Moreover, time flows differently within. Spending an hour there only equates to 20 minutes in the outside world. What wonderful news. This system is truly a dream come true. Thank you for the compliment, host. Xi Muhuai immediately focused on entering the space, and the sofa she had occupied became devoid of presence. Ouch! Xi Muhuai exclaimed, rubbing her rear as she got up. Xiaoai, why did you let me drop from such a height without a warning? She complained. Hee, what are you giggling about? Xi Muhuai retorted angrily. After speaking, she surveyed her surroundings. Before her lay a plethora of neatly arranged supplies, their abundance immediately instilling a profound sense of security within her. Elated, Xi Muhuai continued her exploration, soon discovering 2 enormous wells not far off. She scampered over, her short legs carrying her with eager anticipation. Oh, aren't these the Spirit Spring Well and the ordinary water well? Xi Muhuai exclaimed. Which one is the Spirit Spring Well? They appear quite similar. Host, focus your attention. The Spirit Spring Well contains wisps of floating spiritual energy, came a voice. Upon hearing this, Xi Muhuai concentrated her mental energy on one of the wells. Within, she discerned the faint glimmers of spiritual energy. Found it. This one is the Spirit Spring Well. With her hands, she scooped up a handful and drank deeply. The Spirit Spring water was sweet and delightful, sending waves of energy coursing through her body, a truly blissful sensation. She eagerly took several more sips, unbothered by concerns of hygiene. Hee, it's so delicious. I'll get some for my brother later. You will surely enjoy it as well. Xi Muhuai began to meander between the shelves filled with supplies. As she approached one shelf, she suddenly halted, her face tilted upward, eyes sparkling with excitement at the sight of the items displayed. It was an array of exercise equipment. Yay, I'll take some for my brother, she declared, selecting several pieces of equipment before stepping back into her spatial realm. When she reappeared on the sofa, she found herself accompanied by an assortment of exercise gear, dumbbells, barbells, sandbags, skipping ropes, and grip strength bars. The little girl had also retrieved a treadmill and a rowing machine. Xi Qing had just finished tidying up the entrance when he stepped inside and was greeted by the sight of a little girl giggling at him, with a pile of sports equipment beside her. Cici, do you have sports equipment in your space? Xi Qing inquired. Yes, I collected it at that mall last time. Xi Muhuai's words raced ahead of her thoughts, and she suddenly realized she might have let something slip. She quickly covered her mouth and looked at Xi Qing with an innocent expression. Xi Qing raised an eyebrow and pressed further. When did you go to the mall to collect it? Did you go by yourself? The day before the zombie outbreak. You were sleeping at that time. The little girl's voice grew softer with each word. Xi Qing couldn't help but recall a post he had seen earlier about a mall being emptied. So, it was their doing, and he had been blissfully unaware. Oh, I was just sleeping again, he replied, feigning a sense of hurt. Xi Muhuai murmured softly. Why does our Cici always choose to act when her brother is asleep? Is it because you fear your brother will slow you down? I understand now. It's okay. I don't blame you. Xi Qing pretended to be heartbroken. No. It's just that I happened to want to do something while you were sleeping. I didn't choose to act specifically when you were asleep. I wanted you to rest longer, so I didn't wake you. Don't be sad, brother. Next time, I will definitely act with you, Xi Muhuai hurriedly clarified, tugging at Xi Qing's shirt. Xi Qing's face broke into a warm smile as he ruffled the little one's hair. Ha. All right, I won't tease you anymore. If your brother isn't sad, then Cici promises not to act alone next time. Xi Muhuai revealed 2 sharp little tiger teeth. Shall we begin our training? He inquired. Strength is indeed the capital for survival, Xi Qinglin remarked, glancing at the array of exercise equipment. Excellent. Thus, the duo, one large and one small, embarked on a grueling training regimen. Muhuai's training goals were set at 500 jumps with a jump rope, 500 squats, 100 dumbbell lifts, and a 2-kilometer run. In contrast, Xi Qinglin's ambitious plan included 5,000 jumps with a jump rope, 3,000 squats, 1,000 dumbbell lifts, a 10,000-meter run, and the destruction of a punching bag. Most importantly, stretching was emphasized. After completing these arduous tasks, both were utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. Brother, I feel as if I might dissolve, Muhuai gasped. Ha ha ha, that's not possible. CC will definitely thrive, Xi Qinglin replied with a sincere smile. This body is still far too weak. I must intensify my training, or my little one's physique will suffer. Suddenly, Muhuai sat up, fixing his gaze on Xi Qinglin with determination. Brother, I want to increase my training intensity tomorrow. I must grow stronger swiftly. Xi Qinglin, seeing the earnest expression of his little companion, nodded in agreement. Very well. They continued to rest, enveloped in a joyful and harmonious atmosphere that seemed almost inconceivable in a world beset by chaos. Elsewhere, however, the reality was far less pleasant. With the advent of the apocalypse, the constraints of law had vanished, and human depravity was magnified without limit. Various nefarious acts became commonplace, and many grew desensitized, finding such occurrences unremarkable. Within their very building, on the 3rd floor of one of the units, within the confines of the dimly lit room, there were 6 men and 3 women. The women trembled in fear beneath the men, completely unclothed and bearing numerous bruises. In this apocalyptic world, it is an undeniable truth that unless women become formidable in their own right, they are destined to be mere playthings of men. How tragic, how profoundly sorrowful. Chapter 11. Stepping out, the 6 men treated the 3 women with a brutal cruelty. One of the women briefly revealed a glimmer of defiance in her eyes, but she swiftly concealed it, continuing to feign terror. Muhuai held a cup of divine spring water, saying, Brother, this is what has made your fever subside so quickly. You must try it. Xi Qinglin, upon hearing this, seized the cup and drank it in one gulp. The water possessed a subtle sweetness and a pristine flavor that compelled him to indulge further. He felt invigorated, as though he could perform 1,000 squats. Muhuai also took a sip and remarked, I am drenched in sweat. It is unbearable. I need to take a shower. At this moment, with the onset of the apocalypse, electricity and water were still operational for the time being. Brother, you go wash in the bathroom. I will cleanse myself in the space. Muhuai declared before swiftly slipping into the spatial realm. She located a large bathtub and paused before filling it with water. Xiaoai, what is the effect of using this divine spring water for bathing? Host, the effects are as beneficial as internal consumption. Upon hearing this, Muhuai decisively abandoned the notion of using ordinary water and began to pour the divine spring water into the tub. Once filled, she reclined within, closed her eyes, and succumbed to enjoyment. Unintentionally drifting into slumber, she awoke only to find herself ejected from the space by the system. To her dismay, she realized she was still without clothing. How could she disregard her dignity in such a manner? She hurriedly put on a piece of clothing, relieved that her brother had not yet finished his bath. Otherwise, it would have been incredibly awkward. The little one, feeling quite indignant, called out to the system, Xiao AI, come out here. What is it, host? It's time to wake up. Why did you just kick me out? I wasn't even dressed. Apologies, dear host. I saw you sleeping so soundly. You might say she is considerate, kicking you out without a second thought, yet she fears disturbing your slumber. Never mind. I shall not dwell on it. Muhuai felt invigorated, scampering out of the bedroom. In the kitchen, she spotted Xi Qinglin preparing a meal. Upon hearing the little one's footsteps, he paused and turned around. Awake now? He inquired with a smile. How long have I been asleep? Muhuai asked. Over an hour. At that moment, Muhuai's cheeks flushed crimson. Though he is her brother, it was still a bit embarrassing, noticing the sudden redness in her face. Xi Qinglin reached out to touch it. Why is your face so warm? Did the cooking smoke get to you? Hurry outside. The meal will be ready shortly. Upon hearing this, Muhuai dashed to the dining table and took her seat. Eating was of utmost importance. Before long, Xi Qinglin brought several dishes to the table. Chicken stewed with mushrooms, pan-fried tofu, stir-fried garlic shoots with meat, yam, and pork rib soup, accompanied by 2 bowls of rice. Wow, how sumptuous. It smells amazing. Muhuai's eyes sparkled as she eagerly took a bite of the chicken stew. Ah, brother, Your culinary skills are simply exquisite. The little one praised intermittently while chewing on the morsels in her mouth. Then do indulge a bit more. You've had a tiring training session this afternoon. It's essential to replenish your strength, Xi Qinglin said with a tender smile. Muhuai said nothing, merely focusing on savoring her meal. After finishing, Xi Qinglin began washing the dishes. Once all the chores were completed, the two of them nestled into bed and drifted off to sleep. The next day arrived swiftly, with sunlight awakening Muhuai. Xi Qinglin stood by the curtains, urging, "It's already 8 o'clock. Hurry up and wash up, have breakfast, and then we shall exercise." "Oh," Muhuai replied, rising from her bed to freshen up. After completing her morning routine, she beheld the breakfast laid out before her: soup dumplings, steamed buns, and spicy hot soup. Eagerly, she began to boast about the meal. "Do not mind me. I am merely a soulless food-flaunting machine." After their meal, they commenced a rigorous training regimen. Muhuai's training goals escalated to 1,000 jumps with the rope, 500 repetitions with dumbbells, 1,000 squats, and a 5-kilometer run. Meanwhile, Xi Qinglin's training plan was elevated to 7,000 jumps with the rope, 7,000 squats, 2,000 repetitions with dumbbells, a 15-kilometer run, and the destruction of 2 punching bags, followed by stretching. After the training, both were rendered speechless from exhaustion. Muhuai poured a cup of spring water for Xi Qinglin, as well as one for herself. After drinking, they felt a slight alleviation of their fatigue. Subsequently, Xi Qinglin headed to the bathroom for a shower, while Muhuai went to the spa. This time, Muhuai did not fall asleep. Instead, she emerged after soaking for 15 minutes. The spring water had turned dark, filled with the impurities expelled from their bodies. "It turned out that my body harbored so many impurities. It seems I must indulge in more baths." After soaking, I genuinely felt a significant sense of lightness, Muhuai murmured to herself. She dressed in the space and then exited. The enticing aroma of food greeted her as soon as she stepped out, causing Muhuai to swallow hard and dash towards the dining table. Xi Qinglin served a piece of meat to the little one and remarked, "In a few days, once our physical fitness improves, we should venture out. Remaining cooped up at home is not ideal. It is too comfortable." For the following week, their routine consisted of sleeping, waking, eating, training, and then sleeping again. After a week of rigorous training, coupled with their daily practice of supernatural abilities during their leisure time, their strength had significantly surged. Muhuai could now effortlessly take on 5 to 6 adults on her own. Moreover, due to her training over the past few days, she was now capable of remaining in the space for 3 hours. As for Xi Qinglin, his combat prowess was even more formidable. During these days, electricity and water had entirely ceased, and they relied on the water from the space for bathing. Many people, unable to endure their hunger any longer, began to attempt going outside. Some encountered zombies right away, but soon realized they were not as terrifying as they had imagined. Thus, Cuckoo began to eliminate zombies and even formed his own small team. Muhuai packed all the household items into the space, then donned a small bear backpack and left the house alongside Xi Qinglin. After a moment's thought, she decided to take the door with her as well, considering it was a purchased item. Just as they descended the staircase, a zombie appeared before them. Xi Qinglin, with a stoic expression, waved his hand, and a purple lightning bolt, as thick as a finger, struck towards the zombie's head. In but a fleeting moment, the zombie's head was charred by electricity, causing it to collapse straight down. Muhuai approached, probing into the dark recesses of the zombie's brain, and emerged with a crystal nucleus the size of a grain of rice. Indeed, it was there. Muhuai explained to his brother the nature of the crystal nucleus and its significance. Currently, no one was aware of the existence of such a thing within the zombie's skull, rendering this the opportune moment to enhance one's strength and surpass others. Muhuai pondered how to utilize the crystal nucleus for power enhancement when a voice resonated. "Host, complete tasks to earn points," which can be exchanged in the system's points marketplace for an evolution liquid extractor. Not $9.99, not $4.88, just 18 points. A purchase with no risk. At that moment, Muhuai felt an overwhelming desire to embrace the system, utterly enamored. "When will you assign me a task? I am positively eager," he exclaimed with excitement. "You can begin now," came the response. Ding. Task issued. Assist a girl on the 3rd floor who possesses a strong will to survive. Reward: 10 points. Is that all? A simple task. A girl on the 3rd floor? How am I supposed to know which one? Host: simply wait in the corridor on the 3rd floor. You will recognize her shortly. No problem. Muhuai and Xi Qinglin ascended to the 3rd floor, encountering no zombies along the way, presumably dealt with by others. Upon reaching the corridor, Muhuai lowered his voice and said to Xi Qinglin, "Let us wait here for a moment to rescue a girl." Xi Qinglin asked no further questions, trusting that little cub had her reasons for this course of action. In the hushed corridor, two individuals stood in silence for what felt like an eternity, until Muhuai's impatience reached its peak, compelling him to confront the system. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, a door swung open, and a blood-soaked girl burst forth, her disheveled hair a testament to her frantic escape, yet her determination to forge ahead remained unwavering. However, 6 men pursued her relentlessly, intent on thwarting her escape. One of the men brandished a knife, lunging toward her. A scream escaped the lips of a woman hidden within the room, overwhelmed by fear. "Brother, save her." In the confines of their home, the duo devised a plan. Whenever they encountered a living soul, Xi Qinglin would take the initiative, and should the situation prove dire, only then would Muhuai intervene, adopting a strategy of underestimation. Heeding the plan, Xi Qinglin raised his hand, summoning a bolt of purple lightning aimed at the man closest to the girl. The man's arm instantly charred, emanating a faint scent of singed flesh. The remaining men halted abruptly, their vigilance heightened. One, resembling the leader of the group, glared fiercely at Xi Qinglin and barked, "Mind your own business." Seizing the opportunity, the bloodied girl dashed behind the two, placing her trust in them for having rescued her. Yet, should they resort to violence against her again, she would resolutely flee. "What if we insist on intervening? What can you do about it?" A melodious voice chimed in, cutting through the tension. All eyes turned downward to behold a sweet, cherubic child standing defiantly, hands on her hips, gazing up at them. "Where did this little brat come from? Get lost and stop bothering me." The leader of the group, displaying impatience, commanded, "Brother, cease the idle chatter and eliminate them." Muhuai, with a fierce demeanor, pointed at them. Xi Qinglin raised her hand, unleashing a flurry of electric strikes, incapacitating the 6 men who convulsed and collapsed to the ground. How dare these insignificant ruffians obstruct her mission? Turning to the woman behind her, Muhuai declared, "All right, sister, we shall assist you only to this extent. The rest is up to you." The woman, momentarily taken aback, incredulously inquired, "You're not going to stop me?" The little one, exasperated, tapped her own head. "Oh dear, it seems this sister has misunderstood. Do we really appear to be such individuals?" The little one quickly clarified, No, we merely happened to rescue you along the way. We must take our leave now. We can assist you only this far. Farewell until fate allows our paths to cross again." The woman hastily asked, "Wait, what is your name?" "I am Lang Shuanghua." Muhuai. Lang Shuanghua contemplated inquiring about the name of the man beside her, yet he remained stoic, his expression conveying a clear message of unapproachability, prompting her to abandon the thought. "Very well, Muhuai, I shall remember this act of salvation. May we meet again under fortunate circumstances. Sister, farewell." As Muhuai and Xi Qinglin continued on their path, Lang Shuanghua sank to the ground. Her eyes filled with resentment as she gazed at the men sprawled on the floor. The 2 women in the room, startled by the sudden turn of events, stared blankly at the men, seemingly unable to comprehend their newfound liberation. After a moment of respite, Lang Shuanghua rose, retrieving the very knife the men had wielded against her. She gripped the knife tightly, yet hesitated to make the next move. After a few minutes, Lang Shuanghua raised the blade and struck down. At last, she had avenged herself. A horde of wretched beasts. After slaying 1 man, she lifted her gaze to the 2 girls. "Do you not wish to exact your own revenge?" The 2 girls exchanged glances, apprehensive. "Afraid? What is there to fear? They are powerless now. Think of how they once treated us. Every scar on our bodies is a testament to their crimes. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, why should we fear avenging ourselves?" Each of Lang Shuanghua's words pierced Lu Wu's heart. Upon hearing them, Lu Wu trembled but slowly stood up. After a moment's contemplation, she resolutely approached Lang Shuanghua's side. A look of gratification appeared in Lang Shuanghua's eyes as she handed the knife to Lu Wu. Lu Wu accepted the blade and fiercely struck one of the men. The knife pierced through his skull, blood spilling everywhere. "Ha! I am finally free from torment." Lu Wu laughed maniacally, prompting Lang Shuanghua to quickly cover her mouth. "Lower your voice. We don't want to attract the zombies." Lu Wu nodded obediently. Lang Shuanghua turned to the remaining girl. "Do you not wish to slay them with your own hands?" The girl shook her head in fear and whispered, "I refuse to engage in such acts. We are saved now. We shall no longer live that way. What are your plans?" Lang Shuanghua inquired. "I will follow your lead. Without you, we would not have survived," Lu Wu immediately responded. It is not I, but those two individuals who have granted us salvation. We must express our heartfelt gratitude to them upon our next encounter, corrected Lung Xuanghua. Lu Wu silently took note of this. Wang Yu, what about you? What are your intentions? Lung Xuanghua inquired, turning to another woman. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu began to weep. Annoyed, Lung Xuanghua stated, now, you have two options. First, we can temporarily form a small team to survive together. Also, refrain from crying at every turn. I find such behavior exceedingly irksome. Hearing this, Wang Yu cast a glance at Lang Xuanghua and continued to sob. Frowning, Lang Xuanghua turned to gather the remaining supplies into her bag. Observing this, Lu Wu also began to pack, leaving Wang Yu alone on the ground in tears. Each of them managed to fill half a backpack with provisions, and they each selected a suitable weapon. The room was filled with an array of arms left behind by the men: long knives, axes, steel rods, and machetes. Lung Xuanghua chose a machete, while Lu Wu opted for a sturdy steel rod. They found a few ill-fitting men's garments to wear, and Lung Xuanghua hastily tended to her wounds. Mindful that infection would be detrimental, her plan was to visit a pharmacy after they ventured outside. Once prepared, they opened the door and stepped out. Seeing them leave without any intention of including her, Wang Yu hastily ceased her crying and stood up. Wait, she called out as they approached the staircase. Lung Xuanghua turned her head and asked, do you need something? Are you not taking me with you? Wang Yu feigned a sense of grievance. What purpose would your inclusion serve? You have chosen the second option, Cold Frosthua remarked, furrowing her brow. When did I select the second option? I merely wept in silence. Wang Yu, growing impatient, retorted, indeed, you did not speak, so I assumed you chose the second option. What do you mean I didn't speak and you assumed the second? Why not assume it was the first? Wang Yu exclaimed in frustration. As we changed our clothes, you cried. While we organized supplies, you wept. And as we selected weapons, you sobbed. If you truly wished to join us, you would have ceased crying and assisted us in gathering our belongings. Yet you continued to weep. What else could that signify but an implicit choice of the second option? Cold Frosthua argued persuasively. Wang Yu was momentarily at a loss for words, finally managing to utter, but you cannot just disregard me, can you? Why should we concern ourselves with you? Lu Wu interjected abruptly. What significance do you hold for us? Wang Yu clenched her teeth, declaring, if you ignore me, I shall perish. And what concern is your life to us? Even if you survive, what benefit do we derive from it? Lu Wu continued her confrontation. We are neither kin nor friends, so do not attempt to morally bind us to your plight. Come, Shuang, let us not waste any more time. Lu Wu stated as she took Cold Frosthua by the arm and led her down the staircase. Cold Frosthua said nothing, following Lu Wu down the stairs, her large machete at the ready. A glint of cold light flickered in Wang Yu's eyes. She remained silent, trailing behind them quietly. Cold Frosthua and Lu Wu descended the stairs with caution. They too had perused the internet, having encountered a post on Weibo previously. The post stated that only a headshot is effective against a zombie attack. Indeed, it refers to the one from Xi Qinglin, although they had never killed a zombie. During the initial outbreak, when the electricity was still on, someone had tried this method and confirmed its efficacy. Zombies lack pain perception. Even if you were to break all their limbs or sever their heads from their bodies, they would remain alive unless their heads sustained damage. They can be smashed or pierced. As long as their brains are harmed, the zombie will perish. The corridor was eerily silent. A sudden scream shattered the stillness. Wang Yu sensed an unsettling movement behind her. Turning around, she saw a zombie approaching her not far away, its gray skin, completely white eyes, and patches of decay, with remnants of red flesh hanging from its mouth, assaulted her vision. Terrified, Wang Yu let out a scream, prompting the zombie to lunge towards her. Cold Xuanghua and Lu Wu quickly turned, adopting a combat stance, while Wang Yu hid behind them. The zombie swiftly closed in on them. Cold Xuanghua swung her knife at the zombie's head. The blade halted midway, failing to penetrate. Cold Xuanghua withdrew the knife and swung again. Suddenly, the zombie lunged towards Lu Wu, causing Cold Xuanghua to miss her target. A glint of cold malice flashed in Wang Yu's eyes as she pushed Lu Wu towards the zombie and retreated several steps. Lu Wu, Cold Xuanghua cried out anxiously. Lu Wu, uncontrollably drawn closer to the zombie, found its grotesque mouth looming before her. In despair, she shut her eyes. Chapter 13. Awakening of Ice Elemental Powers. After closing her eyes, Lu Wu, however, found herself waiting in vain for the pain to arrive. She slowly opened her eyes, confronted by the grotesque maw of an enlarged zombie. But why did the creature not bite her? Lu Wu, act quickly. I can barely hold on. shouted Lang Shuanghua, her forehead drenched in cold sweat. Upon hearing this, Lu Wu immediately took a large step back, seizing a steel pipe and summoning all her strength to strike the zombie on its head. With a resounding thud, the zombie's head exploded, and it toppled slowly to the ground. Only then did Lu Wu realize that the creature was encased in a layer of ice, temporarily immobilizing it, which had allowed her to escape a dire fate. Panting heavily, Lang Shuanghua felt that the prolonged freezing had nearly drained her of all energy, and she was on the verge of fainting. "Ah Shuang, you saved me," Lu Wu exclaimed, tears of joy welling in her eyes, for she had narrowly escaped death. "Well, it's good that you are safe." Lang Shuanghua managed a faint smile, yearning only for rest, utterly exhausted. Lu Wu was about to inquire further when Lang Shuanghua gestured for her to hold her questions. She then approached Wang Yu, who was contemplating a hasty retreat. Seeing her scheme had failed, Wang Yu realized Lu Wu would surely come for her. Why would she remain foolishly waiting? "Run quickly." Lu Wu hastened towards her, her expression darkening as she seized Wang Yu by the arm. "Do you wish for my demise?" Wang Yu feigned innocence, adopting a pitiful demeanor. "I didn't mean to. I was just so frightened that I accidentally pushed you." "Accidentally?" Lu Wu scoffed, raising her foot to kick Wang Yu to the ground. "I too accidentally struck you." She mimicked Wang Yu's previous expression and tone. Wang Yu clutched her abdomen, glaring at Lu Wu with resentment. Her teeth gritted as she spat. That was clearly intentional. "How can you be so malicious? I am your teammate. Do you have no shame? We never consented to your joining our team. You were given an opportunity, yet you persistently cling to us. It is already generous of us to allow you to accompany us, yet we did not anticipate your treachery, placing Lu Wu in peril. One wonders who is truly malevolent." Lang Shuanghua's tone was exceptionally icy. Neither she nor Lu Wu were paragons of virtue and would not indulge someone with a troubled mind. Moreover, in this apocalyptic era, if she wished for their demise, they would not hesitate to respond in kind. Lu Wu stepped forward, knocking her unconscious, then proceeded to break all her limbs with a steel pipe. They dragged her to the restroom and departed, with her limbs shattered. Wang Yu would remain unattended in that restroom for quite some time, ultimately succumbing to excessive blood loss. Let her endure a slow death from pain. An eye for an eye. Lang Shuanghua and Lu Wu successfully reached the first floor. Lang Shuanghua recalled that every building in this complex housed a small pharmacy on the ground level. Guided by her memory, she located a nondescript door and kicked it open with force. What greeted her was a dim, gray room filled with 3 shelves of medicinal supplies. She and Lu Wu entered the chamber, barricaded the door with a table, and then sat on the floor to rest. "You might have guessed correctly." Lang Shuanghua smiled at her. "If I am not mistaken, you have awakened your ice-based abilities?" Lu Wu had read numerous novels set in apocalyptic worlds. "How impressive. When will I possess such powers?" Lu Wu rested her chin on her hand, her expression filled with worry. "You will," Lang Shuanghua reassured her, patting Lu Wu's shoulder. Lu Wu beamed at her. "I'm fine, just a little concerned about being a burden to you." "It's all right, we are good friends." A smile adorned Lang Shuanghua's face. Lu Wu and Lang Shuanghua had been close friends even before the apocalypse. Both were strikingly beautiful. Lang Shuanghua possessed an ethereal beauty, exuding a cold and aloof demeanor. Akin to the piercing northern wind, though it was chilling and painful, it radiated boundless strength. In contrast, Lu Wu embodied a more vibrant beauty, unforgettable at first glance. However, both women currently appeared disheveled, resembling individuals who had just emerged from a refuse heap. They believed that in this post-apocalyptic world, maintaining an attractive appearance was far too burdensome. It was precisely their beauty that had led to their capture and mistreatment. Thus, they resolved to remain in their untidy state for the time being, planning to tidy themselves up only once they had acquired formidable strength. Lang Shuanghua began to tend to her wounds while also assisting Lu Wu with hers. Meanwhile, Muhuai and Xi Qinglin were descending the stairs when suddenly a voice echoed in Muhuai's mind. "Ding. Task completed. Reward, 10 points." There was a slight delay, but nonetheless, he felt a surge of delight at having earned points. "Xiaoai, hurry, bring me more tasks. I want to accumulate a vast amount of points." Muhuai thought eagerly. "Ding. New task released. Kill a level 2 zombie to earn 20 points. Where could he possibly find one?" Muhuai pondered. "I have no idea. Fine, I'll go find one myself." Before long, Muhuai and Xi Qinglin exited the building, encountering only a few aimlessly wandering zombies, who instantly perked up at the sight of them. With a swift motion, Xi Qinglin dispatched them all. Xi Muhuai dashed forward to extract the crystal core. How peculiar. Why are there so few zombies? Could it be that they have already been cleared away by someone? Filled with doubt, Xi Muhuai walked alongside Xi Qinglin when they perceived a flash of white ahead. Immediately, Xi Muhuai cast a vigilant glance around. Brother, a white object just darted past. Be cautious, she urged, tugging at Xi Qinglin's sleeve. All right, he replied. Suddenly, the white entity lunged at Xi Muhuai, prompting her to swiftly teleport behind it, raising her hand to conjure a wind blade for an attack. In that moment, they discerned the nature of the white creature. How could such a being appear here? Strange. Chapter 14. Oh, the wolf, it was a mutated wolf. Be careful, brother, Xi Muhuai cautioned. While remaining alert, she scrutinized the formidable creature before her. The wolf possessed a robust physique, its muscles distinctly defined, each hair stiff and gleaming. Upon closer inspection, however, she noticed its belly was gaunt. Suddenly, the wolf sprang into action, moving with incredible speed. It lunged at Xi Muhuai, who promptly teleported behind it, wielding her knife in a swift strike. The wolf easily evaded her attack, then leaped again for another fierce assault, but Xi Muhuai managed to dodge once more. Xi Qinglin quickly raised his hand, summoning a bolt of lightning that struck the wolf. The wolf's roar echoed like thunder, momentarily stunning Xi Muhuai. Seizing the opportunity, the wolf attempted to claw at her. Fortunately, Xi Muhuai reacted swiftly. Otherwise, the consequences would have been far graver than a mere scratch on her arm. How dare it harm her sister? Xi Qinglin launched a fierce assault, unleashing a torrent of lightning upon the wolf. Despite its swiftness, it could not outpace the bolts of electricity, and soon its body bore the marks of numerous wounds. Xi Qinglin's energy was rapidly depleting. Xi Muhuai swiftly consumed some spiritual spring water, which staunched the flow of blood from her injuries, allowing her to join the fray. She preferred to rely on her own strength to vanquish her foes rather than resort to her extraordinary abilities. However, given the current predicament, engaging in melee seemed rather troublesome. Xi Muhuai summoned a swirling vortex to ensnare the wolf, which struggled desperately within, yearning for escape, but to no avail. The beast quickly succumbed to dizziness induced by the tempest. Xi Muhuai then unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp wind blades into the vortex, relentlessly striking the wolf, which found itself unable to retaliate. After a brief moment, with a flick of her wrist, she sent the wolf plummeting to the ground. Its body was marred with countless wounds, stained with blood. Its fur was disheveled, and its form was utterly fatigued, all traces of resilience dissolving into an abyss of sorrow. Having gone days without a satisfying meal, the wolf had ventured out in search of sustenance, only to encounter a tender little child, never anticipating the peril it would face. Who could have known that the two would prove so formidable? The wolf lay despondently on the ground as Xi Muhuai approached slowly. Brother, if only this wolf could become a pet. What a pity, she mused, surveying the creature. Upon hearing her words, the wolf's eyes sparkled with hope, and it whimpered softly. Huh, what is your name? Xi Muhuai inquired, perplexed by its sudden vocalizations. The wolf anxiously nudged the little girl's calf with its head, and Xi Muhuai immediately understood, asking, Do you wish to be my pet? Brother, it can comprehend human speech. Have mutated wolves become so advanced now? Xi Muhuai's face lit up with a smile. Haha, does that mean she wants to adopt it as a pet? Xi Qinglin playfully ruffled the little one's hair. Of course, Xi Muhuai exclaimed with excitement. She then approached the wolf and began to speak in a mock-fierce tone. You must obey my commands from now on, without any other intentions. Otherwise, I could injure you like this once, and there could certainly be a second or third time. Do not entertain any ill thoughts. Furthermore, if you follow me, you shall feast on delicious meals. I assure you, there will always be meat. With a hint of temptation in her voice, she was confident that in this post-apocalyptic world, no creature could resist the allure of delectable food. The wolf immediately let out a howl, fervently rubbing against Xi Muhuai's calf. This is the thigh. I must cling tightly. It had experienced her strength and realized the key benefit, daily meat. Who could possibly refuse? The wolf certainly could not. Xi Muhuai watched its reaction with satisfaction, and with a flick of her wrist, she offered the wolf some spiritual spring water, which instantly staunched its bleeding wounds. After a moment's thought, she sprinkled a bit more of the water on its injuries, and to her astonishment, the wounds began to heal. How incredibly useful this spiritual spring water is. The wolf soon regained its vigor and obediently approached the little one. Xi Muhuai petted its head, and it responded with a soft whimper. Let me give you a name. What shall I call you? Xi Muhuai pondered earnestly. The wolf's entire body was white. If one did not observe closely, they might mistake it for a Samoyed, as it bore a slight resemblance to a fox. Thus, I shall name you Little White. Xi Muhuai clapped her hands in delight. Woo! Little White let out a sound of approval. Heh, the wolf now has a name. Xi Muhuai pretended to rummage through her backpack, but in reality, she retrieved a can of meat from her space. She opened it and offered it to Little White. As Little White watched her open the can, drool involuntarily dripped from its mouth, and as soon as the can was placed before it, it devoured the contents voraciously. A can of meat. Before the apocalypse, it had shown little interest in such things. Now, it felt unworthy. How utterly delicious it was. Xi Muhuai observed Little White, who suddenly began to cry, and she broke into a sweet smile. Why are you crying while eating? No tears, no tears. I have plenty more. Follow me. And you'll never go hungry. Xi Muhuai handed Little White 2 more cans of meat, which it consumed with the same fervor. Ultimately, it finished a total of 20 cans before relenting. Xi Muhuai gently patted Little White's head. Such an appetite. You must work diligently alongside me. Woo woo woo. Indeed. I shall work diligently. Xi Muhuai mounted Little White and continued her quest for second-tier zombies. As they walked, they suddenly heard the distant roars of a horde of zombies. Xi Muhuai and Xi Qinglin exchanged glances and moved toward the sound. With so many zombies, there must surely be a second-tier zombie among them. Chapter 15, Slaying the Second-Tier Zombie. As they drew closer to the horde, the scene before them became clearer. Over 30 zombies surrounded what appeared to be an ordinary zombie. Surely, the one in the center must be the second-tier zombie. What incredible luck. I had thought it would take a considerable amount of time. Brother, there lies a second-tier zombie. West Muhuai spoke succinctly in a lowered voice. Excellent. The 3 of them could easily handle the more than 30 first-tier zombies. West Muhuai unleashed a tornado, swiftly ensnaring the second-tier zombie, and then plunged into the horde to harvest heads, rather, the heads of zombies. Little White also joined in the fray, dispatching zombies with a single claw. If 1 claw was insufficient, 2 would certainly suffice. Soon, only the second-tier zombie remained, having just broken free from the tornado. It approached with excitement upon spotting a living person. Xi Qinglin directed a bolt of lightning at it, but alas, it inflicted only minimal damage. Furrowing her brows, she cast another bolt, yet the effect was still negligible. The disparity between first and second-tier zombies was considerable, rendering this one rather formidable. West Muhuai darted behind it, striking down with her blade, but only managed to leave a shallow mark. Such thick skin. The zombie turned and lunged at West Muhuai. In a flash, she teleported behind it once more and unleashed a wind blade upon its head, yet it merely scraped off a layer of skin. This shouldn't be the case. Ordinary second-tier zombies do not possess such thick hide. Could it be a defensive mutation? Suddenly, Little White leapt and struck the zombie's head, leaving yet another mark. Truly a defensive mutant zombie. Nevertheless, this posed little concern. After all, it was merely a defensive-type zombie, and I am curious to see how much damage its skin can withstand. West Muhuai summoned a tornado to ensnare the second-tier zombie, filled with numerous smaller wind blades. Brother, strike it with lightning amidst the tornado. West Muhuai called out to Xi Qinglin. Xi Qinglin conjured a bolt of lightning, twice as thick as usual, and struck it into the tornado. Remarkably, at the moment of contact, the lightning merged with the vortex, transforming it into an electrified whirlwind. Humph. Let us see if you can escape now. You shall be slowly consumed by the electric blades within. Xi Muhuai, with a hint of pride, lifted her chin and began to gather the crystal cores scattered on the ground. Once she had collected them all, the tornado fell silent. Surely it must be dead? Xi Muhuai retrieved a bloodied chicken head from her spatial pouch and hurled it into the whirlwind. Xiaobai watched, wide-eyed, as the fresh chicken head brushed past. Yearning for a taste. A distinct howl, characteristic of the undead, echoed from within. Xi Muhuai took a small step back, exclaiming in frustration, "Oh dear. I almost thought it was dead and considered dispelling the tornado. How cunning this zombie is." The zombie's inner monologue. Cunning? I can hardly move from the electric shocks. And a swarm of wind blades is assaulting me. I am barely clinging to life. Then you suddenly toss in a bloody chicken head. How can I not be excited? At least I can enjoy a fresh chicken head before my demise. Crunch, crunch, crunch. To be honest, this chicken head tastes rather delightful. Crunch, crunch, crunch. After a brief while, the tornado remained still, prompting Xi Muhuai to throw another bloody chicken head inside. Yet still, there was no reaction. With a wave of her hand, she dispelled the tornado. A zombie's lifeless body plummeted from the sky, and Xi Muhuai scampered over on her short legs to extract the crystal core. This second-tier zombie core was nearly the size of a soybean. Xi Muhuai wiped it clean and stored it away in her spatial pouch. Chapter 16. A familiar encounter. Chime. Level 2 zombie eliminated. Mission accomplished. Rewards issued. Reward, 20 points. This time there was little delay, a sign of progress. Xi Muhuai was exceedingly delighted. At last, she could exchange for an evolution fluid extractor. This also signified a stable enhancement of their abilities. Hee. As Xi Muhuai pondered, a silly smile crept across her face. What is making you so cheerful? Xi Qinglin inquired, noticing the little one's sudden grin. Brother, you'll find out shortly, Xi Muhuai replied, feigning mystery. Xi Qinglin chuckled and remarked, then let us find a place to rest. I am eager to know. Sure. I recall there is a large supermarket up ahead. Let's have a look and stock up on supplies. Xi Muhuai pointed ahead. The more resources, the better. There's no such thing as too much. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the supermarket, where the doors were tightly shut. Yet the sounds of combat echoed from within. People are inside. Suddenly, a voice resonated in her mind. Chime. New mission issued. Rescue a group of individuals inside the supermarket. Reward. Random ability. There's more than one group in there. Which one should I rescue? Xi Muhuai pondered, perplexed. Host, it is up to your discretion. Save whichever group you deem worthy. So, she must discern who are the virtuous and who are the malevolent? This was her forte, having encountered so many foolish individuals. She could tell at a glance whether someone was a fool. With determination, Xi Muhuai dashed to the supermarket door and knocked. The cacophony of combat within the supermarket abruptly ceased. A group of individuals engaged in a fierce altercation halted, their eyes warily fixed on the looming shutter door. Had their raucous noises attracted the attention of the undead? One strikingly ascetic gentleman furrowed his brow and cautioned, let us cease hostilities. It appears someone approaches from outside. Could it possibly be zombies? A portly man interjected suddenly. What if they are highly intelligent zombies? He rebutted promptly. TSK, a contrarian, I do not wish to engage. Came the dismissive retort. With a resounding crash, the door was abruptly slashed open, prompting everyone to step back in alarm. Before them stood a petite girl, reminiscent of a porcelain doll. Indeed, Xi Muhuai, concerned by the lack of movement inside, pondered the grim possibility that everyone might be deceased. What of her mission then? Thus, she had resorted to using her wind blades to carve an opening through the door. Hello everyone. Xi Muhuai chuckled awkwardly, raising her small hand in greeting. The crowd was left bewildered. How could a child have appeared here? Only the ascetic gentleman bore an expression of astonishment. What is this little one doing here? Xi Muhuai's gaze fell upon a familiar face, and she dashed over exclaiming, Big brother weapon. Shun Jingzhu was instantly amused, crouching down to address the small child. My name is Shun Jingzhu, not Big brother weapon. Okay, brother Jingzhu, Xi Muhuai replied in a sweet, innocent voice. Just as Shun Jingzhu raised his hand to tousle the little one's hair, he was met with a pair of icy eyes. Xi Qinglin stood behind Xi Muhuai, observing the two with a piercing gaze fixed upon Shun Jingzhu's hand. Xi Muhuai turned her head and saw Xi Qinglin. She lifted her small face and said, Brother, I encountered Brother Shun here. Shun, is that the one who sells weapons? Even a weapons dealer shouldn't be allowed to casually pat his sister's head. Xi Qinglin hurriedly picked up his sister, adopting an expression that conveyed a desire for solitude. Xi Muhuai interjected, We heard sounds of a struggle here. So we came to investigate. Brother Jingzhu, could you tell me what happened? Shun Jingzhu nodded, about to narrate the events, when a muscular man interjected, Wait, Shun Jingzhu, are you going to fight or not? Or are you afraid? Afraid? Zhang Shanhai, what nonsense are you talking about? Shun Jingzhu scoffed. If you're not afraid, why don't you hurry up and fight? I thought you were avoiding it while reminiscing, Zhang Shanhai taunted, casting an impatient glance at the little girl. Shun Jingzhu began. They were originally inside the supermarket. We encountered a horde of zombies outside, and it seemed there was even a mutated one among them. Unable to fend for ourselves, we sought their assistance. They opened the door for us, but demanded food as a shelter fee, which we provided. However, after receiving the food, they became unreasonable and insisted that our only female member be offered as a shelter fee. It's utterly disgusting. You all witnessed what transpired afterward. As Shun Jingzhu spoke, his fists tightened with growing anger. The girl mentioned shrank back behind him, and Shun Jingzhu reassured her, It's all right, Wu Lier, don't be afraid. Wu Lier let out a delicate sound of acknowledgement, retreating slightly behind Xi Qinglin. Furrowing his brow, Xi Qinglin discreetly shifted a small step to the side. Oh, were it not for us, you would have perished long ago. What harm is there in toying with a woman? Zhang Shanhai remarked nonchalantly, even displaying a hint of pride. Oh, now that we know who is at fault, let us hasten to fulfill our tasks. Muhuai chuckled, revealing two sharp little canines, exuding an endearing charm. You, old uncle, are clearly in the wrong. Who are you calling an old uncle? You insolent child, do you dare to provoke me? Zhang Shanhai's expression darkened, threatening with menace. I speak of you, old uncle, with your unattractive looks and absurd antics, resembling a toad. Muhuai retorted with a teasing tone. A faint smile graced Xi Qinglin's lips. Zhang Shanhai commanded his minions, deal with this insolent child. A group of his underlings brandished their weapons and charged forward. But with a mere wave of Xi Qinglin's hand, they were all struck by a bolt of lightning, leaving them charred and their hair frizzed. Each of them expelled a plume of black smoke from their mouths. Zhang Shanhai frowned, conjuring a ball of flames aimed at Muhuai. Just as Muhuai prepared to retaliate, he noticed a torrent of water hurtling towards him, extinguishing the flames. Xi Qinglin silently positioned himself beside Muhuai. With sparkling eyes, Muhuai winked at him, prompting a smile to blossom on Xi Qinglin's lips. Xi Qinglin raised his hand, unleashing a thunderblade that sent Zhang Shanhai crashing to the ground. This was a newly devised technique of his, akin to Muhuai's windblade. The utilization of this extraordinary ability requires their own contemplation. With the memories of a past life, Muhuai can manipulate the wind-based powers into various forms. Unlike Xi Qinglin, who must gradually ponder to uncover new manifestations, each possessing distinct levels of lethality. It is the perfect opportunity to test the potency of a new technique, and it appears promising. A faint smile graces the lips of Xi Qinglin. Zhang Shanhai spewed a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth as he declared, "This is our battle. Do not meddle. However, dear old uncle, you were just about to have me killed. We are merely acting in self-defense, though I did not anticipate your fragility." Muhuai feigned a look of grievance. Uttering these provoking words, Xi Qinglin and his companions were momentarily taken aback, then began to chuckle softly. Zhang Shanhai's face flushed, and he retorted fiercely, "What are you laughing at? If it weren't for his interference, you all would have perished today. Indeed, had it not been for the intervention of Muhuai and his companions, Xi Qinglin and his group likely would not have stood a chance against Zhang Shanhai's crew. All of you leave," Muhuai commanded assertively. "Are you telling us to leave?" Zhang Shanhai exclaimed, eyes widening in disbelief. "Yes, if you wish to avoid death, then depart. Otherwise, heh heh." Muhuai replied with a mischievous grin. He stumbled to his feet, beckoning for his group to exit. Having already offended, Muhuai was not foolish enough to leave enemies for the future. She exchanged a knowing glance with Xiaobai, who promptly understood and stealthily followed Zhang Shanhai and his entourage out. Outside, anguished cries echoed. Chapter 17, The Power of Duplication. My goodness, I hadn't noticed there was a Samoyed here. Little friend, do you have a puppy as a pet? Xi Qinglin inquired, gazing at the white creature before her. Little Bai immediately took offense. What do you mean by dog? I am clearly a wolf. Howling, Little Bai promptly asserted its identity. I am a wolf. Not a mere dog. Xi Qinglin's expression shifted slightly, and she awkwardly replied, "This is a wolf. I apologize." Muhuai waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing. Little Bai won't mind." "Woo-woo. Who says I don't mind? I am a wolf. A majestic wolf. Not some little dog." Muhuai retrieved a can of meat from her backpack, opened it, and offered it to Little Bai, then gently patted its head, saying, "Do you still care now?" "Woo-woo. I don't care anymore. With a can of food, who would care about that nonsense? The can is delicious." Gulp. Xi Qinglin gazed in astonishment at the wolf before her. They could barely fill their own bellies, yet they were feeding a pet meat. Is this the disparity between people? Suddenly, a voice resonated in her mind. Ding. Task completed. Reward, random ability. Extracting ability. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability to duplicate. This ability is splendid. I can duplicate anything, even powers. Cannot duplicate crystal cores, nor living beings. But plants can be duplicated. She was utterly elated. Xiao AI, a curious little one, suddenly began to giggle, while Xi Qinglin looked at the adorable child with affectionate indulgence. Meanwhile, Xi Qinglin and his companions observed the small creature's whimsical laughter with puzzled expressions. Suddenly, Muhuai raised his head, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and inquired, "Brother Jingzhu, do you possess water-based abilities?" Shen Jingzhu nodded in affirmation. Without hesitation, Shi Muhuai dashed to Shen Jingzhu's side, discreetly brushed against him, and instantly heard a voice in his mind, successfully copied water-based abilities. Upon hearing this, Shi Muhuai's heart soared with elation. Shen Jingzhu looked down at the little one beside him and asked, "What is the matter?" "Oh, it's nothing. I was just curious," Shi Muhuai replied with a cheerful smile. Successfully copied lightning-based abilities. Ah. She could hardly contain her excitement to experiment with her newfound powers. Rubbing her eyes, Shi Muhuai remarked, "Brother Cici is feeling sleepy." In an instant, Xi Qinglin's previously aloof demeanor transformed into one of tender affection as he gently lifted Shi Muhuai and walked towards a staff lounge within the supermarket. Shen Jingzhu and the others said nothing, grabbing some snacks from the shelves to begin their meal. Upon reaching the staff lounge, Xi Qinglin carefully placed the little bundle on the couch and softly said, "Rest now. I will be right here." However, Shi Muhuai suddenly jumped down and beamed at Xi Qinglin. "Brother, I actually want to try out my new abilities, but I can't reveal them in front of others." Xi Qinglin paused momentarily, puzzled, and asked, "New abilities?" "Indeed, let me show you," said Shi Muhuai, as she opened her small hands and placed a puddle of water on the ground. A look of surprise flashed across Xi Qinglin's face as he inquired, "Water elemental ability?" "Yes, and more," Shi Muhuai replied, directing a bolt of golden lightning to the ground, though it lacked the potency of Xi Qinglin's violet lightning. "Thunder elemental ability?" "Indeed." Shi Muhuai nodded her little head enthusiastically. Xi Qinglin, understanding without needing to ask, was content that his sister was growing stronger. The origins of her powers mattered little to him. He affectionately ruffled her fluffy little head and said, "That's wonderful," with a sweet giggle. Shi Muhuai's laughter resembled bright sunlight, instantly illuminating everything around them. Xi Qinglin found himself smiling as well. His laughter, though subdued, radiated warmth like the spring sun, bringing joy to the heart. "Brother, let us search for the supermarket storage room. Large supermarkets typically have such small storerooms," Shi Muhuai suggested. "Very well." Xi Qinglin agreed, and the two exited the lounge. The little girl observed her surroundings and suddenly spotted a metal door nearby. "No way it's that easy to find." Shi Muhuai beamed, exclaiming, "Luck is on our side." She dashed to the door and used a wind blade to slice it open. As the door creaked ajar, they were met with the sight of a zombie's lifeless body. It appeared she had inadvertently dispatched it with her wind blade. Shi Muhuai scratched her head, exclaiming, "I only wanted to open a door. How could there be a zombie waiting to ambush?" As the undead lurked, Shi Muhuai silently extracted the crystal core and ventured inside. Before him lay heaps of supplies. He grinned with delight, planning to seize it all. After a short while, Shi Muhuai had nearly gathered everything into his space, leaving only some decaying fruits and spoiled frozen foods. Contentedly, he emerged from within, only to collide with Shen Jingzhu, who was knocking on the lounge door. Shen Jingzhu paused for a moment upon seeing the two. "Brother Jingzhu, what brings you here?" Shi Muhuai inquired, blinking his large eyes. "Are you in such a hurry to send us off?" he teased, winking mischievously. Shen Jingzhu, visibly anxious, replied, No, I don't mean to rush you. I merely wanted to ask when you plan to leave. Could we accompany you?" Xi Qinglin furrowed his brow and remarked coolly, "Too many people are a burden." Shen Jingzhu insisted, "We won't slow you down." Xi Qinglin coldly retorted, "No." Disappointment washed over Shen Jingzhu's face. Just as he was about to turn away, a voice interjected, "Why can't we join? We won't hinder you." 5 individuals suddenly emerged from behind the shelves, one of whom was a man named Su Taowei. Xi Qinglin's frown deepened. Shen Jingzhu immediately admonished, "Su Taowei, be quiet. We are the ones imposing. They have the right to refuse." With a scoff, Su Taowei persisted, "Having a few more people won't lead to disaster. What's wrong with humans helping one another? Where's the compassion?" Shen Jingzhu furrowed his brows, walking over to pull Su Taowei aside. He addressed Shi Muhuai and Xi Qinglin, "I apologize." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Taowei interrupted, "What are you apologizing for? Am I wrong? What is the issue with us joining? I've said we won't hold them back." At that moment, a cold, youthful voice cut through the air, "If you possess such capability, why do you insist on following us? Can't you manage on your own?" Su Taowei was momentarily taken aback, struggling to articulate his response. Finally, he stammered, "There's strength in numbers. The chances of survival are greater. I could easily defeat all of you single-handedly. Do you think I require your assistance?" Shi Muhuai retorted icily, "You? Defeat us? Huh. What a grand jest. I could vanquish you with a mere finger, he scoffed. The deceptive appearance of Xi Muhuai elicited disdain from Su Taowei. With a cold smirk, Xi Muhuai suddenly appeared behind Su Taowei, delivering a swift kick to his leg. Crack! Su Taowei fell to his knees, clutching his leg and wailing, "My leg. It hurts." Wu Liar, frightened, exclaimed, "Why did you hit him?" Xi Muhuai nonchalantly dug at his ear and replied, "I grew weary of the barking. It was bothersome, so I silenced the dog." Su Taowei's expression darkened, his voice dripping with malice. "Who are you calling a dog? Whoever asked gets labeled," he shot back. Turning to Xinjingzhu, "Look at your acquaintance." "I merely spoke a few words," and he resorted to violence. "I perceive that you do not genuinely wish to lead us away," Su Taowei remarked. Upon hearing this, the remaining 4 individuals turned their gazes towards Xinjingzhu. Furrowing his brow, Xinjingzhu replied, "What are you insinuating? I have brought you all the way from the weapons shop to here, and on numerous occasions, I could have escaped peril on my own. Yet I fought tooth and nail to protect you. As for scavenging supplies, I ventured into hazardous territories alone while you waited to feast. How can you have the audacity to speak like this?" The expressions of the 4 shifted slightly, and Wu Lier interjected, "It was not us who sent you to search. You chose to do so and brought back provisions for us." Shun Jingzhu's countenance darkened as he took a significant step back and said to the 5, "Very well, I had not anticipated your thoughts about me. I shall take my leave." Chapter 18. The Apocalypse Base Mode. Beep. Apocalypse Base Mode activated. Joining a team member grants 100 points. You may view the ability levels of your teammates, as well as their loyalty towards you. Join members are prohibited from attacking the team leader. More advantages will be revealed to the host in due time. Suddenly, Xi Muhuai called out to Shen Jingzhu, "Brother Jingzhu, please do not depart." Upon hearing the child's voice, Shen Jingzhu paused, turning to inquire, "What is it? Brother Jingzhu, would you be willing to join our team?" Xi Muhuai flashed a grin, revealing 2 tiny, sharp canine teeth. What? Is she inviting him to join their team? With a sigh, Shen Jingzhu contemplated whether to join or not. Would a direct refusal leave the little one disheartened? Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by the little one. "If you join us, we can eat meat every day, wear clean clothes, and drink fresh water. You've seen our strength. We are even more formidable than you can imagine. Joining us is certainly advantageous." After a moment's reflection, Shen Jingzhu acquiesced, "All right, I will join." Ding. A new team member has been detected. Reward, 100 points. Xi Muhuai was elated and proceeded to check Shen Jingzhu's loyalty. Shen Jingzhu's loyalty, 96. The remaining 5 individuals immediately expressed their discontent. "What does this mean? What about us?" Shen Jingzhu regarded the 5 with an indifferent expression. TSK. Disgusting bunch. He had treated them sincerely, yet they harbored such thoughts. He had no desire to engage. "You?" Upon hearing Xi Muhuai speak, the 5 nodded eagerly. "You just," the little one tantalized them with suspense. The 5 looked on expectantly at Xi Muhuai. "You all can leave. Don't linger here to obstruct my view." The little girl, with her charmingly playful countenance, uttered such chilling words, leaving the 5 momentarily stunned. "Leave? You won't take care of us anymore?" Wu Lier stepped forward, feigning a look of grievance. "Why should I care for you? Am I your father or your mother?" Xi Muhuai blinked her large eyes, staring intently at them. Wu Lier was instantly rendered speechless by the retort, resorting to her White Lotus act and began to cry, with tears streaming down her face like rain-soaked blossoms. Wu Lier wept inconsolably. Behind her, a bespectacled man could no longer maintain his composure. "You little brat, how dare you speak like that? You've made our Lier cry. You must apologize immediately and bring us along. How could anyone be so shameless? How dare he?" Xi Muhuai let out a cold laugh, retorting sharply, "This is how I speak. What can you do about it? You pitiful White Lotus, all you do is cry. If you keep this up, I might just slap your face. Ask you, do you have any dignity? Ordering me to take you along? Whom I choose to accompany is entirely my prerogative. You, a faceless wretch, should refrain from barking at me. Our ability to enjoy fine things stems from our own strength. What do you possess? Oh, right. A brain filled with excrement. We certainly do not welcome your kind of refuse." Upon hearing this, Wu Lier immediately ceased her tears, while the remaining 4 wore expressions akin to having consumed something foul. Xi Qinglin and Shen Jingzhu gazed affectionately at the little girl before them. Xi Muhuai raised his hand and declared, "You all, get lost. If you don't leave now, I will truly show no mercy. Just wait. Don't let me encounter you again." Su Taowei threatened fiercely. Unable to endure any longer, Xi Qinglin swiftly struck him, causing him to collapse to the ground. enveloped in dark smoke. The other four were momentarily stunned, only to be overtaken by fear, and they hurriedly fled. Unbeknownst to them, as they dashed out the door, they encountered 3 zombies. Having always been under Xi Qinglin's protection, they lacked any experience in slaying zombies and ultimately fell prey to the creature's hunger. With the foolish ones gone, Muhuai's spirits soared to great heights. She suddenly remembered that she had not yet invited Xi Qinglin to join the team. The little girl tugged at Xi Qinglin's hem and asked, "Brother, would you like to join my team?" Ding! A new member has joined. Reward, 100 points. Checking Xi Qinglin's loyalty. Xi Qinglin's loyalty, 100, as anticipated, he. Muhuai began to chuckle innocently. Xi Qinglin ruffled her little head. Although he did not understand the reason behind her request, there must be a rationale for her inquiry. It sufficed to cooperate without further questioning. After resting for a while, Muhuai spoke up. "We should be on our way. Considering the abundance of supplies, let us take some with us," suggested Xi Qinglin. Muhuai blinked her large eyes at him and replied, "All right." With that, she scampered over to the shelves and, with a mere touch, cleared them entirely. Xi Qinglin appeared utterly astonished, remaining speechless for quite some time. Once Muhuai had emptied the entire supermarket, she dashed over to Xi Qinglin and declared, "Just as you imagined, I possess spatial abilities." Xi Qinglin was instantly elated. Having a spatial ability user on the team was incredibly convenient. Moreover, she had entrusted him with such significant information, indicating she held a special trust in him. Consequently, he resolved to treat her like a beloved younger sister. Muhuai did not conceal this from him. They were team members, and maintaining secrecy would only be counterproductive. However, she did weave a small lie. Her ability was not a supernatural power, but rather a space granted by the system. Detected Xi Qinglin's loyalty has reached 99. How could reporting an ability increase loyalty? Xi Qinglin smiled and said, "I won't tell anyone about this matter." Muhuai also broke into a smile. "I trust you. Brother Qingzhu, how adorable, and so trusting of me." Xi Qinglin silently vowed to protect the little one. Ding! Detected Xi Qinglin's loyalty has reached 100. She merely expressed her trust, so how did it suddenly soar to 100%? Is loyalty so easily attained? At this moment, Xi Qinglin was deeply moved by Muhuai's faith in her. Muhuai then revealed to Xi Qinglin her wind manipulation and teleportation abilities, keeping the remaining 2 powers as her trump cards, which she would not disclose to anyone except her brother. Of course, if she were to use them and be seen, that would be inconsequential. Although she had no intention of hiding them, she preferred not to reveal too much. Xi Qinglin listened, utterly astonished. Who would have thought that such a charming little girl could possess such formidable abilities? How fortunate that he was not adversarial. It would have been quite terrifying. Suddenly, Muhuai suggested, "Let us find a safer place. This location feels rather insecure." Both Xi Qinglin and Xi Qinglin nodded in agreement, and they exited the supermarket, heading towards a nearby building. They had not walked far when a short figure appeared in the supermarket. It surveyed the empty aisles and then turned around. It was a zombie, a mutated one, at that. It fixated on the direction they were heading, remaining motionless for a long while. After some time, it darted off in another direction. Chapter 19. The point store. Muhuai and his companions casually found a room, pried it open, and entered. Upon their arrival, they encountered 2 zombies, who, upon seeing the living, immediately began to approach with eerie sounds. However, they were swiftly dispatched by Xi Qinglin. Muhuai skillfully extracted 2 crystal cores from the fallen creatures. Xi Qinglin observed her actions, his eyes glimmering with curiosity, meeting his inquisitive gaze. Muhuai explained, "These are crystal cores, the essence found within the brains of zombies. They can enhance our abilities and strengthen our powers. However, they cannot be ingested directly, as they contain numerous impurities. Consuming too much may lead to violent and murderous tendencies, and in severe cases, one might transform into a zombie. But I have a method to handle them, and you shall see shortly." Muhuai added with an air of mystery. Xi Qinglin's eyes sparkled with renewed anticipation. "Shall I wish to purchase an evolution liquid extractor. Host, you need to purchase it yourself from the point store." With a thought, Muhuai envisioned the point store in her mind. Wow, so many wonderful items. Invulnerable clothing, function. Wearing it can withstand any damage. The only drawback is that it only protects below the head, so one must still be cautious of head injuries. Priced at 100 points. Such a bargain. Muhuai continued to browse. Infinite bullet handgun, equipped with limitless ammunition, indistinguishable from a regular handgun. Requires 10 points for exchange. Animal egg can hatch any animal. Priced at 1 point. Wishing plant egg can produce the desired plants, allowing for the hatching of up to 10 at once, requiring 2 points. Super healing patch. As long as one is alive, applying this patch to a wound will result in immediate healing, requiring 5 points. Evolution liquid extractor. Inserting a zombie crystal core into this device will yield pure evolution liquid, free of any impurities, complete with its own container. Simply place it inside. Requiring 18 points. Universal translator, capable of transforming into any form for ease of wear, such as a ring, necklace, or bracelet. It can translate any language. Facilitating seamless communication between humans and animals, requiring 10 points. Wow, there are so many wonderful items available at such affordable prices. She is utterly enamored. With 230 points at her disposal, she immediately indulges in a shopping spree. She first purchases the evolution liquid extractor. Points balance remaining, 212. Upon the sound of points being deducted, a rather ordinary machine materializes in her space. It features a slot for the crystal core, resembling an automatic vending machine. Curiously, Xi Muhuai places a crystal core into the slot. Within 10 seconds, she retrieves the evolution liquid and examines it closely. The liquid is completely transparent, and upon opening it, she detects no odor, just like water. Xi Muhuai takes a hearty gulp. This is strikingly similar to the evolution liquid she consumed in her past life. Could it be that the holy light base in her previous existence also developed an evolution liquid extractor? Wait, she seems to have an inkling. Xiao AI mentioned that there exists another individual in this world who possesses a system akin to hers, yet that person is not a reincarnator, implying a lack of memories from a previous life. However, the absence of reincarnation and prior memories does not preclude the possibility that this individual possessed a system in their former existence. Could it be that the person from my past life also possessed a system? Yet, it pales in comparison to the current one, which is far more formidable. Hence the delayed creation of the evolutionary fluid extractor. Upon this reflection, I realized that I indeed never encountered the base leader of the holy light base in my previous life. However, this remains merely a conjecture. With various suspicions swirling in my mind, I pondered, Xiao AI, was the leader of the holy light base in my past life the individual who wielded a system? Is that so? Why are you silent? Have I struck upon the truth? Host, you are rather astute. Wow, I actually guessed it right. Hee hee. No wonder I chose you as my master. You were equally clever. What is it like to possess a rather boastful system? I, Xi Muhuai, am quite pleased to have exchanged the remaining crystal cores for evolutionary fluid. Now holding in my possession 36 bottles of first-level evolutionary fluid and 1 bottle of second-level evolutionary fluid. I distributed 7 bottles each to Xi Qinglin and Xinjingzhu, 6 bottles to Xiaobai, while retaining 16 bottles of first-level evolutionary fluid and 1 bottle of second-level evolutionary fluid for myself. I must swiftly advance to level 2. Absolute strength is paramount. Upon receiving the evolutionary fluid, Xi Qinglin glanced at the little cub, prompting me to explain, this is the evolutionary fluid, an energy extracted from the crystal cores of zombies. Fear not, it is completely free of impurities. Hearing this, Xi Qinglin immediately drank it down. Xinjingzhu, however, took a moment to scrutinize a bottle of evolutionary fluid before cautiously sipping a mouthful. As soon as it coursed through him, his eyes sparkled with exhilaration, and he quickly finished the remainder, feeling invigorated with newfound strength. Xi Qinglin felt a surge of excitement in her heart, eagerly wishing to test the power bestowed by her enhanced abilities. Xi Muhuai, seeing through her brother's thoughts, remarked, "You must have all sensed your powers have increased, right? If you wish to experiment, feel free to step outside. I shall await your return at home." Without hesitation, Xi Qinglin and Xinjingzhu rushed out. Xi Muhuai finished her drink, leaving only a second-level evolution liquid. She casually poured Little White's portion into its water bowl, which it promptly consumed in a few gulps. With a wag of its bushy tail, it excitedly yipped twice, feeling stronger after the drink. It yearned to grow even more powerful to protect its little master. After all, if its little master were to perish, who would provide it with such delightful treats? Suddenly, an idea struck Xi Muhuai. She headed to the point shop and purchased 4 universal translators, resulting in the appearance of 4 gray circular objects in her space. Point balance, 172 points. With a mere thought, the 4 translators materialized in her hands. They appeared rather ordinary, yet that was of little concern. Functionality was what truly mattered. Xi Muhuai pressed a small button on one of them, envisioning it transforming into a black dog collar. To her astonishment, the translator indeed morphed into a dog collar. She then converted another into a black bracelet, adorning her wrist with it, placing the dog collar around Little White's neck. She affectionately patted its fluffy head. Little White nuzzled gently against her, expressing its fondness for its master. Xi Muhuai then heard a youthful voice, pure and melodious, akin to a clear spring, resonating with a delightful charm. Xi Muhuai gazed at Xiaobai, who exuded an unexpectedly charming aura. She realized her hunger was quite palpable. Xiaobai, can you comprehend my words? Xi Muhuai inquired. Master, I can understand you. Xiaobai exclaimed eagerly, emitting a joyful yelp. Previously, Xiaobai could only grasp a few simple phrases, but now, with the aid of this translator, all words were within reach. A smile blossomed on Xi Muhuai's face, though it quickly faded. Master, I must tell you, the water you just provided was exceptionally delightful. I feel as though I could take on 10 monsters after drinking it. I wish to have more of that water. I want to become incredibly powerful and protect you. Master, I find you so adorable. When I first saw you, I thought your flesh looked quite delectable, but alas, I never got to savor it and ended up in this predicament. Yet, I have no regrets. You provide me with delicious food every day. However, Master, 3 cans of meat daily seem a tad insufficient. May I indulge in 5 cans instead? Why are you silent? Master? Master? Xi Muhuai was taken aback by the fact that this seemingly aloof wolf was so talkative beneath the surface. With a playful yet stern tone, she declared. Xiaobai, I am here. Xiaobai promptly responded. From now on, you must speak less. Otherwise, I shall take away this translator, and you won't understand me. Nor are you. Furthermore, your daily ration will be reduced from 3 cans to just 1. No, no, no. I shall say nothing more. This cannot be taken away. Nor can my precious jar be diminished. Xiaobai immediately stepped back. If you obey, I shall not take it away. All right. Xiaobai promptly closed her mouth and quietly retreated to the side, lying down in silence. Xi Muhuai nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, she had an idea and approached Xiaobai, asking, Xiaobai, would you like to join my team? Yes, 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 yes. Stop, stop, stop. Xiaobai quickly shut her wolfish mouth and obediently lay down. Ding. A team member has been detected. Reward, 100 points. She swiftly entered the space and consumed the secondary evolution liquid. Chapter 20. Secondary Psychic Zombie. Moments after the evolution liquid entered her system, Xi Muhuai felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through her entire being, as she was already at the first high level of evolution. Consuming the secondary evolution liquid allowed her to ascend directly to the second level. She closed her eyes and gradually savored the sensation. The energy meandered through every part of her body, akin to a warm current flowing through her. Before long, she sensed a rapid expansion of energy within her, breaking through the barriers of the second level. Host, do you wish to upgrade your wind ability to the second level, or your water or lightning abilities? She inquired further, can the teleportation and replication abilities be upgraded? These abilities are products of the system and require no upgrades. They are inherently at the highest level. The extent of their power depends on your comprehension of them. How splendid. The products produced by the system are indeed remarkable. Host, your wind-based ability has been upgraded to level 2. Upon hearing this, Xi Muhuai closed her eyes to carefully sense the change. Indeed, she felt a surge of strength. After soaking in the spirit spring water for a while, she donned her clothes and exited the space, eager to find a zombie to test her newfound powers. She glanced over at Xiaobai, who was amusingly sprawled in the corner like a majestic wolf in a daze. Unable to contain her laughter, she let out a hearty chuckle. Ha! Xiaobai immediately perked up, asking, Master, what brings you such joy? Nothing much. I'm heading out to hunt zombies. Would you care to join me? Xi Muhuai inquired. Absolutely. Xiaobai sprang to his feet and bounded to her side. Xi Muhuai affectionately ruffled his large head, and the two descended the stairs together. Suddenly, Xi Muhuai's expression shifted. She mounted Xiaobai urgently, exclaiming, Hurry, Xiaobai! We must go ahead. I sense that my brother and the others are in danger. As they were her team members, she could pinpoint their location. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai galloped forward with astonishing speed, resembling a bolt of lightning. In no time, they spotted Xi Qinglin and Shu ahead. Though both appeared battered and exhausted, struggling to maintain their composure. Before them loomed a diminutive figure. Upon closer inspection, it was a small zombie. Witnessing her brothers in such distress, Xi Muhuai's expression darkened instantly. She approached the two individuals, their faces adorned with a hint of astonishment. Intertwined with a sense of relief, Xi Muhuai waved her hand, conjuring a whirlwind that momentarily subdued the zombie. aware that this tempest would not restrain it for long. She sought to ensure her brothers were in a secure location. Swiftly, she handed each of them 2 large bottles of spring water, accompanied by a reassuring glance that signaled Xiaobai to carry them away. Xi Qinglin understood that their presence here would not contribute much. The zombie was formidable. Yet, trusting in the little cub's confidence, she felt assured of their safety. Weakly, Xi Qinglin remarked, "The psychic-type zombie is exceptionally powerful." Shun Jingzhu, with a worried expression, acknowledged her prowess, but the psychic zombie was indeed a formidable adversary. Just as Shun Jingzhu was about to voice her concern, the whirlwind was breached by the zombie, which charged towards Xi Muhuai at an alarming speed. Xi Muhuai swiftly summoned a gust of wind that propelled the 3 of them to a safe distance. They remained, anxiously observing the unfolding battle from afar. Truly, being at level 2 allowed her to exert such force with minimal expenditure of energy. While Xi Muhuai relished her newfound strength, a sudden pain struck her head. Alarmed, she realized it was the work of the psychic zombie. Instinctively, she teleported to the creature's side. In that moment, a thought crossed her mind. After a moment of hesitation, she resolved to attempt it. Gently, she brushed her hand against the zombie. Ding! Successfully copied psychic ability. It was feasible. Xi Muhuai teleported to a distance of 1 meter away and began to unleash her psychic powers against it. It paused momentarily, clearly indicating that its supernatural abilities had taken effect, albeit to a lesser degree, for Xi Muhuai's power level did not match its own. The zombie launched another attack. Yet due to Xi Muhuai possessing psychic abilities, the impact of its assault was significantly diminished. The need for a swift resolution became apparent. Xi Muhuai teleported once more to its rear, unleashing a colossal blade of wind aimed at its head. The psychic zombie, known for its heightened senses, detected the impending danger early and deftly evaded to the side. Xi Muhuai ensnared it again within a swirling vortex, then raised her hand to release a torrent of water into the cyclone, promptly filling it to the brim. That detestable zombie had inflicted grievous harm upon her brothers. It would pay dearly for its transgressions. Xi Muhuai lifted her hand once more, introducing a thick bolt of lightning into the tempest. Upon contact with the water, the zombie was subjected to a jolt of electricity. Shun Jingzhu, standing not far away, looked on in astonishment. How powerful! Did she just employ both water and lightning? Such a plethora of abilities. The electric shock persisted for a considerable duration, and after a while, Xi Muhuai released 3 consecutive blades of wind into the vortex. When there was still no response, she dispelled the whirlwind and approached to extract the crystal core. Observing that the battle had concluded, the 2 figures, accompanied by a wolf, swiftly made their way over. With the spirit spring water at hand, their recovery was nearly complete. Xi Qing anxiously checked for any injuries on the little one, while Shun Jingzhu expressed her concern, asking, "Are you hurt? How do you feel?" Little Bai was in a state of distress, worried for its master. What would happen to its food bowl if anything befell her? "Master, are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? Master, how are you? Master, you mustn't be in distress." "Oh, dear master." Xi Muhuai beamed at them, her smile as sweet as honey, soothing the hearts of all who beheld it, akin to delicate silk. "I'm perfectly fine, truly. No need for concern," she declared, twirling about joyfully. Xi Qinglin finally exhaled in relief. Having encountered the second-tier zombies before, they were acutely aware of their formidable nature, and it was entirely natural to worry about Xi Muhuai's safety. However, it seemed that his little one was even stronger than those second-tier zombies. His sister was truly remarkable, a source of joy. A faint smile graced the corners of Xi Qinglin's lips, a subtle expression that did not escape the keen eyes of Shun Jingzhu, who thought to herself, "He actually smiles." In the presence of others, Xi Qinglin typically wore an air of aloofness, but only in the company of Xi Muhuai did he allow his emotions to surface. Thus, Shun Jingzhu's musings were entirely reasonable. Xi Muhuai presented the translation device to the 2, explaining its functions and usage. Shun Jingzhu, intrigued, pressed a small button on it, envisioning it transforming into a black necklace. To her astonishment, the device morphed accordingly, and she adorned herself with it around her neck. Meanwhile, Xi Qinglin transformed his device into a black ring, slipping it onto his finger. "Can you both understand my words now?" A youthful voice, innocent and clear, resonated in their ears. They exchanged glances, realizing the sound did not originate from each other, and their eyes turned in unison towards the little white figure. "It's me. It's me." A moment of silence enveloped them. The initial shock of hearing a wolf articulate human speech was overwhelming. Little Bai, without restraint, began to chatter on, causing both individuals to massage their temples in exasperation. However, upon catching sight of Xi Muhuai's frigid smile, Little Bai promptly ceased his ramblings, silenced by an instinctual fear. Xi Muhuai nodded in satisfaction. After a day of commotion, they still had yet to dine. Xi Muhuai, clutching his stomach with a feigned look of grievance, was immediately noticed by Xi Qinglin, who, with a hint of amusement, inquired about his dinner preference. "Hot pot," exclaimed the little one with enthusiasm. Xi Qinglin nodded in agreement, prompting Xi Muhuai to scurry off to gather the ingredients for the hot pot. Xi Qinglin inspected the kitchen and found the gas canister still filled. Shen Jingzhu came to assist Xi Qinglin, and the two busied themselves in the kitchen. After exchanging pleasantries with Xi Qinglin, Xi Muhuai slipped into the space. Upon transforming the crystal core of a level 2 psychic zombie into evolution fluid, he consumed it in one gulp, subsequently elevating his psychic ability to level 2. This power proved to be exceptionally useful. It allowed him to eliminate foes without any physical action, solely through mental force. Now, Xi Muhuai could remain in the space for a full 24 hours, wonderful indeed. He first indulged in a soak in the spiritual spring water, then emerged with a few beverages in hand. Chapter 21. Brother. Don't go. The moment Xi Muhuai exited the space, he was enveloped by the delectable aroma of hot pot wafting through the air. Clutching 3 bottles of cola, he hurried to the dining table with excitement. Shen Jingzhu took the cola from the little one's hands, while Xi Qinglin lifted him onto a chair. With a smile, Xi Muhuai declared, "I can manage on my own." To which Xi Qinglin replied, "It's all right. I just want to take care of you." "It is nothing. I simply wish to care for you," they both declared in unison. After uttering these words, they paused, exchanged glances, and then erupted into laughter. Xi Muhuai retrieved a large marrow bone from the space and began to feast. The enticing aroma of the hot pot wafted through the air, significantly enhancing their appetites. The broth within the pot bubbled vigorously, releasing the rich fragrance of bone soup, complemented by the distinct flavors of chili and spices. The vibrant atmosphere painted satisfied expressions on every face present. Various ingredients floated atop the crimson broth, succulent beef, plump shrimp paste, and verdant vegetables danced in the steaming hot pot. Xi Muhuai, unable to contain himself, eagerly picked up a slice of fatty beef, dipped it in the sauce, and placed it in his mouth. His eyes sparkled with delight as he reached for another slice of beef. Observing this, Xi Qinglin generously added several more slices of fatty beef to his bowl. Prompting a playful protest from Xi Muhuai, "Brother, you need not serve me. Just enjoy your own." Xi Qinglin replied, "I fear it may be too hot for you." Just as Xi Muhuai was about to respond, Shen Jingzhu began to add several shrimp pastes and beef tripe to her bowl. Xi Muhuai chose to remain silent, focusing intently on his meal. Xi Qinglin and Shen Jingzhu continued to pile various delicacies into her bowl: crispy pork, wood ear mushrooms, kelp, beef tripe, rice cakes, bamboo shoots, potato slices, oilseed lettuce, egg dumplings, crispy rolls, fried dough sticks, fish roe buns, crab sticks, duck blood, fatty beef, shrimp paste, lamb rolls, duck intestines, shiitake mushrooms, baby bok choy, golden needle mushrooms, and beef balls. She nearly devoured all the ingredients prepared. Truly, she felt utterly stuffed. Xi Muhuai, unable to eat another bite, was nearly brought to tears by the insistence of Xi Qinglin and Shen Jingzhu to consume just a little more. What was she to do with such an indulgent brother? Supporting her rounded belly, Xi Muhuai slipped into her space, retrieving a pack of digestive tablets and consuming 3 of them. Feeling slightly bored, she decided to peruse the point shop. After a brief exploration, she purchased a hand cannon with infinite bullets, an invulnerable outfit, 5 super healing patches, and 10 wish-granting plant eggs. Ding! A balance of 117 points remains. Eagerly, Xi Muhuai donned the seemingly ordinary attire, which adjusted itself to fit her perfectly. Once adorned, the outfit became invisible, rendering it indistinguishable from being unclothed, with no discomfort whatsoever. Grasping a knife, she attempted to slash at her arm. To her astonishment, it was utterly ineffective. Even with added force, she felt nothing. The price of 100 points was clearly justified. With such a remarkable item, she had no fear of being caught by zombies, which brought her immense joy. Once she accrued more points, she vowed to provide each of her brothers with one, and of course, a piece for Xiaobai as well. Xi Muhuai's gaze fell upon the 10 wish-granting plant eggs. She picked one up, finding it larger than her own head. Cradling the wish egg in her palms, she silently made a wish. "I desire strawberries." Suddenly, the egg radiated a golden light, and 10 fully fruited strawberry vines materialized upon the ground. Muhuai was momentarily stunned, then broke into a sweet smile. She trotted over to one of the bountiful strawberry vines, each berry plump and crimson. With delight, she plucked one and placed it in her mouth. So sweet and utterly delicious. The little girl couldn't resist, consuming several in succession. These were undoubtedly the finest strawberries she had ever tasted. After indulging, she felt invigorated, craving more. Soon, she planned to gather a bounty for her brothers to savor. Muhuai held a wish egg, silently wishing for apples. Instantly, a row of fruitful apple trees sprouted before her. She began to make more wishes: cherries, lychees, pineapples, bananas, watermelons, peaches, grapes, and oranges. Before long, a plethora of fruit trees stood before her, arranged in perfect order. With a mere thought, she repositioned the 100 trees, ultimately placing them not far from the well. How delightful! Fresh fruit would be at her fingertips every day. Muhuai took a small basket to gather strawberries, continuing until it was nearly overflowing. She swiftly exited the space, joyfully carrying her basket of strawberries towards Xi Qinglin and Xinjingzhu. Upon seeing the little one approach with a large platter of strawberries, Xi Qinglin immediately rose to take the basket from her. Xinjingzhu raised an eyebrow at the sight of the basket. The strawberries were remarkably large and vibrant, sparking an appetite. Muhuai grinned, revealing her tiny, pointed canine teeth, and exclaimed, "These strawberries have the same invigorating effects as that mystical spring water. They not only replenish energy but also strengthen the body. And the best part is, they taste absolutely divine." As she spoke, she popped a bright red strawberry into her mouth, savoring it with satisfaction. Xi Qinglin chuckled softly and joined her, tasting one for himself. Indeed, it was exceptionally sweet. Xinjingzhu also indulged in a strawberry, noting that it was distinctly different from ordinary ones. The three individuals, having satiated their appetites and taken a brief respite, soon commenced their physical training. Muhuai proceeded to retrieve an array of exercise equipment, prompting Xinjingzhu to ponder, is it possible that they possess even this? Subsequently, the trio embarked on an arduous training regimen. As the night deepened, with the wind howling and the moonlight streaming through the window, three silhouettes lay exhausted upon the floor. "I am utterly fatigued. My body feels sticky. I must take a shower." Muhuai struggled to rise from the ground, with the other two also sitting up. "Allow me to prepare some spring water for you to wash," Muhuai exclaimed, hastily making her way to the bathroom. "Ah, there's a bathtub," she noted with delight. After rinsing the large tub, she filled it with spring water. Muhuai then fetched several large buckets of spring water and placed them beside the bathtub. Emerging from the tub, she instructed the others, "It's ready now. Soak for at least 10 minutes. There's prepared spring water nearby. Once one finishes, please switch out. I shall retreat to my space." Barely had she finished speaking when the little one before the two vanished. Xi Qinglin turned to Xinjingzhu and calmly suggested, "You may go first." Xinjingzhu declined, replying, "No, you go ahead." "Very well," Xi Qinglin replied without further ado, stepping directly into the bathroom. Xinjingzhu watched the bathroom door close with a smile, gently shaking his head. Seated on the sofa, he began conversing with Xiaobai. "How did you come across the little one?" Xinjingzhu inquired curiously. Upon hearing the question, Xiaobai perked up. "At that time, I was particularly famished, in search of sustenance, when I noticed a large figure accompanied by a small one walking ahead. The smaller one appeared exceptionally delectable, which kindled within me some rather mischievous thoughts. One is so adorably cute, and the other is strikingly handsome. Neither appears particularly robust. Yet I feel destined to possess one of them. To my surprise, each proves to be more formidable than the last. Just as I believed my fate was sealed." She uttered the words, expressing her desire to take me as her pet. Such an exquisite opportunity must not be squandered. I enthusiastically endeavored to win her favor, and soon she became my little master. Xinjingzhu let out a soft "oh," and then Xiaobai began to chatter once more. "My little master is exceptionally kind. She treats me to delicious meals every day. Furthermore, my little master possesses an unmatched cuteness. I wish to follow her for all eternity." "Stop." Xinjingzhu quickly interrupted Xiaobai, massaging his temples in exasperation. He feared that if he did not intervene, it would continue its incessant prattling for an hour. Xinjingzhu reclined on the couch, closed his eyes, and prepared to drift into slumber. Just as he was about to succumb to dreams, the bathroom door swung open, and a cool, melodious voice resonated in his ear. "I'm ready. You may go now." Xinjingzhu instantly opened his eyes and rose. Xi Qinglin had just finished showering, his upper body unclothed, with damp hair clinging to his forehead, rendering his gaze even more profound. His physique was the envy of every young man. The flawless proportions and toned muscles were truly breathtaking. Xi Qinglin's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Such an astonishingly handsome figure. How could someone be so striking? This pair of siblings is invincible. While Xi Qinglin was lost in admiration for another, he momentarily forgot that he himself was quite the handsome fellow. From Xi Qinglin's perspective, Xi Qinglin was propped up on his arms, staring at him in a daze. His hair was tousled, and his cheeks were slightly flushed. Yet this added a touch of adorability to his otherwise alluringly austere visage. Xi Qinglin observed him in a daze and spoke again. "Aren't you going to wash up?" He tossed a fresh towel and a set of new clothes to him. Their physiques were quite similar, so Xi Qinglin had chosen an outfit based on his own measurements. Xi Qinglin accepted the towel and clothing, retreating into the bathroom. Muhuai emerged from the space, carrying a basket of fruit. Upon seeing Xi Qinglin, she grinned and approached him with the basket. "Brother, would you like some fruit?" she offered, extending the basket toward him. "Certainly," Xi Qinglin replied with a fond smile, taking a grape and popping it into his mouth. The grape was succulent and juicy, its sweetness tempered with a hint of tartness, providing immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, Muhuai began watching an animated show, and before long, the little one fell asleep. The peaceful expression on her face was like a beautiful poem, serene and sweet, akin to a delicate flower quietly blooming in the embrace of the night. A gentle smile graced Xi Qinglin's lips as he carefully lifted Muhuai. Making his way toward the bedroom, he gently placed her down, but she unexpectedly clutched at his shirt hem, mumbling indistinctly, "Brother, don't go." Feeling a tug at his heart, Xi Qinglin softly reassured her, "I'm here, I won't leave." Upon hearing his words, the little one gradually relaxed her grip. He tucked her in snugly before stepping out. As he entered the living room, he noticed Xi Qinglin standing by the window with damp hair. Upon hearing his movements, she slightly turned her head to glance at Xi Qinglin and inquired, "Is she asleep?" "Yes," he replied. The two fell into a comfortable silence, standing side by the window. Chapter 22. A new member has arrived at 8 in the morning. Muhuai was roused from slumber by the enticing aroma of breakfast. The little one, still groggy, descended from the bed and scampered barefoot into the living room. Today's breakfast consisted of chicken wraps, burgers, fried chicken legs, and mung bean juice. Just as Xi Qinglin placed the mung bean juice on the table, he noticed the little one standing at the table's edge, barefoot. Xi Qinglin frowned and retrieved the child's shoes from the sofa, handing them to Xi Qinglin. After gently putting the shoes on the little one, Xi Qinglin lifted her onto a chair. Muhuai felt as though she were being tenderly cared for like an infant, though she was not particularly small. The aroma of the chicken wraps was irresistible. With a single bite, one could savor the rich flavor of the meat harmoniously paired with the sauce. Muhuai sensed that her appetite had increased since her newfound strength. This time, she devoured 2 chicken wraps, a fried chicken leg, and a cup of mung bean juice in one sitting. Xi Qinglin observed the little one eating so heartily and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, his sister was growing, and it was good for her to eat more. After finishing her meal, Muhuai abruptly suggested, "Let us take a short break and then head out to hunt for some second-tier zombies to elevate all of you to that level." Xi Qinglin and Xi Qinglin had no objections, and neither did Xiaobai. After a brief respite, they gathered their supplies and ventured out in search of second-tier zombies. The trio and their wolf ambled leisurely down the street, leaving a trail of fallen zombies in their wake. Muhuai, Xi Qinglin, and Xiaobai took the lead in dispatching the creatures, while Xi Qinglin followed behind, collecting the crystal cores and cleaning them off. Xi Qinglin exclaimed, "I want to slay some zombies too." As the morning bled into noon, a few individuals spotted a pharmacy by the roadside and kicked the door open. They barricaded the entrance with a table and settled down on some chairs to rest. Muhuai handed each person a bottle of spring water and then stored away all the crystal cores that Xi Qinglin had just collected. The level 1 evolution liquid was still beneficial for Xi Qinglin, Xi Qinglin, and Xiaobai. However, it proved to be of minimal effect for the already level 2 Muhuai. It wasn't entirely ineffective, but the results were negligible at best. Thus, Muhuai converted half of the pile of crystal cores into evolution liquid, distributing 80 bottles to each of them. While consuming solely the level 1 evolution liquid could lead to a level 2 upgrade, the process was slow and required a significant number of crystal cores. Therefore, it would be more expedient to seek out level 2 zombies. Muhuai surveyed the shelves brimming with medicinal products and hurriedly gathered them into his spatial storage. An abundance of supplies was never unwelcome. He then retrieved the meals he had prepared earlier at the tavern. Designed for times like these when cooking was unfeasible, yet duties remained. As all three were ability users, and thus had hearty appetites. Xi Muhuai procured several dishes: sweet and sour pineapple pork, tomato beef brisket, black pepper chicken leg rice, fresh vegetable soup, spicy boiled bullfrog, 3 delicacies from the earth, and poached shrimp. When presented, the dishes still emanated warmth, instantly filling the room with a delectable aroma. Xi Muhuai also offered Xiao by a raw rabbit to gnaw on, which prompted her to begin her meal. Once satiated, they took a brief respite before setting off again. However, after only a short distance, they heard the sounds of a skirmish ahead. Xi Muhuai initially intended to ignore this trivial matter, but suddenly recalled a voice. Ding! Task issued. Rescue the man ahead and successfully recruit him into the team, earning 50 points. Xi Muhuai's eyes brightened with excitement. A task has emerged, she promptly declared. Let us not linger. We must advance and investigate the situation. As they drew closer to the scene of the conflict, the details became increasingly clear. 2 shifty-looking men were colluding to overpower a strikingly handsome and virile man, who was evidently at a disadvantage. Huozhouyu, if you do not confess today, you may as well prepare for death. One of the unscrupulous men taunted. To hell with you. I did not commit that act. So why should I confess? Huozhouyu retorted furiously, intensifying his counterattacks. Ah, you truly are obstinate. If you confess, you might escape death. Do you truly wish to perish? The other villain sneered. Get lost, you fools. It's uncertain who will meet their end first. Huozhouyu exclaimed, once again channeling a sharp metallic blade toward his adversaries. Wow, a supernatural being. Xi Muhuai rubbed her hands together, sensing a lucrative opportunity. Not only could she accomplish her mission and earn points, but also recruit new members with their own abilities. The 2 unscrupulous men, undeterred, unleashed their powers. One wielded strength-based abilities while the other commanded earth-based powers. At that moment, a massive earthen projectile and a reinforced fist hurtled toward Huozhouyu. Suddenly, a whirlwind swept in, ensnaring both men and their unleashed skills within its grasp. Huozhouyu, bewildered, glanced down to find a sweet and charming little girl gazing up at him. Despite his current impatience, he patiently knelt down to inquire, Little one, what are you doing here all alone? This place is quite dangerous. He had already scanned the surroundings and found only this little girl present. Xi Muhuai had long instructed the others to hide. She intended to make optimal use of her appearance, not pretending to be fragile. She lifted her face into a sweet smile and said, Brother, it was I who saved you just now. Huozhouyu chuckled at her words, replying, Even if you hadn't intervened, I wouldn't have perished. Xi Muhuai pouted slightly and remarked, Oh, I see. Then I was meddling, wasn't I? Huozhouyu felt he had misspoken and quickly clarified, That's not what I meant. Xi Muhuai gently tugged at the hem of Huozhouyu's garment and asked, So, brother, can you handle both of them alone? Ding. Successfully copied the ability of the strength element. Then let me help you with one, and in return, can you promise me something? Xi Muhuai gazed at Huozhouyu with eager eyes. Huozhouyu, feeling the intensity of her gaze paired with the charm of her adorable face, found it hard to refuse. He replied, All right. Upon hearing his agreement, Xi Muhuai swiftly summoned a whirlwind and teleported directly next to the strength element ability user, giving him a light tap. Ding. Successfully copied the strength element ability. With this new power, she felt reassured, as strength had always been her weakness. Now, she no longer had to fear. Xi Muhuai extended her tiny hand and struck the power-wielding ability user. He gazed at the adorable little one swinging her small fist and scoffed, Ha! What are you doing here, you little brat? Before he could finish his taunt, he was sent flying by Xi Muhuai's petite fist. Watching him vanish into the horizon, Xi Muhuai nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this ability is quite effective. Having resolved the situation here, she instantly teleported to Huozhouyu's side. Huozhouyu was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the little one, giving the Earth-type ability user a chance to strike. A soil blade pierced his shoulder. Enduring the pain, he unleashed a massive metal blade, severing the Earth-type user's head with precision. Just as Xi Muhuai was about to replicate the ability, her little hand paused mid-air, and she glanced at the headless corpse, silently pulling at the corners of her mouth. My Earth-type ability. Surely it cannot be replicated after death. Xi Muhuai reassembled the corpse's head and body, tentatively touching it with a sense of curiosity. Ding. Successfully replicated Earth-type ability. She could only exclaim that the system's output is truly remarkable. Huozhouyu raised an eyebrow at the little one's peculiar behavior. Muhuai trotted over to his side and asked, "Brother, will you keep your promise?" "Of course." "What is it you wish?" Huozhouyu inquired. "Can you join my team?" Hearing this, Huozhouyu paused for a moment before responding. "Your team?" Muhuai nodded earnestly and affirmed, "Yes, my team." She once again employed her seductive tactics on Xi Qinglin to entice Huozhouyu. Huozhouyu merely raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced by Muhuai's words. "Let us change the subject. I am not inclined to join any team at the moment." Upon hearing this, Muhuai thought to herself, "This is a bit challenging, but just watch me." "So what would it take for my brother to join?" Muhuai inquired once more. "If someone is stronger than you, would you be willing to follow them?" she asked, her large eyes blinking innocently. "Not necessarily. It also depends on character and values." Huozhouyu had yet to finish his statement when Muhuai interrupted him. "I understand. Then let us have a duel." She smiled sweetly, yet her words caused Huozhouyu to frown in concern. "You wish to fight me?" he questioned, his brow furrowed. "Of course I do." Muhuai blinked her round, sparkling eyes twice. Her gaze fell upon the wound on Huozhouyu's shoulder, and with a swift gesture, she sprinkled some spirit water upon it. In no time, the injury began to heal. Huozhouyu touched his shoulder in astonishment, looking at Muhuai in disbelief. "If I win, you will join my team, all right? Let us begin." As soon as the words left his mouth, the little girl before Huozhouyu vanished. Sensing something amiss, he quickly stepped aside. A small gust of wind brushed past his arm. Huozhouyu became serious. This little girl was certainly not ordinary. He unleashed a metallic blade towards the spot where Muhuai had been standing, but that place was now empty, leaving only a deep mark in the ground from the impact of the blade. Muhuai reappeared beside Huozhouyu, conjuring a long metallic blade, which she then poised against his neck. The mischievous little girl grinned and playfully remarked, "Brother, you have lost." Huozhouyu stared at the blade resting against his throat, his heart racing. She possesses metal-based abilities as well. If he was not mistaken, this little girl had already utilized 3 powers in this brief moment. How astonishingly powerful. Ding. A team member has joined. Reward, 100 points. Ding. Task completed. Reward, 50 points. Muhuai sheathed the blade and called out to the distance, "Come out." 2 handsome men, each standing at 185 centimeters, emerged from around the corner, accompanied by a Samyid. If Xiaobai were to hear this, he would surely begin his tirade. "Xiaobai, you are the Samyid. Your entire family is made up of Samyids. Brother, what is your name?" Muhuai smiled sweetly. "I am called Muhuai. These 2 are also members of our team. They are Xi Qinglin and Xi Qinglin, and this wolf is named Xiaobai. Brothers, this is our new member." Muhuai introduced each one. "So, it is a wolf. I was mistaken." At this moment, Huozhouyu discreetly observed Xiaobai. Xi Qinglin and Xi Qinglin nodded lightly. Muhuai handed Huozhouyu a translator and explained, "This is a translator. Wear it, and you will be able to communicate with Xiaobai. It can also transform into any form you desire." Huozhouyu took the translator and silently mused to himself, "I desire a watch." In an instant, the object in his hand transformed into a watch. Wow, how wondrous. Huozhouyu donned it quietly and then heard a youthful voice say, "Hello there. My name is Xiaobai, and I am a wolf. Many people mistake me for a Samyid. I cannot fathom whether their eyesight is impaired." Huozhouyu awkwardly smiled and said nothing further. Chapter 23. Leveling up to 3, let us find a place to rest for a while, Muhuai suggested. The others nodded in agreement. Eventually, they settled in a clothing store to take a break. Muhuai was the first to speak. "Brother Zhouyu, how did you end up in a confrontation with those 2? Huozhouyu furrowed his brow, clenched his fists, and replied, "We are all from the Western base, which was originally under military management. However, one day, a group of people assassinated the military officials in charge, and a man named Xi Qinglin took control of the base. As an ability user, I had to venture out daily to eliminate zombies and acquire crystal cores. Previously, I was required to surrender 1/3 of the cores to the base, allowing me to receive an additional half portion of food. But since this man assumed command, I must now relinquish 2/3 of the cores, and our food supply has been halved. The official explanation is that the base is facing a food shortage and needs to economize. To hell with that." Xi Qinglin, seeing my strength, summoned me and sought to recruit me as one of his own, intending for me to work on his behalf in the future. Upon witnessing the lavish feasts of sumptuous fish and meat, I was appalled to find half a fish discarded in the trash. In a base housing thousands, where sustenance is scarce and warmth a luxury, the extravagant waste of food by this individual is utterly repugnant. I resolutely declined his advances. Perhaps I was the sole person to do so. Offended and humiliated, he cast a false accusation upon me, claiming I had stealthily entered his quarters and violated his wife, subsequently dispatching his superpowered minions to apprehend me. I am innocent. I shall never admit to that which I did not commit. Thus, I fled from the base, with those two superpowered beings in pursuit, and you are all aware of what transpired thereafter. Muhuai furrowed his brow in contemplation. This man, Xi Qinglin, must be dealt with decisively. Zhou, do not be vexed. I shall remember him and ensure he faces justice. Muhuai offered a radiant smile to Zhou, whose previously tense expression finally eased. Ding! Zhou's loyalty increased to 50 weight. She had not yet realized that Zhou's loyalty towards her was so alarmingly low. Surely, she had not done anything to provoke his disdain. Zhou, feeling exasperated, lamented his forced inclusion in this child's team upon leaving the western base, especially considering he was unable to best her in combat. He observed the two individuals accompanying the child. One bore an air of aloofness, yet his formidable presence suggested he was no ordinary foe. The other, a strikingly handsome figure with an aura of restraint, was also part of this team, indicating that he too was not to be underestimated. Accompanying them was a massive wolf. Even prior to the apocalypse, wolves were formidable adversaries, and now they were even more so. There is also this little darling, sweet and adorable, seemingly innocuous, yet in truth, it is a glutinous rice ball filled with black sesame paste. The expressions of these individuals are rosy, and their attire is immaculate, undoubtedly indicating their formidable prowess. Alas, he might as well abandon the thought of fleeing. Muhuai confided in Zhou about his spatial abilities, metal manipulation, wind control, and teleportation powers. At last, the desire to escape has been extinguished. Ding! Zhou's loyalty has reached 60. It appears that Zhou truly admires strength. I possess abilities in the realm of power as well. Ding! Zhou's loyalty has reached 65. Indeed, it seems that merely showcasing one's strength can elevate loyalty. Zhou remarked, with such strength, the prospect of escape is utterly hopeless. Beside him, Xi Qinglin and Shen Jingzhu observed Zhou's despondent expression, stifling their laughter. Muhuai, noticing his demeanor, inquired, Brother Zhou, why do you appear so desolate when I am so powerful? Zhou quickly masked his forlorn expression and replied, I am not. Just as Muhuai was about to respond, a sound emanated from his stomach. Zhou awkwardly turned his head to the side. Shen Jingzhu, observing his discomfort, couldn't he help but smiled gently, suddenly wishing to tease him. Who just growled? Shen Jingzhu asked. Can you not? You are well aware. Zhou's ears turned crimson. This person is truly vexing, deliberately making him more embarrassed. Damn it, Muhuai, stifling laughter, then retrieved a steaming bowl of Chongqing noodles from her spatial realm, placing it before Zhou. Zhou gazed at the steaming, aromatic Chongqing noodles before him, his throat instinctively swallowing. Where did she procure such warm noodles? Muhuai handed him a pair of chopsticks, saying, Go ahead, we have all eaten. Zhou did not hesitate. He accepted the chopsticks and began to indulge. In a matter of moments, the noodles vanished, and he drank the broth to the last drop. It had been ages since he had tasted a warm meal, and it was utterly delightful, a veritable ambrosia. He yearned for another bowl. Zhou fixated longingly on the empty bowl. Muhuai then retrieved 2 bowls of bridge-crossing rice noodles and 2 bowls of potato noodles. Zhou's eyes brightened. This little girl was indeed a marvel. Ding! Zhou's loyalty has reached 85. Indeed, the allure of food is profound. Satiated, Zhou found the company of those around him much more agreeable. Are you full now? Muhuai inquired, blinking her large eyes. Yes, Zhou nodded. Then, Brother Zhou, please pick out a change of clothes for yourself. Upon hearing this, Zhou glanced down at his attire. Indeed, it was both soiled and tattered. A change was in order. All right, he replied before rising to select his clothing. He chose a white t-shirt, a brown windbreaker, and a pair of work pants. Wait, let me run some water for you so you can take a bath as well, Muhuai said, dashing to another compartment, where she conjured a bathtub filled with spring water. She left a fresh towel and departed, while Zhou obediently immersed himself in the water. The sensation was refreshing, as if a surge of energy coursed through his body. Ding! The Point shop has introduced new items. The host should take a look. Upon hearing this, Xi Muhuai hurriedly entered the points shop and, upon opening it, immediately noticed several new items. Level 3 evolution liquid. No need to reach level 2. Drinking it will allow immediate evolution to level 3, priced at 20 points. Invisibility housing. A place to rest anytime and anywhere, invisible to anyone outside the team. Furnished with complete and indestructible furniture, priced at 200 points. Ability nullification serum. No injection required. Can target one individual, activating immediately upon pressing the button on the bottle. Lasting for 3 hours, priced at 30 points. Wow, these are all excellent items. Xi Muhuai quickly purchased a bottle of level 3 evolution liquid. For enhancing her strength is paramount. Ding. Remaining points balance, 247. Xi Muhuai gulped down the level 3 evolution liquid. Is the host aiming to upgrade the wind ability to level 3? Yes. No problem. The wind ability has been upgraded to level 3. Xi Muhuai closed her eyes to feel the change. She sensed a significant increase in her strength. Surely, there are no level 3 ability users even in the country. It has only been half a month since the apocalypse began, and she has already reached level 3. She felt quite pleased. Xi Muhuai lingered in the space for a while longer, then picked some blueberries before stepping out. As soon as she emerged, she encountered a tall, unfamiliar handsome man approaching her. Xi Muhuai eyed the stranger warily, swiftly conjuring a blade of wind against his neck, coldly demanding, "Who are you?" Unfazed but respectful, the stranger responded, prompting Xi Muhuai to momentarily freeze before awkwardly withdrawing the wind blade. Ahem, my apologies for not recognizing it at first. Upon hearing this, Huozhouyu rolled his eyes dramatically within, exclaiming inwardly, "This little girl." Truly perplexing. The two individuals beside him couldn't help but chuckle softly. Huozhouyu, turning with an expression of exasperation, retorted, "What are you laughing at?" They, however, chose to disregard him and continued to laugh. How could they ignore him like this? Must they subject him to such embarrassment? Xi Muhuai scrutinized Huozhouyu, noting that after a tidy appearance, he indeed looked remarkably handsome, exuding an aura of righteousness. Xi Muhuai mused to herself. Then, she produced a basket of blueberries and announced, "These can enhance your strength, partake." With that, she set the blueberries on the table, taking a generous handful for Xiaobai, and then indulged in a handful herself. Xi Qinglin and Xinjingzhu also took a handful and began to eat. Huozhouyu quietly took one and placed it into his mouth. The sweet flavor of the blueberries burst forth, refreshing like a cool breeze on a summer day, accompanied by a trickle of energy coursing through him. He silently grabbed a large handful and began to munch away. Just as the group finished their first handful and intended to reach for a second, they discovered the basket was empty. Xi Muhuai, Xi Qinglin, Xinjingzhu, Xiaobai, who had not yet had his fill, was left speechless. Xinjingzhu finally broke the silence, asking, "Do you truly have such a fondness for blueberries?" Huozhouyu awkwardly glanced at the barren basket and replied, "I accidentally overindulged." "Oh, you accidentally overindulged, did you?" Xinjingzhu raised an eyebrow, her words dripping with sarcasm. "Get lost. Must you be so insufferable?" Huozhouyu cast a glance at Xinjingzhu. Xi Muhuai felt a twinge of embarrassment, wondering why Jingzhu had suddenly become so insistent. Where had his aloof and ascetic demeanor gone? Xinjingzhu remarked, "It's nothing. I just find it amusing to see this guy get riled up." Xi Muhuai then retreated into the space, emerging with a large basket of blueberries and a small basket of strawberries, declaring, "No worries, there's plenty." Chapter 24. The straightforward Xinjingzhu soon. Both baskets of fruit were devoured. Ding. Huozhouyu's loyalty has reached 98. Xi Muhuai was taken aback. Is this fellow a glutton? It seems I must provide him with more delicacies to ensure his loyalty reaches a perfect 100. Huozhouyu commented, "This little girl is remarkable. Only a fool would think of escaping." Suddenly, Xi Muhuai proposed, "Shall we go hunt for a second-level zombie?" The others nodded in agreement. Huozhouyu suddenly recalled something and said, "I know where a second-level zombie can be found." Upon hearing this, Xi Muhuai's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, "Where? Where?" Huozhouyu, unable to withstand the intensity of the child's gaze, replied, "It's not far from here. I encountered it during a mission with my companions. It moves quite swiftly. In the end, out of 15 of us, only 5 remained." As he spoke, a hint of sorrow tinged Huozhouyu's voice, and he lowered his head, making it difficult for the others to discern his expression. Xi Muhuai wished to pat his shoulder in comfort, but she simply couldn't reach. Thus, she signaled Xinjingzhu to offer a reassuring touch. Xinjingzhu looked utterly perplexed. Was this child, suffering from exhaustion, causing his eyes to twitch. Muhuai was momentarily speechless. Then she attempted to convey her thoughts to Xun Jingzhu through her mental abilities. Brother Jingzhu, please comfort Brother Zhouyu. He seems on the verge of tears. Xun Jingzhu was startled by the sudden voice echoing in his mind. Beside him, Xi Qinglin looked at him with a puzzled expression. Turning to Muhuai, he saw her blink playfully at him. Yes, it's me. Brother Jingzhu, you must console him. Xun Jingzhu swallowed nervously, then approached Zhouyu and gently patted his shoulder. However, he miscalculated the force, causing Zhouyu to wince in pain and nearly cry out. Tears welled in Zhouyu's eyes as he looked up, swatting Xun Jingzhu's hand away in exasperation. Just as he was about to speak, Xun Jingzhu interrupted, "Don't cry. A man must be strong." Xun Jingzhu attempted to offer consolation, believing himself to be emotionally intelligent. "How dare you? Can you just leave me alone? It's your heavy hand that made me cry." Zhouyu, feeling utterly wronged, protested vehemently. "What kind of person are you? Making someone cry and then calling them weak? You're the one who is weak." Xun Jingzhu scratched his head awkwardly. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Leave. I refuse to accept this." Zhouyu roared in anger. Muhuai quickly intervened. "Stop. Stop. No more arguing. It's not my fault. He started it," Zhouyu retorted, wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye. The sight of a towering man, standing at 188 meters, appearing so pitiful was striking. Xun Jingzhu was momentarily taken aback. It seems as though this individual has suffered quite a significant amount of bullying. Was it not merely a slightly forceful strike? Zhouyu remarked. "Are you not aware of the strength of your blow?" "I apologize. It was truly unintentional." Xun Jingzhu reiterated his apologies. "Humph," Zhouyu scoffed dismissively, choosing not to engage further. Xun Jingzhu, growing anxious, continued, "I'm sincerely sorry. Please do not harbor anger. I assure you, it was not deliberate. I have already expressed my apologies. Please do not remain upset. You are not a big butt. You are a little butt, all right? Get lost. Can you cease your prattling? I have forgiven you. Is that not sufficient?" Zhouyu could no longer contain his frustration and shouted. "Very well." Upon hearing that he had been forgiven, Xun Jingzhu promptly closed his mouth and settled onto the sofa. Zhouyu thought to himself, "This is utterly exasperating." Little did he anticipate that one Xun Jingzhu would not suffice. There would soon be another equally bothersome individual. Muhuai observed, "These two are even more childlike than themselves." "All right, let us seek out the second-tier zombies," Muhuai promptly stated. After uttering this, he hurriedly gathered all the clothing within the shop. The maxim remains, one can never have too many supplies. The group tidied up briefly before setting out. Chapter 25, An Encounter with Acquaintances. Again, after walking for a while, they discovered a kindergarten ahead. It was situated within, though it was uncertain if anyone had managed to escape. Zhouyu pointed towards the kindergarten and remarked, "I wonder if there are any survivors inside," Xun Jingzhu inquired. "Second-tier zombies, likely speed-oriented. Without special abilities, survival would be quite challenging," he added. Muhuai gazed at the kindergarten and spoke softly. The group exchanged no further words and stepped inside cautiously. "Be careful," Muhuai advised. As they ventured deeper, they stumbled upon a tightly shut door. "Is there someone alive in there?" Zhouyu approached and gently knocked on the door. After a moment of silence, he whispered, "Is anyone there? We are here to rescue you." Before he could finish, Muhuai suddenly shouted, "Be careful." A shadow lunged swiftly towards Zhouyu. Muhuai conjured a whirlwind that enveloped the level 2 speed-type zombie. How fortuitous that I lack a speed-type ability. Yet, upon its release, its swiftness would make it impossible to catch, and it was difficult to engage with it within the vortex. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a handsome yet rogue-like man. Upon seeing Muhuai and Xi Qinglin, the man paused momentarily before inquiring, "What brings you here?" The other three men stared at him in unison. Xi Qinglin remarked, "Isn't this the one with the modified car? What is he doing here?" Xun Jingzhu exclaimed, "Damn it. Why are you also acquainted with the children?" Zhouyu interjected, "This person, wait, there is an ominous feeling. Brother Qiyun, we are here to slay zombies," Muhuai responded with a bright smile. Jiang Qiyun frowned slightly and replied, "That zombie is quite formidable, exceptionally fast. I couldn't inflict any harm on it. Fear not, I have already confined it. It won't escape any time soon." "Oh, by the way, Brother Qiyun, how did you end up here?" Inside, there were a total of 15 children and 5 female teachers. When hunger became unbearable, I took the initiative to venture out in search of sustenance. As I stepped outside, a shadowy figure lunged towards me, prompting my awakening wood-based powers to ensnare him. Alas, My abilities were not of a sufficient caliber to hold him for long. I managed to bind him for a mere 5 seconds. However, that was ample time for me to retreat into the room I had just vacated. He did not attempt to force his way in, and I remained hidden in that sanctuary. Upon hearing this, Muhuai's eyes sparkled with excitement. She trotted over to Jiang Qiyun's side and gently tugged at the hem of his garment with her small hand. Ding! Successfully replicated wood-based powers. Feeling drowsy, she thought it was time for a pillow. What a delightful notion. Muhuai rummaged through her backpack and retrieved several bottles of evolution liquid, beginning to drink. Curious about the items in the little one's hands, Jiang Qiyun inquired, "What is this? I haven't had water in 2 days. May I have a sip?" Of course. Muhuai promptly handed him a large bottle, which contained spring water rather than evolution liquid. For quenching thirst, spring water is far superior. Jiang Qiyun embraced the bottle and drank heartily. Delicious. I feel invigorated. After finishing, he let out a hearty belch and sheepishly scratched his head. Then crouched down earnestly to say, "Thank you, little one." "It's nothing, big brother," Muhuai responded, beaming at him. Her smile radiated like the sun, instantly illuminating the surroundings. Suddenly, a chilling roar from a zombie echoed through the whirlwind. In our moment of reminiscence, I had forgotten about the remaining zombie. A cacophony of zombie growls erupted from outside. This was dire. I had overlooked the fact that advanced zombies could summon lesser ones. Listening to the sound, it is estimated that there are over 40 of them. He has quite a good rapport, capable of attracting so many zombies. No, it is a rapport with zombies. Level 2 zombie. Prepare for battle. Minimize the use of supernatural abilities. Muhuai instructed the others. Then retrieved several sharp machetes from his spatial storage for them. "Do you have an axe?" Huozhouyu inquired. Muhuai glanced at him, feigned pulling one from his backpack, and then produced an axe from his spatial storage for Huozhouyu. Jiang Qiyun remarked, "What a spacious backpack." The level 2 zombies, ensnared by a whirlwind, would not emerge for a short while, as the power of a level 3 wind ability is not to be underestimated. Thus, they need not divide their attention and could focus solely on dealing with the level 1 zombies. Soon, they dispatched all 40-odd zombies. Shen Jingzhu silently collected the crystal cores, while Jiang Qiyun, with a curious expression, asked, "Brother, why don't you let the zombie go even after it's dead? You're even messing with its brain." Shen Jingzhu shot him a look of exasperation and replied, "Its brain contains crystal cores, which can enhance our strength." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyun also began to diligently excavate the crystal cores. Observing this, Shen Jingzhu ceased his actions and watched as Jiang Qiyun dug out the cores. Before long, Jiang Qiyun had extracted the last of the crystal cores and then asked, "How do we consume these? Do we eat them directly or?" Before he could finish, all the crystal cores in Jiang Qiyun's hand were snatched away by Shen Jingzhu, who then tucked them into his own pocket. Jiang Qiyun stared blankly at his empty palm. Shen Jingzhu remarked, "Free labor is truly wonderful." Jiang Qiyun retorted, "Am I being treated as free labor?" Shen Jingzhu approached Muhuai and crouched down beside him. With a subtle glance, he indicated the pocket of his clothing. Muhuai immediately comprehended the unspoken message, reaching inside to store the crystal nuclei within his spatial pocket. "I have dispelled the tornado," Muhuai reminded. Upon his utterance, he waved his hand, dissipating the swirling winds, just as a second-tier zombie charged towards them. Suddenly, it found itself ensnared by entwining vines. Muhuai swiftly sidled up to it, gently brushing against its form. Ding! Speed ability successfully copied. After completing the replication, she quickly darted away. Just as she did, the second-tier zombie broke free and lunged at them. Jiang Qiyun stood there, utterly astounded. "No, I distinctly remember not utilizing any abilities. Why does this binding of the zombie seem so familiar? Does that little rascal possess wood-based powers as well?" Muhuai wielded her long knife and severed the zombie at the waist, leaving it with only its arms, which continued to crawl towards them determinedly. Jiang Qiyun delivered a swift kick to the zombie's head, exclaiming, "You wretched creature. Because of you, we were trapped in that room, starving for days. Ha ha ha. You can't catch me now." The zombie let out a roar and reached for Jiang Qiyun's foot, but just as it was about to grasp him, its hand faltered and fell away. Huozhouyu sheathed his axe with a disdainful snort. "Wow, thank you, big brother." Jiang Qiyun grinned, expressing his gratitude to Huozhouyu. Huozhouyu immediately retorted with disdain, "Get away. Are you not ashamed?" "I merely wish to thank you, big brother." "How could you say such a thing?" Jiang Qiyun persisted in his playful banter. In response, Huozhouyu raised his axe, ready to swing it at Jiang Qiyun. Jiang Qiyun immediately capitulated and resumed his normal demeanor. saying, "No, no, no, I was merely jesting." Xinjin and Huizhouyu were rendered speechless. Jiang Qian, unperturbed by the insult, lowered his head and kicked the zombie's head with considerable force, exclaiming, "How dare you, with such an unsightly appearance, grasp the precious feet of this handsome fellow?" The zombie retorted, "Are you out of your mind?" Shi Muhuai and Xin Jingzhu stifled their laughter in silence. What on earth is a precious foot? Shi Muhuai thought, nearly in hysterics. This person must undoubtedly join our team. It will never be dull with him around. Huizhouyu displayed an expression of utter disdain, remarking, "Are you not the least bit revolting?" Feigning shock, Jiang Qian responded, "You find me repulsive? Perhaps it is merely because I am too handsome. You see me and feel satiated." Truly too handsome, Huizhouyu sighed, massaging his temples, ultimately deciding to abandon any further communication with him. Shi Muhuai swiftly cleaved the zombie's head open, retrieving a crystal nucleus the size of a peanut from within. She rinsed it with water before tucking it away, effectively placing it into her spatial pocket. Jiang Qiyun, silently astonished, pondered, "If I am not mistaken, she has already utilized 4 abilities, has she not?" 4 abilities? How impressive. His gaze toward Shi Muhuai brimmed with admiration, prompting her to feel the intensity of his stare. Upon turning, she found Jiang Qiyun gazing at her with unabashed reverence. What does he intend now? She mused, discreetly averting her eyes and taking a small step back. She then inquired, "How many survivors remain?" However, that was when I went to gather supplies. Beyond that, I was uncertain how many remained alive. As he spoke, a trace of sorrow crept into his voice. With the experience from before, Xin Jingzhu immediately patted Jiang Qiyun gently and said, "Don't be sad." Suddenly, Jiang Qiyun lifted his head and stared intently at Xin Jingzhu, which made Xin Jingzhu feel somewhat uneasy. He inquired, What's wrong?" Jiang Qiyun revealed a small, sharp canine tooth and slowly said, "You." Xin Jingzhu touched his face and asked, "Is there something on my face?" "No." "What is it? Speak quickly, you're making me anxious." Xin Jingzhu retorted, feeling speechless. You are quite handsome." "Xin Jingzhu? You're crazy." Xin Jingzhu withdrew his hand from Jiang Qiyun's shoulder and scolded him. Shi Muhuai couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. How can he be so amusing? "In which room are they?" she asked. "Just in the next room." Jiang Qiyun pointed to a door. He approached and knocked, calling out, "Open the door. It's me." Before long, a commotion could be heard from within, and the door swung open. Inside were 5 disheveled children huddled together, while 3 gaunt teachers stood nearby, watching them. A foul stench wafted out. Xin Jingzhu couldn't hold back and began to retch beside them. Xi Qinglin and Shi Muhuai frowned, while Huizhouyu silently took a step back. Only Jiang Qiyun, suppressing his nausea, stepped forward and asked, "Why are there only this few of you?" One emaciated woman, her voice tinged with sorrow, lamented, "I am starving." The others furrowed their brows in concern when suddenly a child from the crowd cried out, "Help! Fu Wenyuan has fainted." Shi Muhuai, frowning, stepped forward. With the enhancement of her speed-oriented ability, her walking pace was akin to that of a sprint. She looked down at the dirty, frail boy before her, placing her hand beneath his nose. Thankfully, he was still alive. Shi Muhuai called for Jiang Qiyun to assist her in administering some spiritual spring water for him to drink. Jiang Qiyun helped by pinching his jaw, and upon touching his face, he grimaced, exclaiming, "He is burning up." The furrow in Shi Muhuai's brow gradually relaxed. It turned out he had a fever. She felt a flicker of anticipation for what ability he might awaken. She poured a bit of the spiritual spring water into his mouth, and as soon as it entered his stomach, Fu Wenyuan vomited a large quantity of black blood. The nearby children immediately recoiled in fear, and one of the teachers, Yang Liuxiu, anxiously inquired, "Little girl, what did you give him? Why is he vomiting black blood?" Just as Shi Muhuai was about to reassure them that everything was fine, another teacher pointed at her with disdain, exclaiming, "We are down to so few. Not only do you refuse to help, but you also harm others. How can you be so malicious?" Sunwen, stop speaking recklessly. Perhaps that little girl is trying to save him. Yang Liuxiu gently tugged at Sun Wen's sleeve. In response, Sun Wen violently shook off her hand. "Save him? Have you ever seen someone saved only to vomit black blood? Please stop pretending to be a good person, Yang Liuxiu. You truly disgust me. How did I become the villain?" Yang Liuxiu furrowed her brow, asserting, "Coughing up black blood does not necessarily mean death. It may simply indicate the expulsion of harmful substances from the body. Enough of this." Sun Wen was about to erupt in a confrontation with Yang Liuxiu when she heard Jiang Qiyun's roar. Noticing Fu Wenyuan's eyelids fluttering in his arms, he immediately restrained himself. Xi Muhuai's brows twitched as he crouched down once more to offer Fu Wenyuan a sip of the spiritual spring water. Cough, cough. Cough. The young boy promptly began to cough, and then slowly opened his eyes. Upon doing so, he was greeted by a magnified visage of a sweet, adorable little face. He stared blankly at the small figure before him, pondering, am I dead? Is this heaven? How could the little girl in heaven be so beautiful? Xi Muhuai blinked her large eyes and inquired, how do you feel? Such a sweet voice. Fu Wenyuan stammered. I feel quite well. That's good to hear. Xi Muhuai smiled briefly before turning her cold gaze toward Sun Wen. A shiver ran down Sun Wen's spine under her scrutiny. How could she allow herself to be intimidated by a mere child? It was utterly embarrassing. Resolving to regain her composure, Sun Wen lifted her chin, casting a disdainful look at Xi Muhuai. Which old lady just accused me of causing harm? Xi Muhuai remarked in an indifferent tone. Upon hearing this, Sun Wen instantly sprang up, pointing at Xi Muhuai. Who are you calling an old lady? Besides, I was merely concerned about Fu Wenyuan. Suddenly, as she continued speaking, she let out a piercing scream, clutching her bleeding index finger and casting a resentful glance at Xi Qinglin. Are you out of your mind? How could you have severed my index finger? She screamed in a frenzy, wildly pointing at my sister. If you no longer wish to keep your finger, I shall take it from you, Xi Qinglin remarked with a detached demeanor. You are all wretched creatures. Someone glared at Xi Qinglin with venomous hatred. Do you not wish to keep your tongue? Xi Qinglin's tone turned chilling. Then let us perish together. Sun Wen shrieked as she lunged at Xi Muhuai. Just as Xi Muhuai was about to teach her a lesson, he witnessed Sun Wen suspended mid-air, frozen in place. Chapter 26. It was her achievement. Step aside. Fu Wenyuan exclaimed, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he desperately called out to Xi Muhuai. A faint smile graced Xi Muhuai's lips as he took a significant step to the side. Bang! Sun Wen plummeted to the ground from her aerial position, her eyes seething with rage as she directed a particularly venomous curse at Xi Muhuai. I curse you to be. Before she could finish her sentence, her head and body were abruptly severed. Huo Zhouyu, with a frigid expression, sheathed his axe and declared, that vile woman dared to bully my little girl. She must be tired of living. Jiang Qiyun, having heard Sun Wen's final words, also turned cold. Why are you killing her? The others furrowed their brows at his inquiry. Why not leave her for me to deal with? That little brat truly deserves to die. A heavy silence fell over the group. Why do you always leave your sentences unfinished? Huo Zhouyu remarked, exasperated. Because I am handsome. No, that is not what anyone asked. Huo Zhouyu rubbed his temples in frustration. Fu Wenyuan, concerned, inquired, are you all right? Xi Muhuai offered him a sweet smile. I am fine. There is no need for concern. This smile left Fu Wenyuan momentarily stunned, his ears turning a deep shade of crimson. Xi Muhuai, noticing the color of Fu Wenyuan's ears, anxiously inquired, why are your ears so red? Do you feel unwell? Oh no, not at all. I'm just a bit warm, Fu Wenyuan insisted, shaking his head vigorously. Xi Muhuai nodded and suggested, if you're warm, you should take off your jacket. Wearing a jacket must be uncomfortable. Fu Wenyuan thought to himself. She is rather straightforward. A few boys observed the young lad's actions and began to grasp the situation. Xi Qinglin remarked, does this kid have feelings for my sister? There's no chance of that. I must find a way to keep him away from Cici. Shen Jingzhu added, this young boy seems fond of children. I doubt there is any potential there. He appears rather straightforward. Huo Zhouyu chimed in, you little rascal, you won't win her over. Jiang Qian exclaimed, what on earth? Why are his ears so red? Could it be he has a crush on that little girl? What is your name? Xi Muhuai revealed a pair of small canine teeth in a playful grin. Fu Wenyuan, he stammered. The other 4 children exchanged glances, clearly amused. Weevy, he never seen him stutter like this before. I'm Xi Muhuai. Oh, okay. Fu Wenyuan silently repeated in his mind. Xi Muhuai, what a beautiful name. Do you know you have awakened ice-type abilities? Xi Muhuai stated matter-of-factly. Fu Wenyuan, not lacking in intelligence, nodded in affirmation. Yes, I am aware. Given that he had just helped her, Xi Muhuai felt a certain fondness for him and cautioned, use your abilities sparingly. Your energy is limited. Focus on developing your own strength and avoid becoming overly reliant on your powers. Fu Wenyuan nodded slightly, silently taking note in his heart. Once they finished speaking, Yang Liuxiu stepped forward with concern, asking, Fu Wenyuan, are you all right? Fu Wenyuan immediately broke into a smile, replying, Teacher, I'm perfectly fine, feeling great. Despite his untidy hair and soiled face, his vibrant smile was undeniable, and the crescent-shaped eyes beneath his thick brows exuded youthful exuberance. Xi Muhuai took out 8 bottles of mineral water and 16 loaves of bread from her backpack, distributing them among the group. Instantly, they began to devour the provisions with fervor, quickly finishing everything. The supplies in Muhuai's space could sustain her for several lifetimes. This meager amount was but a fraction of her vast reserves. With a bright smile, Muhuai asked, "Is there anyone else who would like some water?" "Me. I want some too. Count me in." Several children eagerly raised their hands. "Bring your bottles over," she instructed. They formed a line, and Muhuai filled each bottle one by one, using the water from her ordinary well in her space. Among them, the most unassuming female teacher approached with her bottle. "Oh, she seems even more haggard than the others," Muhuai thought. "I would like some water too." The female teacher murmured softly. "Of course, sister," Muhuai replied with a sweet smile, filling her bottle generously. The teacher then quietly retreated to the side to drink. "Host, that teacher is an ability user." "What? An ability user?" Muhuai quickly inquired in her mind. "What kind of ability?" "A skill of spatial manipulation that can obscure odors within a certain range, rendering the external environment scentless. No wonder they have been able to remain undetected by the second-tier zombies hiding here. It is indeed her contribution. She selflessly dedicates herself. This sister is quite admirable." Muhuai approached the female teacher and gently tugged at her sleeve. "Ding. Successfully replicated spatial ability. What a bountiful harvest this journey has been." She whispered, "Sister, what is your name?" The female teacher paused for a moment, then crouched down and softly replied, "My name is Mei Manshan." "Sister Mei, do you possess special abilities?" Muhuai inquired, her large, round eyes wide with curiosity. Mei Manshan appeared taken aback for a second, then hesitantly responded, "Why do you ask that?" "Sister Mei, it is you who have concealed the scent of this space, allowing you to hide comfortably within the room, right?" Muhuai continued to gaze intently at Mei Manshan. Realizing that Muhuai was being so forthright, Mei Manshan decided not to conceal the truth any longer. "Yes, it is me. Sister, you have made such a significant contribution. That is wonderful." Muhuai beamed, her innocent little face radiating purity and charm. For a moment, Mei Manshan felt as if she were gazing upon the joyful faces of children from a kindergarten before the apocalypse. "Sister, you are a good person. Please accept this." With that, Muhuai dashed away, her footsteps echoing. In this post-apocalyptic world, individuals who contribute selflessly are indeed a rarity. It is important to recognize that overextending one's mental faculties may lead to cerebral demise. Yet, she still managed to obscure the scent from the room adjacent to Jiang Qiyun's. Persisting in this endeavor for quite some time without divulging her contributions to others. Had she revealed her efforts, others, in their quest for survival, would have been inclined to offer her more sustenance, sparing her from the extremely fragile state she currently embodies. Muhuai, though decisive and resolute in her actions, is inherently compassionate, albeit her kindness is not bestowed upon just anyone. Mei Manshan, cradling an abundance of food, felt her eyes welling up with tears. However, she swiftly wiped them away, her expression growing resolute. She unwrapped a loaf of bread, consuming it eagerly, and then drained a vial of the spiritual spring water in one go. A surge of energy coursed through her body, revitalizing her weary form, her complexion gradually regaining its rosy hue. She soon realized that this was no ordinary water. Mei Manshan's gaze towards Muhuai grew ever more steadfast. She had been kind to her, and thus she too would reciprocate that kindness. She would grow stronger. With a piece of bread in hand, Mei Manshan approached the 5 children. "Little ones, I have 3 loaves of bread here. Would any of you like some?" Several children immediately expressed their eagerness. Mei Manshan chuckled. "But how shall we divide 3 loaves among 5 of us? And what about Teacher Yang?" One little girl inquired. "I'm full. I'll give my share to Teacher Yang," Fu Wenyuan chimed in with a cheerful grin. Mei Manshan affectionately ruffled Fu Wenyuan's hair and replied, "We can simply divide 1 loaf into 5 portions. Both Teacher Yang and I are already satisfied." After Mei Manshan finished speaking, he distributed all the bread among the 5 children. Fu Wenyuan intended to share his portion with the 2 teachers, but Mei Manshan, with a smile, remarked, "Little Wenyuan possesses extraordinary abilities. He must eat well to gather strength to protect us." Upon hearing this, Fu Wenyuan nodded resolutely and consumed the entire loaf. Mei Manshan approached Yang Liuxiu and handed her the last piece of bread, saying, "Go ahead and eat. I've had my share." Yang Liuxiu did not refuse, expressing her gratitude before savoring the bread. Muhuai observed all of this keenly, convinced of her judgment. Though she yearned to recruit her into their team, Muhuai feared that keeping her close could pose a danger. Perhaps she would revisit the idea after establishing their base. Assuming that Yang Liuxiu was still alive and they could meet again. Chapter 27. Central Base. Everyone settled down on the ground to rest. Muhuai took out a small towel from her backpack, laid it on the ground, and sat upon it. Jiang Qiyun approached and asked, "Little one, may I have a towel?" He added a playful wink for emphasis. Muhuai, perplexed, inquired, "What do you need a towel for?" "Why, to lay it on the ground. I am concerned about getting my clothes dirty. I prefer to keep things tidy," Jiang Qiyun replied, revealing his little canine tooth with a hint of pride. Muhuai remained silent, contemplating his tousled hair and soiled attire. "Your clothes are already that dirty. What's a little more?" Huizhou interjected suddenly. "That simply won't do. A bit more dirt is still dirt," Jiang Qiyun retorted promptly, then turned to Muhuai with a cheerful grin, saying, "Little one, stop. Here, take it." Muhuai could no longer endure his coquetry and directly retrieved a fresh cloth from his backpack to hand it to him. Jiang Qiyun accepted it, scrutinizing it, and remarked, "Why does this resemble a rag so much? As long as it serves a purpose, it matters not. You are such a fuss," retorted Huizhou from the side. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyun approached him with an air of indignation and exclaimed, "You, what is your problem?" Huizhou, equally fierce, responded, You are the one with the issues." In a swift motion, Jiang Qiyun playfully kicked Huizhou's backside and dashed away. Huizhou's face flushed visibly. Had he just been kicked? "Jiang Qiyun," he said through gritted teeth. Following his words, he raised an axe and aimed it at Jiang Qiyun. Jiang Qiyun hurriedly took refuge behind Muhuai, exclaiming, "Little one, save me." Truly a novice yet so playful. Muhuai sighed in resignation and interjected, "This is not the time for fighting. Once we complete our task, I shall grant you time to bicker, all right?" Huizhou huffed. "I am merely showing respect to the young lady." Jiang Qiyun scoffed, "TCH? Who's afraid of whom? You better say that when the time comes." Jiang Qiyun instinctively shrank his neck in response, thoroughly exasperated with the two childish fools. Muhuai then produced the second-level evolution liquid he had prepared in advance and stated, "Let us first elevate my brother to level 2. Do you all have any objections?" The others shook their heads in agreement. Given that Xi Qinglin's ability had formidable offensive power, enhancing his capabilities would be advantageous for the team. Xi Qinglin eagerly consumed the evolution liquid in a series of gulps. After a brief interval, he felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through his entire being. A smile graced his lips. He was now more powerful, better equipped to assist his sister. After resting for a while longer, a soft, mellifluous voice resonated beside them. "Come, I shall escort you to the central base." "Why are we going to the central base?" Yang Liuxiu inquired. "We will not take you along if we do not escort you to the base. You may not survive for long on your own," Muhuai replied nonchalantly. "The central base is established by the military and is superior to those built by other factions." Muhuai recalled that in her previous life, the central base had proven formidable, successfully repelling several waves of large-scale zombie hordes. It was said that the conditions there were quite favorable. She had encountered the base commander, who was amiable, albeit a bit overly enthusiastic in his attempts to recruit them. They had declined his overtures countless times before he finally relented. Upon hearing Muhuai's words, the group expressed no dissent. It was already a stroke of fortune that they were being escorted to the base. Had they ventured forth alone, they could only speculate how long it would take to arrive, with the direst outcome being their demise along the way. Muhuai called for Jingzhu to step out first, then retrieved 2 modified vehicles from her spatial pocket, stating, "If they inquire, simply say you possess spatial abilities." Jingzhu nodded in agreement. As the group emerged and beheld the 2 modified vehicles that had materialized seemingly out of thin air, they gazed in astonishment. Where did these vehicles come from? One curious young boy asked. Jingzhu smiled and replied, "I possess spatial abilities." Huizhou cast a perplexed glance at Jingzhu. Suddenly, a realization washed over him, and his expression returned to normal. Jiang Qiyun eagerly leaned in, exclaiming, "Wow, you possess spatial abilities. No wonder I've never witnessed you using your powers." Jingzhu curled her lips in disdain, thinking to herself, "Is it that I don't want to use them? My water-based abilities are too weak at level 2. Am I supposed to bathe zombies with them?" Jiang Qiyun, still brimming with excitement, inquired, "How vast is your space?" Jingzhu rubbed her temples, feeling annoyed and disinclined to engage. "Why aren't you speaking? How large is your space? Is it as big as a soccer field? Why are you ignoring me?" At her limit, Jingzhu raised her hand and shot a jet of water at Jiang Qiyun's face. Impressive. You have dual abilities. Jiang Qiyun wiped the water from his face, brushing his tousled hair back. His charmingly mischievous face became more distinct, and his little canine tooth added a touch of brightness to his demeanor. Just when Shen Jingzhu thought Jiang Qiyun would be upset about her splashing water on him, he remarked, "Thank you for giving me a facial. You're surprisingly kind. Could I have a bit more? I like to keep my face clean, as I'm a man who values cleanliness." Speechless, Shen Jingzhu wished to ignore him, fearing he would continue to pester her. She splashed another jet of water at his face. This time, his face was thoroughly cleansed, and with his now immaculate and charming visage, he uttered a rather cheesy line. "Thank you, pretty lady." Shen Jingzhu immediately recoiled in distaste, retorting, "Please don't make me feel nauseous." Hu Zhouyu stood by, reveling in schadenfreude. "What are you laughing at, young man?" Jiang Qiyun turned to Hu Zhouyu and inquired. Hu Zhouyu promptly suppressed a smile, muttering, "How unfortunate. All right. Let us hasten our journey. We are not far from the central base," Shi Muhuai remarked before boarding one of the vehicles. Xi Qinglin took the wheel, accompanied by Shi Muhuai, Shen Jingzhu, and Hu Zhouyu, while Jiang Qiyun drove the other vehicle with 7 individuals on board. They encountered zombies along the way, dispatching them effortlessly by running them over, while Shi Muhuai stood atop the vehicle, utilizing a vine he conjured to extract crystal cores from the fallen foes. Their journey was remarkably smooth. As the sun began to set, they arrived at the central base just in time. Not far from the base, Shen Jingzhu and Shi Muhuai stood together, and upon simultaneously touching the vehicle, it vanished in an instant. After securing the vehicle, the group proceeded towards the central base. As they drew near, they beheld a magnificent and imposing city wall. Flanking the grand entrance stood 2 guards, who stepped forward, raising their weapons and demanding, "Who goes there?" Shi Muhuai approached with an innocent smile, speaking in a sweet, youthful tone, "Hello, we are here to join the base." The guard's tone softened unconsciously, "Follow me for registration." "But that dog cannot enter." "Xiaobai, your entire family are dogs." "All right, Xiaobai, you go find a place to wait for us, and we will come to find you later," Shi Muhuai said, gently patting Xiaobai's head. "Oh whoa," Xiaobai barked obediently and scampered off. The guard, feeling awkward, scratched his head, realizing they were wolves. "You may follow me." The guard uttered a word before stepping inside. Shi Muhuai immediately beckoned the others to follow. Upon entering the grand door, the guard led them into a room where a bespectacled man awaited. This was one of the newcomers. After the guard spoke, he departed. The man behind the glasses scrutinized them, noting that they all appeared tidy with flushed complexions. He then stated, "With this many people, food must be surrendered. Is there such a rule?" Shi Muhuai fixed his gaze upon him, inquiring. "Without my say-so, nothing is required," the man replied impassively. "However, during my last visit, there was no such requirement," Shi Muhuai casually remarked. The man's expression shifted immediately, and he responded, "I was merely jesting." He adjusted his glasses and continued, "We must ask a few questions and take notes before you may enter. Please cooperate. One at a time." The man turned his attention to Shi Muhuai and said, "You shall go first." Shi Muhuai feigned compliance and nodded. "What is your name?" "Shi Muhuai." "How old are you?" "4 years old." "What abilities do you possess?" "Wind abilities." "Show me." Shi Muhuai raised his small hand, conjuring a whirlwind that lifted the man off the ground. Hey, put me down." The man shouted in fear while suspended in the air. The little girl chuckled, her arms crossed, and with a flick of her hand, the man fell to the ground with a thud. "Uncle, was that fun?" The man, his face darkened, continued, "Next. What is your name?" "Xi Qinglin." "How old?" 26. "What ability?" "Lightning." "Show me." Xi Qinglin decisively raised his hand to strike the man. The man, seeing his gesture, immediately exclaimed, Hey, don't use your abilities on me." Before he could finish his sentence, he transformed into a frizz of hair. Slowly, he exhaled a plume of black smoke. The bespectacled man promptly interjected, "When demonstrating your abilities, please refrain from directing them at me." The following records are rather ordinary. Shen Jingzhu, male, 25 years old, water ability. Hu Zhouyu, male, 25 years old, metal ability. Jiang Qi, male, 22 years old, wood ability. Yang Liuxiu, female, 26 years old, no ability. Mei Mianshan, female, 25 years old, space ability. Fu Wenyuan, male, 6 years old, ice ability. Xiao Jiuzi, female, 5 years old, no ability. Sun Yuanshu, male, 6 years old, no ability. Su En, male, 5 years old, no ability. Bai Yumeng, female, 6 years old, no ability. The bespectacled man made a phone call and then stated, "All right, You may enter now. Someone will come to escort you shortly. Xi Muhuai said nothing and simply proceeded forward. The others quickly followed suit. After a few steps, they encountered a section of the base where ordinary people lived amidst the apocalypse. Numerous tents were neatly arranged, the ground was clean, and the individuals moved about with commendable discipline. Here, an unexpected sense of vitality emerged. It is essential to recognize that many of the bases where ordinary individuals reside are engulfed in abysmal conditions, characterized by a lack of discipline and a dismal environment, with instances of cannibalism occurring unchecked, alongside a plethora of malevolent acts. Xi Muhuai nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that choosing this base was indeed a wise decision. Suddenly, two men approached them. One of the men stated, "Ability users, follow me." The other added, "Ordinary individuals, come with me." Just as they were about to follow the two men, a commotion erupted ahead, accompanied by the sounds of a scuffle. The two men furrowed their brows, prompting Xi Muhuai to inquire, "Brother, what is happening over there?" One of the men replied, "It is likely that trouble has been stirred up again by that individual." "Which individual?" Xi Muhuai asked. "A man of considerable strength, though he is not engaged in any excessively outrageous behavior. We have issued him numerous warnings. Yet he persists in this manner. Nevertheless, we cannot permit him to intimidate others," Xi Muhuai remarked, frowning slightly. "However, he hasn't committed any egregious acts. Thus, we are left with little recourse but to administer minor admonishments. Our base values talent, and given his formidable capabilities and relative restraint, he has remained untouched." After pondering for a moment, Xi Muhuai, with his diminutive legs, made his way toward the source of the disturbance. As he drew nearer, he beheld a towering man gripping a woman who was struggling fiercely against him. "Stop it," called out a soldier behind Xi Muhuai. "Lu Hu, do not overstep your bounds. Previously, even when you resorted to theft and robbery, we spared your life. But now, you brazenly seize innocent women in broad daylight. Do you truly believe we would hesitate to end your life?" Lu Hu released the woman and disdainfully remarked, "If you dared to kill me, you would have done so by now. Power is the true currency. It is a fortune for her to be with me, and she ought to be grateful." Suddenly, a melodious voice of a youth pierced through the air. "Whose face is that? Flying away? Why not retrieve it? How shameless can you be? Who dares insult me?" Lu Hu's expression darkened as he scanned his surroundings. Jiang Qian stepped forward, declaring, "I do. You little brat, are you cursing me? You seek death." Lu Hu exclaimed as he raised his fist and charged at Jiang Qian. Just as a nearby soldier prepared to intervene, he witnessed Lu Hu entangled in vines. Bound like a mummy, Lu Hu attempted to employ his metal-based abilities, yet found himself utterly immobilized, glaring fiercely at Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian approached and kicked him down, teasing, "Oh dear, how did you fall? Weren't you supposed to teach me a lesson? Come on, strike me. You, unbind me." Lu Hu spat vehemently. "Not a chance. Aren't you quite formidable? Why not prove it?" Jiang Qian retorted, delivering another kick to Lu Hu. Since both were of equal rank, Lu Hu soon managed to free himself from the vines, only for Jiang Qian to ensnare him once more. "Why hasn't my brother come to fight me?" Xi Muhuai chuckled softly. How utterly infuriating. As Lu Hu was mocked by a child, he immediately lost his composure, glaring menacingly at Xi Muhuai and demanding, "What are you laughing at? Do you wish to die?" Xi Muhuai raised an eyebrow in response. Was he seeking trouble with her? If that was the case, he had indeed chosen the right person, for she was exceptionally skilled at tormenting others. The little child slowly approached with tiny steps and inquired, "Uncle, are you talking about me? Who else would you be referring to?" Lu Hu abruptly broke free from the vines manipulated by Jiang Qian, charging towards Xi Muhuai. He raised his hand to strike the child, prompting the nearby soldiers to rush forward in alarm to protect her, only to be halted by Shen Jingzhu. Observing from the sidelines, Shen Jingzhu appeared unfazed. The two soldiers, initially frowning and preparing to admonish Lu Hu for endangering a child, were taken aback by a shocking scene. The little one raised her frail arm to collide with that of the burly adult. Ding! Successfully copied the Gold-type supernatural ability. Gold-type supernatural ability has now been upgraded to level 2. Many onlookers shut their eyes, unable to bear the anticipation of the impending brutality. Surely, the child would be crushed into a pulp, and it was truly a pity for such an adorable little one. However, instead of the anticipated outcome, a loud thud resonated as Lu Hu was propelled from the crowd, crashing heavily onto the ground and creating a crater upon impact. Astonishingly, this little child was remarkable. Xi Muhuai lightly clapped her hands and proceeded toward Lu Hu, who was struggling to emerge from the pit, feeling as though his back had been shattered. He was sent flying by a small child. How could this little one possess such strength? How embarrassing! As the dust settled, he found himself face to face with Xi Muhuai, who wore a mischievous grin. Is it amusing, uncle? Xi Muhuai asked with an innocent smile. Lu Hu's eyes darkened. He remained silent, suddenly unleashing a metallic spike aimed directly at her chest. Watch out! Jiang Qiyin shouted. The other 3 men remained unfazed, confident in Xi Muhuai's capabilities. Together, they were no match for her. Could this little rascal truly harm her? As the dust cleared, the scene became visible. The small child continued to smile innocently, her 2 sharp little tiger teeth adding to her charm. Yet her gaze was chillingly fierce. She caught the metallic spike just a centimeter from her chest, and with a gentle squeeze of her tiny hand, it shattered into pieces. She brushed her hands together and coldly remarked, "Your ability is rather weak. Allow me to show you mine." Xi Muhuai raised her small hand, conjuring hundreds of whirling blades of wind, which began to slice mercilessly at Lu Hu's legs. The scene was brutally graphic. The sounds of his screams echoed painfully. After committing so many heinous acts, one must pay the price, Xi Muhuai said with a smile, a grin that appeared devilish in Lu Hu's eyes. With a swift motion, Xi Muhuai pierced his skull with the wind blades, ending his life. An eerie silence enveloped the crowd. No one uttered a word. After a moment, someone in the crowd suddenly cheered. Finally, we no longer have to live in fear every day. Finally, we are free from bullying. Indeed, at last, we have liberated ourselves from his oppression. Thank you, young friend. Indeed, thank you, dear child. Suddenly, the crowd began to express their gratitude to Xi Muhuai in unison, which caused her to feel a bit embarrassed. She broke into a sweet smile and replied, "It was nothing, just a small effort." Abruptly, silence fell over the crowd as they parted to create a pathway. From within the throng emerged a middle-aged man, who clapped his hands and said, "Thank you, young friend, for helping us eliminate a menace." Xi Muhuai stared at the man in astonishment. It was Sheng Guopan, the leader of the central base. She smiled briefly and replied, "It's just a trivial matter." "Are you newcomers?" Sheng Guopan smiled kindly. "Yes, indeed. Would you be interested in joining my army?" Sheng Guopan invited. "Oh no, not again." Xi Muhuai quickly shook her head, saying, "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. Our benefits are exceptional." "You would certainly not regret it," Sheng Guopan persisted, enthusiastically promoting his offer. Suddenly, one of the soldiers approached and whispered something in Sheng Guopan's ear, causing his eyes to light up with excitement. Xi Muhuai thought to herself, "I have a bad feeling about this. You are all ability users, aren't you? Would you consider joining my army? Our benefits are particularly generous." Sheng Guopan addressed the men behind Xi Muhuai. The men turned to look at Xi Muhuai in unison, prompting her to say, "We truly do not wish to join the army, Uncle Guopan. Please don't persist. We have other matters to attend to." "How did you know my name is Sheng Guopan?" Sheng Guopan furrowed his brow and inquired. "Mind reading, perhaps? That is quite impressive. I must persuade them to join me." Just as Sheng Guopan was about to extend another invitation, he heard Xi Muhuai say, "Stop thinking about poaching. Uncle Guopan, we really must be on our way. Is there truly mind reading at play?" Sheng Guopan replied with increased enthusiasm. "Why not share a meal before departing? Quickly, prepare a feast." The 2 soldiers nearby responded affirmatively and hurried away. "Please dine with us before you leave. I have already instructed someone to prepare a feast. Do not be too hasty in declining. Our hospitality is exceptional." Sheng Guopan rambled on, ultimately, unable to resist his warmth and realizing there was no malice in his intentions. They reluctantly agreed to stay for a meal. Once Xi Muhuai acquiesced, Sheng Guopan cheerfully led them towards his residence. Whether it was his overconfidence or the instant fondness he felt upon first seeing Xi Muhuai, he found himself inexplicably drawn to the young boy. Chapter 29. The arrival. After a brief walk, they arrived at Sheng Guopan's abode. To their surprise, the esteemed base leader resided in such a modest dwelling. It was merely a spacious house, adorned with a notably simple gray decor. "Make yourselves comfortable," Sheng Guopan said with a smile. The sofa was large enough to accommodate everyone present. "Do any of you have dietary restrictions?" he inquired. The group shook their heads in unison. He gestured for someone to approach. "Please prepare 5 meat dishes and 10 vegetarian dishes, along with plenty of rice and soup." Sheng Guopan turned to the man and issued his instructions. Xi Muhuai raised an eyebrow, pondering that this was rather excessive. After the man departed, Sheng Guopan cleared his throat twice and inquired, "Are any of you interested in joining my army?" "We have declined many times already," Xi Muhuai replied, exasperated. What about the gentlemen behind you? Are they interested? Sheng Guopan asked expectantly. No, no, no. Sheng Guopan cast a hopeful glance at Jiang Qiyun, who promptly waved his hands, declaring, I have no interest either. With that, Sheng Guopan's spirits visibly drooped. Such a pity, so many talents wasted. He lamented. Well then, I suppose that settles it. He pouted slightly. Shi Muhuai observed Sheng Guopan's expression and reassured him, It's all right, Uncle Guopan. We can consider ourselves friends. A smile blossomed on Shi Muhuai's face. Are you truly unable to join my army? No. Sheng Guopan sighed again. All right then. Before long, the dishes were served. Dig in. Don't hold back. Sheng Guopan beamed warmly, hoping to win them over with delightful cuisine. Shi Muhuai glanced at the vegetables on the table. The greens appeared wilted. Yet in this post-apocalyptic world, having food was a blessing not to be taken for granted. Thus, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Given their usual indulgences, the four of them simply ate enough to satisfy their hunger before setting their chopsticks down. However, Jiang Qiyun and his companions were not well fed. They had endured hunger for several days at the kindergarten. Upon suddenly encountering meat and vegetables, they devoured the food ravenously. They only paused when they were on the verge of being sick, thoroughly satisfied with their meal. Sheng Guopan smiled and inquired, Are you satisfied with the food? The group nodded in agreement. Would you care to join my army? Our conditions are quite... Stop, stop, stop. Enough. They interjected. We have declined your offer numerous times, Uncle Guopan. If you ask again, it would be rather impolite. We truly appreciate your hospitality, but we have no interest in joining your army, Shi Muhuai stated with a feigned seriousness, noting the earnest expression on the little one's face. Sheng Guopan chose not to press further. How frustrating. My first attempt at recruiting has failed. Alas, such a loss of talent. Who would have thought that a dignified and benevolent middle-aged man harbored such feelings? Well then, when will you be leaving? Sheng Guopan asked, visibly disheartened. We will depart shortly. However, we would appreciate it if you could keep these few individuals here. Shi Muhuai gestured for a select few to step forward. The 7 rescued from the kindergarten obliged. While Jiang Qiyun remained still, Shi Muhuai turned to him and asked, Aren't you staying? Jiang Qiyun, upon hearing this, grew anxious. Little one, do you not want me anymore? That cannot be. I cannot survive without you. Observing his heartfelt performance, Shi Muhuai smirked and replied, I was merely inquiring. Would you like to join my small team? Yes. Jiang Qiyun exclaimed with delight. Ding. A new team member has been detected. Reward of 100 points. Check loyalty. Jiang Qiyun's loyalty. 98. Oh. That is quite impressive. Shi Muhuai nodded in satisfaction. She approached Sheng Guopan and tugged at the hem of his garment. Ding. Successfully copied lightning-based abilities. Lightning abilities upgraded to level 2. Wow, his powers are lightning-based. What's the matter, little friend? Sheng Guopan inquired as he crouched down. Uncle. My name is Shi Muhuai, she replied, revealing her 2 sharp little tiger teeth. All right, I shall remember that. A smile crept onto Sheng Guopan's lips. After bidding farewell to them, Shi Muhuai led the 4 individuals out of the base. The moment they exited, she dashed towards the nearby thicket and discovered Xiaobai, who was fast asleep. Wake up! The sudden call startled Xiaobai, who immediately assumed a defensive stance. However, upon recognizing the little figure before him, he quickly shifted to a more docile demeanor and approached Shi Muhuai affectionately. Little master, you frightened me. Do you have any idea how much I missed you? Just that brief separation drove me nearly to madness. Stop. I know you missed me, so don't say any more. Shi Muhuai hurriedly interrupted Xiaobai. Feigning indignation, Xiaobai let out a couple of whines. Jiang Qiyun, observing the little girl conversing with a wolf, curiously asked, Can you understand what it says? Shi Muhuai nodded and retrieved a translator from her spatial pocket to present to Jiang Qiyun. I use this to understand him. It can transform into any appearance you desire. Just think of it in your mind. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyun silently contemplated, I desire a pair of earrings. In an instant, a pair of earrings materialized in his hand. How astonishing! Is this truly possible? Jiang Qiyun gazed adoringly at the little one. He then adorned himself with the earrings. Shi Muhuai smiled and remarked, Indeed, the master is the most formidable. Suddenly, a youthful voice rang in Jiang Qiyun's ear. He stared blankly at Xi Qinglin, then glanced at Shun Jingzhu, finally settling his gaze on Huozhouyu. Sensing Jiang Qiyun's intense scrutiny, Huozhouyu felt that something was about to be uttered, and it likely wouldn't be flattering. Fire Day Li, I never expected your voice to be so captivating. Jiang Qiyun chuckled, giving Huozhouyu's shoulder a playful pat. What? Are you out of your mind? Fire daily? What on earth does that mean? And what do you mean by captivating? Are you the one who's delusional? That isn't my voice. Is this for real? Who made that sound? Jiang Qiyun inquired earnestly. And what in the world is fire daily? Are you truly foolish? Jiang Qiyun explained with utmost seriousness. Doesn't your name contain the character you? I simply dissected it. You. Fire daily. It truly does make sense. What a ridiculous name, Fire daily. I can no longer endure this. Hu Zhouyu gritted his teeth and conjured a metallic blade aimed directly at him. Jiang Qiyun swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blade. Goodness, Fire daily, are you serious? Jiang Qiyun exclaimed, his face a portrait of indignation. Hu Zhouyu said nothing, and another metallic blade was hurled towards Jiang Qiyun. Jiang Qiyun swiftly blocked it with vines. If you dislike me, you could always choose another name. Xiaohua, Xiaozhou, or Xiaoyu. Pick whichever you prefer. Responding to Jiang Qiyun were successive metallic blades. Let us communicate properly. Why resort to violence? She exclaimed. If you're still not fond of me, I have more options. Xiao Huazi. Yu Huang Dadi silence. Hua Zhouyu charged forward, throwing a punch, but Jiang Qiyun swiftly ensnared him. Just as she secured him, a metallic blade severed the vines. Jiang Qiyun hurriedly dashed behind Shi Muhuai, calling out, Little ghost, save me. Move aside, little girl, Hua Zhouyu said, fixated on Jiang Qiyun behind Shi Muhuai. Sensing the escalating tension, Shi Muhuai quickly interjected. All right, let us not fight. Jiang Qiyun pouted and said, Oh dear, Hua Zhouyu, I was merely jesting. Please don't be upset. Observing Hua Zhouyu's lingering ire, Jiang Qiyun quickly added, Brother Zhouyu, please don't be angry. I apologize. I'm truly sorry. Don't disgust me, Hua Zhouyu retorted, exhaling in exasperation before walking away. What else could he do? You're the best, Jiang Qiyun beamed, revealing a small canine tooth. Shi Muhuai, watching the two before him, chuckled and shook his head. Suddenly, from a distance, the sounds of zombies howling and battling echoed. Ding! A new mission has been issued. Rescue the group of people ahead. Reward, 50 points. Shi Muhuai's eyes lit up. A task has arrived. Let us go check it out. Chapter 30, Danger. As the crowd drew nearer to that location, they soon beheld the unfolding scene. 6 men were desperately battling against 4 zombies. Host, they are all level 2 zombies, exclaimed one of them. What? All level 2 zombies? Haha. Time to awaken. Just as they were on the verge of succumbing, Shi Muhuai instantaneously teleported to their side, conjuring a whirlwind that ensnared the 4 zombies. The men, taken aback, gazed at the suddenly appearing little girl with bewilderment. Are you all right? Shi Muhuai asked, her cherubic face breaking into a sweet smile. We're fine. Thank you for saving us, replied the most handsome among them, also smiling. However, the whirlwind would not hold for long. The zombies within would soon break free. We must quickly move them to safety, Shi Muhuai urged. Head to that office building ahead. Though they were uncertain of the origins of this little girl and her companions, her act of salvation compelled them to trust her, if only for the moment. Upon hearing her command, they promptly followed her towards the office building. Yet, they had scarcely covered any distance when the whirlwind was shattered. The 4 level 2 zombies emitted ferocious roars, and soon, numerous level 1 zombies began to converge around them. This is bad. We can't handle so many zombies at once. Hurry. Run faster, those level 2 zombies are summoning more. Shi Muhuai shouted urgently. She herself felt little fear. Her primary concern was for them. As most were level 1, with only she and Xi Qinglin possessing slightly higher levels, with a horde of zombies in pursuit. It was in moments of despair that one's true potential is most profoundly awakened. They swiftly darted into the office building, locking the door behind them and barricading it with various objects. No sooner had they secured the entrance than a series of loud knocks resonated from outside. Shi Muhuai furrowed his brow and urged, Let us head upstairs. Just as the group ascended to the 2nd floor, the door was breached, and a horde of zombies surged in, an estimated 100 or so. The 4 second-tier zombies, accompanied by their minions, continued their pursuit to the 2nd floor. Hiding was no longer a viable option. It seemed they had to confront the threat head-on. Shi Muhuai turned to his companions and stated, I will attempt to eliminate the 2nd-tier zombies. You should manage the 1st-tier ones, correct? Can you handle it alone? The handsome, sun-kissed man inquired with immediate concern. Of course. Shi Muhuai responded with a reassuring smile, gesturing him not to worry. I possess light-based abilities and a protective shield. Perhaps you could assist me. My skills would be quite beneficial. The dashing man's eyes lit up as he stepped forward and tugged at Shi Muhuai's sleeve. Ding. Successfully copied light-based abilities. she exclaimed. There's no need for that. I can manage on my own. We mustn't waste any more time. Our lives are at stake. With a meaningful glance at Xi Qinglin, Muhuai vanished in an instant. Suddenly, a figure appeared above a second-tier zombie, a sharp wind blade slicing toward its head. In an instant, the skull split in two, and Muhuai swiftly retreated into her spatial realm, taking the zombie's head with her. Inside the space, she extracted the crystal core from the severed head and discarded it outside. Suddenly, a zombie's head materialized from thin air, crashing down onto the cranium of another second-tier zombie with a resounding thud. The second-tier zombie immediately began to flail at the empty space before it, only to realize there was nothing there. Thus, it resumed its ascent up the staircase to the second floor. Muhuai emerged from the spatial realm, teleporting once more to land atop another zombie's head. A blade of wind severed the zombie's head in two, after which Muhuai swiftly retreated back into the spatial realm, taking the head with her. With growing proficiency, she soon dispatched all 4 zombies, allowing her to commence her assault on the first-tier zombies amidst the pile of corpses. Meanwhile, Xi Qinglin was leading a group in the battle against the zombies. With a mere wave of their hands, 2 or 3 zombies would fall to the ground. A snow-white wolf, agile and fierce, was also engaged in the slaughter, dispatching a zombie with each swift strike of its claws. The 6 individuals who had been rescued watched in astonishment. How impressive! Why does their zombie slaying seem so effortless? It seems our zombies differ significantly. Before long, only a score of zombies remained, their lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Suddenly, a shadow darted towards Muhuai with alarming speed. Be careful, shouted a dashing young man, his features bright and handsome. Just then, a diminutive zombie lunged before Muhuai, extending its claws to grasp her. The 4 rushed towards her, unleashing a barrage of abilities at the approaching menace. Alas, they were too late. The zombie's claws had already latched onto the little one's chest. No, the group cried out in despair. Xi Qinglin's eyes burned with rage, while Shen Jingzhu, Huo Zhouyu, and Jiang Qiyun clenched their fists tightly. Little master, with a mournful whimper, the little one emitted a sound that resonated with sorrow. Are you tickling me? Amidst the collective grief of the onlookers, a sweet laughter unexpectedly echoed in the air. The zombies' claws grasped at Muhuai's chest, yet they could not penetrate, as if they had encountered an impenetrable barrier. With a swift motion of her small hand, Muhuai effortlessly cleaved the zombie's head in 2, promptly collecting the crystal core. Her spirit soared. Now everyone could advance to level 2. And that very zombie possessed speed-based abilities. At the moment of the zombie's attack, she had fortuitously copied its powers, elevating her speed-based abilities to level 2. With a smile, Muhuai dashed towards Xi Qinglin. Upon seeing the little one standing safely before him, Xi Qinglin's anxieties dissipated. Shen Jingzhu, Huo Zhouyu, Jiang Qiyun, and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, thankfully, with trembling hands, Xi Qinglin enveloped Muhuai in a tight embrace, as if fearing she might vanish. Brother, I am perfectly fine. See, I'm all right, Muhuai reassured him, gently patting his back. Do you know you nearly frightened me to death just now? Xi Qinglin's voice quivered with suppressed tears. Oh, brother, do not be sad. Look, Xi is just fine, Muhuai hastily consoled him. Shen Jingzhu and the others curiously observed Xi Qinglin's usually stoic face, intrigued to witness his tears for the first time, determined not to miss this moment. When Xi Qinglin lifted his gaze, he found 3 burly men fixated on him. What are you staring at? He asked coldly. Oh, no, we are absolutely not curious about what you look like when you cry, Jiang Qiyun hastily explained. Xi Qinglin remained silent, while Shen Jingzhu and Huo Zhouyu shared a glance, contemplating the experience of having a comically inept teammate. Both of them kicked Jiang Qiyun lightly and remarked, We've never seen anyone with such a pig-headed approach. Jiang Qiyun scratched his head sheepishly. I merely let it slip by accident. Accident? I dare say you are simply foolish, Huo Zhouyu retorted disdainfully. Who are you calling foolish? Back in my day, I was the top scorer in the college entrance examination, Jiang Qiyun exclaimed, invigorated by the accusation. I was referring to you, Huo Zhouyu replied. Do you have any idea that I once? Before Jiang Qiyun could finish, Huo Zhouyu interrupted. Stop. Be silent. I do not wish to hear it. Jiang Qiyun pouted in indignation and subtly inched closer to Huo Zhouyu, who remained oblivious. Observing their antics, Xi Qinglin decided to refrain from further sentimentality. He gently set down the little one and turned to scrutinize Muhuai. Oh dear brother, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. I am clad in indestructible attire that protects me from zombie attacks, Xi Muhuai proclaimed, revealing his sharp little canine teeth. Noticing Xi Qinglin's silence, he brandished a small knife and attempted to slice his own abdomen. Xi Qinglin furrowed his brow, ready to intervene, but the little one was quicker, drawing the blade across his belly. A metallic clink resonated as Xi Muhuai emerged unscathed. Xi Qinglin widened his eyes in astonishment. Now, do you truly believe that everything is fine? Hee. Next time, you shall all partake in this delightful treasure. Xi Muhuai smiled sweetly. Xi Qinglin playfully ruffled the soft little head of the small milk bun. Suddenly, a white figure lunged toward Xi Muhuai. A wave of unease surged through the hearts of the onlookers. Yet, in the next moment, they fell silent. It was Xiaobai, who had knocked Xi Muhuai to the ground. My little master, you terrified me. What am I to do if you perish? How can I possibly live without you? My little master? In the eyes of the six, Xiaobai continued to wail, though they could not comprehend its words. All right. Rest assured. There will be your favorite treats, Xi Muhuai said, pushing Xiaobai aside in exasperation. It's not the treats I'm concerned about. It's you, my little master. Xiaobai immediately replied, attempting to mask its guilt. Then shall we forego the treats today? Absolutely not. I care for both, Xiaobai exclaimed without hesitation. Xi Muhuai smirked slightly and stood up from the ground. Chapter 31. An encounter with him. Are you all right? The handsome, sunlit man approached, expressing concern for Xi Muhuai. I'm perfectly fine, especially well, she replied with a radiant smile. By the way, what is your name, brother? That's a relief. I am Song Yuchen. Song Yuchen, the very one who had saved her brother in her past life. She never expected to meet him here. It was simply marvelous. Xi Muhuai's eyes sparkled with visible excitement as she suppressed her exhilaration and inquired, Brother Song, why were you besieged by those 4 zombies? Song Yuchen pondered for a moment before speaking. Originally, we intended to gather some supplies, but coincidentally, we were targeted by 4 zombies. At first, we were not concerned, thinking they were merely level 1 zombies. It was only after engaging with them that we realized they were all level 2. Fortunately, we possessed ample experience in combating zombies and managed to hold out until you arrived to rescue us. Thank you. The team members behind Song Yuchen echoed in unison. Thank you for saving us. It's nothing, merely a matter of convenience, Xi Muhuai replied with a sweet smile. Ding. Task completed. Reward, 50 points. Hee. Just a matter of convenience, indeed. Suddenly, a roar erupted. The crowd turned to see Huazhou's face contorted with rage. Jiang Qiyun, will you never cease? What are you doing, pinching my backside? Huazhou gritted his teeth. Who told you to call me foolish? Hey. A gentleman uses words, not fists. As soon as Jiang Qiyun finished speaking, Huazhou raised his axe and swung it towards him. Save me, little ghost. Jiang Qiyun promptly cowered behind Xi Muhuai. Xi Qinglin disdainfully shoved Jiang Qiyun aside. Huazhou seized Jiang Qiyun and began to administer a thorough beating. Jiang Qiyun wailed, Don't hit my face. Don't hit my face. After delivering a sound thrashing, Huazhou's anger finally subsided somewhat. He rose from Jiang Qiyun and coldly snorted, If you dare to touch me again, watch your hands. Jiang Qiyun slowly sat up from the ground, staring blankly ahead. Uffed. Ha! A burst of laughter erupted, and Xi Muhuai clutched his belly in unrestrained joy. What are you laughing at? Jiang Qiyun fumed, covering his face. Indeed, Huazhou had specifically targeted Jiang Qiyun's visage, leaving it swollen and bruised like a pig's head. Ha! Brother Qiyun, you look just like a pig after that beating. Xi Muhuai exclaimed without mercy. The others began to stifle their laughter as well. You little rascal, I keep you in my heart, and you kick me into the ditch. Jiang Qiyun feigned indignation. It was I who pushed you, Xi Qinglin remarked nonchalantly from the side. Jiang Qiyun fell silent, gently touching his face. Ouch, that hurts. That insufferable Huazhou, he cannot take a joke at all. He scoffed. After his laughter subsided, Xi Muhuai approached Jiang Qiyun with 2 bottles of spirit water, one for drinking and the other for washing his face. Jiang Qiyun stared at the 2 bottles for a long moment, unable to discern their purpose, before pouring one out to wash his face. Upon contact with his skin, a refreshing coolness enveloped him, accompanied by a gentle energy that nourished his face. In no time, the swelling on Jiang Qiyun's face had completely vanished. Do you believe I can turn you back into a pig's head? Huazhou's icy voice cut through the air. Jiang Qiyun merely pouted, remaining silent. Don't get cocky. Xi Muhuai chuckled lightly, then retrieved a backpack from behind him, extracting 10 packets of instant noodles, 10 sausages, 10 ready-to-eat chicken legs. and 5 eggs, placing them on the ground. Well, let us just endure this meal. Song Yuqin and the others stared in astonishment at the little rascal's bounty. So much food. Moreover, how is it possible for her to extract such an abundance of items from such a small bag? A few individuals, upon noticing the little ones suddenly rise and approach them, swiftly adjusted their expressions. Before long, Muhuai retrieved 12 packets of instant noodles from her bag and handed them to Song Yuqin. Stunned, Song Yuqin accepted the 12 packets, asking, "For us?" He was met with the reply, "No, they are just for you. The others can share in your fortune." "Thank you," Song Yuqin replied, beaming with a smile that radiated warmth and vitality, casting a cheerful glow around him. However, he found himself perplexed as to why this young child was being so generous, saving them and providing food. Yet, such details seemed trivial. What mattered was his resolve to repay her kindness in the future. Song Yuqin's gaze was unwavering as he looked at Muhuai, who happened to meet his steadfast eyes. Muhuai pondered, "What is with that gaze?" Chuckling softly, Song Yuqin quickly averted his eyes, clearing his throat. "Ahem. Let us search for a place to cook." The group rose and began their search. How could they find it so swiftly? Song Yuqin and the others hurriedly set up their pot. Yet, what to do without water? Surely, they couldn't fry instant noodles dry. Reluctantly, Song Yuqin approached Muhuai to request water. With a sweet smile, Muhuai replied, "Of course. But you must promise me one thing in return for taking my belongings." Song Yuqin furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding, "All right." Muhuai then produced a large bucket of water from her backpack. Such a diminutive backpack producing such a large bucket of water is quite absurd. Isn't it? Could it be that she possesses? My bag is a spatial one. In truth, it is quite spacious within, Muhuai remarked, perceiving Song Yuqin's perplexity, her large eyes blinking innocently. The look of confusion on Song Yuqin's face vanished in an instant. "Oh, so that's how it is. Wow. That little girl has provided us with so much water," exclaimed one named Lan Weiyan. "Indeed, she requested that I fulfill a promise for her in exchange." Song Yuqin replied with a smile. "Not just one. You could promise her 100, as long as it brings us supplies." Lan Weiyan immediately interjected, his gaze fixated on the instant noodles before him. Song Yuqin frowned. "TSK, speaking so casually, why don't you go ahead and promise her 100? Without further comment, Song Yuqin called upon a teammate with fire abilities to ignite a flame, then began pouring water into the pot. "Don't pour so much. I still want some to drink," Lan Weiyan quickly interrupted. Though Song Yuqin furrowed his brow, he ultimately set the water down. "Well, this amount should suffice. If he wishes to drink, let him have it. After all, he is one of our own." Just as Song Yuqin placed the bucket down, the 5 individuals eagerly began to compete for their share. Song Yuqin, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed his temples. Meanwhile, Muhuai certainly took note of the commotion, precisely as she had hoped. Let them bicker and scramble. When the time comes, I shall see my brother Yuqin disappointed, and then he will belong to our team. Muhuai thought to herself, delighting in the sight of the noodles cooking in the pot. The aroma of the instant noodles wafted through the room, captivating the attention of the 6 nearby, who swallowed in unison. "How delightful! Is the instant noodles ready? The aroma is simply irresistible," Lan Weiyan remarked as he nudged Song Yuqin. "Almost there," Song Yuqin replied, promptly opening each packet of noodles and pouring them into the pot. As soon as he added the seasoning, a delightful fragrance enveloped the air. Lan Weiyan swallowed hard, eagerly grasping his chopsticks to serve himself. The other 4 also hurried to scoop up the noodles. Observing their fervor, Song Yuqin merely furrowed his brow. Eventually, only remnants of the noodles remained. Quietly, Song Yuqin consumed the leftovers. Chapter 32. A new member on the other side. Muhuai had also finished eating, with the little cub contentedly sprawled on the carpeted floor. Muhuai retrieved the second-tier evolution liquid he had exchanged and distributed it among the remaining 3. Xinjingzhu and Huizhouyu eagerly drank it down. Jiang Qiyun, holding a bottle of the evolution liquid, inquired, "What is this?" "This is the second-tier evolution liquid. Consuming it will elevate your level," Muhuai explained. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyun wasted no time in gulping it down. Shortly thereafter, he sensed a significant enhancement in his strength and attempted to conjure a vine. The vine, originally as thick as a finger, had now doubled in size. Xinjingzhu also manifested a water column that struck the adjacent table, piercing it and leaving a hole. Fantastic! His ability now possesses offensive power. He would no longer need to wash crystal cores at the back. Huizhouyu also tested his powers, and indeed, he felt considerably stronger. A a faint smile gracing his lips. Although the Points shop offered third-tier evolution liquids, Muhuai had no intention of exchanging them for now. She wished to elevate their strength gradually, without haste for immediate results. After a brief respite, Muhuai spoke up. What are your plans moving forward? Song Yuqin remained silent for a considerable time. At that moment, Lan Wei-yin interjected. Given your amicable relationship with our captain, why not bring us along for his sake? My face. What nonsense are you spouting? Lan Wei-yin? What face do I have? Song Yuqin furrowed his brow. You're being treated so well, yet you claim to have no face. Lan Wei-yin retorted sarcastically. Are you out of your mind? Are you envious of how the little one treats others? If you can't speak properly, then just shut your foul mouth. And you, Lan Wei-yin, I see you're on the verge of appendicitis. Jiang Qi-yin interjected mercilessly. Lan Wei-yin's face flushed crimson. You're the one who have appendicitis. I certainly don't want to contract yours. How unlucky. Jiang Qi-yin immediately made a disgusted expression. Muhuai could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. This pun is hilarious, absolutely killing me. There's strength in numbers. If you take us along, we can assist you in slaying zombies. Indeed, wouldn't it be better to have more people? You're all so formidable. What is the harm in bringing us along? Exactly. The four behind Lan Wei-yin began to bark like dogs once more. Song Yuqin furrowed his brow deeply, gazing at the team before him as if pondering something. First, we do not require your inept assistance in exterminating zombies. Second, having more individuals means more mouths to feed. Does that mean if you join us, we shall provide you with no sustenance? Thirdly, we possess formidable strength while you exhibit weakness. Thus, you are unworthy of joining our ranks. Do any of you possess special abilities? Muhuai inquired. I have fire-type abilities. One man exclaimed, raising his hand. Ding. Successfully replicated fire-type ability. The man rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Could it be that he was mistaken? Are there any others with abilities? A silence fell among the group. Muhuai then spoke languidly. Let us proceed this way. I will commence a countdown. And whoever holds the small ball at the end will be granted entry into our team. The benefits of our group are quite substantial. Each day you will dine on meat and have ample water, ensuring you are well fed at every meal, as you have undoubtedly observed. Who among you will ultimately join us? We shall await the outcome with bated breath. As soon as he finished speaking, Muhuai mischievously retrieved a small ball from his bag and tossed it into the air. It fortuitously landed in Song Yuqin's embrace. He had no desire to participate in this game, yet just as he contemplated discarding the ball, he saw Lan Wei-yin clenching his fist and charging towards him. My apologies, Song Yuqin. For the sake of a better life ahead, you shall have to make a sacrifice. Noticing Lan Wei-yin's movement, the other four individuals also launched themselves at Song Yuqin. His pupils constricted as he gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. He believed he had treated them with sufficient kindness, so why were they treating him this way? A chilling detachment settled in his eyes as disappointment washed over him. Suddenly, a circular protective shield enveloped Song Yuqin, deflecting all their attacks against it. A cold voice resonated. I am truly disheartened. As soon as the words were spoken, the protective barrier erupted, sending the five individuals surrounding it flying. Just as they were about to renew their assault on Song Yuqin, a soft, melodious voice chimed in. Time's up. The ball is in Brother Yuqin's hands. Ignoring the disgruntled expressions of the others, Muhuai blinked her big eyes and inquired. Brother Yuqin, would you like to join my team? Song Yuqin furrowed his brow, preparing to decline, when Muhuai added, You promised you would grant me one request. Very well, I accept. Ding. A team member has been detected joining. Reward, 100 points. Checking loyalty. Song Yuqin's loyalty, 99. Wow, that's so high. Muhuai beamed, her smile reminiscent of a charming little imp. All right, you may perish now. Suddenly, dozens of wind blades flew towards Lan Wei-yin and the others. In an instant, they met their demise. Song Yuqin regarded their lifeless forms with a neutral expression. After a moment, he averted his gaze and said, Thank you. Why are you thanking me? Brother Yuqin, you must drink this. Muhuai exclaimed, pulling a small vial from her backpack and handing it to him. Upon receiving it, Song Yuqin promptly downed its contents. He closed his eyes, savoring the transformation coursing through his body. After a brief interval, he opened his eyes and clenched his fist. He had grown stronger. Furthermore, he resolved to treat the little girl with utmost care. Song Yuqin's determination solidified further. Ding! As Song Yuqin's loyalty reached a remarkable 100. The excitement escalated. Chapter 33, A New Mission. Ding! A new mission has been issued. Eliminate 1,000 zombies to earn a super base. Hooray. The base is here. Xiao AI, what amenities can we find within the base? Host, there are several large buildings, numerous fields, and plenty of open spaces. Are the buildings empty inside? Basic facilities are available, such as? There are beds, wardrobes, televisions, and kitchens. Wonderful. This golden opportunity is extraordinary. Muhuai couldn't help but chuckle, then excitedly exclaimed, let's go hunt some zombies. The others nodded in agreement. After extracting the crystal cores from the first-level zombies they had defeated, they ventured out in search of more zombies. On a bustling street, the ground was littered with zombies that had been decimated. A group of 5 adults and a child, accompanied by a wolf, were relentlessly slaying the undead. Inside a nearby building, a group of onlookers stood by the window, transfixed. Wow, they are incredibly powerful, one bespectacled girl exclaimed. Indeed, they have dispatched so many zombies. Another bespectacled boy concurred. A chubby individual chimed in. Perhaps we could seek their assistance. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the other 7 individuals lit up with hope. What a splendid idea. But how should we call for help? Shouting would attract the zombies, cautioned the bespectacled girl. Let's see if we can find a piece of red cloth, suggested another man with a buzz cut. Thus, they began their search for a red cloth. Regrettably, a red cloth could not be found. Only a purple one was discovered, which had been stripped from the sofa. A few individuals promptly thrust the purple sofa cover out of the window, vigorously shaking it. As Xi Qinglin was extracting the zombie crystal core, he glanced up and noticed the purple fabric. Little ghost, look above, he remarked, turning to Muhuai. Muhuai halted his extraction and lifted his gaze. They saw several people at the window, frantically waving their hands, the purple cloth fluttering wildly as if to ensure they were seen. I'll go take a look. You all finish extracting the crystal cores and join me, Xi Qinglin declared. No sooner had he spoken than the spot where the little one had stood was empty. She then appeared behind the group on the upper floor. What are you all doing? A soft, melodious voice floated into their ears, causing their bodies to stiffen as they turned to gaze at the only girl in the team. It was Timmy who spoke. The bespectacled woman immediately waved her hands in denial. Strange, you were the only girl in the team. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? A particularly tall man inquired. Just as the bespectacled woman was about to clarify once more, the soft voice sounded again. Turn around and take a look. Upon hearing this, they all turned in unison. What met their eyes was an exceptionally adorable little child. How did a little one suddenly appear here? And how did she get here? Were you all calling for help? Muhuai questioned, clearly recalling the urgency of the moment. What difficulties are you encountering? He asked again. Our escape route was obstructed by zombies, and this building was particularly infested with the presence of a mutated zombie. A mutated zombie. The mention of this ignited a spark in Muhuai, who immediately inquired, what are the characteristics of that mutated zombie? However, its weaknesses lay in its strength and speed, both of which were notably feeble, yet its defense was exceptionally robust. We had engaged in combat with it several times, but we could not inflict even the slightest damage, which is why we could not escape. Muhuai nodded and continued, do you know where it is now? It has been lingering in the corridor on the 2nd floor. It has been spotted there multiple times, though the reason remains a mystery, replied the crew-cut man. The 2nd floor corridor. I wonder what level of mutated zombie it is. Could my brother be in danger? Do you all possess special abilities? The group nodded in affirmation. Muhuai's expression brightened, and she swiftly darted around each person, her small hands touching them incessantly. With the enhancement of her speed-type ability, she moved so swiftly that others could only perceive her as a fleeting shadow, unable to pinpoint her exact location. Thus, the little one quickly brushed against each individual, leaving them puzzled as to what this mysterious ritual entailed. They did not comprehend but offered their respect. Chapter 34, Level 4 Zombie. Ding. Successfully copied Ice-type ability. Ice-type ability upgraded to Level 2. Ding. Successfully copied Water-type ability. Water-type ability upgraded to Level 2. Ding. Successfully copied Earth-type ability. Earth-type ability upgraded to Level 2. Ding. Successfully copied Wood-type ability. Wood-based abilities have been upgraded to Level 3. Ding. Successfully copied Fire-based abilities. Fire-based abilities have been upgraded to Level 2. Ding. Successfully copied Earth-based abilities. Earth-based abilities have been upgraded to Level 3. Ding. Successfully copied Spatial abilities. Spatial abilities have been upgraded to Level 2. Ding. Successfully copied Strength-based abilities. Strength-based abilities have been upgraded to Level 2. Haha. What a thrilling upgrade. Muhuai, in high spirits, declared, let us go. I shall take you out. Several individuals silently trailed behind the young one, fully aware of the formidable nature of the zombie, whose skin was particularly tough. Even two level 2 ability users attacking in unison could not inflict any damage upon it. Thus it could not possibly be a level 2 zombie. Upon stepping outside, they encountered a zombie, which Muhuai swiftly dispatched with a single strike. She then effortlessly extracted the crystal core. The rotund companion, observing the sudden appearance of the knife in Muhuai's hand and her action of extracting the core, paused momentarily. Are you all hiding behind a mere child? Suddenly, a clear voice resonated in everyone's ears. They had no time to extract the crystal cores themselves. So Muhuai naturally took all of them. Leisurely, she watched them engage the zombies from behind. Upon reaching the second floor, she heard the sounds of fierce combat. Muhuai immediately teleported to the front, where she beheld her brothers collaborating to assault a mutated zombie. With all 5 being level 2, they were at a loss against this zombie, indicating it was surely level 3 or 4. Just as they struggled with the zombie, a blade of wind sliced towards it. Several men turned their heads with delight. Muhuai smiled sweetly at them before unleashing a blade of wind. The wind blade merely left a faint mark upon contact. It was a level 4 zombie. Muhuai swiftly moved beside the zombie, her small hand making a quick touch before she darted away. Ding! Successfully replicated defensive abilities. Such formidable defense can only be overcome by exhausting you. Muhuai sent forth a whirlwind that enveloped the zombie, then ignited a fire within it, which was fanned into a roaring blaze by the wind. As the group dealt with the remaining level 1 zombies, the level 4 zombie still showed signs of life. Muhuai tossed in several hundred sharp wind blades, followed by another surge of flames. Feeling it was still insufficient, she added a few bolts of lightning. The 8 onlookers were left agape. If their eyes did not deceive them, she had already employed for distinct abilities. How powerful! Truly remarkable. Not a single member of their base possessed such a plethora of abilities, and this little girl seemed to have considerable strength as well. Perhaps an opportunity to win her over could be seized. Furrowing her brow, Muhuai gazed at the whirlwind and then raised her small hand to unleash a massive metallic blade. The astonishment of the 8 grew even more profound. 5 abilities. This was astonishingly powerful. She must not be trifled with. Suddenly, a soft sound escaped as Muhuai waited a moment before dissipating the whirlwind. A grotesquely disfigured zombie body plummeted to the ground. No. It was a body that no longer resembled a zombie. The level 4 crystal core landed perfectly in front of Muhuai, and with a swift motion, she grasped it in her hand. A level 4 upgrade was within reach. What a delightful prospect. Chapter 35. The Western Base. Muhuai tucked the 4th level crystal core into her pocket. She then turned to the 8 individuals and said, "All right, you may leave now." The plump man immediately stepped forward with a smile and inquired, "Little one, would you be interested in joining our base?" Muhuai raised an eyebrow, realizing that these individuals had emerged from the base on a mission, which explained their extraordinary abilities. "Which base do you belong to?" she asked. "We are from the Western Base." The plump man promptly responded. "The Western Base? Is that not the place where Huozhou had previously resided?" Muhuai glanced at Huozhou, noticing the slight furrow in his brow. She shook her head and said, "I'm afraid I have no intention of joining a base at this time." After all, she aspired to establish her own base. The mere thought ignited within her an eagerness to vanquish zombies. "Well then, can we be friends?" the plump man asked with a grin. Muhuai pondered for a moment before nodding. "I am Muhuai. I am the captain of this small team, Sun Jijun." The plump man introduced himself. The bespectacled woman behind him chimed in, "I am Zhang Wanjing, and by the way, you are absolutely adorable." Muhuai flashed her a sweet smile, leaving Zhang Wanjing momentarily speechless, her gaze fixed on the charming little one. The man beside her adjusted his glasses and said, "Gao Jia." The crew cut man also introduced himself, Li Huan. The remaining 4 individuals followed suit, each presenting their names. "All right, I will remember them all, if I am not mistaken. You currently have no food, do you? Here, take these few packs of instant noodles, bread, and water as a token of friendship." The young one rummaged through her backpack and placed the packets of noodles, bread, and water on the ground. Sun Jijun was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "All right, we truly have no food left. Thank you. This little one is quite clever, making them indebted to her in an instant." Muhuai remarked, "Hee, as I mentioned, it is wise to befriend allies in the Western Base before the base leader meets their demise. It will save us effort." With that, Muhuai left with several companions. After dividing the food equally, Sun Jijun turned to his team members and said, "We must treat that little girl with utmost sincerity. We must not provoke her. Do you understand? Why shouldn't we provoke her?" asked a man named Zhang Yi. "Did you not see how much ability she just displayed? You have all witnessed her strength. She single-handedly defeated a zombie that we could not harm in the slightest. Moreover, she generously offered us supplies. Consider how scarce resources are in this era, yet she was able to part with so much. Surely, she must have ample reserves. Lastly, look at the group of men behind her. If that little girl possesses such formidable power, how could they possibly be any weaker?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi nodded in realization. The captain is indeed impressive, so astute. Meanwhile, Xi Muhuai casually found a room to rest. Xi Muhuai first exchanged 5 bottles of level 3 evolution liquid at the point shop, then proceeded to distribute them one by one. The others who received the evolution liquid eagerly consumed it. After a brief exchange with them, Xi Muhuai swiftly retreated into her space. She exchanged a level 4 crystal core for evolution liquid, which she consumed, and then indulged in a relaxing bath. After soaking for 15 minutes, she was suddenly reminded of the livestock she had previously pilfered from the farm. With a mere thought, she opened her eyes to find herself in the livestock area. Ugh! Xi Muhuai quickly rushed to one side and began to retch. The entire breeding farm was covered in excrement. The stench was unbearable. After donning a gas mask, she re-entered the farm. It had been quite some time since she had attended to them. How were they still alive? Host. The spiritual spring water automatically irrigates all living beings here. Ah, that explains it. The animals drinking the spiritual spring water appeared quite plump. She wondered what they tasted like. As this thought crossed her mind, she swallowed hard. Shall I, with all this dung? Do I have to clean it up one by one? Xi Muhuai asked, her head drooping in despair. Chapter 36. The Butler Robot. Not at all. Host. You can spend 100 points to obtain a butler robot, which will manage everything in your space. Ah, this is simply wonderful. I must purchase it. Buy. Ding. Successfully purchased the butler robot. 100 points deducted. No sooner had the words left her lips than a smart robot appeared in the space. Xi Muhuai curiously scrutinized the robot before her. "Hello, master. I am your space butler." Before her stood a robot that suddenly began to speak, causing the little one to instinctively step back in surprise. "Host, you may assign it a name." After a moment of contemplation, Xi Muhuai replied, "From now on, you shall be called Dog Egg." The intelligent robot fell silent, and after a considerable pause, it responded, "Master, could we perhaps choose another name?" How could a robot express disdain for the name she had chosen? "Then I shall call you Siri." "Very well, master. Siri is fond of this name," it acknowledged. Xi Muhuai inquired further, "Are you capable of cleaning the animal waste in the farm?" "Of course," came the prompt reply. No sooner had the words left its mouth than Siri commenced its task. Xi Muhuai nodded in satisfaction. This robot was impressive, efficient, and obedient. This 100 points were well spent. Before long, Siri reappeared before Xi Muhuai. "Master, I have cleaned everything thoroughly." Xi Muhuai's eyes widened in astonishment. Such swiftness. Truly, it was a remarkable intelligent robot. The little one felt a spark of inspiration and promptly manifested in the farm. How delightful. It is so clean. This robot is impressive. "Siri, remember to feed the livestock with the feed from my space," she instructed. "Certainly, master. And do not forget to clean the waste daily." "Rest assured, master. Even without your reminder, I shall attend to it." Xi Muhuai nodded in contentment and then approached the adjacent fruit area, intending to pick some fruit. "Master, are you going to gather fruit?" Xi Muhuai nodded, and then Siri spoke again. "Master, please wait here. I will go and pick some." Suddenly, Siri vanished. Within a few minutes, a basket larger than herself appeared before Xi Muhuai, brimming with an array of fruits. Where on earth did it procure such a colossal basket? It was absurd. Xi Muhuai patted Siri and said, "Thank you, Siri. I must be on my way." "Of course, master. I shall take care of everything here for you." Xi Muhuai nodded and swiftly exited the space. The 5 individuals were in a state of tranquil repose when suddenly, a small child appeared before them, accompanied by a basket overflowing with fruits that was larger than she was. "Let's eat some fruit," Xi Muhuai called out to them. Jiang Qiyun immediately opened his eyes and, gazing at the substantial basket, inquired, "Little one, where did you get such a large basket?" Xi Muhuai scratched her head and replied, "You need not concern yourself with that. Come quickly and enjoy the fruits." Jiang Qiyun approached, attempting to lift the basket to partake in the fruits, but found it immovable. "Step aside. Allow me," Xi Muhuai said as she stepped forward. With a gentle embrace of her small hands, she effortlessly lifted the basket and carried it over, setting it down with ease. Goodness, little one, you possess such strength. How is it that I lack such power? Jiang Qiyun marveled, astonished by the might contained within her petite frame. Muhuai cast a glance at Jiang Qiyun, took some fruits for Xiaobai, and then began to enjoy the fruits herself, disregarding him. Jiang Qiyun wished to continue speaking, but Hua Zhouyu impatiently interjected. Could you possibly be quiet? Jiang Qiyun pouted in indignation. Am I not allowed to speak? Then you talk. Let us finish all of this fruit, Hua Zhouyu replied. And with that, he began to ravenously stuff fruit into his mouth. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qiyun promptly approached and joined him in the fervent consumption of fruit. Thus, what began as an ordinary fruit-eating session swiftly transformed into a competitive feast between the two. You two should slow down. No one is competing with you, Song Yuchen chuckled. Observing the scene. He is, stealing. Jiang Qiyun exclaimed with a mouth full of fruit, his words barely intelligible. Meanwhile, Hua Zhouyu leisurely savored his fruit, remarking, You act as if you haven't eaten fruit in years. I don't behave like you in such a ridiculous manner. Upon lifting her gaze to Hua Zhouyu, Jiang Qiyun noticed his elegant demeanor as he indulged in his fruit, contrasting sharply with her own cheeks stuffed to the brim. How dare you play me for a fool, Hua Zhouyu? It seems I am the only one engaged in this competition. Hua Zhouyu shrugged. I never claimed we were in a contest. Jiang Qiyun glared at him with resentment, prompting a laugh from Muhuai. These two are so childish, ha. All right. It's time to resume our mission. We must hunt zombies. Muhuai mounted his white steed, followed by 5 tall and handsome men. Their presence on the street was undeniably attention-grabbing. In a shadowy corner, a pair of watchful eyes closely observed their every move. How peculiar. Why are there so few zombies around? Jiang Qiyun inquired. Muhuai also sensed that something was amiss. She hurriedly exclaimed, This is bad. Let us retreat to the building behind us. No sooner had her words left her lips than the air was filled with the ominous sounds of an approaching horde of zombies. Chapter 37. The Zombie Tide. It was over. There was no escaping this. Then let us confront it head-on. Prepare yourselves. The zombie tide is upon us. Muhuai retrieved an array of weapons from her space and also produced an infinite ammunition hand cannon purchased from the point shop. Surely, a formidable boss awaited them ahead. She needed to conserve her strength for that ultimate confrontation. Zombies surged towards them in an unending wave, and the group fought fiercely against the onslaught. They faced zombies of varying levels, first, second, and third, numbering perhaps 700 or 800. With each bullet, Muhuai felled a zombie, her aim with the hand cannon remarkably precise. Just as she dispatched a second-level zombie with a well-placed shot, an eerie chill ran down her spine. She swiftly turned her head and spotted a zombie lunging towards Xi Qinglin. Host, that is a 4th-level zombie. A 4th-level zombie. Muhuai promptly teleported to activate the protective shield. The 4th-level zombie's claw struck the shield, but it quickly retreated. Beside her, Song Yuchen cast a glance at the protective barrier enveloping them. He distinctly recalled not using that skill himself. Could it be that the skill activated on its own? Never mind. Let's focus on exterminating the zombies for now. With the shield in place, the group dispatched the zombies with increased efficiency. The 4th-level zombie, having failed in its ambush, remained poised, waiting for the opportune moment. Muhuai quietly observed its movements. There it was. She teleported once more and unleashed a whirlwind, ensnaring the 4th-level zombie within its grasp. Hundreds of small wind blades danced within the vortex of the tornado, while Muhuai occasionally thrust a dagger into its depths. Ultimately, he summoned his wood-based abilities to bind the level 4 zombie from within. Alas, it was dead. With the demise of the level 4 zombie, the remaining undead scattered aimlessly, devoid of purpose. This made them easier to eliminate, and soon they had dispatched all the zombies. What followed was the lengthy process of extracting the brains of the undead. At last, having completed the task, they collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Exhausted, Jiang Qiyun sprawled directly on the ground. Hua Zhouyu shot him a disdainful glance, remarking, The ground is filthy. You just lie down? I'm tired. What's wrong with lying down for a moment? Jiang Qiyun retorted immediately. The ground is covered in zombie brain matter, Hua Zhouyu replied coolly, prompting Jiang Qiyun to spring up instantly. I won't lie down anymore. Is that satisfactory? At that moment, Shen Jingju interjected, Where you lay. There isn't any brain matter. Hearing this, Jiang Qiyun looked down at the spot where he had just reclined. It appeared quite clean. Of course, it only seemed so, as no foreign objects were visible. and the dust was imperceptible. He cast a sidelong glance at Huizhouyu before reclining once more. Muhuai retrieved 6 bottles of spirit spring water from her spatial storage, prepared in advance for their convenience. She also poured a basin for Xiaobai. After replenishing their energy, they sought a place to rest. Muhuai then produced the meal she had prepared earlier at the tavern: fragrant crispy pork tenderloin, stuffed tiger skin chili peppers, stir-fried crab with rice cakes, braised pork, stir-fried clams, tomato shrimp soup, and chicken steak rice. Each dish still emitted steam, filling the room with delightful aromas. Jiang Qiyun's eyes widened in astonishment. "Ah, little demon, you are my deity." Song Yuqing also slightly widened his gaze. The remaining few had grown accustomed to such occurrences and exhibited no reaction. All right, let us eat," Muhuai remarked before picking up his chopsticks and beginning to feast. It is exquisite. How delightful." At that moment, the thoughts of the group harmonized in agreement. Chapter 38. The Phoenix Base. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, everyone settled down to rest. In his mind, Muhuai inquired, "Xiao AI, how many more zombies do I need to reach 1,000? Host, you have already eliminated 993 zombies. Oh, just 7 more. With that, Muhuai exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Let us hunt some zombies," and instantly teleported away. The others, accustomed to his behavior, resumed their rest without concern. Upon his arrival, Muhuai encountered 2 zombies, swiftly dispatching them with a single stroke. After extracting the crystal cores, he noticed a supermarket not far ahead. Aha! Where there is a supermarket, there are surely people. And where there are people, there are entertaining spectacles to behold. With that thought, he teleported to the supermarket's entrance, straining to listen for any sounds from within. After a prolonged silence, he decided to step inside. A piercing scream erupted. A small figure hastily disengaged from the person it had landed upon. "Oh no! I teleported onto someone. How embarrassing. Who are you?" The girl stammered in disbelief. The individuals who had been resting around them were abruptly awakened, their expressions a mix of wariness and confusion as they scrutinized the small figure, some even brandishing their weapons. "Are you all right, sister?" Muhuai inquired, her large, sparkling eyes blinking in curiosity. At that moment, the girl realized that the unexpected blow had come from a small child, an exceptionally adorable little one at that. In a post-apocalyptic world, encountering such a charming and pristine little darling is indeed a rarity. The girl displayed a tender smile, saying, "Little treasure, what are you doing here?" "Sister, there are monsters outside, and I'm scared," Muhuai replied, noticing the girl's fascination with her appearance. She feigned a look of distress and nestled into the girl's embrace, cleverly leveraging her cuteness. The girl, taken aback, gently cradled the small child and patted her back reassuringly. "It's all right, little darling. This place is safe. Liang Yuqing, how many times must I remind you? Always remain vigilant around anyone, regardless of their age," admonished a stern-looking man nearby, furrowing his brow. "Oh dear brother, I don't want to, but she called me sister and is so incredibly cute," Liang Yuqing said indulgently, casting a fond glance at the little one in her arms. Muhuai responded by putting on a pitiful expression. The authoritative man rubbed his temples in exasperation and said, "Put her down. I need to ask her a few questions." Reluctantly, Liang Yuqing set the little darling down, muttering under her breath, "Humph, annoying brother, bothersome Liang Yuji, always so demanding." "What is your name?" Liang Yuji asked the child, his tone softening involuntarily as he gently inquired. "Where did you come from?" "Outside," was her simple reply. "Are you alone? Where are the adults? Are you lost?" "Indeed, I am." "How did you manage to enter so silently?" "It is a skill of mine." After demonstrating her ability to teleport, Muhuai observed Liang Yuji's expression soften as she recognized the child's honesty. "Look at this adorable little darling. How could there be any danger?" Liang Yuqing remarked, affectionately pinching the child's cheek. Seeing that there was no immediate threat, the others resumed their rest. "Sister, have you all been here the entire time?" Muhuai inquired, her large eyes blinking curiously. "Not at all. We only arrived yesterday," Liang Yuqing replied with a smile, her 2 dimples enhancing her sweetness. "Are you here to gather supplies?" "Indeed, we are from the Phoenix Base." Upon hearing this, Muhuai furrowed her brows. The Phoenix Base. She recalled that in her previous life, this base was managed by the Liang family, who maintained order and efficiency. However, due to treachery, the Liang lineage perished, and a formidable villain subsequently took control of the base. Wait, Liang family, Liang Yuqing, Liang Yuji. Could these 2 before her be the siblings of the Liang family? Their abilities were formidable, One possessed time manipulation powers, while the other wielded wind capabilities. As Muhuai silently contemplated the prospect of copying their abilities, she discreetly brushed her hand against Liang Yuqing's arm. Ding! Successfully copied time manipulation ability. Oh, how delightful! She exclaimed, suddenly teleporting to Liang Yuji's side and subtly brushing against him as well. Ding! Successfully copied wind manipulation ability. The wind-based supernatural ability has reached level 5. Liang Yuqing furrowed his brow as he observed the small creature that had suddenly appeared beside him and inquired, "Is there something you need?" In light of your extraordinary abilities, she decided to lend her assistance. "Brother, you may find it hard to believe, but I possess dual supernatural abilities. My other power is prophecy." Shimu leaned in, feigning profundity as she whispered into Liang Yuqing's ear. "Why are you telling me this?" Liang Yuqing clearly did not comprehend the sudden revelation of her capabilities. Muhuai adopted a grave expression and declared, "I foresee that soon your Liang family will face a calamity." Liang Yuqing's frown deepened. "This is not a jest to be taken lightly. I can only assist you to this extent. The rest is up to your own fortune." Embracing a philosophy of cautious optimism, Liang Yuqing nodded at the small creature and fell into contemplation. Recently, there indeed seemed to be some individuals exhibiting peculiar behavior. He resolved to urge his father to conduct a thorough investigation into those under his command. It was best if nothing was amiss. After all, an inquiry would bear no cost. Seeing that there was nothing more entertaining to be found here, Muhuai quietly teleported away. Of course, before her departure, she took most of the supplies with her, yet she kindly left behind a portion for them. What a benevolent little girl, she mused inwardly, praising herself. Once outside, she spent considerable time eliminating the remaining zombies. A voice echoed in her mind. Chapter 39, Super Base. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, Super Base. The base has already been placed in your space, and you may retrieve it at any time to position it in an open area. However, once it is set down, it cannot be retracted. The base is equipped with a radar system that can scan a radius of 300 meters from its center, providing early warnings of any zombies or humans that may appear. Upon hearing this, Muhuai felt a wave of excitement. The 5 individuals and 1 wolf, who were resting, were taken aback when the small creature suddenly appeared and then vanished. As Muhuai entered the space, he was greeted by a colossal city wall. Magnificent in its stature, standing approximately 50 meters high, the wall boasted a dark brown hue, striking yet understated. In the center stood a grand city gate. Approaching the entrance, he felt a sense of awe. Ding! Detection successful, came the cold, mechanical voice from the gate, which then swung open. "Host, this gate is equipped with a binding system. It will automatically scan and bind. Only base members may enter, or individuals whose loyalty exceeds 98% towards you. Any person infected by the zombie virus or possessing a loyalty lower than 70 will be detected. Should they be identified, the gate will remain closed. And if they persist in attempting to enter, the gate will automatically initiate an attack. Should such an individual manage to breach the base, they will be forcibly expelled and eradicated. Conversely, if the individual poses no threat, the gate will open." Wow, how sophisticated. Muhuai's eyes sparkled as he ventured inside, and the gate closed automatically behind him. Before my eyes stood several towering buildings, alongside a street lined with neatly arranged shops, crowned by a vast shopping mall at its center. Adjacent to the street was a hospital, and beside it, several schools. To the right of the city gate lay a large expanse of fertile land, and adjacent to this land was an exceptionally large livestock farm, not one with shelters, but rather a grassy field enclosed by a fence. Next to the farm was a considerable vacant lot, adorned with blooming flowers and lush grass. Further ahead, 5 two-story villas graced the landscape, with a pristine lake in front of them, its crystal-clear waters revealing small fish and shrimp swimming about. The entire space of the base was extraordinarily vast. Oh, how she adored it! Muhuai excitedly dashed around every corner of the base. "Host, completing tasks will make your base even more powerful in the future. How magnificent! This was simply incredible!" Subsequently, the little creature sprang forth from its space to share this delightful news with everyone. Ah! The sharp sound of the little creature's scream echoed in the ears of the group. "What happened?" The 5 asked in unison. "We have a base now. This means we have a home. No more sleeping in the open. And we need not fear being outnumbered in fights, as we have a strong support," Muhuai exclaimed. Upon hearing the little creature's words, smiles blossomed on the faces of the 5. What kind of base is it, little one? Can I see it? Jiang Qian inquired as he leaned closer. You'll be able to see it soon enough. Shi Muhuai's anticipation was thoroughly piqued as she contemplated the placement of such a vast base. It could not reside in urban areas, where the population density was overwhelming and the threat of zombies loomed large. Nor could it be situated near forests, fraught with mutated plants and beasts. However, she recalled a suitable expanse in the suburbs, where a considerable plot of land lay alongside a majestic mountain. Let us proceed there, she exclaimed, brimming with excitement as she rallied her companions. Thus, the group set forth in their modified vehicle toward the outskirts. Meanwhile, upon taking a break, the group discovered that a staggering 90% of the supermarket's supplies had mysteriously vanished. At that moment, Liang Yuqing was anxiously searching for her little companion. Oh no, my precious baby is missing. Could a nefarious thief have abducted them? Liang Yuji surveyed the barren shelves, furrowing his brow before stating, she has left. How do you know that? Did she inform you? Liang Yuqing immediately inquired, her voice tinged with urgency. This supermarket is so small, you've turned it upside down. Yet you can't find her. If she hasn't left, is she playing hide and seek with you? Liang Yuqing pouted, her worry intensifying. What will happen to such a little child if she encounters danger alone? Gently ruffling his sister's hair, Liang Yuji reassured her, you worry too much. She is far more capable than you realize. More capable than me? All she possesses is the ability to escape. Liang Yuqing questioned, her confusion evident. Enough with the needless fretting. It is time to embark on our journey, Liang Yuji replied, a fleeting glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. After traveling for an entire day and night, they finally arrived at their destination. Upon their arrival in the evening, a few individuals sought refuge in a suburban residence for a brief respite. Stealthily, Shi Muhuai slipped out, embarking on a quest to find a suitable location for the base. After much contemplation, a fitting spot was finally chosen. Shi Muhuai nervously rubbed his hands together. With a mere thought, the vacant land before him transformed, revealing towering and majestic city walls. Tomorrow, they would unveil a delightful surprise. Unfazed, the little one produced the dishes prepared earlier at the tavern. Today's feast included scallion mixed with tofu, seaweed, and egg drop soup, sauerkraut stewed with pork belly, braised crucian carp, spicy stir-fried clams, shredded pork in garlic sauce, crispy fried pork, cumin beef, spicy crayfish, all accompanied by rice. As Shi Muhuai was diligently enjoying his meal, 5 bowls of peeled crayfish suddenly appeared before him. I can peel them myself, he smiled at them. Hurry and eat. They all chorused in unison. Ha ha ha. How did you all become so in sync? The little one erupted into laughter, finding the scene amusingly delightful in an inexplicable manner. Observing her joy, the men exchanged glances and chuckled in camaraderie. It was a heartwarming tableau, so reminiscent of the world before the apocalypse. After their meal, they rested for a while, each engaging in some exercise before retiring for the night. The following day, little ghost, look outside. There's a gigantic base out there. Shi Muhuai was awakened early by Jiang Qiyun's enthusiastic shaking. Jiang Qiyun, what are you doing? It's barely morning, the little one retorted, visibly irked. Jiang Qiyun, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and pointed towards the window. Look outside, he said. Shi Muhuai followed the direction of his finger and realized that it was her base. She thought it was no big deal. Oh, it's just a base. I'm going to continue sleeping, she replied with an air of calmness. However, Jiang Qiyun was unable to share her tranquility. Aren't we going to take a look? That base appears to be enormous. And the city walls are so high. Are we really not going to check it out? I am genuinely curious about what it's like inside. After Jiang Qiyun's incessant pleas, Shi Muhuai found it impossible to drift off to sleep. All right. I'll take you to see it, she conceded. After a brief wash-up and changing into a clean outfit, she led a few people to the entrance of the base. A flicker of astonishment crossed their faces. In such a desolate area, there stood a formidable base. The city walls must have been over 50 meters high. Who on earth would construct such towering walls? It seemed rather exaggerated. Strange. Why is there no one guarding it? Jiang Qiyun wondered aloud, gazing at the closed gates and the empty spaces on either side. As Shi Muhuai approached, the gate emitted a chilling mechanical sound. Beep. Detection successful. No sooner had the sound faded than the gate opened on its own. Shi Muhuai stepped inside with ease. Jiang Qiyun, wide-eyed, exclaimed, Hey, how did you just walk in like that? The other 4, now understanding the situation, were still filled with awe as they followed her inside. Wow. No wonder you seemed so indifferent when I called you this morning. You've been here before. After Jiang Qiyun finished speaking, He swaggered towards the entrance. Beep. Detection failed. An unknown force propelled Jiang Qiyun back a considerable distance, causing Hui Zhouyu to chuckle at the scene. Muhuai, secretly amused, had added Xi Qinglin and the others, along with Xiaobai, to the base that morning, while placing Jiang Qiyun on the blacklist for disturbing her sweet dreams. Xi Qinglin and the others had successfully entered the base, leaving Jiang Qiyun standing outside, peering in. Was it because Hui Zhouyu thought Jiang Qiyun was finally about to figure it out, but his next words left everyone speechless. Because I'm handsome. This fool is unbelievable. Muhuai removed Jiang Qiyun from the blacklist and led everyone on a tour of the base. Why is it so empty here? Where is everyone? Jiang Qiyun inquired. This is our base, Muhuai replied languidly. Jiang Qiyun's expression transformed from disbelief to sheer excitement. You mean this is our base? Ah, this is so cool. Apart from Muhuai, the others were like Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden. Jiang Qiyun dashed around in excitement, reminiscent of Muhuai's earlier exuberance, with Xiaobai trailing behind. Shinjingzhu surveyed every corner with intense scrutiny. Hui Zhouyu silently clenched his fists. Song Yuqin smiled like a gentle spring breeze. A glimmer of light sparkled in Xi Qinglin's eyes. The group's gazes shimmered with dreams of the future, brimming with boundless hope and confidence. Chapter 40. Let us call you Little Pink at last. They had secured their own base, signifying that they possessed a formidable support system. Let us select our rooms first, Muhuai suggested as he led several individuals to the villa area. 2 people per room. I'll share with my brother. And the rest can allocate themselves accordingly, he added, turning to the others. I'll share a room with Song Yuqin, Shinjingzhu declared first. Proceeding to enter one of the villas with Song Yuqin, leaving Jiang Qiyun and Hui Zhouyu standing together. They exchanged glances. I absolutely refuse to share a room with you, Jiang Qiyun lamented. Do you think I wish to share with you? Hui Zhouyu retorted with a scoff. Though despite their words, they reluctantly made their way into a villa, bickering as they walked. Muhuai and Xi Qinglin exchanged amused glances, shaking their heads at the duo. Oh, they're off. A new home awaits, Muhuai exclaimed, bouncing into one of the villas. The villa was well furnished, equipped with all necessities, although it lacked some minor items and food. Muhuai casually selected a bedroom and flopped onto the large bed. So comfortable. Master, where will I sleep? A suddenly youthful voice piped up beside Muhuai. He sat up and retrieved an oversized dog bed from his space, placing it in the living room. You can sleep here, he said. Little White immediately lay down on it, its wolf-like eyes sparkling with delight. So comfy. Consequently, the wolf and the boy nestled into their respective beds, drifting off to sleep. After tidying up the house, Xi Qinglin decided to check on what the little cub was up to. He first knocked gently on the door, and upon receiving no response, he softly opened it and entered. Xi Qinglin gazed at the little child, who lay blissfully on the bed, breathing steadily and sleeping soundly. A smile involuntarily graced his lips. He tiptoed over, intending to tuck the child in more snugly. However, as he approached, the little one suddenly sprang up, adopting a defensive stance. Their eyes met in an awkward exchange. Upon recognizing his brother, Muhuai sheepishly relaxed his posture. Ahem, it's a habit, he admitted. Xi Qinglin felt a pang of sympathy upon hearing this, but Muhuai did not afford him the luxury of sentimentality. Clutching his small tummy, he declared, Brother, I'm hungry. All right, what would you like to eat, Xi Qinglin inquired, affectionately ruffling the child's hair. I want sweet and sour fish, Muhuai replied, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Is there anything else you desire? No, just make whatever you like, Muhuai said, then busily rummaged through the ingredients. Unsure of what his brother might need, she decided to gather a few assorted items. Okay, I'll call you when it's ready, Xi Qinglin said, rolling up his sleeves to begin preparing the ingredients. Then I'll go explore other parts of the base for now, Muhuai announced before darting away. Xi Qinglin chuckled softly and shook his head. She then ventured to an open area, where she transplanted 10 different fruit trees into the soil. She wondered if the fruits would yield energy as they did in her space. Let us plant them and see, she mused. Suddenly, she recalled that she had yet to purchase the eggs capable of hatching animals from the point store. Thus, Muhuai ventured to the point store to acquire an animal egg. This egg offered no promises of wishes. What it would hatch into was left entirely to fate. Muhuai placed it before herself and awaited in silence. Before long, a crisp sound of cracking echoed through the air. The enormous shell shattered halfway. Yet no creature emerged from within. Just as Muhuai was about to reach in, a small snake gradually slithered out. The little serpent coiled around her arm, and flicked its tongue at her in a friendly manner. Muhuai began to scrutinize the tiny snake. Its body was a delicate shade of pink, its scales gleaming with an enchanting sheen, and its eyes were a striking red. At first glance, it appeared as harmless as Muhuai herself, undeniably adorable. No, it was harmless as a snake. She wondered if it could comprehend human speech. Can you understand what I am saying? Muhuai inquired, her round, bright eyes blinking inquisitively. The little snake flicked its tongue once more in response. If you can understand, then climb onto my shoulder. The snake, indeed, began to ascend to her shoulder. Since it could comprehend her, she decided against providing it with a translator, wishing to avoid a loquacious companion like Xiaobai. The little snake pondered, what should I be called? Muhuai found herself once again in a quandary regarding names. After a lengthy deliberation, she finally proclaimed, how about we call you Little Longworm? To her surprise, the snake shook its head in disapproval. Very well, let's try another. How about Little Pink? Does that suit you? The little pink flicked its tongue in apparent satisfaction. Muhuai gently tapped the little snake's head and said, you will certainly not suffer by following me. Just work diligently. The little pink snake flicked its tongue once more. What are you all doing? Muhuai suddenly inquired from behind them. The four men swiftly turned around and recognized Muhuai. Xi Qinglin scratched his head and replied, we caught a whiff of something delicious and came to investigate. Muhuai chuckled, ha ha ha. Feel free to come anytime. No need to be so sneaky. Xi Qinglin muttered softly. Isn't it because we were afraid that Qinglin would throw us out? At that moment, the door of the villa swung open, revealing a tall figure stepping out. Why would I throw you out? A melodious voice echoed in their ears, startling Xi Qinglin, who stumbled back in fright. Goodness! Who suddenly appears to scare someone to death? He exclaimed. Ahaha! No, I didn't mean it like that. Xi Qinglin quickly denied, forcing a smile. And what did you mean? Xi Qinglin stepped forward, continuing to question, unable to evade any longer. Xi Qinglin stared intently at Xi Qinglin and blurted out, I meant that I like you, Qinglin. After saying this, he pretended to be shy, offering a sheepish grin. The others fell silent, gazing at Xi Qinglin with expressions that conveyed a sense of understanding. Xi Qinglin had merely been joking. But seeing their serious reactions, he hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands, saying, I was just kidding. I'm not gay. It was a joke. Don't take it seriously. The others instantly exchanged knowing glances, nodding in agreement. This left Xi Qinglin quite flustered. I am truly not gay. Could you please refrain from looking at me with such expressions? He exclaimed. I assure you, my sexual orientation is entirely normal. All right. You are the most normal of us all. Now hurry and go eat. Muhuai replied before darting into the villa. The others followed him to the dormitory, leaving Xi Qinglin behind in a state of exasperation, shouting, I am really not gay. As soon as they stepped inside, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. The little one eagerly took a seat and began to feast. Today's menu featured sweet and sour fish, garlic cumin potatoes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried squid, sautéed lettuce, beef stir-fried with celery, millet soup, and rice. With his mouth full, Muhuai mumbled, Brother, your cooking is exquisite. Haha, I know. Just keep eating, Xi Qinglin responded, his gaze as gentle as a placid lake. The others nearby shook their heads in disbelief. This fellow was exceedingly gentle with his sister, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Why the head shaking? Are you not hungry? Xi Qinglin shot a glance at them. Upon hearing this, the four immediately bowed their heads and resumed their meal. A smile tugged at the corners of Xi Qinglin's mouth. These fellows are truly something. After the meal, a debate arose over who would wash the dishes. They ultimately decided on a game of rock, paper, scissors. The outcome was, how infuriating. You all must have conspired against me. Xi Qinglin huffed while scrubbing the dishes. You lost fair and square, yet you blame others, Hua Zhouyu chimed in. You all picked rock, and I chose scissors. It was clearly a setup. I refuse to accept this. Xi Qinglin cast a fierce glare at the three of them. Are you incapable of playing? Hua Zhouyu remarked casually. Upon hearing this, Xi Qinglin immediately retorted, who says I can't play? Then why do you keep saying? Xi Qinglin pouted, falling silent. Shen Jingzhu and Song Yuchen exchanged amused glances. After tidying up, the group gathered in the living room. Muhuai pointed at the little pink creature on his shoulder, intending to introduce it, when a shrill scream pierced the air. Ah, there's a snake. Help! Shen Jingzhu shrieked, swiftly jumping aside. The others looked at him with a mix of expressions. Realizing his outburst, Shen Jingzhu scratched his head and cleared his throat. Sorry. I'm afraid of snakes. Jiang Qiyun's interest peaked at this, and he approached Xin Jingzhu with a mischievous grin. Quietly, he summoned his wood-based abilities, gradually ensnaring Xin Jingzhu's legs from behind. Ah, Jingzhu, there's something on your leg. Xin Jingzhu froze, swallowing hard as he slowly shifted his gaze downward, only to discover that what was coiling around his leg was a vine. Jiang Qiyun, are you out of your mind? Xin Jingzhu exploded in indignation, rolling up his sleeves, ready to retaliate against Jiang Qiyun. Ah, he is going to hit me. Jiang Qiyun bolted away. Don't hit my face, he wailed. When he stood up again, his entire face was swollen from the blows. Are you trying to ruin my handsome face? Jiang Qiyun lamented, clutching his bruised visage in despair. Xin Jingzhu let out a cold snort. I have already said I fear snakes, yet you still choose to frighten me. Serves you right. If one does not court disaster, they shall not meet with it. Hu Zhouyu spoke calmly from the side. Jiang Qiyun shot them a fierce glare once again. TCH. You can't take a joke. What a bunch of humorless individuals. Shi Muhuai sighed in exasperation and then produced a vial of spiritual spring water for Jiang Qiyun. I haven't introduced yet. This is my new pet, Little Pink. Little Pink curled around Shi Muhuai's shoulder, flicking its tongue. New pet. Bye. Who had been napping nearby, immediately dashed over. Master, have you abandoned me? You cannot forsake me, master. Shi Muhuai turned just in time to be knocked to the ground by a large creature. No. This is our new member. I have not forsaken you. He helplessly patted Bai's fluffy head. Upon hearing this, Bai finally descended from Shi Muhuai's body. It then bared its teeth at Little Pink, declaring, I am the beloved pet of the little master. Little Pink flicked its tongue in exasperation. No one said they wanted to compete with you, you strange wolf. All right. No one is vying for your position. Rest assured. Shi Muhuai soothed Bai's emotions. Bai rubbed against the little one's arm, casting another glare at Little Pink. Divine Golden, perhaps. Shi Muhuai rubbed his temples in frustration. This family is truly a handful each day. At that moment, a voice echoed in Shi Muhuai's mind. Ding. A new mission has been issued. Add members to the base. Each member grants 50 points. Additionally, each person provides 10 points daily. Shi Muhuai's eyes brightened. In such a scenario, she could recruit those individuals into her team to earn 100 points and subsequently join the base members, thus acquiring a total of 150 points. That is not permissible, host. Team members must engage in daily combat alongside you. And the quota for team members is limited. Once recruited, they cannot be removed, came the response. Shi Muhuai pouted slightly. Are base members incapable of fighting alongside me? Let me clarify. Team members are your close companions. Do you understand now, host? Oh, very well then. The illusion of exploiting a loophole was shattered. Xi Qinglin finally lay down on the bed and drifted off to sleep. Everything was gradually improving. Chapter 41. The food processing plant. The day swiftly passed by. During this time, everyone enjoyed ample rest. Yet, they were not idle. Training was indispensable. Let us go. We need to gather supplies. The group boarded a modified vehicle and set off towards a food processing plant. Shi Muhuai had noticed the plant during her previous visit, but it was late at night, and they were pressed for time, so they had not explored it. She wondered if they might encounter any survivors inside. That would be fortunate, as her base was in need of personnel. However, she was not in search of just anyone. Along the way, the zombies were sparse, consisting mainly of lower-tier ones. Thus, they chose to drive straight through without bothering to collect any cores. She distributed weapons to each member and cautioned. This food processing plant is alarmingly quiet. Something is undoubtedly amiss. Everyone, please exercise caution. The group nodded in agreement, their weapons raised as they advanced with vigilance. Upon entering, only a few scattered zombies remained, all swiftly dispatched by Xi Qinglin's blade. Something felt amiss. In such a vast food factory, why were there so few zombies? Had they been eradicated by someone? Yet, there were no corpses strewn upon the ground. Shi Muhuai prepared to activate a protective shield at a moment's notice, cautiously leading a few companions forward. As expected, when they ventured into the processing department, a horde of zombies surged toward them. Shi Muhuai promptly unleashed the protective shield and unleashed a wind blade, vanquishing over 20 zombies in an instant. The group continued to slash away. Yet more and more zombies relentlessly advanced. Furrowing his brow, Shi Muhuai declared, there are indeed a considerable number of zombies. We should retreat for now. As they fought while falling back, they reached a doorway just as it unexpectedly swung open. The group swiftly entered and secured the door behind them. Strangely, after the door closed, there was no sound of zombies pounding against it, as if they had been entirely isolated. Muhuai silently took note of this and turned to express gratitude, saying, "Thank you." "No trouble at all," Muhuai replied a cool, melodious voice that reached Muhuai's ears. Muhuai. Instantly, Muhuai scrutinized the girl before her, feeling a sense of familiarity yet unable to place her. At that moment, Lang Shuanghua's face was smudged with dirt, her hair in disarray, rendering her unrecognizable. After all, the last time they had met, she had been covered in blood. "It's me, Lang Shuanghua," she said with a smile. "Oh, Sister Shuang." Upon hearing her words, Muhuai's face blossomed into a radiant smile. The sweet smile of the little girl illuminates the heart like sunshine, filling it with warmth and strength. Sitting amidst the crowd, Lu Wu gazes with sparkling eyes at Muhuai. This little girl is their benefactor who saved them. Who would have thought they would meet here? At that moment, a stir ripples through the crowd as the girls gaze in awe behind Muhuai. Are they a boy band? How handsome. Indeed, each one possesses a unique charm. That little child is incredibly adorable. I have never encountered such a delightful child in reality before the apocalypse. Exactly, I just want to pinch those cheeks. So cute. Oh, I'm going to have a nosebleed. Am I dreaming? Muhuai looks towards the group, and they immediately fall silent. There are approximately 30 individuals, evenly split between boys and girls. Muhuai raises an eyebrow and inquires, "Sister Shuang, how long have you been trapped here?" She then straightforwardly asks, "How have you managed to keep so many zombies outside without breaching this door?" At this moment, Lu Wu speaks up, "It is due to my special ability." Upon hearing this, Muhuai turns to see a dirty face. "Muhuai, do you still remember me? I am the girl who was saved because of you that time," Lu Wu cheerfully approaches. However, Lu Wu quickly droops her head in disappointment. "All right." Seeing this, Muhuai instantly breaks into a sweet smile and says, "But now I remember. What is your name, sister?" "My name is Lu Wu," she replies, beaming once more. "All right, Sister Lu Wu, I have taken note." Muhuai revealed two sharp little tiger teeth. Lu Wu suppressed the urge to pinch the cherubic face, stifling her laughter. How adorable. It was simply unbearable, yet laughing too heartily might frighten the little darling. She had to hold back. Muhuai subtly nudged Lu Wu. Ding. Successfully copied spatial ability. Spatial ability upgraded to level 3. Ah, so it is a spatial ability. If she was not mistaken, it should pertain to spatial slicing. Chapter 42. Do not fear. Embrace the kill. After reminiscing, Muhuai spoke. "Let us depart. I shall take you all outside." The eyes of the group immediately sparkled with anticipation, only to dim again as if a thought had crossed their minds. Muhuai noticed the change in their expressions and inquired, "What is it? Do you not wish to go outside?" A girl in the crowd quickly denied, No. We all truly want to go out. It's just, there's a particularly formidable mutated zombie outside. Can you all defeat it?" So, they were concerned about their strength. This opportunity was rare. Those who wish to leave, follow me. With that, Muhuai produced numerous weapons from the space and laid them on the ground, preparing to open the door. The remaining individuals exchanged glances in confusion. Lang Shuanghua and Lu Wu wasted no time, grabbing weapons and trailing behind Muhuai. Gradually, most of the group also armed themselves and followed suit, leaving only 5 who remained motionless. "You may leave if you wish. Do not blame us for not warning you should you find yourselves overwhelmed upon exiting. Indeed, have you not gauged the strength of the zombies? It would be a miracle if these few individuals could prevail. If they could, they wouldn't be hiding here." Following them offers a glimmer of hope for escape, a far superior option compared to languishing here and awaiting death. Remaining here is certainly preferable to being torn apart by zombies, one of the men among the 5 remarked. Just as their debate was about to escalate, Muhuai had already opened the door. She enveloped everyone in a protective shield and declared, "Do not fear. Unleash your fury." Upon seeing the protective barrier before them, the group cast aside their hesitations and began to engage the zombies. Within this shield, the outside could not breach the inside, yet those within could strike outward. Muhuai unleashed a gust of wind that swept away a multitude of zombies. Xi Qinglin summoned a bolt of lightning that charred over a dozen zombies. Shenjingzhu conjured a water column that pierced through the skulls of 7 or 8 zombies. Huizhouyu, with fists encased in metal, dispatched 2 or 3 zombies with a single blow. Jiang Qiyun wielded a vine that ensnared the heads of 7 or 8 zombies in a single sweep. Song Yuchun, whose primary focus had been the protective shield, had only recently begun to hone his offensive skills. He tirelessly unleashed light blades to reap zombies. Albeit with limited impact, Each blade could only fell a single zombie. Xiaobai effortlessly dispatched a zombie with a swift swipe of its claw. Even the small pink creature perched upon Muhuai's shoulder joined the fray. It slithered down to the ground and gradually expanded, swiftly transforming into a colossal python measuring over 10 meters in length. Once a charming little serpent with bright red eyes, her gaze now radiated a chilling, fierce brilliance. Its scales appeared indestructible, and when it writhed, it instilled an overwhelming sense of dread. Its colossal form wreaked havoc among the horde of zombies, with a mere flick of its tail crushing several of them beneath its weight. The zombies gnawing at its body were akin to mere tickling, utterly incapable of breaching its formidable armor of scales. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Muhuai's eyes. How incredible is Little Pink! Absolutely magnificent. The onlookers stood entranced before the few individuals leading the charge. How powerful! This is astonishingly strong. Following them was indeed the right choice. Witnessing each of them exhibit such prowess invigorated the crowd, who then joined in the fray, zealously dispatching the zombies. As the battle raged on, Muhuai sensed a disturbance from her right rear. A spark ignited in her gaze as she spoke. "Brother Xi Qinglin, please activate the protective shield while I take on that advanced zombie." Xi Qinglin swiftly conjured the protective barrier, enveloping the group. Lacking the immense spiritual energy of Muhuai, he realized that while he activated the shield, he could not engage in combat. However, given the current circumstances, his absence in the fight mattered little. His focus was solely on safeguarding everyone. With Xi Qinglin managing the shield, Muhuai executed a swift teleportation to the right rear, where she encountered a zombie clad in impeccably clean attire, draped in shades of red. This zombie had quite the fashionable flair. Sensing her presence, the zombie pivoted and lunged toward her with remarkable speed. Muhuai unsheathed her large cleaver, aiming for the creature's head. With a resounding crack, the blade shattered, leaving only a faint mark upon the zombie's skull. Muhuai arched her brow in response. She currently possesses extraordinary strength, and logically, she should be able to penetrate the target. Could it be that this zombie is a defensive variant? Muhuai harbored doubts about the zombie, questioned her own capabilities, yet never considered that the knife might be too brittle. That knife was no longer suitable for her to combat advanced zombies. The zombies over there had been sufficiently dealt with, rendering her assistance unnecessary. Consequently, Muhuai was reluctant to conclude the battle hastily. She yearned to further hone her skills. Thus, she clenched her fist and struck towards the zombie's head. The intelligence of a 5th-level zombie is akin to that of a 5- or 6-year-old child, and it was thrilled to see this human foolishly attacking it unarmed. The zombie opened its maw wide, aiming to bite Muhuai's tiny fist. It exerted tremendous force, intending to sever the little one's fist in a single snap. But unexpectedly, crack! All of the zombie's teeth were shattered. What on earth? Is she wielding a steel fist? How can her punch be so formidable? The 5th-level zombie turned to flee, but Muhuai would not grant it such a wish. The little one raised her fist and brought it crashing down upon the zombie's skull. With a resounding thud, the mutated zombie staggered, nearly plunging headfirst into the ground. Help! This little imp is terrifying. The mutated zombie let out a roar, summoning its brethren to flee post-haste. Are they all dead? It disregarded everything else and bolted. In a flash, Muhuai dispatched it with a wind blade and, as a bonus, extracted its crystal core. Then, she noticed the now enlarged Little Pink feasting on the zombie's remains. Muhuai's eyes sparkled with realization. So, Little Pink enjoys consuming zombies. No wonder it refused to eat anything else she offered. The crowd was utterly astonished. How could such a large snake suddenly shrink in size? And it seemed to obey this little child so effortlessly. Just how powerful could this child be? With concern etched on their faces, Xi Qinglin and the others approached Muhuai, ready to inquire, but the little darling smiled and reassured them that 5th-level zombie possesses no extraordinary abilities. It was quite a smooth encounter. Do not worry, my brothers. Only then did they begin to relax. Nearby, a group of onlookers, having heard Muhuai's words, wore expressions of disbelief. A 5th-level zombie. This little child single-handedly confronted a 5th-level zombie. Moreover, from her tone, it seemed she had utterly dominated the creature. Well, you are safe now, Muhuai declared, and with that, she teleported to gather the various instant foods left in the factory. Among the bounty were an array of canned goods, cereals, self-heating hot pots, flavors of instant noodles, duck necks, duck wings, chicken legs, and more. It had only been a little over a month, so naturally, the food had not expired. She also conveniently took the production machinery. just in case food production could be resumed in the future. At that moment, the girl who had previously disputed with the 5 individuals stepped forward from the crowd and said, "Greetings, esteemed one. My name is Zhang Jingqiu. We would like to inquire if you are still accepting new members. We are uncertain of where to go and would like to accompany you. Rest assured, we possess a multitude of skills. I studied culinary arts and can handle your daily meals." As soon as Zhang Jingqiu finished speaking, several voices emerged from the crowd, declaring, "I can farm. I can also farm. I can raise livestock. I studied traditional Chinese medicine. I possess culinary skills, having previously worked as a chef. I was also a laborer at this factory, capable of undertaking various arduous tasks." As everyone concluded their statements, they turned their anxious yet expectant gazes towards Muhuai. It became evident to them that this young girl was the leader of their group, while the men merely played the role of her subordinates. Subordinates. That seems an appropriate term. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Muhuai nodded and declared, "Very well." She surveyed the individuals around her and discerned that none harbored ill intentions. They all appeared quite amiable. Turning her attention to Lung Xuanghua and Lu Wu, she inquired, "What are your plans?" Lung Xuanghua nodded. Then, perhaps fearing that Muhuai might look down upon them, added, "I possess ice-type abilities, currently at level 2. I am a space-type ability user," Lu Wu promptly echoed. "Level 2. That is quite commendable." Muhuai subtly brushed against Lung Xuanghua and smiled. "Of course, let's all proceed together." Notification. Successfully replicated ice-type ability. Ice-type ability upgraded to level 3. Having unveiled her spatial abilities before them, Muhuai no longer felt the need for concealment. She effortlessly extracted 5 vehicles from her space. However, she still utilized her backpack as a cover, explaining, "This backpack is a spatial one, containing a vast interior." The group held unwavering faith in the young girl. Her remarkable capabilities rendered deception unnecessary. Why would she mislead them? The group lacked a driver, thus Xin Jingzhu, Jiang Qiyun, Huizhouyu, Song Yuqian, and Xi Qinglin each took the wheel of a vehicle. Chapter 43. Does this place truly exist? As they journeyed, the group caught sight of the towering city walls in the distance, initially mistaking them for a tourist attraction. However, the vehicles halted before the city gate. Upon disembarking, they were met with astonished expressions, exclaiming, "What lofty walls! Could this be the base she mentioned? Come over and register," called Muhuai from beside the gate. Team members could register directly, while non-members were required to approach the gate for registration. Without hesitation, they formed an orderly line, each taking their turn to register. After securing their membership, she was able to assess their loyalty levels, all of which exceeded 85. Beep. 28 members detected joining. Reward, 1,400 points. Once all registrations were completed, Muhuai ushered everyone inside. A chorus of awe echoed behind her. Wow, what an enormous base. Goodness. There's even a lake. And fields, along with livestock farms. There's a school and a hospital too. Am I dreaming? Please pinch me. Ouch. That hurts. I'm not dreaming. Does this place truly exist? Muhuai assigned roles according to their respective skills. 5 for farming, 5 for tending to livestock, 2 for maintenance, 5 for cooking, 1 traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and 7 for cleaning. Cold Frosthua and Lu Wu expressed their desire to take on the responsibility of exterminating zombies, to which Muhuai readily consented. Although the base posed minimal danger, it was imperative to regularly eliminate the zombies surrounding it, necessitating the formation of a dedicated squad for this purpose. Once the roles were assigned, Muhuai instructed them to select their own accommodations within the building. However, this privilege was not granted without cost. Rent would be collected monthly. Each individual would have a job to perform, allowing them to earn wages through their own labor. The remuneration was distributed in the form of points, with varying amounts allocated for different positions. As Muhuai pondered how to distribute these points, a voice resonated in her mind. "Host, I possess a point management device. No need for 888 or 666, just 188. One can neither suffer losses nor be deceived." Oh wait, it's actually one cannot suffer losses nor be deceived. She decided to purchase it. With a flourish, Muhuai acquired the point management device. Subsequently, a substantial machine and a cluster of smaller facial recognition devices materialized in the space. The large point machine appeared quite ordinary, featuring merely a sizable screen. Upon a member's approach, it would automatically recognize their face, presenting several options for checking point balances and facilitating transfers. Furthermore, Muhuai could configure the system to automatically credit each member with a monthly increment of points or deduct them as necessary. This effectively resolved the issue of point distribution. She adored this system. After Muhuai had set the timely salary increments and deductions for each individual's rent, he placed the points redemption machine in the center of the base for greater convenience. Shortly after its installation, those who had chosen their rooms gathered at the base's central area. Clearing his throat, Muhuai spoke in a gentle tone. This machine can automatically recognize your faces. Each of you currently has a balance of 10 points in your account. If you work diligently, salaries will be credited to your accounts monthly, and your rent will be deducted automatically. These points function similarly to the former renminbi and can be used for purchases. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement. One among them, namely Da Qiang, inquired, "Little base leader, do we buy things from you?" Muhuai shook his head and gestured towards the mall in the middle of the street, saying, "Purchase from there. However, it is not yet operational. It will open in a few days." The crowd, filled with enthusiasm, was eager to work hard and savor delicious food. Muhuai rummaged through his backpack and produced a sizable amount of supplies, stating, "Let us eat first. It is never too late to work after we are well fed." The crowd hesitated, gazing at the abundant provisions before them. Chapter 44, a major event. The first meal will not cost you any points. Upon hearing this from the young boy, everyone sprang into action. Some washed vegetables, others chopped, and some cooked, with clear divisions of labor. By the time the meal was ready, it was already evening. Plates filled with fragrant dishes were arranged on the tables. As everyone gathered around the tables, gazing at the appetizing food before them, expressions of gratitude and delight filled their faces. Before this, they had endured days filled with hunger, living in constant fear of the zombies without a stable place to call home. However, the situation has transformed dramatically. They now enjoy warm meals, with every dining experience guaranteed. No longer needing to live in dread of the undead, and they have the privilege of residing in this paradisiacal haven. Such a reality was beyond their wildest dreams. One girl, overwhelmed by emotion, began to weep as she savored her food. Muhuai took notice and inquired with concern, "Sister, what troubles you?" The girl, named Xi Qinglin, sobbed while exclaiming, "Oh my, this food is simply exquisite. If it's delicious, then indulge yourself further. No need to cry." Muhuai responded, revealing her small, sharp canines with a smile. Suddenly, another sound of weeping caught Muhuai's attention. Following the sound, she discovered a burly man wiping away his tears. "Are you crying because the food is too good?" she asked, her large eyes wide with curiosity. Li Dachong, who had been on the verge of speaking, momentarily choked up, then shook his head and said, "Thank you, little base leader. We used to suffer from hunger and cold. Had it not been for you, we might still be enduring that hardship. I am truly grateful." Tears streamed down his face as he spoke. Beside him, Xinjingzhu skillfully patted Li Dachong on the shoulder, saying, "Stop crying, buddy." Witnessing this heartfelt display, the others felt compelled to express their emotions as well. Muhuai quickly interjected, "If you don't eat the vegetables soon, they'll be gone." Upon hearing this, everyone promptly ceased their sentimental outpouring and returned to their meals. "What a lovely atmosphere you've disrupted," Jiang Qian remarked while serving himself more food. Muhuai cast him a fleeting glance before speaking coolly, "If you continue, you might as well not eat." No, I won't say another word." Jiang Qian promptly silenced himself and resumed his meal. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious, allowing everyone to feel relaxed and joyful. Meanwhile, at the food processing factory, 5 individuals finished the remaining instant meals. Famished, they resolved to venture outside in search of sustenance. "I wonder if they are still alive," remarked a man named Sun Xian. "Uft, with so many zombies outside, they must be dead. There's no way they could have defeated that advanced zombie," countered another man named Wei Yuan. "It's eerily quiet outside. Could it be that all the zombies have been exterminated?" inquired a woman named Li Nana. Upon finishing their exchange, they began to peer outside, only to discover a ground strewn with zombie corpses. They exchanged incredulous glances, astonished. "They truly eliminated all the zombies and managed to escape," Li Nana exclaimed. Sun Xian furrowed his brow and declared, "Regardless, let's go find something to eat." "What if they took all the supplies?" suggested a girl named Su Zhizhi. "Impossible. This is a large food processing factory. They couldn't have taken everything in one go," Wei Yuan scoffed, leading the 4 in search of provisions. After an extensive search, they were left in a state of shock. "They really did take all the supplies," Sun Xian said, swallowing hard. Not a single morsel was left for us. Li Nana added in disbelief. What do we do now? Su Zhizhi questioned. I don't know, came the uncertain reply. Several individuals shook their heads. Why don't we seek refuge at the base? Li Nana suggested. In an instant, a glimmer of hope illuminated their previously dull eyes. Thus, they tidied up and set off. The following day, everyone rose early. Xi Muhuai had, under the cover of darkness the previous night, moved various livestock into the breeding farm, each type comprising 50 animals. As the group emerged, they were greeted by a farm teeming with livestock. I see so much meat, Xi Qinglin remarked, swallowing involuntarily at the sight of the animals. Lu Wu, standing nearby, chuckled and said, You're only thinking about food. Xi Qinglin, with an innocent smile, replied. That little chicken looks so plump. It would surely make a delicious chicken and mushroom stew. Lu Wu, captivated by Xi Qinlin's charmingly Navi expression, chose not to respond further. Xi Muhuai gathered everyone at the center of the base and announced, I have transported various seeds, feed, daily necessities, and ingredients here. For any department in need, I will send a vehicle over shortly. However, these items are not free. Once you earn points, I will collect them in return. Now that we have everything, let us get to work. Upon concluding his speech, Xi Muhuai instructed the vehicle to be dispatched to each department. The group, in unspoken agreement, refrained from inquiring about the origins of these supplies. Although Xi Muhuai had prepared explanations, he was relieved to find no one had posed a question. With renewed vigor, everyone eagerly commenced their tasks, motivated by the prospect of enjoying more delightful meals. Let us give it our all. Xi Muhuai nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, quite good. He summoned Zhang Jingchu and instructed, There is a larger shop over there that will serve as the canteen in the future. Are you capable of managing it? He continued. I will ensure that ingredients are delivered regularly. We will provide 3 meals a day. Once the vegetables in the field are ready, you may use the harvested produce directly. For the first month, we will not collect their points. You will hold a 10% share of the canteen, in addition to your monthly earnings from the points. You will also receive a salary. Zhang Jingchu nodded earnestly and replied, Understood, base leader. I will go prepare the meals now. Very well, off you go. Xi Muhuai then called upon Lung Shuanghua and Lu Wu. You two need only patrol regularly. Eliminate any zombies in the vicinity of the base. And there is nothing else to worry about. Lu Wu inquired eagerly, What if we clear all the zombies around the base? We still want to hunt zombies. I've mentioned that as long as you complete the scheduled patrols and the task of eliminating zombies near the base, there are no further restrictions. You can do as you wish. Yay! Lu Wu cheered joyfully. The two of them did not wish to be delicate flowers in a greenhouse. They aspired to be sharp swords. In the apocalypse, only absolute strength reigned supreme. She swiftly entered the space, and upon her arrival, a white object appeared before her. Master, do you require assistance? Siri's cold mechanical voice echoed. Xi Muhuai quickly waved his hand. No need, no need. Please carry on with your tasks. Understood. As soon as the words left his lips, Siri vanished from sight. Xi Muhuai felt a strange similarity in speed with her sudden teleportation. Once the Siri blocking her view vanished, she was finally able to behold the spatial scenery before her. Shelves adorned with identical items were arranged together in a manner that was exceedingly pleasing to the eye. The ripe fruits had been harvested and neatly placed into baskets, all meticulously organized. Xi Muhuai marveled, How impeccably tidy this is. Do you require any assistance, my master? As soon as the words left its mouth, Siri reappeared before her. No, thank you. Understood, my master. Once again, the space before Xi Muhuai was utterly empty. The little one rubbed her temples, gazing around for a moment longer before engaging in her exercises within the spatial realm. Due to the variance in speed, she could accomplish far more within this space. After completing her workout, the little one indulged in a bath with the ethereal spring water, luxuriating in the child-sized tub. Gradually, she closed her eyes. Uncertain of how long she had slumbered, Xi Muhuai awoke with a start, her gaze darting around anxiously. Phew, she was still in the space. It nearly frightened her to death. If she were to be expelled while still unclothed, the embarrassment would be unbearable. Hastily, Xi Muhuai emerged from the tub, dried herself off, and slipped into a petite pink floral dress before swiftly exiting the space. Seated on the sofa, Xi Qinglin emitted a soft grunt of surprise. Looking quizzically at the little one perched upon him, Xi Muhuai exclaimed, What on earth? What a coincidence. I just happened to appear right on top of my brother. Are you all right, brother? Xi Muhuai quickly dismounted from Xi Qinglin and expressed concern. Are you all right? With such a light weight as yours, It's akin to giving my brother a massage. Xi Qinglin chuckled, feigning nonchalance. Is that truly the case? Should we do it again? The little one's eyes sparkled with mischief as he spoke. I believe once suffices for such matters. Ha ha. Muhuai burst into laughter. The charming laughter of the little one was like exquisite music, evoking feelings of joy and ease. Suddenly, the sound of a doorbell echoed in their ears. I shall answer it, Xi Qinglin announced as he rose to open the door. As soon as he swung it open, Jiang Qiyun rushed in, plopping onto the sofa. 3 individuals gradually entered behind him. What's the rush? Muhuai inquired. There is a significant matter at hand, Jiang Qiyun declared solemnly. Muhuai's expression turned serious as she asked, what has transpired? We're hungry. Really? Unbelievable. Ouch. Little brat, why are you hitting me? Jiang Qiyun lamented, clutching his backside. Muhuai lowered her raised foot and remarked, that was a mere light tap. I assumed you were genuinely in distress. Do not just of such matters henceforth. Jiang Qiyun, while rubbing his rear, muttered softly, isn't being hungry a significant issue? However, for me, it is indeed a grave concern. I shall refrain from such statements in the future, so please do not be upset, little one. Serves you right, Huazhou interjected. Isn't it enough to endure, and now you mock me too? Jiang Qiyun shot a glare at Huazhou and retorted, who are you calling little brother? Huazhou gradually approached him. Whoever spoke next would take the conversation. After Jiang Qiyun finished speaking, he bolted away, only to collide with a solid object. Crash. Ah, my head. Jiang Qiyun lamented while rubbing his head. Why is it always him who gets hurt? Huazhou remarked, if you don't court death, you want to die? Let me out, Huazhou. Jiang Qiyun shouted while pounding on the metallic wall. Huazhou slowly walked in front of the metal enclosure and then removed it. He seized the nape of Jiang Qiyun's neck, who promptly surrendered, saying, I want to say it again. That brother was directed at myself. Please let me go. Huazhou snorted coldly and released his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Qiyun kicked him playfully. Jiang Qiyun, you rascal, do you have to aim for my backside? Huazhou exclaimed, his face flushed. I didn't exert much force, Jiang Qiyun weakly retorted from behind Muhuai. Thus, the following scene unfolded. Huazhou chased after Jiang Qiyun, kicking him as they ran. The 2 handsome young men darting around the living room painted a picture of sheer delight. Song Yuchen nudged the nearby Shen Jingzhu and inquired, have they always been like this? Shen Jingzhu patted Song Yuchen on the shoulder and replied, you'll get used to it. Song Yuchen nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 45. This wolf is quite busy. Xi Qinglin observed them, gently shaking his head before entering the kitchen. Muhuai also slipped into the space, first visiting the point shop to purchase 6 pieces of indestructible clothing. Even without undertaking any tasks, one still accrues points daily, which is truly delightful. Subsequently, the little one ventured into the armory, intending to procure some weapons for them, as they were merely ordinary individuals lacking the ability to defend themselves. Although the base was exceedingly secure, it is better to be cautious than to regret. Yet, the quantity of weapons seemed rather insufficient. However, this was inconsequential, for she possessed the extraordinary ability to replicate. Muhuai took a small stool and began to duplicate the weapons, creating 100 of each variety, while retaining a few for herself to facilitate future replication. Outside the spatial realm, after a period of engagement, they finally ceased their activities. Of course, it was Song Yuchen who forcibly intervened to halt them, fearing that their relentless sparring would inadvertently harm more innocents. Just moments ago, Jiang Qiyun's wooden vines and Huazhou's metallic blades had nearly affected him. When Muhuai emerged from the spatial realm, Xi Qinglin had just finished preparing the meal. Today's fare consisted of a variety of noodle dishes, including braised eggplant noodles, tomato beef noodles, scallion oil noodles, and yanchu noodles, along with crossing the bridge rice noodles. Xi Qinglin's yanchu noodles were nothing short of exquisite, and Muhuai indulged in several bowls. The adult men had devoured every last morsel, leaving no remnants of the delicious dishes. Xi Qinglin had anticipated leftovers, only to realize he had underestimated their appetites. Brother, your yanchu noodles are absolutely divine, the little one exclaimed, reclining in her chair, patting her full belly contentedly. And your tomato beef noodles are also exceptionally delicious, Jiang Qiyun added, satisfied as he let out a content belch. Very well, if you enjoy them, I shall prepare more next time, Xi Qinglin replied, gazing at the little one with affectionate indulgence. Jiang Qiyun assumed that the conversation was between him and Muhuai, and thus responded, sure, add more beef. However, Xi Qinglin slowly shifted his gaze towards Jiang Qiyun and said, I wasn't speaking to you. Xi Qinglin froze, his mouth slightly agape. How awkward. Did Xi Qinglin need to make him feel this uncomfortable? What should he say? Clearing his throat, Xi Qinglin stammered. I was just talking to myself, not addressing you. The others immediately erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. That attempt to mask the awkwardness is so transparent. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? I was serious. I was just talking to myself. No, I was speaking to Xiaobai. Xi Qinglin, overwhelmed by embarrassment, found himself at a loss for words and suddenly thought of Xiaobai, hastily deflecting the attention. However, he forgot that Xiaobai possessed a translator, rendering his words intelligible to everyone present. Upon hearing his name called, Xiaobai strode over with agile steps, even setting down a half-eaten bone. Who summoned me? What is it? Xi Qinglin stared at Xiaobai, who was now speaking in human language, and froze once more. Damn it. The blame was shifted too quickly. He had forgotten Xiaobai could articulate. Well, no one called. Just as Xi Qinglin was about to assert that no one had summoned him, Hua Zhouyu interjected. Xi Qinglin called you. What is it? I, the wolf, am quite busy. If there's something, speak quickly. If not, I shall take my leave. Xiaobai said with an air of arrogance. No, it's nothing. You may go. As the crowd curiously observed what Xiaobai was about to do, he resumed gnawing on the large bone he had already partially consumed. Is this what he meant by being busy? Xiaobai remarked. For me, gnawing on a big bone is indeed a matter of great importance. Chapter 46. Xi Qinglin disappeared following this brief interlude. Xi Qinglin felt considerably less awkward and comfortably settled onto the sofa for a short rest. Muhuai retrieved 6 indestructible garments from his space and distributed them among the group. Noticing that Xi Qinglin still had not awakened, Hua Zhouyu struck him with a swift slap, causing Xi Qinglin to jump up in alarm. Once he discerned the situation, he exclaimed in exasperation, Hua Zhouyu, are you out of your mind? I was sound asleep, and that slap nearly scared me to death. The young lady had matters to discuss. Xi Qinglin chose to let it go, sulking as he sank back into the sofa. How infuriating. The little brat was the group's darling, while he was treated as a mere plaything. Just wait. Once he surpassed all of them, he would ensure they faced his retribution. Muhuai clarified. This garment automatically adjusts its size upon wearing, so you need not worry about it being ill-fitting. Furthermore, once donned, it feels as light as air. Even more so than a plastic bag, rendering it nearly invisible. The sole proof of its existence lies in its formidable protection once you wear it. You need not fear being caught by zombies. However, there is a drawback. It only safeguards the body below the head, so we must remain vigilant in protecting our heads. Upon hearing this, the group proceeded to don the white garments. In the moment she donned the garment, it transformed into a transparent fabric that effortlessly adjusted to her form, fitting her impeccably. Muhuai personally dressed Xiaobai in it. As for Xiaofan, she felt that she had no need for it, as her robust scales were on par with the attire. Xi Qinglin tugged at the sleeve of the nearby Hua Zhouyu and remarked, Hua Zhouyu, strike me so I can ascertain its effectiveness. Without hesitation, Hua Zhouyu delivered a powerful punch. A dull thud resonated as Xi Qinglin fell to the ground, while Hua Zhouyu shook out his fist. Wow, that didn't hurt at all. Xi Qinglin exclaimed as he rose from the ground. Indeed, it's quite remarkable. This will allow us to be more unrestrained when dealing with zombies. Xi Qinglin revealed a set of sharp canine teeth in a grin. Muhuai leisurely retrieved a large basket of fruit from his space and began to eat. At that moment, a voice echoed in Muhuai's mind. Ding! A new mission has been issued. Eliminate all zombies in the largest comprehensive hospital in the city center. Reward: the base will have access to water and electricity. Overcome with excitement, Muhuai sprang to his feet. Water and electricity. While other bases are struggling for food and clothing, we are on the verge of gaining access to water and power. We are far ahead. With sparkling eyes, Muhuai urged the others. Let us prepare and head to eliminate the zombies. A few of them stood at the entrance of the hospital, gazing solemnly at the ominous building. Given the size of such a comprehensive hospital, it was likely to harbor at least 10,000 zombies. 10,000 zombies. Fortunately, they were not required to clear it in a single day. Such hospitals were particularly conducive to the breeding of mutated zombies, so everyone needed to exercise caution. Muhuai reminded everyone and led them into the hospital. Upon entry, an unsettling chill enveloped them. Muhuai furrowed his brow, taking the lead. Aside from a few level 2 zombies that suddenly emerged and were swiftly dispatched by Xin Jingzhu, nothing else seemed particularly noteworthy. Muhuai surmised that there must be a high-level zombie lurking within. He instructed Xiao Bai to remain vigilant downstairs before proceeding with the group towards the building on the far right at a leisurely pace. The corridor was eerily silent, growing darker and more foreboding as they ventured deeper, sending shivers down their spines. Thus far, they had encountered not a single zombie. Muhuai's frown deepened. Something was amiss, profoundly amiss. Just as he was about to alert the group once more, he heard Hua Zhou's trembling voice softly utter, "Jiang Qiyun is missing." Chapter 47. Do not trust anything within. Initially, Jiang Qiyun had been at the rear, and Hua Zhou had been puzzled by his unusual quietness. Upon turning around, he realized Jiang Qiyun had vanished without a trace. Instantly, Xi Muhuai felt a surge of anxiety. What manner of zombie could cause a level 3 elite like Jiang Qiyun to disappear so silently? Was it a level 5? Or perhaps a level 6? Regardless of the level, anyone daring to harm her would face death. Suddenly, Song Yuchen interjected, "Xinjingzhu is also missing." Xi Muhuai's frown grew even deeper as a thought struck him. He closed his eyes, employing his psychic abilities to sense the surroundings. An invisible wave of mental energy radiated outward from Xi Muhuai, expanding with precision. However, the level of her psychic abilities is not particularly high, limiting her range to approximately 100 meters. Nevertheless, this is sufficient. She sensed the locations of Jiang Qiyun and Xinjingzhu. Xinjingzhu was situated around the 3rd floor, while Jiang Qiyun was approximately on the 5th. The fluctuations in their energy were significant, indicating they had encountered some trouble. "I have located them. They are not in immediate peril. We must hasten to find them," Xi Muhuai declared. Behind her was an empty corridor, and a dense white mist began to envelop the space. This is not good. They have been separated. Xi Muhuai activated her protective shield and attempted once more to locate them with her psychic energy, only to discover that her abilities could not extend outward. This was a psychic-type zombie, and its level was significantly higher than hers. Suddenly, the white mist before her dispersed, revealing a couple approaching, hand in hand. They smiled at Xi Muhuai, saying, "Our little darling has grown up. It has been so long since we last met. Do you miss your mommy and daddy?" Xi Muhuai was momentarily stunned. This is her parents? She had only seen their photographs given to her by her brother. "Father? Mother?" Xi Muhuai cautiously spoke. "Yes, we are your mommy and daddy, sweetheart. Come here and let mommy give you a hug." The beautiful and gentle-looking woman opened her arms towards Xi Muhuai. Xi Muhuai stared at them in a daze, slowly moving her feet. "Come here, darling, don't you miss us?" The man smiled lovingly and beckoned to her. With no hesitation now, Xi Muhuai took her small steps towards them. "Cici, let mommy hold you. Good baby." Xi Muhuai approached them, revealing 2 sharp little tiger teeth while smiling sweetly. A flicker of malice flashed in the cub's eyes, and he swiftly drew a long knife, striking down resolutely. It turned out to be an illusion. After emerging from the mirage, Xi Muhuai hurried to the 2nd floor, where he found Xi Qinglin standing motionless in the corridor. Rushing over, Xi Muhuai tugged at Xi Qinglin's clothing and gently called out, "Brother, brother?" Noticing Xi Qinglin's lack of response, she released her grip on his hem. Is it possible that her brother has also fallen into the illusion? Must she rely solely on herself to break through the illusion to rescue him? She needed to devise a way to disrupt the external interference and hasten his awakening. Fearing a zombie ambush, she first enveloped herself and Xi Qinglin in a protective shield. Then, the little cub began to attempt using her psychic abilities to awaken Xi Qinglin. After a prolonged effort with no discernible effect, Xi Muhuai's brow furrowed deeper. Xi Qinglin clutched the hem of his clothing tightly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Although uncertain of its efficacy, Xi Muhuai used her psychic powers to transmit words directly into Xi Qinglin's mind. "Brother, do not believe anything inside." Chapter 48. Crisis within the illusion. Xi Qinglin gazed at the familiar yet strange couple before him, cautiously calling out, "Mom and Dada, it's us." The woman replied with a tender smile. The man beside them beckoned to Xi Qinglin, saying, "Cici, darling, come over to Daddy." "Daddy." Xi Muhuai dashed past Xi Qinglin and leaped into the man's embrace. "Oh, look at our little Cici growing up. It's a bit strenuous to hold you now." The man affectionately smoothed the little one's tiny, upturned nose. The child puffed up with indignation, declaring, "Humph. Cici is not that heavy. If Daddy keeps saying that, Cici will get angry." All right, I won't say it anymore. Our Cici is the lightest. How does that sound?" The man ruffled the child's hair with his large hand. "You've done an admirable job taking care of your sister, Qinglin. It must be exhausting for you," a woman remarked with a pained gaze directed at Xi Qinglin. "Qinglin, Come over here, it's been so many years. Let Daddy have a look at you. The man waved his hand again towards Xi Qinglin. The woman, taking the little one from the man's arms, smiled lovingly. Qinglin. Hurry over, we've all missed you. Brother, why aren't you coming? The little one blinked with round, sparkling eyes. Xi Qinglin glanced at the three beckoning to him and slowly began to move his feet. Come on, hurry over, Qinglin. Brother, Cici wants you to hold her. Xi Qinglin's expression revealed his struggle. Brother, don't believe any of this. Suddenly, a voice pierced through to Xi Qinglin's ears. The voice was clear and resonant, and he finally halted. Why have you stopped, Qinglin? After all this time, don't you miss Mommy and Daddy? Brother, don't you want to hold Cici? Xi Qinglin shifted his stance once more in the realm of illusion. Outside this phantasmagoria, Muhuai, having just conveyed his thoughts directly into Xi Qinglin's mind through his mental abilities, felt a slight movement in his hand. The little one's eyes instantly sparkled with glimmers of hope. Thus, Muhuai sent a flurry of messages to Xi Qinglin. Brother, you are currently within an illusion. Everything you behold is but a fabrication. If you unleash your abilities upon them, they shall be dispelled. Suddenly, Xi Qinglin began to cough violently. Cici. Upon hearing his brother's voice, Muhuai's excitement surged, and he lifted his gaze, only to meet Xi Qinglin's complex expression. Brother, you've awakened. We must hasten to their rescue. The two ascended to the third floor, where they found Xi Qinglin standing vacantly in the corridor. Approaching him, they quickly discerned that his condition was dire. Xi Qingling's bangs were drenched with cold sweat, and his hands were clenched tightly around the hem of his clothing. This is grave. We must swiftly extricate him from the illusion. Given the severity of Xi Qingling's plight, Muhuai refrained from using mental communication, opting instead for an alternative method. I hope this proves effective. Muhuai employed spatial cutting, severing Xi Qingling's space into an independent realm, completely disconnecting it from the previous one. In an instant, Xi Qingling awoke, surveying his surroundings while gasping for breath, visibly shaken. It worked. Upon witnessing Xi Qinglin regain consciousness, Muhuai retracted the spatial cut. However, he was met with a melancholic expression on Xi Qingling's face, leaving one to wonder what he had endured within the illusion. That could wait for another time. The priority was to rescue them. Let us proceed to save them. The three individuals continued their ascent, only to discover Song Yuqin lying quietly in the serene corridor. Oh, what sets him apart from the others? Why is he still lying down? After employing spatial segmentation to rescue Song Yuqin, they hurriedly proceeded to the fifth floor in search of Jiang Qiyun. However, upon reaching the fifth floor, they found only Hu Zhouyu standing silently in the corridor. Where's Jiang Qiyun? Let us not dwell on that for now. Saving lives is paramount. Hu Zhouyu appeared bewildered after being rescued. Was I just dreaming? He inquired, scratching his head. That was an illusion. A moment's inattention could prove fatal. I encountered my deceased grandfather in there, and just as I approached him, I found myself back here. Muhuai felt a rush of relief at their timely arrival. Wait, where's that fellow? Hu Zhouyu glanced around, unable to locate Jiang Qiyun. Still not found. Then let us search quickly. Hu Zhouyu anxiously continued his ascent. After reaching the seventh floor without any sign of Jiang Qiyun, worry etched on their faces. How is it that he is nowhere to be found? Hu Zhouyu struck the wall in frustration and declared, he must be in another location. This guy isn't one to perish so easily. Don't panic, don't panic. Muhuai consumed a bottle of third-level evolution liquid, enhancing his psychic abilities to level 3, and began to search with his mental force once more. Yet he still could not sense Jiang Qiyun. The inability to sense him could signify one of two possibilities, the first being that he is alive, but beyond the reach of her mental capacity. The second. It certainly is not the second. Muhuai swiftly regained his composure. The fact that Jiang Qiyun cannot be found anywhere in this building indicates that he must be in another place. Moreover, within this building, they had encountered not a single zombie, which felt exceedingly peculiar. It was simply inconceivable that none existed. Suddenly, a chilling howl of a wolf echoed throughout the hospital. This is bad, Xiaobai. The group hastily descended to the ground floor, only to find Xiaobai lying in a pool of blood, a deep gash marring his head. Nearby lay a zombie, which, upon noticing their presence, turned and fled. Hu Zhouyu quickly sprinted after it. Weakly, Xiaobai spoke as he recognized Muhuai. Young master. This zombie was about to take Jiang Qiyun elsewhere. I attempted to save him, but Jiang Qiyun suddenly vanished. I then engaged in combat with it. But I was no match for its strength. All right, I understand. Do not speak further for now. With a heavy heart, Muhuai fed Xiaobai a few sips of spiritual spring water, sprinkled some onto his wounds, and left Song Yuchan to guard him while he and the remaining members pursued the zombie. Hua Zhouyu unleashed a protective barrier towards the zombie, yet it was shattered by a mere punch from the creature. A grave expression crossed Hua Zhouyu's face. This zombie possesses formidable power. Xi Qinglin summoned a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm to strike the zombie, but it remained utterly unscathed. Shi Muhuai entangled the zombie with vines and subsequently lifted it into the air with a whirlwind. Various supernatural abilities were hurled at it one after another. In a mere moment, the zombie astonishingly emerged unscathed from the tempest. This act seemed to enrage the creature, which let out a deafening roar. The earth trembled as countless zombies surged forth from all directions. A multitude of zombies. Prepare for battle, the young one shouted, and then activated the protective shield. Countless zombies surged towards them. Just before being engulfed by the horde, Shi Muhuai cast a glance at one of the undead, which grinned at her, revealing its sharp teeth. The ashen corners of its mouth twisted into a silent, eerie smile that sent shivers down her spine. She faintly heard the zombie utter, "Ho! I wish you good luck. Ho ho ho." Then, as swiftly as it appeared, the creature vanished from sight. They were overwhelmed by the tide of zombies. Chapter 49. He is my man. Inside the protective shield, the group fought valiantly against the relentless zombies. But the undead seemed inexhaustible, continuously launching themselves at the defenders. This could not continue. The sheer volume was overwhelming, and over time, they would be worn down to nothing. Retreat to the building. With determination, they began to dispatch zombies while making their way back to the earlier structure. Song Yuqin had already brought Xiaobai to safety within the building, and with the healing properties of the spiritual spring water, Xiaobai was nearly restored. At last, the group managed to retreat into the building and began ascending the stairs. Zombies continued to flood in, yet they utilized the advantage of the stairwell to methodically eliminate the threats. However, the numbers were staggering. They fought while occasionally sipping the spiritual spring water. Time slipped away, and they gradually became numb to the ceaseless battle. Eventually, the horde began to dwindle. After Shi Muhuai split the skull of the last zombie in the corridor, the group collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. They had finally vanquished the undead. Exhaustion washed over them, just as they found a moment to catch their breath. Shi Muhuai distributed the evolution liquid and spiritual spring water to replenish their energy. Shi Muhuai was suddenly assailed by an exceedingly unpleasant sound, akin to a decrepit saw gnawing through timber, evoking a profound discomfort. "Ah, do you think this is the end?" he sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. Instantly, he cast a vigilant glance around, yet found nothing. The voice seemed to materialize from thin air. "Do not lurk in the shadows. If you have the courage, step forth and face me," he bellowed into the void, his ire directed at the loathsome undead. Suddenly, the piercing wail of a zombie echoed from nearby. Shi Muhuai furrowed his brow in concern. "Be cautious, more zombies are approaching." The group promptly readied themselves, adopting combat stances. Before they could ponder further, a trio of third-tier zombies surged forth. Xinjingzhu swallowed hard. "They're all third-tier. Whatever, if it comes to it. I'll meet my end here," Hua Zhouyu declared, gripping his heavy machete. "Do not speak foolishly. We shall certainly survive this," Song Yuqin interjected. "Jiang Qiyun is counting on us to rescue him," Shi Muhuai reminded them. Xi Qinglin, unusually vocal, chimed in, "Let us see who can slay the most. I shall undoubtedly claim the highest tally." "Nonsense. No one shall compete with me. How childish you all are." Amid their banter, the third-tier zombies had already begun ascending the stairs. Hua Zhouyu swung his blade, severing the heads of 3 zombies in one swift motion. "No one dare contest with me for these kills." The others sprang into action as well. Although third-tier zombies were fewer in number compared to their first- and second-tier counterparts, they possessed a strength that was significantly greater, making the encounter all the more arduous. Once they had vanquished their foes, they were utterly exhausted. "Damn it. Slaying zombies is truly a laborious task," Hua Zhou lamented while lying on the ground. "I wonder who managed to kill the most," Song Yuqin suddenly interjected. "Who knows? We didn't keep count. There can't be any left, can there?" Shen Jingzhu, sprawled on the ground, remarked. No sooner had Shen Jingzhu's words left his lips than the unpleasant sound reemerged. Huh, it's not over yet. To hell with you. All I hear is your voice, yet you remain hidden. You cowardly zombie, why not confront me directly? Hiding in the shadows is hardly what I would call brave. How foolish." Hua Zhouyu could no longer contain his frustration and began to curse at the air. "I'm a woman, you know." "Huh, wait. Why on earth do zombies even have genders?" Besides, who asked whether you were male or female? I couldn't care less about that. It has nothing to do with me. And hurry up and release the man you've abducted. Huh. Which man? Huozhou furrowed his brow. It dawned on him that this zombie could actually speak human language and could engage in a coherent conversation with him. To what level of evolution had it ascended? The implications were chilling. Huozhou began to explain to the female zombie, uncertain if she could comprehend, the one you just took away. The one with fair skin and a rather annoying way of speaking. That man. He's already mine. What? They must have misheard, right? Xi Qinglin has become a man of the undead. What on earth? A few of them were utterly bewildered. He has become a man. Huozhou inquired, word by word. Indeed. Say something. After the female zombie's words fell, the air fell silent for a second or two, and then a familiar voice resonated. I'm perfectly fine. You needn't worry about me. It's just that this zombie is somewhat unattractive, a bit frightening to behold, but she has not harmed me. The female zombie lowered her head to gaze at Xi Qinglin. Her grotesque face betrayed no emotion. Only terror and bloodshed could be discerned. After Xi Qinglin spoke, he suddenly realized he might have misspoken, and then he chuckled to remedy the situation. That's not what I meant, dear lady. In fact, you were quite stunning. As beautiful as an angel, if only. The female zombie clearly could not comprehend such a complex sentence. She believed he was genuinely complimenting her. Laughter erupted among the group. You seem to be doing quite well over there while we are risking our lives to slay zombies here. And you're busy flirting with a beauty. Upon uttering the word beauty, Huozhou was momentarily taken aback, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. Oh my. If you like her so much, why not come over here and flirt with this beauty? Enjoy this blessing for yourself. The female zombie felt delighted by their contention over her. My charm is indeed remarkable. Both of these humans are rather pleasing to the eye. You two can come together. The female zombie remarked in a harsh voice. Both individuals fell silent simultaneously. No. I won't compete with my brother for a woman. Huozhou fervently shook his head and waved his hands. Xi Qinglin over there merely pursed his lips. I will employ my charm to keep her occupied. You focus on the battle. The female zombie glanced down at Xi Qinglin once more. She is still here. Did they truly think her deaf by plotting so loudly? Well, after all, he is her man. She might as well indulge him. The female zombie, ghastly. Slate-gray hand slowly caressed Xi Qinglin's face, leaving a streak of dark blood behind. Observing the sudden blotch of crimson on his otherwise fair complexion, she reached out in an attempt to wipe it away. However, the more she tried, the more it spread. Eventually, half of Xi Qinglin's face was smeared with an unknown, inky blood. He involuntarily swallowed, suppressing the urge to recoil. Steady, do not provoke this zombie. Silently, he used his sleeve to dab at the bloodstains on his face. A growl, distinctively belonging to the undead, echoed ominously. Another wave is approaching. Muhuai frowned. The group, which had previously been jovial, suddenly sobered, their expressions grave as they gazed towards the stairway. It was an army of level 4 zombies. Xinjingzhu swallowed hard. They were all merely level 3 advanced, with only Muhuai being level 5. Judging by the sound, there were quite a number of them. The group tightened their grips on their weapons. Since evasion was not an option, they would face the battle head-on. Chapter 50. Let us engage in a refreshing ascension. A level 4 zombie charged swiftly towards Huozhou. Such speed. A speed-type mutated zombie. Huozhou hastily stepped back. The zombie nearly grasped his head, without any protection atop. Being caught would spell disaster. Muhuai darted past, brushing against the zombie, and then unleashed a wind blade to eliminate it. The 5th level effortlessly crushed the 3rd level. Ding. Successfully replicated speed-type ability. Speed-type ability upgraded to level 3. Almost everyone found themselves confronting a level 4 zombie. They had been nourished daily by Muhuai's spiritual spring water and spiritual fruits, and their combat prowess had long surpassed the limitations of the 3rd tier. They were more than capable of handling level 4 zombies. Muhuai faced 8 level 4 zombies alone. To her astonishment, she discovered that nearly all of these zombies possessed special abilities. A grin nearly split her face. Then, let us indulge in a refreshing ascension. The little creature nimbly weaved through the horde of zombies. Ding. Successfully replicated defense-type ability. Defense-type ability upgraded to level 2. Ding. Successfully replicated speed-type ability. Speed-type ability upgraded to level 4. Ding. Successfully replicated fire-type ability. Fire type ability upgraded to level 3. Ding. Successfully replicated water type ability. Water type ability upgraded to level 3. Muhuai continuously traversed among the throng of zombies. Ultimately, her ability levels transformed into defense type ability upgraded to level 6, speed type ability upgraded to level 5, strength type ability upgraded to level 4, fire type ability upgraded to level 5, water type ability upgraded to level 6, earth type ability upgraded to level 4, and psychic ability upgraded to level 6. Regrettably, there is not a single wind-based ability among them. However, this is quite satisfactory. What a delightful enhancement it is. Soon, they had vanquished all the level 4 zombies. Seizing the moment, Muhuai hastily extracted the level 4 crystal cores and concocted an evolution liquid for them to consume. Given the current circumstances, a stronger prowess is imperative. Any enhancement, no matter how slight, is welcome. And then, the anticipated grating sound echoed once more. Muhuai and the others braced themselves for battle. Surely, not all of them would be level 5 zombies. Xi Qinglin voiced her concern from the side. Who knows? It shouldn't be that outrageous, right? How could this hospital harbor so many high-level zombies? I have never encountered such a congregation of advanced zombies outside. Huizhou expressed his disbelief. Though his gaze remained fixated on the entrance of the corridor, a roar erupted, a sound distinct to the zombies. Muhuai's expression turned grave as he beheld 10 level 5 zombies charging in. All level 5. Can you handle this? Muhuai inquired. Of course. It's just a matter of cross-level combat. I can still obliterate them. Huizhou tightened his grip on his weapon. Suddenly, a level 5 zombie lunged swiftly at the nearby Xi Qinglin, who, with remarkable reflexes, conjured a protective shield. Crack. The shield shattered, obliterated by the powerful swipe of the level 5 zombie. Ha. The level 5 zombie before them emitted an eerie laughter, then struck at Xi Qinglin with a swift blow. Its speed was astonishing, leaving no time to evade. As if resolutely determined, Xi Qinglin summoned a radiant blade, magnified 3 or 4 times its usual size, and cleaved towards the zombie. Since evasion was no longer an option, he resolved to face the consequences head-on. The blade struck with tremendous force, cleaving the zombie's skull in an instant. However, this formidable conjuration drained 3/4 of Xi Qinglin's energy, prompting him to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Without pausing to contemplate who had expended their strength to save him, he hurried towards Huizhou, whose situation was dire, continually forced to retreat under relentless assaults. Xi Qinglin and Xi Qinglin fared somewhat better, engaging the zombies in a fierce exchange, managing to hold their ground for the time being. Meanwhile, Xiaobai valiantly resisted the approaching zombie, utilizing its wind-like speed to engage in a back-and-forth battle. Despite being only at level 4, the circumstances for Muhuai were far from favorable, although her psychic abilities were formidable, allowing her to unleash multiple powers simultaneously. She faced an overwhelming number of adversaries, 5 zombies of equal rank attacking her at once. Xi Qinglin and his companions were also struggling, having just ascended to level 4 and now contending with foes at level 5. Yet, in the face of imminent peril, humanity often discovers latent potential. Just moments ago, Xi Qinglin had grasped a new lethal technique, which he aptly named Thunder Explosion. Essentially, it involved hurling a sphere of lightning at a target, resulting in an explosive effect. He had just launched one at a zombie's face, obliterating its head with remarkable efficacy. Having resolved the situation at hand, he swiftly moved to assist Xi Qinglin, who was on the brink of collapse. Upon seeing Xi Qinglin arrive to aid him, Xi Qinglin instantly regained his resolve and continued to assault the zombie with renewed vigor. Muhuai engaged in a fierce battle with the 4 5th-level zombies, and it was merely a matter of time before they were defeated. Before long, the little creature managed to slay another 5th-level zombie. Suddenly, the quiet little pink creature on her shoulder opened its crimson eyes. It gazed at the 3 5th-level zombies attacking Muhuai and flicked its serpent-like tongue. The little pink creature descended from her shoulder and instantaneously enlarged. Yet it skillfully regulated its size to avoid causing structural damage to the building. Muhuai's eyes sparkled at the sight of the enormous little pink creature that had appeared before her. The creature emitted a hissing sound, which seemed to convey a hint of anger. In the next moment, it opened its cavernous mouth and devoured the 3 zombies whole. Muhuai's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that it? Little Pink, go assist my brother and the others, she called out, then turned to provide support to Xi Qinglin and the rest. As she pivoted to help, she was taken aback to see that Little Pink had already consumed the remaining 2 zombies with ease. Little Pink, was it? That simple? The onlookers were left in disbelief. The creature then closed its crimson eyes, remaining still and silent. Muhuai gently stroked its head with her small hand. But Little Pink showed no response. It seemed as though it had entered a state of evolution after feasting on the corpses. With the crisis averted, the men collapsed onto the ground, drained of energy, merging with the lifeless bodies of the zombies nearby. Muhuai, however, felt relatively unscathed. Though the relentless use of her abilities had certainly taken its toll, all she desired at that moment was to succumb to sleep. At last, the ordeal concluded. Xi Qinglin exhaled deeply. No sooner had he spoken than the unpleasant voice re-emerged. Ha, ha ha, you didn't think this, ha ha? Would be over, did you? The group, upon hearing her voice, did not even lift their eyelids, seemingly numbed by the experience. The female zombie, noticing her words fell on deaf ears, continued unabashedly, heh heh. Indeed, it has not ended. How troublesome. Are you all right? Jiang Qiyun inquired from a distance. Not at all, Hua Zhouyu replied. What's wrong, little Hua? Are you intimidated by my aloof demeanor? Upon hearing this, Hua Zhouyu merely lay back down, ignoring him. On Jiang Qiyun's side, she expressed, Sister, I wish to go and see them. No, you cannot. Why not, sister? I merely wish to take a look. Heh. The female zombie clearly did not anticipate Jiang Qiyun's candor. Zombie sister, if you do not permit me to see them, I shall cause a ruckus. Ha ha ha. Go ahead and make a scene. After a prolonged fit of madness, Jiang Qiyun realized the female zombie was ignoring him. He then raised his head, locking eyes with the zombie's ashen orbs. It appeared that a hint of indulgence lingered within. What on earth is happening? Heh, heh. Have you made enough noise? The female zombie, upon noticing Jiang Qiyun's pause, inquired with an unpleasant voice. Oh dear, zombie sister, would you allow me to meet them? Your underlings have injured them. How can I be at ease living alongside you without witnessing their condition firsthand? I would carry guilt for a lifetime. Realizing that the previous frantic tactic was futile, Jiang Qiyun resolved to adopt a different approach. The female zombie, upon hearing this, surprisingly began to contemplate. After a prolonged moment of reflection, she finally uttered, Have you agreed to live with me? It seems she only absorbed the latter part of his statement. In a bid to escape, Jiang Qiyun decided to reassure her. Yes, zombie sister, please let me see them. Upon hearing his compliance, the female zombie's ashen lips curled into a grotesque smile, revealing her decayed teeth and broken tongue. Well then, I must first transform you into something akin to myself. With that, the female zombie lunged forward to bite him. Jiang Qiyun's pupils dilated in an instant. No. Chapter 52, A Battle Awaits. Jiang Qiyun let out a desperate wail before resolutely closing his eyes. He hadn't yet finished arguing with Xiao Huzi. He had yet to marry a beautiful bride. He still wished to torment them all. He longed to savor the tomato beef brisket noodles made by Qinglin. He did not wish to become a zombie. After what felt like an eternity, he gradually reopened his eyes. Before him loomed a terrifying, ghastly visage. Have I become a zombie? Jiang Qiyun asked sorrowfully, his head bowed in despair. The female zombie picked up a decayed tooth that had fallen to the ground and said, Ha. Indeed. Jiang Qiyun, upon hearing this, began to inspect himself. To his astonishment, he found that he was completely unscathed. Could it be that this zombie was capable of deceit? He was truly baffled. While he had been preoccupied with anxiety, he suddenly recalled that he was clad in impenetrable attire, rendering him impervious to her bites. Just as this realization dawned upon him, a chill swept over his neck, prompting him to clutch it instinctively. A putrid, blackened hand grazed his chin. Tell me, is your neck equally as resilient? With that, the female zombie lunged to bite Jiang Qiyun's neck. Please, dear zombie, show mercy. Listen to me first. I am quite handsome. If you turn me into a zombie, I would resemble you. My face would decay, and this charming visage would be ruined. Can you truly bear to witness such a handsome face meet its demise? Jiang Qiyun wailed as he dashed around the room. The female zombie, pondering his words, seemed to fall into deep thought. Just as Jiang Qiyun believed she might reconsider her intentions, she spoke again. What does it mean to show mercy? It means to compliment your beauty. I have never encountered such a stunningly lovely zombie before. The female zombie appeared to relish the praise regarding her beauty. She cracked the corners of her ashen lips and spoke in a discordant voice. Well, how is it that I, with such beauty, you, refuse to, become one of my kind? This way, we could be together forever, Huff. Jiang Qiyun understood that he was no match for her at that moment and decided to adopt a gentler approach. No, it's not like that, zombie sister. I just want to check on my friends first. I truly worry for them. If you turn me into a zombie, my friends won't recognize me. And that would make me very sad. Jiang Qiyun feigned a pout. When I'm sad, I cry. Zombie sister. Can you bear to see your future husband in sorrow? After speaking, he even winked at the female zombie. Upon hearing this, she slowly moved closer to him. Huff. Not recognizing you would be wonderful. Then, you would belong solely to me. Huff. As Jiang Qiyun realized that gentleness was futile, his mind raced for a solution. In that moment, he shed his previous recklessness and adopted an air of calm composure. Just as the female zombie was half a meter away from him, he suddenly sprinted towards the door. Bang! The door was kicked open from the outside. Jiang Qiyun dashed out. Looking ahead, he spotted a sweet, yet menacing little girl. Ah, I finally found you. Muhuai revealed two sharp little tiger teeth. Smiling at the female zombie, her grin blossoming on the face of the young one like a thorny rose. However, the female zombie exhibited neither the panic nor anger of a hunted prey. Instead, she reciprocated Muhuai's smile. The grayish-blue corners of her mouth stretched, exposing decayed flesh, while her ashen, lifeless eyes fixated on her, emitting a chilling and eerie laughter. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Let us engage in battle. Upon uttering these words, the young one soared forth like an arrow released from a bow, directing a concentrated blade of wind towards the zombie's head. The female zombie raised her hand to block, staggering back several steps. Not too shabby, she remarked before launching her own attack, lunging towards Muhuai's arm. Suddenly, a whirlwind enveloped her, disorienting the female zombie. Just as she attempted to break free, she found herself ensnared, unable to move. In quick succession, a flame joined the tumult, accompanied by hundreds of sharp wind blades. A resounding roar erupted from within the tempest, and outside, a commotion stirred. Undead creatures, seemingly appearing from nowhere, surged towards their location. The roar intensified, echoing even louder. A glint of cold light flickered in Muhuai's eyes. Damn, an aggravating advanced zombie. Recruiting more minions, are we? With determination, she hurled another several hundred sharp wind blades into the fray, simultaneously unleashing a bolt of lightning. With Xi Qinglin stationed outside to guard them, Muhuai could focus entirely on her confrontation with the female zombie. Abruptly, a sharp pain pierced her head, and the whirlwind before her erupted in a violent explosion. The female zombie was a grotesque sight, her entire body disfigured, with her neck nearly severed, barely held together by a sliver of skin. In a fit of rage, she lunged toward Muhuai, her movements alarmingly swift, while he was still reeling from a headache. The sight of her decaying, blackened hand loomed larger in his vision. Suddenly, the small child that had been before the female zombie vanished, leaving the creature to grasp at empty air. Just as she turned to look, her entire being became ensnared in the earth, rendering her immobile. Muhuai swiftly wielded his long blade, aiming for the zombie's head, only to hear a sickening crack as the blade shattered into fragments. At that critical moment, the earth was cast off by the female zombie, allowing her to escape. Determined, Muhuai pursued her, but found only emptiness in her wake. Frustration surged within him. He could not allow any future threats to remain. Thus, he commenced his search for the female zombie. On the rooftop, a zombie stood precariously at the edge, its neck nearly severed. It held its own head in a grotesque manner. How infuriating. I underestimated that, little brat. The horrific, decayed visage betrayed no emotion. Yet her words resonated with indignation. The female zombie had initially thought the child to be weak and allowed Muhuai to probe for her location with his mental prowess. She was aware when he approached the door and sensed the energy fluctuations when the child communicated with Jiang Qiyun. However, she dismissed these occurrences entirely, confident in her status as a level 7 zombie, the highest rank among her kind. In her arrogance, she believed that the child could pose no real threat. But reality was about to shatter her illusions. The young child is not only formidable, but possesses remarkable strength. A myriad of extraordinary abilities emerge, each at a commendable level. It is now too late for it to take this matter seriously. In a short span of time, it cannot conjure an illusion to ensnare Muhuai within. It has only mastered this singular lethal move, leaving it with no choice but to briefly utilize its psychic powers to daze Muhuai. With Muhuai's psychic abilities reaching level 6, just one tier above its own, the dazing effect proves to be minimal and lasts only a fleeting moment. Its attempt to capitalize on this brief window for a surprise attack ultimately fails. What remains is to flee. How lamentable it is for a queen of zombies to find herself in such a predicament, a true disgrace to the undead. The female zombie glared darkly at the horde of zombies gradually assembling at the base of the building. They all must perish. At this moment, she suddenly recalled Xi Qinglin and added, as for him, he shall await his demise at my hands. On the other hand, Muhuai searched extensively but could not locate the zombie. It absolutely cannot be allowed to escape. With such a high level, capable of independent thought, understanding human speech, and even articulating it, it poses a significant threat. If allowed to flee, who knows when it might return with a million-strong horde to assault her base. Even she would find that insufferable. Muhuai sprinted toward the rooftop and soon spotted a familiar silhouette. Without hesitation, she teleported closer and struck with a powerful punch. The female zombie swiftly evaded the blow. Then she spoke in that unpleasant voice, Ho, we shall meet again. I will come for him personally. Ho. The female zombie grinned eerily, and once again, Muhuai felt a sharp pain in her head. Yet this time, she was adequately prepared. She merely paused for a fleeting moment before raising her fist to strike at the female zombie. Alas, it was too late. The creature had already fled. Muhuai struck the ground with great force, causing a crack to form in the concrete beneath her. Infuriatingly, it had escaped. Who knew when she would face its vengeance again? After surveying her surroundings and confirming its departure, she trotted to the edge of the rooftop and gazed down. The situation was far worse than she had anticipated. Not only were there the remaining zombies from the hospital, but hordes of them were also surging inside from outside. Furrowing her brow, she immediately teleported to join Xi Qinglin and the others. Let me see if I can take all of you at once, hand in hand. Upon hearing this, everyone awkwardly grasped the corners of their companions' garments. Jiang Qiyun disdainfully tugged at the edge of Hua Zhouyu's clothing. Hua Zhouyu shot him a glance and remarked, "Don't touch my clothes." Hearing this, Jiang Qiyun promptly released his grasp on the hem of Hua Zhouyu's clothing, only to seize a larger portion of his sleeve instead. Defiantly stating, "I will hold on. You can't stop me." Hua Zhouyu silently rolled his eyes. The other men exchanged glances, each awkwardly clutching at their own clothing. After all, it would indeed be quite strange for a group of men to hold hands. Xiaobai clung to Jiang Qiyun's trousers, prompting Jiang Qiyun to uncomfortably adjust his pants. Muhuai had never attempted to use his teleportation skill to transport so many people at once. Uncertain of its success, he decided to give it a try, for there seemed to be no other recourse. Song Yuchen concentrated on forming a protective barrier, while one zombie, after another, lunged at it, relentlessly battering against the shield. Muhuai focused his mental energy, and soon, the zombies that had previously clung to the barrier began to tumble down. The semicircular area where Muhuai and the others had stood was rapidly filled with a horde of zombies. Thousands of zombies, having lost their target, began to wander aimlessly. "Jiang Qiyun, look at what you've done to my clothes," Hua Zhouyu exclaimed, glaring at the expanse of exposed skin and the fabric that had been pulled up to his elbows. Jiang Qiyun quickly released his grip, stammering, "Oh dear. I'm so sorry. I misjudged my strength." He scratched his head apologetically. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his backside and instinctively reached to check. The sensation felt different. Confused, Jiang Qiyun glanced back only to discover that his trousers had been torn to shreds, exposing his entire rear. Next to him stood Xiaobai, innocently chewing on a sizable piece of the ragged fabric. Jiang Qiyun immediately covered his rear, wailing in despair. "Xiaobai, no, my pants, my backside." He hastily yanked the tattered fabric from Xiaobai's mouth and attempted to cover himself. Finally, once he managed to shield himself adequately, Jiang Qiyun ceased his frantic movements. His ears were flushed with crimson. Although he was clad only in his underwear, he still felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Oh dear, I apologize, I misjudged my strength." A youthful, melodious voice resonated in Jiang Qiyun's ear. Why does that phrase sound so familiar? Jiang Qiyun cast a helpless glance at Xiaobai. At that moment, Muhuai had already handed Jiang Qiyun a pair of new black cargo pants. Jiang Qiyun pouted, conjuring a wooden vine barrier to envelop himself. He began to put on the pants, but just as he hoisted them up, a beam of light suddenly flooded in. Their eyes met. "Hua Zhouyu, are you out of your mind? Why are you peeking while I'm changing?" Jiang Qiyun immediately snatched a torn piece of fabric from the side and hurled it at Hua Zhouyu's face. He hastily repaired the wooden vine barrier and quickly donned the pants. Outside the wooden barrier, Hua Zhouyu had a tattered piece of black fabric draped over his head. He silently removed the ragged cloth. He had merely intended to tease Xi Qinglin, unaware that he was so easily flustered. Ha ha. The little one was laughing uncontrollably, their innocent and carefree expression evoking laughter from those around. Xi Qinglin also chuckled softly. Shen Jingzhu and Song Yuqian were doubled over in laughter nearby. Xiao Bai, seemingly unfazed, continued to munch on canned food, murmuring between bites, "Oh my, this is delicious." In no time, Jiang Qiyun had finished changing. As he emerged, his gaze locked onto Hua Zhouyu, glaring at him in silent fury. Hua Zhouyu felt a shiver run down his spine under the intense scrutiny. "I merely intended to tease you. Who would have known you were so easily flustered? You. I considered you a good friend, yet you harbor such unwarranted thoughts towards me." After Jiang Qiyun uttered these words, he pretended to be on guard and embraced himself. Hua Zhouyu, with a resigned expression, pressed his lips together. "I did not. I truly only wished to jest with you. Besides, what do you possess that is worth my attention? What is there for me to secretly admire?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyun found himself at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally declared, "Because I am handsome," and haughtily strode away. Chapter 54. Do you not have a sister? Muhuai surveyed his surroundings. The abrupt teleportation had been so hasty that he was unsure of his current location. Judging by the decor, it appeared to be an office. Scattered on the ground were several corpses of zombies and a few bloodstains. He could also faintly detect an indescribable stench in the air. The little one then approached the window and peered down. They were presently situated on the third floor, and below, a handful of zombies wandered aimlessly. Additionally, there was a bottle for Xiao Bai. Muhuai retrieved an adorable dog bowl from his space and poured some spiritual spring water into it. Xiao Bai, wagging its large tail, began to drink eagerly. For some inexplicable reason, Xiao Bai refused to drink from its Hello Kitty bowl unless it was specifically used. Thus, Muhuai was compelled to take it out each time to pour the water inside. Contemplating this, he affectionately ruffled Xiao Bai's head, to which the little creature responded with a couple of pleased whimpers, utterly delighted. "Ah, the little master has bestowed upon it loving caresses." If Muhuai could hear its thoughts, he would be utterly speechless. After the few men beside her finished the spiritual spring water and replenished their energy, they began to profoundly comprehend the insights gained from the recent battle, particularly the new killing techniques. Muhuai bid them a brief farewell before slipping into the spatial realm. Due to the differing speeds of time, she intended to delve deeper into her understanding within this space. She had also garnered numerous new insights during the conflict, and perhaps, following this period of contemplation, their abilities would ascend to new heights. Time passed unmeasured before Muhuai emerged from the spatial realm, her expression radiant with joy. In her time within, she had almost mastered a new killing technique for every ability she possessed, marking a significant advancement. Upon her return, she found that everyone had succumbed to slumber, having only drifted off after their own revelations of new techniques. Each individual had made substantial progress. Muhuai treaded lightly to the table. Xi Qinglin, alerted by the faint sound, immediately opened his eyes with vigilance, only to see her stealthily approaching the table. He remained silent, simply observing her. Unbeknownst to Muhuai, Xi Qinglin was already awake and watching her every move. With a mischievous thought occupying her mind, she approached the edge of the table, rubbing her small hands together, before retrieving some delicacies from her belongings. Indeed, her intention was to rouse them with the irresistible aroma of food. The first dish she unveiled was potato-stewed catfish, and instantly, the delectable scent wafted through the air, reaching everyone's nostrils. Jiang Qiyun was the first to awaken, springing from the sofa. The sudden movement startled Hua Zhouyu, who was nearby. Hua Zhouyu kicked Jiang Qiyun's backside, exclaiming, "What is wrong with you? Why the sudden leap?" Jiang Qiyun pouted, covering his backside, and exclaimed, "Humph, that's not it. My culinary spirit has awakened. Being captured by that female zombie drained so much of my mental energy that I nearly starved. Now that food is served, how can I not be excited?" Hua Zhouyu scoffed, "I sense you rather enjoyed it." Enjoyed? How could one possibly enjoy facing a grotesque, decaying zombie? And she even smiled. Jiang Qiyun retorted. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Xi Qinglin. "Are you able to eat while discussing this?" Instantly, Jiang Qiyun fell silent and swiftly darted to the table. Taking a seat, the others followed suit. Muhuai prepared some raw duck heads, raw beef, and raw chicken hearts for Xiao Bai. Once the meal was set for Xiao Bai, the little one scampered to the table as well. The remaining individuals settled down. Wow, potatoes stewed with catfish, stir-fried squid, corn rib soup, spicy diced chicken, tomato beef brisket, chicken wings with rice cakes, cold dressed okra, steamed daylily fish, cold lotus root, and scrambled eggs with cucumber and black fungus. Jiang Qiyun announced the dishes, saliva practically dripping as he spoke. Hua Zhouyu looked at Jiang Qiyun with disdain. What a lack of refinement. Ignoring Hua Zhouyu's comment, Jiang Qiyun picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a piece of beef. Savoring its aroma perfectly melded with the taste of tomatoes, delivering a unique and delightful flavor that lingered on his palate. The more he ate, the brighter his eyes shone. Song Yuchen chuckled at Jiang Qiyun's gluttonous display. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Jiang Qiyun's mouth was full of food, and he mumbled incomprehensibly. After giving Song Yuchen a nod, he returned to his meal. Also diligently eating was Muhuai. The little one looked incredibly adorable while dining, resembling a charming little panda as he gobbled up delicious morsels, igniting an appetite in everyone who watched. Xi Qinglin found himself unconsciously consuming more rice. Shen Jingzhu, with unwavering focus, regarded the little one as a side dish, his eyes fixated on her while he brought food to his mouth. Xi Qinglin noticed Shen Jingzhu's gaze and furrowed his brow slightly, then spoke. Don't you have a sister? Why are you watching my sister eat? Shen Jingzhu paused, then replied with utmost sincerity, no. This left Xi Qinglin momentarily speechless. Oh wait, I do. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Jingzhu added, I've already considered the little one my sister, so is it not permissible for me to observe my sister while she eats? Following his statement, he turned his attention back to the little one, who was busy devouring her rice. Xi Qinglin was left even more speechless. The little one remained engrossed in her meal, utterly oblivious to their conversation. After finishing the corn and rib soup, the little one let out a satisfied burp and slumped comfortably in her chair. Jiang Qiyun followed suit, also releasing a contented burp before relaxing in his seat. As the group sat on the sofa, enjoying a moment of respite, an unusual noise suddenly echoed from upstairs, sounding like a dispute. Shi Muhuai's eyes brightened with intrigue. Something's happening. Driven by curiosity, the little one slid off the sofa and made her way towards the staircase. But what was this obstruction in her path? The little one swiftly swept away the obstruction with a punch, only to be met with a shocking sight that left Shi Muhuai momentarily stunned. Jiang Qiyun, who trailed behind, noticed the sudden halt and, filled with confusion, inquired while gradually directing his gaze forward, Little one, why have you stopped? Upon comprehending the scene before them, he halted in his tracks, his eyes widening slightly. Hua Zhouyu, completely unprepared, collided with Jiang Qiyun and exclaimed, Jiang Qiyun, why did you stop so abruptly? Look. Upon hearing this, Hua Zhouyu too turned his gaze ahead. Chapter 55. A journey to death. The group was rendered speechless by the horrifying sight before them. An unsettling mound of decomposed corpses lay strewn about. Nearby, a table was cluttered with various human body parts, including a half-eaten brain, the congealed blood mingling with brain matter, creating a grotesque tableau. Xi Qinglin furrowed his brow and gently covered the little one's eyes, murmuring, It's too gruesome. You must not look. Yet, the little one managed to pry apart his fingers just enough to continue observing the horrific scene. Having witnessed even more gruesome sights, this was nothing in comparison. Beside the pile of bodies stood 7 men and 3 women, restraining a girl against her will. Among them, one man brandished a knife, poised to strike the girl, who was writhing in desperate struggle. The group turned their wary gazes toward Shi Muhuai and his companions, instinctively ceasing their actions and standing erect. The girl seized the moment of reprieve to escape to a safe distance from them. Who are you? Demanded the leader, a burly man with a thick beard, raising the knife in his hand. The vigilance on the bearded man's face remained unyielding. What is it to you? The men behind him were captivated upon seeing the child, their eyes gleaming with an insatiable hunger. A child. The flesh must be tender. A male voice emerged, accompanied by the sound of salivation. West Muhuai slightly furrowed his brows. How disgusting. The men behind the child also frowned deeply, their demeanor suggesting that at a mere command from the child, they would leap forth to eliminate these individuals. After all, they had resorted to cannibalism. What noble character could they possibly possess? Though in this post-apocalyptic world, food scarcity forced them to consume human flesh to survive, they preferred to turn on their companions rather than seek sustenance elsewhere. In West Muhuai's eyes, such individuals were a waste of life. A glimmer of coldness flashed in the child's eyes. Speak quickly. Who are you? How did you come to be here? The bearded man, still brandishing his knife, asked menacingly. We are your father. Oh, wait, I have no son like you. A mocking voice interjected. as Jiang Qiyun disdainfully assessed the bearded man from head to toe. Jiang Qiyun's actions incensed the bearded man, causing his knife-wielding hand to tremble. Yet, he refrained from acting rashly, sensing that these newcomers were anything but ordinary. The man who coveted the child gazed greedily at Jiang Qiyun, inquiring, "Are you here to deliver us meat? Have you become so deranged from eating human flesh that your mind has deteriorated? What do you mean by that? It is of little significance, yet I have indeed come to present you with a gift." Upon hearing this, the man who had been coveting the little one's attention instantly brightened, eagerly inquiring, "What gift?" "Your demise," Jiang Qiyun retorted, and with that, a vine was hurled forth. The vine, as thick as a man's forearm, shot towards him with remarkable speed. A splatter of blood marked the faces of those standing nearby. The three girls, pale as ghosts, stood transfixed by the harrowing scene, evidently shaken. The other men, however, maintained a composed demeanor, casually wiping the blood from their faces, as if such occurrences were a mere routine for them. The man remained poised to speak, yet a vine, thick as an arm, pierced his chest, blood gushing forth, extinguishing the signs of life. To harbor malice towards his little one? Such folly deserves death. After executing this act, Jiang Qiyun instinctively sought the presence of Xi Muhuai, only to discover that the little one who had been standing before Xi Qinglin had vanished. A glance revealed that Xi Muhuai had unexpectedly positioned herself beside the trembling girl cowering in the corner. The burly man furrowed his brow, intending to approach, only to be obstructed by a metallic shield descending from above. "Stay put inside, and do not disturb the young lady," Hua Zhouyu remarked languidly. Meanwhile, Xi Muhuai had swiftly moved to the side of the girl, while Jiang Qiyun confronted the man. She scrutinized the girl before her. The girl's complexion was flushed, bearing no resemblance to one who had endured days of starvation or had feasted upon human flesh. Although her body trembled involuntarily, Xi Muhuai perceived a resolute fire within her gaze. The little one smiled sweetly and asked, "Sister, what is your name?" The adorable grin of the child was akin to the arrival of an angel, illuminating everything around. The girl's previously anxious heart was soothed and gradually calmed. I am called Huang Wanking. Wanking, sister, could you share with me what has transpired here?" As usual, I had just received my takeaway and was about to eat when I heard a commotion downstairs. Suddenly, a throng of employees from the second floor surged up, shouting, "There's a monster. There's a zombie. Come help us." I hurried over to assist, and we ended up barricading the stairway with various items. A collective sigh of relief escaped us, as we initially believed the crisis had been averted. However, it soon became apparent that someone had been bitten. Originally, only one person had been bitten, but that individual mutated and subsequently attacked others. Faced with this unknown creature, our only option was to flee. We retreated to the fourth floor, where the occupants were already gathering supplies to block the stairway. Fortunately, we had managed to reach them in time. We remained hidden on the fourth floor, with no zombies breaching our refuge. We had hoped to continue evading danger indefinitely, but we overlooked one critical issue, the matter of sustenance. Once everyone had consumed their food, no one dared venture out to seek more. Eventually, hunger became unbearable, and I volunteered to go to the third floor in search of supplies. As I stepped forward, 5 men also rose, eager to accompany me, which I welcomed. I recalled that there were only 2 zombies on the third floor, and with our 6 combined, we surely stood a chance against them. Thus, we procured some weapons suitable for combating zombies and cleared the obstruction before descending to the third floor. At this juncture, Huang Wanqing paused, inhaling deeply before continuing. Well, who would have thought that those 5 men lacked the courage of a single woman? When faced with zombies, they were utterly at a loss. I had previously come across a post suggesting that striking a zombie in the head was the most effective method. With a spirit of experimentation, I summoned all my strength and struck the creature's head. The outcome was remarkable. I crushed the zombie's skull, ensuring its demise. As I urged them to aim for the zombies' heads, I attempted to assist them. To my dismay, they disregarded my advice and ran about in panic. Unfortunately, one individual was caught by a zombie. After dispatching the remaining zombie, I found myself utterly exhausted. At that moment, I was unaware that someone had been seized. I immediately began gathering supplies. The man who had been caught remained silent about his predicament and continued to collect resources. The last man did not flee, but judging by his trembling legs and damp trousers, it seemed that fear had paralyzed him. With a mindset of impending doom, I wielded my weapon and struck furiously. When I opened my eyes again, the zombie was in a pitiful state. Huang Wanqing paused once more before declaring, "Indeed, one should never underestimate the strength of a woman." Subsequently, we consumed all the supplies on the third floor, and none dared to venture down in search of more. I had a fever at that time, nearly costing me my life, which is why I did not go. Later, in their desperate hunger, they resorted to murder. Huang Wanqing furrowed her brow in melancholy. Her eyes filled with helplessness and despondency, as if silently lamenting the transience of life. They took the lives of many, consuming countless souls. I did not partake in their brutality, nor did I ever taste human flesh. The thought of cannibalism was abhorrent to me. I would rather perish from starvation. Eventually, as you might have surmised, they turned their aggression toward me. Muhuai nodded thoughtfully. The attention of the little one was entirely captured by the mention of a fever, suggesting that this sister before them might possess extraordinary abilities. Moreover, her words conveyed a sense of resilience and courage. With a playful grin, Muhuai posed a question. How is it that after having a fever and not eating, you have not succumbed to starvation? Huang Wanqing pondered this, realizing the peculiarity of her circumstance. Indeed, she had not consumed anything and yet had not felt hunger. It had not occurred to her until now, and reflecting upon it felt exceedingly strange. Huang Wanqing was an aficionado of apocalyptic tales, often indulging in such novels before the end times. When the apocalypse arrived, she adapted swiftly, facing zombies with a composure that eluded others. Yet, the most terrifying aspect of the apocalypse was not the undead, but humanity itself. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Huang Wanqing, her eyes sparkling with newfound clarity. Could it be? I have awakened extraordinary powers. Muhuai nodded in encouragement. Indeed, sister. Quickly, discover what abilities you have awakened. How do I do that? She inquired. Concentrate your mental energy in your palms, he advised. Huang Wanqing listened intently, concentrating her mental energy in the palm of her hand, where a faintly shimmering, milky white sphere of light materialized. Could it be a manifestation of the light elemental ability? She exclaimed in astonishment, recalling how novels depicted such powers. Muhuai subtly raised an eyebrow, brushing against Huang Wanqing almost imperceptibly. Ding. Successfully replicated healing ability. Healing ability. This clarified everything. The healing ability had been nurturing her body, which explained her rosy complexion and vibrant energy despite not having eaten for several days. She felt no hunger. This healing ability was remarkable, although its level was modest, allowing it to mend minor injuries and even regenerate severed limbs as her level increased. She could be restored to vitality as long as she still drew breath. Under Huang Wanqing's delighted gaze, Muhuai slowly shook his head, causing her to immediately retract her smile. She had thought it was the light elemental ability. The light elemental ability is truly formidable. Sighing, Muhuai gently clarified, it is not the light elemental ability, it is the healing ability. A smile returned to Huang Wanqing's face. The healing ability is incredibly powerful too. With such an extraordinary ability now at her disposal, her joy was nearly overwhelming. She did not inquire how Muhuai came to know this. She had no desire to delve into it, as it bore no relevance to her. Perhaps the young boy possessed some unique talent. In a post-apocalyptic world, having exceptional abilities was far from unusual. However, individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities are quite rare. For instance, her healing power, as far as she knows, from what she has read in novels, is as uncommon as dark, light, time, teleportation, and X-ray abilities. Yes, that seems accurate. This is how it is portrayed in literature. Sister Wanqing, how do you think we should deal with these individuals? Muhuai revealed her two sharp little tiger teeth, appearing exceedingly adorable. Yet, in the eyes of that group, she resembled a little devil. I believe it would be best to eliminate them all. Huang Wanqing chuckled, her laughter revealing two charming dimples. Despite her tousled hair, her beauty remained undeniable. To that group, she appeared as a formidable demon. The five men silently tugged at the corners of their mouths, acknowledging that both were indeed like glutinous rice balls filled with black sesame paste. You cannot kill us. Huozhiyu had already retracted the metal shield, and the group clearly heard the exchange between the two. One woman stammered in fear. Muhuai fixed her gaze on the woman, ready to retort, but Huang Wanqing spoke first. Wei Na, provide a reason why we cannot kill you. Ha! We are colleagues? Oh, and then what? Is that your justification for sparing you? Your reasoning genuinely amuses me, haha. Huang Wanqing erupted into hearty laughter, as if she had heard the most absurd joke. Given our past camaraderie, can you not spare us? The bearded man implored. Haha, let you go? If this unforeseen event hadn't occurred, I would have already been within your grasp, wouldn't I? Xi Muhuai nodded in satisfaction beside her. This sister's personality was perfectly aligned with her taste. All right, sister, let us not waste any more words with them. Let us send them on their way. Xi Muhuai produced her petite pink pistol and handed it to Huang Wanqing. Upon seeing the firearm before her, Huang Wanqing's eyes sparkled momentarily before she accepted the pistol. She examined it closely in her hands. Interesting, they even possess a pistol, quite impressive. With this thought, Huang Wanqing suddenly cast a worried glance at Xi Muhuai. The little one seemed to intuit her concerns and reassured her, rest assured, there are more than enough bullets. After hearing this, Huang Wanqing's apprehensions dissipated. She raised the pistol, aiming its dark muzzle at the bearded man among the group. The bearded man immediately panicked, attempting to evade the gun's aim as Huang Wanqing adjusted her aim left and right. She steadied her aim and fired. Bang! The bearded man collapsed to the ground. A bullet lodged squarely in his forehead. Clearly taken aback by Huang Wanqing's marksmanship, the bearded man's face bore an expression of disbelief in his final moments. As his companion witnessed the bearded man's demise, fear surged within them, and they each brandished their weapons, charging at Huang Wanqing in a desperate attempt to take her down with them. Xi Muhuai refrained from intervening for the moment, eager to observe the extent of Huang Wanqing's compatibilities. However, the little one was poised to unleash her skills at any moment, ready to rescue Huang Wanqing should the situation turn dire. Faced with the assault of 9 assailants, Huang Wanqing exhibited not a trace of panic. She first wielded her wooden firearm to eliminate the most robust man in front of her, then deftly evaded attacks, dispatching each attacker with precision. Rather than firing indiscriminately, she conserved her ammunition, mindful of its finite nature, especially since the firearm had been lent to her. After dispatching several foes, her hands began to tremble, as she seemed taken aback by her own prowess. Xi Muhuai was equally astonished. Her reflexes and combat awareness were indeed remarkable, suggesting substantial training. Alas, it would have been splendid if Huang Wanqing possessed combat-related abilities. One could only imagine her formidable prowess were that the case. Sister, you're amazing, Xi Muhuai exclaimed sweetly. Giving Huang Wanqing a thumbs up, Huang Wanqing returned her smile, saying, "Thank you, little Huai. Without you, I might have." "It's all good, sister. Everything is fine now," she reassured. Huang Wanqing returned the wooden firearm to Xi Muhuai, who tucked it into her backpack. The others nodded in agreement, signaling their approval, and thus they descended the stairs. During their descent, they encountered 7 or 8 zombies, all of which were dispatched by Song Yuchan with his gleaming blade. Initially, Shen Jingzhu intended to intervene, but Song Yuchan deterred him, citing his desire to refine his skills. Shen Jingzhu acquiesced silently, merely extracting a crystal core. Observing his actions, Huang Wanqing inquired excitedly, "Is that a crystal core? The kind that can enhance levels?" She had read about such things in novels. Xi Muhuai nodded. "Indeed. It is a crystal core. However, it cannot be consumed directly, as it contains too many impurities." Upon hearing this, Huang Wanqing's excitement instantly waned. Yet, she soon became exhilarated once more. "Yay, I can level up." Upon reaching the ground floor, Xi Muhuai retrieved a modified vehicle from her small backpack. Huang Wanqing's eyes widened in astonishment. What sort of backpack can contain such a large vehicle? Just as Xi Muhuai was about to explain that it was a spatial backpack, seemingly small yet immensely capacious, she was interrupted by Huang Wanqing, who exclaimed, "Oh, I know this. It's a spatial backpack, right? It looks like an ordinary bag, but it actually has a vast interior." Xi Muhuai silently closed her mouth and nodded. How does she know everything? Huang Wanqing's curiosity about the little creature deepened. This little one possesses so many remarkable items. How impressive. Lastly, Little White entered. Huang Wanqing gasped in awe. "Wow, there's a Samiyed too." After saying this, she reached out to pet the Samiyed's large head. Little White, feeling exasperated, evaded her touch. Disappointed that she had missed, Huang Wanqing remarked, "This dog is quite shy." "You are the dog. You're the dog. I am a wolf." "You know," Little White thought indignantly, feeling misunderstood. To prove his identity as a wolf, he let out a huffy howl. "This dog even mimics a wolf's call. How clever." The occupants in the vehicle fell into silence. "Little master, look at her." Xiaobai is on the verge of tears from anger. Xi Muhuai helplessly said, "Sister, she is a wolf. Ha ha ha, I apologize sincerely for that." Huang Wanqing awkwardly scratched her head and fell silent. "Little master, I strongly request that the next time we encounter people, please introduce me as a wolf. I am always mistaken for a dog. I am a majestic wolf." All right. Understood, Xi Muhuai repeatedly assured, and Xiaobai finally calmed down. Upon arriving at the base, Huang Wanqing's eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. What? Such towering city walls. Goodness! Which kind-hearted individual constructed such high walls for the base? Living inside must provide an overwhelming sense of security. Sister, come over and register. You must do so before entering. Xi Muhuai beckoned Huang Wanqing at the entrance. She promptly jogged over and, following the little one's instructions, completed the registration. Beep. Detection successful. A mechanical voice echoed, and the gate swung open. Xi Muhuai curiously checked Huang Wanqing's loyalty level. Huang Wanqing's loyalty is at 95. Quite impressive. Just as they stepped into the base, a sudden exclamation startled them. Wow. Huang Wanqing gasped at the sight before her. Jiang Qiyun truly jumped in fright. Hu Zhouyu secretly chuckled at Jiang Qiyun's reaction. After Huang Wanqing shyly apologized to him, she continued to marvel. Is this heaven? Schools, hospitals, buildings, pools, fields. Even the neighborhood is remarkable. Living here, I can hardly fathom how optimistic and cheerful I would be as a little girl. Huang Wanqing began to survey her surroundings. Jiang Qiyun calmed his startled heart and nodded in satisfaction at Huang Wanqing's actions. Yes, just like when he first entered the base. She appeared utterly unaccustomed to the scene before her. Sister Xi Muhuai, your base leader is truly impressive for having constructed such an extraordinary base. Upon hearing her words, Xi Muhuai's eyes sparkled with amusement. Indeed, our base leader is exceptionally talented. Would you like to meet her? Huang Wanqing immediately nodded vigorously, her excitement palpable. The men behind her struggled to suppress their laughter. What is this little one up to now? Then come with me, Xi Muhuai said, taking the lead with her short legs. After only a few steps, a group of people rushed toward them. Little base leader, was your outing successful this time? Before they even arrived, the questions were already ringing in their ears. Huang Wanqing looked around in confusion. Little base leader? Where? This base has quite a charming character. Calling her little base leader makes her sound even more endearing. Wait a moment. Little base leader. Huang Wanqing finally directed her gaze towards Xi Muhuai. Xi Muhuai innocently blinked her round, bright eyes. Chapter 57. What to do when my older siblings spoil me too much. Hey, Xiaohuai, have you seen the base leader? Huang Wanqing inquired, puzzled, looking at Xi Muhuai. No, I haven't seen her. Indeed, she could not see. She truly could not perceive herself. Huang Wanqing turned to the 5 men behind the little cub. Have you seen the base leader? Where is he? Jiang Qiyun pointed towards Xi Muhuai. Right here. Huang Wanqing, bewildered, asked, Isn't this little Huai? Wait a moment. Huang Wanqing gasped in astonishment. Are you saying that little Huai is the base leader? Huang Wanqing had considered various possibilities, yet she had never suspected that Xi Muhuai was the base leader. It wasn't due to her lack of intelligence, but rather because the little cub's appearance was so deceptively innocent. Who would believe that such a vast base was managed by a mere child? However, the truth lay before her, and whether she believed it or not, she had to accept it. Huang Wanqing momentarily forgot the earlier jest made by Xi Muhuai and gazed at her in quiet admiration. Xi Muhuai, feeling her fervent gaze, winked at her. Allow me to introduce this lovely lady. This is Sister Huang Wanqing, who possesses healing abilities, Xi Muhuai announced to the gathering. Hello there, my name is Lu Wu. Welcome to our base. Sister Wanqing, you seem a bit dirty. How about I take you to my home for a bath? Lu Wu leaned closer, cheerfully taking Huang Wanqing's hand. Thus, Huang Wanqing was led away by Lu Wu to her home for a bath, and the two engaged in delightful conversation. Xi Muhuai watched the two depart, a smile gracing her lips. How has everyone been faring at the base these past few days? Xi Muhuai inquired. Everyone eagerly reported their experiences. With the miraculous water provided by our little base leader, the potatoes, tomatoes, and lettuce I planted have all sprouted. The spinach, cabbage, and cauliflower that I planted have all sprouted. I harvest the fruits from the orchard every day and share them with everyone. Those fruits are truly magical. After indulging, I feel incredibly comfortable, my entire being brimming with energy. I report to the base leader that I have been feeding the little animals until they are plump and healthy. Lu Wu and I clear the surrounding area of zombies daily, and I have placed the crystal cores at your doorstep, base leader. Oh, little base leader. I must say, the meals in the cafeteria are simply delightful. Yes, indeed. I feel like I've gained quite a bit of weight. Is being plump such a bad thing? Well, perhaps not. The crowd chattered excitedly, and after a lengthy exchange, they finally settled down. All right, I understand everything you've expressed. Wonderful. Hooray. Oh yes, I love you. Little base leader. Cheers erupted from the crowd. All right, everyone, go about your business now. I am so tired. Haraha. Xi Qinglin chuckled softly nearby. He approached and sat beside the little one, softly asking, shall we take a bath first? Good, Xi Muhuai replied before disappearing into the space. Xi Qinglin smiled and shook his head, then left the villa to join them in preparing delicious meals. In the space, Xi Muhuai luxuriated in the spirit spring water. Feeling utterly relaxed, after soaking for 15 minutes, she emerged from the bath. After drying off and donning a light beige dress, she exited the space. The living room was empty, and Xi Muhuai glanced around in curiosity. Where's my brother? Stepping outside, Xi Muhuai was immediately enveloped by a delightful aroma. Wow, how fragrant. The little one seemed to have activated some inner switch, scampering towards the dining hall with short, eager legs. Xi Qinglin was outside, arranging ingredients. When he glanced up to see the little one sprinting towards him with the speed of a 100-meter dash, he opened his arms, ready to catch the child. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past him, tousling his bangs. Lowering his gaze, he found his outstretched arms empty, and with a quiet sigh, he withdrew them and entered the dining hall, only to find the little one standing by the kitchen, gazing longingly at the food. What a little glutton, he thought with a helpless smile. Xi Muhuai was fixated on the pot of dishes, failing to hear Xi Qinglin's words. What did you say, brother? Oh, nothing. After a while, the meal was ready, and everyone gathered around the large tables. Lu Wu arrived fashionably late, accompanied by Huang Wanqing. The moment they appeared, a wave of admiration spread among the guests. After tidying herself, Huang Wanqing had regained her original beauty. Her short, glossy black hair framed her face, and beneath her neatly styled bangs were two round, glistening eyes resembling translucent grapes. Her fair, delicate skin glowed, and as she smiled and greeted everyone, her dimples enhanced her sweet and charming demeanor. Everyone was momentarily captivated. Ha! Our Wanqing sister is truly beautiful. Look at how everyone is mesmerized, Lu Wu teased. Huang Wanqing, unabashed, replied, oh, it's just that we both are stunning enough to leave everyone spellbound. Indeed, two beautiful ladies, let us hasten to dine. Cold Frostwa remarked with a smile. The two then took their seats, and the gathering was complete. Wow, so much meat, Xi Qinglin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the feast laid before them. Observing her eager demeanor, Xi Muhuai quickly encouraged, all right, everyone, let us indulge. With that, she picked up her chopsticks and deftly placed a piece of beef into her mouth. So delicious, she exclaimed, continuing to serve herself several more pieces. Beside her, Xi Qinglin raised an eyebrow at the little one's antics. Soon, Xi Muhuai's bowl was filled with a plethora of beef. Oh well, my brother dotes on her too much. There's nothing to be done about it. Just as Xi Muhuai was about to take another piece of beef, she noticed Huang Wanqing diligently serving herself various preparations of beef, the entire platter overflowing with it. In truth, I do not hold such fondness for beef, Xi Qinglin remarked, opting for a different dish. Having seen his sister relish several bites of the sweet and sour fish, he surmised that if she did not like beef, she must indeed favor today's sweet and sour fish. Consequently, Xi Muhuai's bowl was soon piled high with sweet and sour fish. Observing this, Huang Wanqing began serving Xi Muhuai different styles of fish as well. Xi Muhuai, on the verge of tears, silently consumed all the dishes in her bowl. What can I do about my overly indulgent brother and sister? Chapter 58. All things must come to an end. Burp. Xi Muhuai slumped in her chair, wearing a despondent expression as if life had lost its luster. At last, she had finished. I could burst. Upon returning to the villa, the little one dashed straight to her bedroom and collapsed onto the bed. She retrieved a tablet of digestive aid from the space, consuming 3 pellets before sipping a glass of spiritual spring water. No sooner had she finished the water than a wave of drowsiness enveloped Xi Muhuai. Her eyes narrowed into a mere slit, yet she stubbornly resisted the encroaching fatigue. Ultimately, her eyelids gently descended, and the little one succumbed to slumber. In her dreams, she encountered a man. He was neither Xi Qinglin nor Jiang Qiyun. In fact, she felt as though she had never laid eyes on him before, yet he exuded an inexplicable familiarity. Within the depths of her dream, she found herself in an abyss, where he extended his hand towards her. A radiant light cascaded from his touch, pulling her from the depths. The visage of the dream figure remained obscured, but as he drew her into the light, they stood together in silence. She endeavored to grasp some defining features of him, yet he grew increasingly indistinct. However, Amidst the haze of his countenance, she distinctly perceived his smile. At the moment he smiled, his form unexpectedly crystallized, and she felt as though she had glimpsed his true appearance, though it was fleeting. As the dream drew to a close, she heard him whisper, "Everything will come to an end." Will everything truly come to an end? Everything will end. Startled, Xi Muhuai abruptly opened her eyes, only to squint against the piercing sunlight. The curtains had been left undrawn the previous night, allowing the sunlight to flood in. She turned away from the sun, contemplating her thoughts. Had she just experienced a dream? A dream of a stranger? What did that man look like? Oddly enough, she couldn't recall a single detail. Perplexed, the little one sat on the bed with her tousled hair, lost in thought. A sudden series of knocks interrupted her contemplations. "Come in," called out the young one toward the door. No sooner had the words left her lips than the door swung open, revealing Xi Qinglin clad in a brown apron. "Breakfast is ready, Cici." They are already in the living room. Xi Muhuai, still preoccupied with the dream that had just unfolded, absently inquired, "They? Who?" It's Jiang Qiyun and the others." Xi Qinglin sensed something was amiss with her sister, who seemed lost in thought. "Oh, I see. You all eat first. I will change my clothes and join you." Nodding, Xi Qinglin exited, her instincts warning her that her sister harbored some unspoken concern, prompting her to ask later. Xi Muhuai swiftly slipped into her space to change into a denim dress. Throughout this process, her mind lingered on the dream, a persistent feeling that it bore some significance. Who was that man? What did the phrase "everything will come to an end" truly mean? A series of enigmas danced through her thoughts. Shaking her head vigorously, as if to dispel the questions, she resolved, never mind, focusing on breakfast is paramount. Once she had adorned herself appropriately, Xi Muhuai emerged from her space and hurried into the living room. Upon seeing her, Jiang Qiyun eagerly beckoned, "Come quickly, little ghost. Today's breakfast includes fragrant pancakes, fried buns, sushi, and century egg and lean meat porridge." At the mention of this delightful array, Xi Muhuai's eyes sparkled with excitement. She dashed to the dining table and settled into a chair. Xi Qinglin ladled a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge for her. And after tasting it with a spoon, the young one promptly lifted the bowl to drink directly. How could there exist such a delightful dish as century egg and lean meat congee in this world? The delicate century egg and tender lean meat blend seamlessly into the rich, aromatic porridge, creating an intoxicating flavor that blossoms upon the palate. Oh, how blissful it is. In the end, Xi Muhuai consumed 4 large bowls, leaving the men around her wide-eyed in astonishment. Each of these robust men had merely managed to finish 2 bowls, while this little girl effortlessly devoured 4. Yet, soon their expressions transformed into one of satisfaction. Indeed, consuming such a quantity must surely lead to growth. They eagerly anticipated her rapid maturation, for with her growth, no one would dare to bully her. However, it seemed that, at present, no one could truly intimidate her. When Xi Muhuai did not summon them, they typically engaged in training. Only by cultivating formidable physical prowess could they vanquish more zombies. After clearing the tableware, Xi Qinglin settled down beside Xi Muhuai. "What troubles you, Xi? You seem lost in thought," he inquired, gently prodding the soft cheek of the little one. A peculiar dream? What was it about?" "I dreamed of a man who pulled me from the abyss and uttered a phrase to me." "What did he say?" "He said, 'Everything will come to an end.' And then? Then nothing more occurred. I simply awoke." Upon hearing this, Xi Qinglin fell into contemplation. "I vaguely recall having seen his visage, yet it eludes me now." He evoked a sense of familiarity, yet simultaneously felt utterly foreign. Oh, how contradictory. After Xi Muhuai finished speaking, she tousled her hair into a chaotic mess and resumed her contemplation with her disheveled locks. Xi Qinglin gently tidied the little one's hair and smiled, saying, "All right. If you can't figure it out, let's not dwell on it for now. Let's focus on the present." With clear eyes, Xi Muhuai nodded and replied, "Then, brother, may I go train in the space now?" "Of course," he responded. With that, Xi Muhuai swiftly entered the space to commence her training. She was determined to transform her confusion into motivation. Regardless of who he was or what he meant, it was irrelevant to her at this moment. With this thought, the clouds of uncertainty in Xi Muhuai's heart began to dissipate. After her workout, Xi Muhuai indulged in a relaxing bath, emerging precisely 15 minutes later. The soreness in her limbs was rejuvenated by the essence of the spiritual spring, and she felt invigorated enough to perform 1,000 more squats. After changing into an all-black athletic outfit, she swiftly exited the space. Suddenly, a muffled grunt echoed in her ear. Someone had sat down again. The little one awkwardly climbed off Xi Qinglin. He chuckled, "Haha, this time I've learned my lesson. I won't sit here again." Xi Muhuai scratched her head, feeling a bit shy. Hee. Brother, are you all right? I'm perfectly fine, Xi Qinglin reassured, giving the little girl a gentle pat on the head. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, prompting Xi Qinglin to rise and open the door. In rushed Jiang Qiyun, plopping down on the sofa, followed by 3 leisurely men. Why are you in such a hurry? Don't tell me you're hungry again. Upon hearing Xi Muhuai's words, Jiang Qiyun suddenly clutched his chest, feigning a pained expression, and remarked, Little ghost, I never imagined I would be perceived as such a person in your eyes. With a shift in demeanor, revealing his sharp little tiger teeth, he continued, all right, that's not it. Quickly, what's the urgent matter? Jiang Qiyun then proposed. I just realized that our base still lacks a name. I've noticed that all the other bases have names. Xi Muhuai nodded in agreement. Oh, I had completely forgotten. What should we name it? How about we call it the Awesome Base? Xi Muhuai rolled her eyes, finding the suggestion absurd. She thought her own naming skills were lacking, but this was an entirely different level of inadequacy. Go away, that name is for you alone, said Huozhouyu, looking at Jiang Qiyun with disdain. Why not? It's a great name. It immediately conveys the strength of our base, Jiang Qiyun retorted defiantly. Indeed, it's quite good. Next time, I shall refer to you as Awesome, she replied. That's unacceptable. Why not? It sounds impressive. Jiang Qiyun fell silent, feeling disgruntled. Just wait and see, he thought to himself, silently vowing to take action. Jingzhu, what do you think? Jiang Qiyun turned to Shin Jingzhu. Shin Jingzhu, caught off guard, hesitated for a moment before responding. Huh? Me? What do you think we should call it? How about the Awesome Wave Base? Ha ha. Jiang Qiyun suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha. Look, mine isn't too bad after all. He ceased his mirth and slightly raised his head, a semblance of pride evident in his demeanor, as if he believed his chosen name surpassed Shin Jingzhu's. Shin Jingzhu was rendered speechless. Seriously, what is so funny? What a load of nonsense. It's all just a pile of dung. Huozhouyu scoffed. Shin Jingzhu was once again at a loss for words. Honestly, one after another. How bothersome. I don't wish to engage. You, why don't you come up with a better one? It might even be worse than ours. Fine. I shall give it a try, Huozhouyu declared, adopting a contemplative pose. Soon, he concluded his thoughts and suggested, how about we call it the Flourishing Base? I find that rather appealing, though it is a tad lengthy. Song Yuchan joined the discourse. Brother Yuchan, what do you think it should be called? Song Yuchan seemed to have already contemplated this matter, responding directly, I believe we should name it the Prosperous Base. Oh, I quite like that. What do you think? Little one? The group turned their gaze toward Xi Muhuai, who appeared to be in a daze, staring blankly ahead. Little one? Little one. Noticing that Xi Muhuai remained unresponsive, Jiang Qiyun playfully poked the child's cheek. Wow, so soft, so delightful to pinch. Seizing the moment, Jiang Qiyun pinched Xi Muhuai's face several times, becoming engrossed in the act until he was met with the child's fierce gaze. Startled, he quickly released his grip and, feeling somewhat guilty, shifted the topic. Little one, what do you think of the name Prosperous Base? Have you thought of a better name? Xi Muhuai asked confidently, nodding her little head. Yes, I've come up with something particularly wonderful. What is it? Jiang Qiyun's curiosity surged upon hearing the little one's certainty. Our base shall be called. Xi Muhuai paused dramatically, leaving the men eagerly anticipating her revelation. Don't keep us in suspense, just tell us. All right, I won't prolong the suspense any longer. Here it is. Xi Muhuai cleared her throat and declared. Let it be called the Mighty Base. Their silence was deafening. The little one continued to enthusiastically promote her chosen name. Don't you think it's magnificent? It immediately conveys to others that our base is formidable. How splendid. The group exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Jiang Qiyun quietly remarked. I feel this one pales in comparison to my idea. Xi Muhuai heard him clearly and pouted her little face in response. Jiang Qiyun quickly backtracked. All right, yours is great, the best. A smile returned to Xi Muhuai's face as she nodded in satisfaction. Brother, what do you think? Do you have any good ideas? She asked Xi Qinglin, who had remained silent until now. I think we should call it the Muguang Base. Your name contains Mu, and Muguang symbolizes the entire base basking in sunlight, vibrant and flourishing. That's excellent. That's truly wonderful. Jiang Qiyun immediately expressed his enthusiastic support, and others nodded in agreement. Let us name it the Muguang Base. Xi Muhuai decisively proclaimed. May our Muguang Base thrive and flourish, prosper and thrive, and advance progressively while ensuring a stable and happy life for all. As Muhuai listened to these words, she contemplated deeply, then broke into a radiant smile and said, "Then I shall wish everyone health and safety." Chapter 60. Well, so many. Muhuai swiftly entered the space again and called out into the air, "Xiao AI, are you there?" Instantly, a voice echoed in her mind, "Yes, host." She pointed to the mountain of crystal cores piled in the space and asked, "With so many crystal cores, what can I do aside from exchanging them for evolution liquid?" Xiao AI promptly understood the little one's intent. "Host, there is a crystal core exchange machine that can convert crystal cores into points." Muhuai's eyes sparkled with excitement. "How many points can I get?" "Not 1688, not 988, just 166. Economical, practical, and affordable. Purchase." Ding. Purchase successful. As soon as the words fell, a machine, roughly the size of her half-body, appeared before Muhuai. The upper part of the machine featured a funnel-like opening, which she surmised was meant for inserting crystal cores. In the center, there was a display screen showing numerical values. The points earned from exchanging crystal cores vary according to their levels. The higher the level, the greater the value of the crystal cores obtained. Once a core is deposited, it has no further impact and can still be exchanged for evolution liquid. Muhuai nodded in acknowledgement. The little one, filled with eagerness, hurriedly approached the crystal core exchange machine. She first inserted a level 1 crystal core, and the display illuminated with the number 2. Ah, so a level 1 crystal core is worth 2 points. Muhuai then placed a level 2 crystal core into the machine, which prompted the screen to glow with the number 5. Consequently, she embarked on the monotonous task of depositing the cores. Alas, at this rate, I might be here until the next lunar year. The little one grumbled under her breath, while her hands remained busy, continuously feeding the crystalline cores, which shimmered softly, into the dark opening before her. "Host, can you guess why that opening is so large?" A hint of a stiff and awkward smile appeared on Muhuai's face. Indeed, there was no rule stating that she had to insert them one by one. Feeling a bit foolish, she gathered a handful of crystal cores and dropped them in, significantly increasing her efficiency. Before long, the pile of cores had been entirely exchanged. Finally done. "Xiao AI, how many points did I earn?" "Host, a total of points have been exchanged." "Well, that's quite a sum. It seems I've become a little wealthy lady," she exclaimed joyfully. With such an abundance of points, Muhuai resolved to embark on a shopping spree at the point store. Upon entering the point shop, the young one's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if captivated by some unseen force. "Wow, when did the point shop get updated?" "It has been updated for quite some time. Indeed, it had been ages since she last visited. A plethora of new items have been added. The level 5 evolution liquid, which allows one to evolve directly to level 5 without the need to advance through level 4, costs 30 points. The disguise mask enables the wearer to alter their appearance as desired, limited to the face, priced at 300 points. The magical whip, possessing 2 forms, can transform between soft and hard states, serving as a whip in its soft form and a sword in its hardened state, available for 100 points. Just what she needed for a weapon. Without hesitation, Muhuai clicked the purchase button, and immediately, a mysterious glow emanated from her hand. In the blink of an eye, a dark purple whip materialized in her palm. It fit her perfectly as she examined the whip closely. This whip exuded a chilling aura. Its surface as smooth as silk, shimmering with a cold, sharp light, reminiscent of a coiled venomous serpent, poised to strike at any moment. The deep purple hue was profound and obscured, seemingly capable of swallowing the surrounding light, instilling an intangible sense of oppression. Upon closer inspection, one could discern intricate patterns adorning the whip's body, resembling ancient runes, subtly radiating faint energy fluctuations. Grasping the handle of the whip sent a shiver down her arm, eliciting a sense of unease within Muhuai. This whip not only boasted an impressive appearance but also conveyed an overwhelming sense of power. It appears to possess a certain enigmatic magic, capable of becoming the most reliable weapon for its bearer. At this moment, Muhuai clutched the whip tightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation, as if she could hardly wait to unleash its power. With this new weapon in her possession, her combat prowess would undoubtedly increase manifold. A smile played upon her lips, and her mood lifted as she continued to read. The zombie taming agent. Upon injecting this serum into a zombie, it would transform into a loyal companion, obedient and docile. When Muhuai gazed upon the final item, her eyes glimmered with delight. Wow, this is fantastic. The ability to control zombies. If she could find a high-level zombie to inject, she would effortlessly command an army of the undead. Just the thought sent a thrill down her spine. The little one rubbed her hands together in eager anticipation. Hee, let us see how many points it costs. Muhuai shifted her gaze to the price. 15,000 points. The little one swallowed hard, unable to resist the allure of a zombie army. Well, it's only 15,000 points. She could earn that back later. Clenching her fists tightly, she resolved within herself and, with a determined heart, decisively made the purchase. Immediately, a mysterious vial, approximately 15 centimeters in length, materialized in the palm of her hand. The vial exuded a translucent quality, resembling a flawless crystal. The liquid contained within was exceptionally clear, as if not a single impurity marred its pristine essence. At first glance, this appears to be an exceedingly ordinary vial of potion, devoid of any remarkable features. However, upon closer inspection, one might discern a faint and unique aura emanating from it, evoking a sense of curiosity. Muhuai gingerly cradled it in her hands, fearful of shattering it. After all, it had cost her a staggering 15,000 points. Having acquired this, she found herself in dire financial straits once more. Muhuai carefully stowed the potion away, deeming it unnecessary for the moment. Subsequently, she slipped into the void of space. Meanwhile, Xi Qinglin, having learned from the previous encounters with the little cub, wisely took a seat on the opposite sofa this time. Upon seeing the little cub emerge, a smile graced his face. Cici. Yet before he could finish, the adorable child vanished from sight, leaving him with a resigned smile. Outside, the little cub dashed out of the base, exhilarated, eager to test the might of her new weapon. Ultimately, she came to a halt in a vacant area behind the base, where a few towering trees and scattered boulders stood. In her grasp was a brand new weapon, its presence radiating an air of mystery and formidable power, as if it contained boundless energy awaiting release. The little cub could hardly contain her excitement to evaluate the capabilities of this new armament. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her stance, focusing all her attention on the weapon. With a swift motion of her arm, a brilliant beam of light erupted forth, slicing through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Almost immediately, a deafening roar resonated, causing the ground to tremble ever so slightly. The surrounding air seemed to be torn apart, as a powerful wave of energy radiated outward. Trees were uprooted, dust swirling, creating a scene of utter chaos. However, the little cub was not intimidated by the turmoil before her. Rather, she became increasingly exhilarated. She felt the immense power bestowed by her new weapon, her heart brimming with confidence and courage. Subsequently, the little cub relentlessly experimented with various attack methods, fully unleashing the potential of her new weapon. Each strike evoked a tremendous reaction, leaving onlookers in awe. Muhuai wore a radiant smile, gripping her weapon even tighter. Wow, this new weapon is astounding. The little cub gazed at the whip in her hand, murmuring, "From now on, I shall call you the Shiwa whip." With that, she stowed away her weapon and merrily trotted towards the base. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed behind her, heavy and numerous. Upon hearing the sound, the little cub turned around without a moment's hesitation to discern the source of the commotion. Her once bright eyes widened in disbelief and astonishment, as she was utterly stunned by the scene before her. Oh my, so many. Chapter 61. Woo-woo. Wife. So many animals. Muhuai stared in shock, fixated on the approaching tide of beasts, her throat instinctively constricting as she swallowed hard. Meanwhile, the base's radar warning system blared a sharp, piercing alarm, resonating ominously in Muhuai's mind. Attention! A mere 150 meters from the base, a surge of mutated beasts is rushing towards the stronghold. Subsequently, a series of detailed data flashes in Muhuai's mind. Upon detection, it is revealed that this wave comprises 30 mutated tigers, 10 mutated wolves, 55 mutated deer, and 32 mutated bears, along with a multitude of mutated snakes. What? A wave of mutated beasts! Jiang Qiyun exclaimed, springing up from the sofa, as if electrified. Is their number substantial? Song Yuchun inquired anxiously. It is crucial to note that, in comparison to ordinary zombies, mutated beasts are considerably more formidable. These creatures possessed formidable offensive capabilities and various innate advantages even before their mutation, and now, following their transformation, their attacking power has escalated exponentially. Let us remain calm and observe what they are truly after, interjected Xi Qinglin, who had remained silent until now. Muhuai, however, was not overly alarmed, as she held a strong confidence in the base's defensive capabilities. Such a minor number of mutated beasts would scarcely breach the outer layer of the base's walls. Attention! Attention! The wave of mutated beasts has reached within 50 meters of the base. The base's radar warning system resonated in Xi Muhuai's mind. Shall we venture out to take a look? Jiang Qiyin proposed. Indeed. Xi Muhuai had been contemplating an opportunity to assess the effectiveness of her new weapon against the mutated beasts, and thus readily acquiesced to the suggestion. Excellent. Let us set forth. As a few individuals stepped beyond the city gates, they beheld a group of mutated wolves and countless serpents lurking behind. Wife. Suddenly, a sharp and exuberant voice pierced the air, reaching Xi Muhuai's ears. In an instant, a gust of wind swept past him, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was Xiaobai, dashing towards a white wolf within the pack with astonishing speed. Wife, wife, wife. Ah, I miss you so much. How have you been these days? Dear wife, let me tell you, I have encountered a truly wonderful master, and I feast on delectable meat every day. Come with me. My little master will surely adore you. As Xiaobai sprinted towards the white wolf, it chattered incessantly, expressing its excitement. Just as it was about to reach the white wolf, a gray wolf suddenly appeared, blocking its path and striking fiercely at Xiaobai with a claw. Meanwhile, the white wolf behind seemed anxious, howling in alarm, as if trying to warn Xiaobai to evade the impending strike. Clearly, Xiaobai had no intention of retreating. Instead, it surged forward with even greater enthusiasm towards the white wolf. Just as the gray wolf was about to seize Xiaobai by the head, it deftly sidestepped, then retaliated with a swift, powerful strike that sent the gray wolf crashing aside, before unhesitatingly pouncing on the white wolf. Woo-woo, my wife, my wife. Xiaobai gently caressed the soft, white fur of the wolf with its damp, wolfish nose, as if conveying an endless yearning and affection. Witnessing this scene, Xi Muhuai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. She had not anticipated that Xiaobai had a mate. Meanwhile, the gray wolf, recently sent sprawling by Xiaobai's powerful strike, appeared quite disheveled. Struggling to rise from the ground, it wore an expression of fury, advancing menacingly towards Xiaobai. The gray wolf emitted a series of low growls, seemingly reprimanding something. Curiosity piqued within Xi Muhuai. She was eager to uncover the content of their discourse. Consequently, she swiftly procured several translation devices, transforming them into hairpin-like adornments. In a flash, she appeared beside each wolf, deftly fastening the hairpins onto them. Instantly, the wolves sensed an approaching presence. Yet, alas, Xi Muhuai's speed was unmatched. Their futile swipes merely struck at the empty air. Once adorned, a multitude of voices filled Xi Muhuai's ears. Huh, I just felt someone next to me, but where is everyone? I sensed it too. It's quite peculiar. Indeed. Very strange. Look, what is that suddenly appearing white wolf doing? I don't know, but it keeps calling our leader's mate wife, which is infuriating our leader. Strangely enough, that white wolf bears an uncanny resemblance to our leader's mate. They do look like a couple. Upon hearing those words, the so-called leader known as the gray wolf abruptly turned his head, glaring fiercely at the wolf who had just spoken. The latter, feeling the weight of the leader's gaze, quickly shut his mouth, his eyes fixed nervously on the ground, attempting to mask his unease. Ah, this ground is truly the ground. Ha ha. The gray wolf, with an unfriendly demeanor and a voice laced with hostility, inquired, Who are you? Why do you incessantly refer to my mate as wife? Upon hearing the gray wolf's question, Xiaobai immediately ceased his affectionate gestures towards the white wolf and shot an equally unfriendly glare at the gray wolf, retorting, What do you mean your wife? She is clearly my wife. After saying this, he defiantly bared his teeth at the gray wolf. Enough of this nonsense. Let us engage in battle. The victor shall claim the prize. The gray wolf replied menacingly. What do you mean claim? My wife is not an object. Xiaobai exclaimed in a fit of rage, stepping forward to defend. Are you afraid? The gray wolf taunted disdainfully. Afraid? Do you think you can defeat me? Xiaobai responded, turning gently to the white wolf beside him. Dear, watch closely as I handle this arrogant fool. The white wolf, filled with worry, urgently called out. He is incredibly strong. You must exercise caution. I have faced him before and was no match for his power. He offered me two choices, to become his wife or to perish. For days, I have been searching for your whereabouts. For I have always believed that you are alive and well. In order to reunite with you once more, I must temporarily endure humiliation and lower myself to his side. You shameless wretch. It appears you have never truly cared for me. No wonder whenever I express my desire for a child, you always find excuses to evade the matter. The gray wolf trembled with rage, demanding answers. Rest assured, my dear wife. As soon as the words left Xiaobai's lips, he lunged forward. Like a bolt of lightning, Xiaobai struck with unparalleled swiftness, leaving the gray wolf no time to react. His razor-sharp claws sank deeply into the wolf's flesh, creating a horrific gash that revealed bone, blood pouring forth in a gruesome display. The severely wounded gray wolf would not relent. Its eyes widened in fury as it lunged at Xiaobai with bared fangs and claws. Yet, Xiaobai, with remarkable agility, effortlessly evaded the onslaught. In a moment of desperation, the gray wolf felt a sharp pain sear through its back. Unbeknownst to it, Xiaobai had stealthily maneuvered behind, mercilessly raising his claws to strike at its abdomen. However, Xiaobai seemed in no rush to conclude this battle, determined to inflict a painful reckoning upon the vile wolf that had tormented his wife. Moreover, his beloved was watching. Just a bit of theatrics, he thought with a sly grin. As the gray wolf noticed Xiaobai momentarily hesitating, it recognized a prime opportunity for retaliation and, without hesitation, raised its sharp claws to strike at Xiaobai's head. A chilling glimmer emanated from its claws, as if they could tear Xiaobai asunder in the next instant. Meanwhile, Muhuai and the others found themselves ensnared by the mutated serpent. These terrifying creatures abound, leaving one utterly bewildered. Not only must one confront them, but one must also remain ever vigilant to avoid their venomous bites. Once struck, the toxins swiftly invade the body, posing a lethal threat. At this moment, Muhuai also took note of the battle unfolding near Xiaobai, and she swiftly dispatched a vine towards the clawed beast. Alas, it was too late. Chapter 62. Xiaofan is quite impressive. Her rescue arrived just after Xiaobai's wife had already pinned the gray wolf to the ground, successfully liberating Xiaobai from peril. Xiaobai gazed at the white wolf with profound gratitude. In response to Xiaobai's fervent gaze, the white wolf appeared somewhat exasperated and softly remarked, all right, stop staring. Let us deal with this nuisance swiftly. You stay aside for now. I shall conclude this battle post-haste. Upon hearing this, the white wolf quietly stepped aside. Xiaobai rapidly swung her razor-sharp claws, striking with the swiftness of lightning towards the gray wolf's head. Hurry, help me. You ungrateful wretches. Are you just going to stand there and watch me being bullied? The frenzied gray wolf shouted desperately to a few others nearby, its voice laced with fear and fury. Yet those wolves were already well acquainted with Xiaobai's formidable prowess and knew all too well that intervening at this juncture would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, they chose to remain silent, as if they had entirely disregarded the gray wolf's pleas for assistance. Some wolves turned their heads aside, feigning admiration for the surrounding scenery. Others lowered their heads, nonchalantly toying with the soil beneath their feet, while a few simply closed their eyes, drifting into slumber. In any case, these wolves exerted every effort to evade the gray wolf's plea for help, terrified of becoming the next victim. Suddenly, there was a dull thud, and the gray wolf's head burst open like a struck watermelon, brain matter and blood splattering in all directions. The little white wolf nimbly dodged the gruesome spectacle, gazing with revulsion at the headless corpse. Humph, good riddance. What delighted the little white wolf even more was his successful display of bravado in front of his mate. He felt a surge of pride within, though his face remained impassive as he swiftly concealed his fierce demeanor, adopting an utterly charming and innocent expression instead. Like a joyous puppy, he bounded towards his beloved. Wow, splendid. The white wolf's eyes sparkled with affection, showering the little white wolf with praise. Upon hearing this, the little white wolf's tail wagged vigorously, as if it might snap off. Playfully, he nuzzled his fluffy head against her soft body, expressing his affection and joy, even as his robust form appeared peculiarly delicate in that moment. At this instant, an aura of profound love and warmth enveloped them, as if the entire world belonged solely to the two of them. Meanwhile, on Muhuai's side, the little cub had already drawn his whip, ready to showcase his skills. Suddenly, the ferocious and aberrant mutated snakes seemed to sense an irresistible force of pressure, halting their attacks and gradually converging towards Muhuai. Their bodies pressed firmly against the ground, exuding an air of profound reverence, as though they were paying homage to a supreme being. Muhuai was perplexed by this unexpected turn of events. What was happening? Why were these snakes suddenly encircling her? It was indeed strange. Little ghost, Xiaofan has awakened. Upon hearing this, Muhuai glanced down at her shoulder. There, Xiaofan was quietly coiled, its pair of crimson eyes exceptionally endearing. However, Muhuai detected an unusual depth and majesty in its gaze, distinctly different from its usual demeanor. Xiaofan radiated an aura of regal authority that commanded respect without anger. The snakes surrounding them appeared to regard Xiao Fan with a profound sense of awe, as if they were subjects of this miniature sovereign. My goodness, Xiao Fan is quite impressive. At the sound of Xiao Fan's hissing, the previously dispersed mutated snakes swiftly and orderly gathered together, as if responding to an unspoken command. They gazed intently at Xiao Fan, seemingly awaiting its next directive. Then, Xiao Fan emitted another clear and resonant hiss. The serpents, crawling across the ground, immediately obeyed, moving in an orderly fashion towards the thickets on either side. Having accomplished this, Xiao Fan flicked its tongue towards Muhuai in a gesture of triumph. Its demeanor seemed to convey, "Hee, look how formidable I am, dear master. Praise me." Observing this, Muhuai revealed her two sharp little tiger teeth and, with a sweet smile, exclaimed, "Wow, Xiao Fan, you are amazing." Little Pink, filled with joy from the praise of her young master, happily shook her small head. In this moment, she appeared strikingly endearing, a stark contrast to her earlier commanding presence while directing the serpents. Muhuai gently patted Little Pink's head with his small hand. It feels a bit hard and somewhat prickly." He mused that if Little Pink heard this, she would surely be offended. The crisis averted, Little White arrived with his wife by his side. "Young master, this is my wife." Little White excitedly introduced the white wolf to Muhuai. "Hello, young master," greeted the white wolf in a warm and gentle voice akin to a spring breeze. "This little one is Little White's young master, and thus, also her own." The child immediately broke into a smile and said, "Hello, Little White's wife. But I can't keep calling you that. Do you have a name? How about I give you one?" Muhuai's eyes sparkled as he looked at Little White's wife. After a moment of thought, he exclaimed, "How about calling you Little May?" The white wolf nodded gently in agreement. "All right, thank you, young master." Upon hearing this, Little White immediately protested, raising his voice, "Young master, since my wife is named Little May, I want to change my name too. I shall be called Little Handsome." "No way." Little White drooped his head in disappointment. "Well, fine. If it doesn't change, it doesn't change." "Oh, actually, I wasn't very keen on changing it anyway." Muhuai gazed at the comical and endearing appearance of Xiaobai, unable to restrain his laughter. "Ha ha ha." As if imbued with some magical power. The innocent laughter of the little one gradually enveloped those around them. A faint smile graced the lips of several men. Muhuai adjusted the binding system for Xiaomei and then led her inside. Upon returning to the villa, Muhuai retrieved a large pink dog bed from his space and placed it beside Xiaobai's nest. Xiaobai immediately protested, exclaiming, "Master, my wife wants to sleep with me. We won't sleep apart." Muhuai, looking helplessly at the solitary wolf's bed, sighed. "Fine, then let them share the bed. It's no longer my concern." Wife, come sleep with me." Xiaobai excitedly pawed at his bed while beckoning to Xiaomei. Xiaomei, observing the nest that was completely stuffed with no room left, could only shake her head in resignation before silently approaching the adjacent pink bed. "Woo, wife, do you not love me anymore? Why won't you sleep with me?" Xiaobai questioned Xiaomei with tearful eyes, his voice steeped in sadness and disappointment. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai lowered his head to inspect his own bed. When he realized it was indeed stuffed to the brim, he fell silent in embarrassment. Suddenly, Xiaobai burrowed his head into the dog bed, seemingly searching for something within. After a while, it poked its head out once more, firmly grasping 2 cans of meat in its mouth and carefully placing them before Xiaomei. "Dear, you must try this. It tastes absolutely delightful," Little Bai said with eager anticipation. Suddenly struck by an idea, he used his sharp teeth to break open the cans, pouring their contents into his food bowl, and eagerly nudged the bowl towards Xiaomei once again, exclaiming, "Dear, please do try it. It is truly delicious." Upon hearing this, Xiaomei lowered her head to take a lick, her eyes lighting up as she began to devour the food heartily. Observing his beloved enjoying her meal so joyfully, Little Bai felt his spirits lift. Before long, the bowl was empty. Little Bai looked at Xiaomei with hopeful eyes. "It was scrumptious," she said affectionately. Little Bai felt an immediate sense of satisfaction. Just then, Muhuai descended from the stairs. Approaching them, she retrieved several cans of meat and various large bones from her space, also producing a new bowl for Xiaomei. "Well, thank you, little master." Little Bai scampered over, nudging Muhuai's shoulder. All right, I won't interrupt you two any longer." Muhuai affectionately patted Little Bai's large head before tossing out a casual remark and turning to leave. Chapter 63. Selling Evolution Liquid. A minute later, she abruptly sat up in bed and thought, calling little AI. "What is it, host? Do you have any equipment that can connect to other bases?" Host, there is no need for equipment. I can directly contact other bases. Alas, this is splendid. The little child gazed at the air with eager anticipation and continued to inquire. Can you send a radio transmission that all other bases can receive? Of course. What message would the host like to convey? After a brief contemplation, Muhuai spoke. Let us say, greetings, everyone. Surely you are aware that crystal nuclei can enhance one's strength. However, those who frequently consume crystal nuclei know all too well that excessive intake often leads to unwarranted aggression, and in severe cases, even transformation into zombies. So, aside from consuming crystal nuclei, what alternative exists for strengthening one's abilities? You may be unaware, but I possess the knowledge. Our Muhuai base has developed an evolution fluid, free from impurities, devoid of side effects, and its efficacy surpasses that of crystal nuclei. Some may express skepticism, but fear not. Muhuai base always welcomes you to come and verify its authenticity. As for the pricing, a bottle of first-grade evolution fluid requires 50 first-grade crystal nuclei. A bottle of second-grade evolution fluid costs 150 first-grade crystal nuclei, along with 20 second-grade crystal nuclei. A bottle of third-grade evolution fluid necessitates 500 first-grade crystal nuclei, 100 second-grade crystal nuclei, and 15 third-grade crystal nuclei. Lastly, a bottle of fourth-grade evolution fluid demands 800 first-grade crystal nuclei, 250 second-grade crystal nuclei, and 13 fourth-grade crystal nuclei. The prices are not fixed, they depend on my mood. Our base is located in Wenan City, XXXX. And we warmly welcome everyone to come to Muhuai base to exchange for evolution fluid. Upon concluding his message, Muhuai nodded with satisfaction. He chuckled, anticipating the influx of crystal nuclei. Soon, he would accumulate numerous points, relishing the prospect. Xiao AI adjusted the voice modulation for Xiao Zai before sending it out. Otherwise, the soft and childish voice of a small child might have sounded like a prank. Thus, Xiao AI transformed it into a deep, uncle-like voice, albeit of a rather poor quality. When Muhuai heard his altered voice, the smile on his face instantly froze. What a shoddy voice changer. How could it render his voice in such a manner? What's wrong, host? Don't you like the uncle voice? Isn't this voice sexy? Xiao AI, your partner wouldn't happen to sound like this, would they? No, my partner has a voice that is. Stop. Enough. He has a deeply magnetic voice that leaves me entranced every time I hear it. Love struck Xiao AI. Meanwhile, at other bases, all those with radio communication capabilities received this transmission. They were astonished, mixed with a sense of joy. What shocked them was that the evolution liquid, which they had no inkling about, had actually been developed by this unheard-of small base. Their joy stemmed from the fact that their stagnant strength could finally be enhanced. They felt the price was quite reasonable. After 2 months of accumulation during this apocalypse, they had amassed an alarmingly large number of crystal cores, and were searching for a means to utilize them. However, they were slightly apprehensive about the efficacy of this evolution liquid. Thus, for the time being, no base expressed an intention to exchange for the evolution liquid at the Muhuai base. They were all waiting for the first base to take the plunge. At the central base, Xi Qinglin was immensely excited upon receiving this news. Their facility had also developed a form of evolutionary liquid, albeit impure and slightly tainted with impurities. This telegram, akin to a ray of dawn, illuminated new hope for Xi Qinglin. The counterpart's evolution solution was entirely devoid of impurities and bore no side effects. He was determined to dispatch individuals to acquire several vials for further investigation, as this could potentially advance their own research significantly. Without hesitation, Xi Qinglin instructed his team to take a helicopter laden with several large sacks of crystal nuclei to exchange at the Muhuai base. Attention! An unidentified helicopter is approaching the base. The radar warning system blared in Muhuai's mind. With a gleam of excitement in his eyes, he swiftly donned his shoes and dashed out of the base. Here come the crystal nuclei. Brother, follow me. To eliminate any potential inconvenience, Muhuai decided to summon his brother as well. Xi Qinglin, observing the rapid departure of his younger sibling, was puzzled but chose to follow suit. Muhuai then stood at the base entrance, beaming as he awaited the helicopter's descent. Soon, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the helicopter gradually descended from the heavens. Its rotor blades stirred up a fierce wind, causing dust to swirl and form a miniature dust storm upon the ground. 4 men emerged from the helicopter, each carrying a large sack. The leader gazed at the towering city walls and magnificent gates before him, involuntarily swallowing hard. What towering walls? Who on earth constructed such high fortifications? The group was collectively engulfed in astonishment, until Xi Muhuai remarked, "Are you here to exchange for the evolution liquid?" "No need for notifications. I am specifically responsible for the exchange." The group of men turned their gazes towards the man standing beside the little girl. To have a child oversee the exchange of evolution liquid? What role did that man play? The little girl trotted over, her face beaming with a sweet smile. "How much would you like to exchange?" So adorable. The several burly men were momentarily enchanted by her cuteness. Noticing that the leader of the men remained silent, Xi Muhuai spoke again. "Brother, how much would you like to exchange?" "Of course, that is possible." Xi Muhuai retrieved a pre-prepared vial of first-level evolution liquid from his pocket and handed it to him. The man cautiously accepted the vial, scrutinizing it closely. This small bottle was approximately the size of a finger, dainty and exquisite. The liquid inside was transparent, appearing quite ordinary. With a hint of curiosity, the man gently twisted open the bottle and brought it closer to his nose to take a whiff. It doesn't smell particularly unique." He then promptly drank it all in one go. Instantly, a glimmer ignited in his eyes, his expression one of astonishment. Incredible, truly devoid of any impurities. Moreover, the effects are remarkable. The men behind him quickly inquired, "So, how is it?" "Exceptional. Absolutely no impurities, and the effects are splendid." The leader nodded in satisfaction and declared, "We wish to exchange for 1,000 vials of first-level evolution liquid, 500 vials of second-level evolution liquid, 200 vials of third-level evolution liquid, and 50 vials of fourth-level evolution liquid." Before arriving, we had already counted the crystal cores as per your instructions in the telegram. "And you may verify the count once more." Xi Muhuai nodded and began the enumeration diligently. The man tugged at the corner of his mouth, remarking under caution, "I will fetch the evolution liquid while you wait here." In the fleeting moments when the city gates opened, their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Surely, they were not mistaken. Towering buildings, a hospital, blocks of streets, even farmland and livestock farms. The fields were lush with verdant crops, and the farms were brimming with plump livestock. Had they truly begun to resume production? Upon returning to the base, it was imperative to report this astonishing development to the base commander. This base was utterly remarkable. Soon, Xi Muhuai emerged carrying a burlap sack. The leading man promptly approached to take the sack from her hands. Instantly, she felt a lightness in her grip and inquired with a smile, "Brother, which base do you belong to?" "From the central base." "Woohoo, the central base." With a beaming smile, Xi Muhuai retrieved a bottle of level 5 evolution liquid from her pocket and handed it to him, saying, "This is level 5 evolution liquid. Please pass it on to your base commander," stating it is from Xi Muhuai. Having already evolved to level 5 herself, she considered this level 5 evolution liquid as a personal favor. The leading man's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, level 5 evolution liquid, just like that. Has she already reached level 5? This young girl was undoubtedly extraordinary. He carefully secured the level 5 evolution liquid and assured her, "Rest assured, I will certainly do so." After they departed, the little one excitedly began to move the crystal cores, and Xi Qinglin also assisted in transporting a couple of bags. As they worked, thoughts raced through her mind. So, did my sister summon me solely for the purpose of moving the crystal cores? Xi Muhuai interjected, clarifying that it was not merely to alleviate trouble, but rather an unexpected encounter with individuals from the central base, who did not cause any disruption. Upon transporting the sacks into the base, the little one waved her hand, effortlessly drawing all the crystal cores into her spatial realm. Why not collect them outside? She feared that someone might witness her spatial abilities. Thus, she preferred to keep this secret under wraps. A bit of prudence is always wise. Once they returned to the villa, the little one eagerly slipped into her spatial realm and commenced the monotonous process of depositing the crystal cores. It was entirely tedious. At least, the gradual accumulation of points was somewhat entertaining. Chapter 64, New Mission Central Base. The base commander. Stop. You Huan. Calm down and speak rationally. Sheng Guopan rubbed his temples, addressing the man before him. Indeed, this man was the very one who had exchanged evolutionary fluid with the little one. After a brief moment of frantic exclamations, Yu Huan finally managed to compose himself. Taking a deep breath, he stifled his excitement and began to articulate. "You have no idea how adorable that little one is who exchanged evolutionary fluid with me. Those round, sparkling eyes and that sweet, radiant smile. I could simply swoon from the sweetness. Moreover, I sampled a bottle of the evolutionary fluid, and I assure you, it was completely pure and remarkably effective. And the most astonishing part? Their base's city walls stand over 50 meters tall. Incredible. Do you know what I witnessed within their stronghold? Astonishingly, there are residential buildings, streets, and even a hospital. Vast expanses of farmland flourish, brimming with vibrant green vegetables. Additionally, the livestock pens are teeming with plump, white animals. They have commenced the revival of production. What a revelation! While we struggle to find enough to eat and wear, they are savoring fresh vegetables and meat with every meal. Fresh vegetables! I can scarcely recall the taste. As Shang Guopan listened, his astonishment deepened. Oh, and there is one crucial detail. After Yuhuan finished speaking, he produced a vial of evolution liquid from his pocket and handed it to Shang Guopan. This was sent by that little girl for you. It is 5th level evolution liquid. As you are currently at the 4th level, I know you have been seeking the 5th level, and this little girl delivered it. She asked me to tell you her name is Muhuai. Shang Guopan received the 5th level evolution liquid in disbelief. Muhuai, wasn't she the little girl who visited before? To offer the 5th level evolution liquid so casually? Shang Guopan swallowed hard. This little girl is indeed worthy of becoming an ally. Accepting the evolution liquid means she will have significant influence over him. He chuckled softly and discreetly tucked the 5th level evolution liquid into his pocket. Have you met their base leader? He pondered. Could that little girl be the base leader? She possesses such capabilities. With that thought lingering, he retrieved the evolution liquid from his pocket, uncapped the bottle, and downed it in one swift motion. The entrance to the evolution liquid was refreshingly cool, and upon consumption, a surge of energy coursed through his body. He closed his eyes to savor the sensation. After a brief moment, Shang Guopan felt a force within him rapidly expand, breaking through the 5th level barrier. He slowly opened his eyes and clenched his fists. He had grown stronger. Yuhuan, with eager anticipation in his eyes, inquired, "How is it?" Base leader? What is the effect? Under Yuhuan's expectant gaze, Shang Guopan nodded and replied, "It's exceptionally good, far superior to our evolution liquid by countless measures. I have successfully broken through to the 5th level as well." With a cheerful smile, Yuhuan suddenly recalled something and said, "Oh right, base leader. She asked us to help promote it." Promotion. It is imperative to promote it. Let us do so immediately. I will take charge. No sooner had he spoken than Shang Guopan swiftly approached the military radio equipment, pressing a button to record his voice. "Greetings, comrades. I am Shang Guopan from the central base. We have procured the evolution liquid from the Muguang base, and its efficacy is, as they claim, entirely pure. I have been using it for some time now and have experienced no adverse effects. Do not hesitate, purchase it now." With those words, Shang Guopan sent the message with great satisfaction. The strength of the central base was formidable. Since he had endorsed it, the evolution liquid must be commendable. Why linger any longer? Hurry and seize it. What if it runs out later? Consequently, various bases dispatched helicopters towards Muguang base, while smaller bases closer by drove over. And those farther away could only gaze longingly. They too desired the evolution liquid. However, the distance is quite daunting. I fear that before reaching the Mukong base, we might perish along the way. Muhuai contemplated this matter as well. Naturally, the more crystal nuclei, the better. But what will happen to those smaller bases that are situated farther away once we have exhausted the larger ones? Do they not deserve the opportunity to possess the evolution liquid? Absolutely not. If we are to exploit, should it not be all-inclusive? At that moment, a glimmer of hope appeared. "Host, by completing tasks, you can acquire an aircraft." Upon hearing this, the little creature's mouth curved into a grin that seemed almost ready to burst with joy. "Ha ha ha. Oh, Xiao AI, I adore you so much. Quickly, release the tasks." "Certainly, host. But do not forget that you still have an unfinished task of clearing the hospital." I haven't forgotten. Please. Issue the new task." Xiao AI let out a helpless chuckle. "Well, being my own host, I suppose I must indulge." Ding. New task issued. Increase the number of base members to 200. Reward. A full set of transportation tools. Wow. Hooray. Just as Muhuai descended the stairs intending to seek them out, the doorbell suddenly rang. The little creature dashed over with its short legs, eager to open the door. Alas, it was too short to reach. However, this was merely a minor issue. Muhuai extended a vine to twist the doorknob, and the door swung open. Leading the charge was still Jiang Qiyun. "Hey, when are we going out to slay zombies? I've nearly grown fur from staying in the base all day." Jiang Qiyun plopped down onto the sofa and began munching on the fruits from the coffee table. "Let's go now. We might as well recruit some members for our base." Where's Qinglin? Jiang Qiyun glanced around the living room, but found no trace of Xi Qinglin. He seemed to be in the bedroom. The little one opened his mouth, intending to call for his brother, when Shun Jingzhu interjected, "Allow me." He then ascended the stairs and paused at Xi Qinglin's bedroom door. Knock, knock, knock. Soon after, a deep voice resonated from within, "Come in." Upon receiving permission, Shun Jingzhu turned the doorknob and stepped into the room. The sight that greeted him caused his eyes to widen in surprise. Chapter 65. Why have you all turned into exploding hair? There stood Xi Qinglin, bare-chested, performing a plank on the mat. It was unclear how long he had been at it. His forehead glistened with sweat, which trickled down his neck. Xi Qinglin's physique was robust and well-defined. As though meticulously sculpted, each contour exuding a distinctly masculine allure and strength. As Shun Jingzhu entered, he was met with a dazzling display of taut, glistening muscles, rendering him momentarily speechless. At that moment, Xi Qinglin maintained the plank position, his body quivering slightly from prolonged exertion. Upon noticing the intrusion, he gradually lifted his head, their gazes locking. For reasons unknown, Shun Jingzhu suddenly felt his ears burning. He awkwardly touched them, questioning, "What's the matter? Do you need something?" Xi Qinglin's voice quivered slightly, imbued with an indescribable emotion. The little one mentioned wanting to go out to slay zombies, so I came to fetch you." Muhuai, you clearly wanted to come here yourself, didn't you? Xi Qinglin glanced at the timer beside him. 3 hours. A bit brief. Never mind. There's always next time. He propped himself up on his hands and rose from the carpet. Grabbing a towel from the coat rack, he wiped the sweat from his face. The strands of hair on his forehead, dampened by perspiration, were brushed aside, exuding a refreshing aura of youthful vigor. Meanwhile, standing at the door, Shun Jingzhu was intently gazing at Xi Qinglin's toned physique. Goodness, what a body, what muscles. How splendid it would be if he could attain such a form. Lost in thought, he silently pinched his own six-pack abs. Not sufficient. He aspired to achieve the same physique as Xi Qinglin. At that moment, Xi Qinglin was utterly unaware that he had ignited the passion for fitness in another man. Confronted with such unabashed scrutiny, Xi Qinglin surely felt its weight. He slipped on a t-shirt, effectively shielding himself from Shun Jingzhu's gaze, and casually inquired, "Do I look good?" Shun Jingzhu, clearly caught off guard by the question, nevertheless nodded honestly, "You look good." Indeed, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Xi Qinglin found himself at a loss for words. He understood that Shun Jingzhu likely merely appreciated his physique, and he probably was like Jiang Qiyun, that fellow who was, well, you know. At that moment, Jiang Qiyun, seated in the living room, sneezed. Achoo. He rubbed his nose in confusion. What on earth? How can I suddenly sneeze on such a hot day? Could it be someone is thinking of me? Huozhou leisurely remarked from the side. Someone must have insulted you. Jiang Qiyun abruptly turned his head, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Huozhou, remaining silent. Huozhou felt a twinge of discomfort under the scrutiny. What's wrong with you? Why are you staring at me? Jiang Qiyun, donning an expression of deep understanding, slowly replied, "If someone were to insult me." He paused momentarily before continuing, "That person would certainly be you." He then haughtily turned his head away, asserting, "You must be envious of my handsomeness." Huozhou, with a look of disdain, muttered a curse at him, deeming him insane, and chose not to engage further. He was reluctant to converse with a fool. After a brief wait, Xi Qinglin and Shun Jingzhu finally descended. Recently, Xi Qinglin had spent 3 minutes in the shower, while Shun Jingzhu, he was not patiently waiting. Rather, he was attempting to sneak a peek at Xi Qinglin bathing. His sole intention was to admire Xi Qinglin's impeccable physique, yet such actions were easily misconstrued. Eventually, he was caught. Xi Qinglin dealt him a few blows. Shun Jingzhu lamented, "Wowu, this is unjust. I'm not a pervert. I merely envy Xi Qinglin's figure." To which Xi Qinglin retorted, "Damn it, I've never encountered a grown man spying on me while I bathe." Among the group, Xi Qinglin frowned slightly, wearing an expression of incredulity, while Shun Jingzhu pouted, looking utterly wronged. Jiang Qiyun was the first to break the silence, asking, "What is going on with you two?" Xi Qinglin pinched the bridge of his nose and slowly responded, "He was peeping at me while I was showering, and I gave him a beating." The expressions of several individuals visibly shifted, their faces betraying disbelief. Jiang Qiyun scrutinized Shun Jingzhu, exclaiming, "Jingzhu, I never anticipated you to be this kind of person." In response, Shun Jingzhu's ears flushed a deep crimson. "No, I merely believe that Qinglin's physique is quite remarkable." It was evident that this explanation lacked substantial credence. "Really? Just how remarkable?" This inquiry piqued Huizhouyu's curiosity. As a fitness enthusiast himself, a sudden surge of competitive spirit arose within him. Xi Qinglin swallowed hard, then declared, "Perfect to an extraordinary degree." Upon hearing this, Huizhouyu inched closer to Xi Qinglin with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Xi Qinglin, perplexed, took a small step back. "Show me, Qinglin." At that moment, Jiang Qiyun and Song Yuchan also gathered around, intrigued by the physique that had enamored Xinjingzhu to such an extent. Their curiosity was palpable. Xinjingzhu quietly joined the throng, thinking to himself, "Hee, I get to admire it once more." Thus, a rather amusing scene unfolded, for burly men greedily encircled another robust man. Muhuai, seated on the sofa, observed the spectacle before him. Chuckling softly as he shook his head, he had seen his brother's physique countless times. Indeed, it was impressive. He had no intention of intervening, opting instead to watch in silence. Xi Qinglin cast a pleading glance toward the little one. However, the little one unceremoniously walked away, leaving Xi Qinglin to helplessly pinch the bridge of his nose. Muhuai received the message, but it seemed he misunderstood its intent. "Never mind. I can't rely on my sister." Xi Qinglin slowly spoke up. "Are you all deranged? A group of grown men surrounding me, eager to witness me disrobe? Qinglin, just indulge me. I am genuinely curious about the physique that has captivated Jingzhu so completely," Jiang Qiyun remarked, revealing his sharp little tiger teeth. Casting a glance at Xinjingzhu, Xinjingzhu was left speechless, utterly exasperated and unwilling to engage further. Each of them boasted a chiseled abdomen, the kind that appears slender in clothing yet reveals muscularity when bare. At that moment, the men's competitive spirit reached its zenith. In a swift motion, the four robust men discarded their shirts, and Jiang Qiyun exclaimed, "Now that we are all undraped, you mustn't feel shy anymore, Qinglin." Xi Qinglin had never experienced such incredulity in his life. Were these individuals truly unhinged? Forcing themselves to undress, they surrounded him with bare torsos. The more they yearned to gaze upon him, the more resolute he became in his refusal to comply. Thus, a chorus of anguished cries erupted. "What the hell are you doing?" In response, Xi Qinglin unleashed a bolt of lightning upon each of them. The men's hair instantly transformed into wild frizz, and a plume of black smoke billowed from their mouths. "If you don't want to see, then just don't. Must you strike us with lightning?" Jiang Qiyun retorted, visibly irate. "Would you care for another strike?" Jiang Qiyun promptly fell silent, while the other three quietly donned their clothing once more. They had successfully provoked Xi Qinglin to his breaking point. They could hardly blame anyone but themselves for the consequences of their impulsive antics. "Ha ha!" A sudden burst of laughter erupted from the upstairs. The little one appeared at the edge of the corridor, hands tightly clasped over their belly, laughing so heartily that they swayed back and forth, a flurry of delight. "You all, ha 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 ha!" Muhuai gasped, speaking in fits and starts. "Why has everyone turned into a wild-haired mess?" "Ah ha ha ha!" The little one laughed increasingly joyfully, seemingly unable to contain themselves. "Ha ha ha! You're killing me." Their laughter was unabashed, making the others feel more embarrassed. Xi Qinglin quietly ascended the stairs and lifted the little one into their arms. Muhuai continued to laugh, tears streaming down their face. "Ah ha 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 ha! You're all killing me. Why aren't you laughing? Is it a natural disposition to be humorless?" After a while, she finally managed to compose herself. "Ahem, I apologize. I was born with a naturally smiling lip. It wasn't my intention to mock you, truly. I've never seen such a naturally smiling lip before," Jiang Qiyun remarked. "No worries. I've broadened your horizons. No need for thanks." What a remarkable naturally smiling lip. What an enlightening experience. Having had their fill of laughter, Muhuai provided everyone with some spiritual spring water to soak in. Afterward, they restored their original appearances. All eyes were fixed on Xi Qinglin. A shared unspoken goal emerged among them, to admire Xi Qinglin's bare upper body. Even the usually gentle and easygoing Song Yuchen harbored this very thought. Xi Qinglin could never have imagined that one day her body would be coveted by several strapping men. How utterly peculiar. After this brief interlude, the group made some preparations and proceeded towards the city gates, intent on vanquishing the zombies. Chapter 66, Uncle Robbery. Little Sister Xiaohai. Just as they reached the city gates, Muhuai heard a familiar voice, causing the group to halt in their tracks. Upon turning, the little one spotted Huang Wanqing, breathless, standing before her. Huang Wanqing rummaged through her pocket and produced a red object, presenting it to Muhuai. "Little Sister Xiaohai, this is a talisman I stitched myself. Please accept it. Though I cannot accompany you in battling the zombies, let this talisman stand in for me, offering protection when it matters most, Huang Wanqing declared, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Muhuai, taken aback for a moment, graciously accepted the talisman and responded with a sweet smile. Thank you, Sister Wanqing. I truly appreciate it and will treasure it. Huang Wanqing affectionately ruffled the little one's hair and said, I'm glad you like it. Now off you go. I will be waiting for you at the base. Touched by Huang Wanqing's concern, a warm current surged through Muhuai's heart. She leaped into Huang Wanqing's embrace. Looking up with her clear, resolute eyes and earnestly declared, Don't worry, Sister Wanqing. I will surely return safely. Jiang Qiyun, observing from the side, couldn't help but smirk. The two seemed to be parting as if facing a life-and-death situation. After the two concluded their conversation, several individuals set forth. Huang Wanqing gazed at their gradually receding figures until they vanished from sight, at which point she turned to depart. Just as she pivoted, she stumbled slightly, followed by a fit of violent coughing. She patted her chest to steady herself and murmured to herself, Indeed, the exertion has been excessive. After their departure, an array of aircraft and modified vehicles drew ever closer to the Mugong base. Muhuai and his companions had already driven towards the Union community. It had once been home to many residents, including Muhuai's beloved aunt. He hoped fervently that she still lived, retaining her canine life for him to reclaim. A glint of coldness flickered in Muhuai's eyes. This time, the vehicle was driven by Song Yuchen, with Muhuai seated in the passenger seat. Xi Qinglin was resting with his eyes closed, enduring interruptions. Qinglin, if you won't let us see, at least let us feel, Jiang Qiyun exclaimed, poking Xi Qinglin's arm. Only to encounter solid muscle. His eyes lit up as he squeezed it, but he was met with a fierce glare from Xi Qinglin. If you won't touch, then don't touch. Qinglin, you truly are fierce, he lamented. Hua Zhouyu, not to be outdone, stealthily reached from Jiang Qiyun to explore Xi Qinglin's muscle, crafting a fade that it was Jiang Qiyun's doing. As he squeezed with vigor, his eyes also sparkled with delight. Goodness, Shen Jingzhu does not deceive me. Shen Jingzhu watched eagerly, yearning to touch as well. He had only seen but never felt, uncertain of the texture, yet it must surely be pleasant. Xi Qinglin, unable to tolerate any longer, fixed his gaze on Jiang Qiyun and enunciated word by word, Have you had enough? Jiang Qiyun's expression turned innocent in an instant. And he spoke with a bewildered tone, Huh? No, I merely touched it. As he spoke, he added, Brother Qilin, I stopped as soon as you glared at me. At that moment, Hua Zhouyu, unable to contain his laughter from behind, burst into giggles. Jiang Qiyun quickly grasped the situation and glared fiercely at Hua Zhouyu, exclaiming, It was you who touched it. It must have been you. Not only did you touch it, but you also deliberately made Brother Qinglin misunderstand me. With that, he retaliated by pinching Hua Zhouyu's backside with considerable force. Zhouyu's ears turned crimson instantly. You rascal Jiang Qiyun, did you really have to touch my backside? He shouted in indignation. In response, he conjured a set of metallic rings that bound Jiang Qiyun's hands and feet, and he proceeded to retaliate by vigorously grabbing Jiang's backside. Meanwhile, Muhuai silently utilized spatial manipulation to separate the two into another dimension, ensuring their playful skirmish would not disrupt the vehicle. How dare you attack me with your powers? Hua Zhouyu exclaimed. Ah, Hua, Zhou, you, have you had enough of this? I only touched you once. It can't be that serious. Jiang Qiyun, his face flushed with embarrassment, struggled against his restraints, helplessly witnessing the ongoing torment of his backside. The two engaged in a rather peculiar form of playful wrestling. Shen Jingzhu, pulling out her phone, captured the moment in a photograph. So, will you still dare to touch it next time? Hua Zhouyu inquired, playfully pinching Jiang Qiyun's cheek. Enough, enough. I was wrong, Brother Zhouyu. Please let me off. Jiang Qiyun pouted, adopting a pitiful puppy expression as he playfully coaxed Hua Zhouyu. Hua Zhouyu released his grip, expressing disdain. Act normal, don't disgust me. Jiang Qiyun glanced at the metallic rings encircling his hands and feet, then winked at Hua Zhouyu. With a mere wave of his hand, the metallic restraints vanished. Jiang Qiyun revealed his sharp little tiger teeth and swiftly bound Hua Zhouyu like a zongzi, leaving only his head and backside exposed. Hiki, now it's my turn. Jiang Qiyun grinned mischievously as he extended his hand toward Hua Zhouyu's rear. Hua Zhouyu's expression darkened, and he threatened menacingly, Jiang Qiyun, if you dare to do anything to me, you'll regret it. Without hesitation, Jiang Qiyun pounced, grabbing at Hua Zhouyu's backside. Zhou's face flushed crimson as he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, Jiang Qiyun, just wait, you'll pay for this. I will make you pay dearly. Amid their playful scuffle, Xi Qinglin watched Xi Qinglin with bright, eager eyes. Xi Qinglin, still with his eyes closed, spoke, stop staring at me. Brother Qinglin, Xi Qinglin said. They have all had their turn. Don't you plan to let me have a go? Get lost. Xi Qinglin quietly retracted his head. TCH. One day, he would have his chance. He sensed that this day was approaching swiftly. Just then, a loud noise erupted, and the vehicle jolted violently before coming to an abrupt halt. Muhuai furrowed her brow. The playful scuffle between Jiang Qiyun and Zhou came to an abrupt halt as they both inquired in unison, what is happening? Muhuai dispelled the spatial barrier and declared, I will go and take a look. With that, the little one opened the car door and stepped out, only to be greeted by the sight of a formidable soil spike protruding from their vehicle, a clear indication of supernatural interference. Muhuai scanned her surroundings and soon spotted a car parked not far ahead. She trotted towards it, followed closely by Xi Qinglin, with Song Yuqin, Xi Qinglin, Zhou, and Jiang Qiyun trailing behind. Suddenly, Muhuai came to a halt, as if compelled by an unseen force. In that instant, 7 men materialized from the previously empty surroundings. Muhuai's eyes brightened at the sight. Invisibility was an ability she had longed for, like a pillow for a weary head. The little one found herself seized by a man. A gun pressed against her temple. She blinked innocently, her large eyes filled with confusion. Don't move. Obey me if you wish to live, the man threatened menacingly. Muhuai exchanged a reassuring glance with her brothers before asking in her sweet, childlike voice, Brother, what are you doing? Are you playing a game with Cici? The man's resolve softened momentarily as he met the innocent gaze of the little girl. Yet, recalling their intent to rob, he resumed his harsh tone, warning, Don't make a move. Otherwise, I will shoot you. Tears brimmed in the little one's eyes, as if she were on the verge of bursting into inconsolable sobs. The man, caught off guard, stammered, Please, don't cry. If you behave, I won't harm you. After witnessing the little one's series of performances, the man lowered his guard against Muhuai. Jiang Qiyun observed and shook his head in disbelief. The child's acting skills were truly remarkable. Xi Qinglin took a deep breath and inquired, What do you want? Hand over all your food and drink. Otherwise, you will all perish. We are all capable of extraordinary abilities. The man who had taken the little one hostage continued. Very well. Xi Qinglin and the others complied, tossing their backpacks forward. One of the men opened a backpack and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, boss, look at this. It's filled with delicious treats. Upon hearing this, several men immediately peered into the backpack. Wow, it's all delectable food. This haul is extraordinary. You can let my sister go now, can't you? Xi Qinglin interjected coldly. The man referred to as the boss suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, you are so naive. I truly wonder how you've survived this long. I find this little girl quite charming, and now I intend to take her with me. Do you have any objections? The expressions of Xi Qinglin and the others turned icy, yet they remained still, waiting for Muhuai to make the first move. Uncle, we're being robbed. At that moment, the man dubbed the boss felt an icy chill at his temple, his body stiffening in surprise. Gradually, he turned his gaze and found the little one, with an innocently sweet smile, pointing a pink toy gun directly at his temple. Before that, the man who had taken Muhuai hostage lay on the ground, his fate uncertain. Now it was time for us to plunder. Hand over all your food and water, or else. Hee. The soft, delicate voice of the child echoed in everyone's ears, yet her words were anything but gentle. As soon as the child dealt with the man who had held her captive, several men sprang into action, each seizing one of their own. How could a mere child have so swiftly dispatched the third? Questioned the man referred to as the leader, swallowing hard. Because he was too weak, Muhuai replied with a sweet smile. Yet to everyone else, that smile resembled that of a little demon. At that moment, they finally comprehended the nature of the entity they had provoked. The supplies are in the car. I will take you to retrieve them. Obediently, the man called the leader led the child towards the vehicle, though his mind brimmed with malicious intent. Suddenly, he felt his energy swiftly deplete, and panic washed over him. Do not entertain any wicked thoughts. Your abilities have vanished, and you cannot defeat me. Comply, and perhaps I may spare your life. Muhuai produced the ability nullifier she had previously purchased from the point shop, designated him, and pressed the button. The serum took effect immediately. The man, now devoid of hope, opened the trunk of the car. Wow, there's quite a bit of supplies. With a wave of her small hand, Xi Muhuai gathered all the provisions into her space. The man stared in shock at the now empty trunk. This little girl possessed spatial abilities. He has come to understand the secret of his spatial abilities, leaving no choice but to eliminate that individual. Xi Muhuai regarded the man with a wicked grin, arching an eyebrow. Oh, from the western base, is it? That makes it all the more imperative to eliminate you. These men were ignorant of the countless supplies they had seized from others. In a post-apocalyptic world, resources are of utmost importance, and depriving others of them is tantamount to condemning them to death. Thus, it is fair to say they have caused the demise of many. With the blood of many on their hands, they are even more deserving of death. Xi Muhuai displayed her sharp little tiger teeth, appearing exceedingly sweet. Then, coldly, she uttered, "You are from the western base. Thus, you must perish." In the next moment, the man collapsed to the ground. The remaining 5 men had already been beaten to a near-death state by Xi Qinglin and her companions. Initially, there was an intention to allow them to remain unharmed until Xi Muhuai's arrival for their reckoning. However, their unruly attempts at resistance left no option but to resort to force. Xi Muhuai began to replicate their abilities one by one. The recently deceased man, referred to as the leader, possessed water abilities, which have now elevated her water manipulation to level 7. Beep. Successfully replicated fire abilities. Fire abilities elevated to level 6. Beep. Successfully replicated ice abilities. Ice abilities elevated to level 4. Beep. Successfully replicated lightning abilities. Lightning abilities elevated to level 3. Beep. Successfully replicated earth abilities. Earth abilities elevated to level 5. Beep. Successfully replicated light abilities. Light abilities elevated to level 2. Oh, how surprisingly low her light abilities are. The protective shield proved to be remarkably effective, yet its low level was insufficient to withstand greater harm. It seemed imperative to enhance her light-based abilities. She recalled possessing an invisibility power as well. Indeed, there was still one person she had yet to replicate. West Muhuai approached the man who had previously held her captive and gently brushed her hand against him. Ding! Successfully replicated invisibility ability. West Muhuai was elated and immediately attempted to activate it. West Qinglin, filled with confusion, wondered how his sister had vanished so suddenly. Could it be that she had entered another realm? Just then, he felt a gentle poke on his hand. Instantly alert, he glanced aside but found nothing amiss. A sweet giggle echoed in West Qinglin's ears as West Muhuai appeared beside him. Realization dawned upon him, and he affectionately ruffled the little one's hair, saying, "I knew it was you. Hee, I can turn invisible now," she exclaimed. "That's wonderful." Chapter 67. This door seems rather advanced. What shall we do with these individuals? Should we kill them? West Qinglin inquired. Of course, they must be eliminated. They have committed numerous misdeeds and are a threat if left alive. West Muhuai replied coldly. The little one spoke again. They are all from the western base. Upon hearing this, Hu Zhouyu furrowed his brows. Brother Zhouyu, I mentioned that the leader of the western base must perish. Next, we shall proceed to the western base to exact our vengeance. A flicker of cold light flashed in West Muhuai's eyes. Hu Zhouyu remained silent but nodded in agreement. Jiang Qiun observed a hint of unease in his companion's demeanor and gently poked his shoulder, inquiring, Xiao Huzi, are you familiar with the tale of Optimus Prime? Hu Zhouyu cast a sidelong glance at him but remained silent. Undeterred, Jiang Qiun began his narration. One day, Optimus Prime was reduced to a heap of parts, and Bumblebee sought the assistance of a skilled mechanic. The mechanic inquired, what is this? Do you know how Bumblebee responded? Haha. Jiang Qiun could hardly contain his laughter at this point. Hu Zhouyu, exasperated, rolled his eyes and urged, if you're going to tell it, then please do so swiftly. Jiang Qiun took a moment to regain his composure, ceasing his laughter to continue. A moment of silence ensued. Then, suddenly, an eruption of laughter filled the air. Xi Muhuai grasped the humor and burst into hearty laughter, clutching his belly. Perhaps the infectious nature of the little one's laughter had a magical effect, as smiles began to adorn the faces of several men. Song Yuchen even let out a soft chuckle. Jiang Qiun laughed so hard he could scarcely catch his breath. Once he had regained his composure, he playfully patted Hu Zhouyu's shoulder and remarked, Come on, buddy, are you some kind of ninja? How can you hold back your laughter? The little one continued to chuckle, as if struck by a spell of mirth. That enchanting laughter reverberated in Hu Zhouyu's ears. Eventually, he succumbed to the charm, letting out a few light chuckles. Seeing that the once tense Hu Zhouyu had at last smiled, Jiang Qiun silently exhaled in relief. As long as he was happy, that was what mattered. After a brief period of laughter, the little one finally ceased his joyful sounds. She pinched her stiffened face, took a deep breath, and declared, "Let us proceed. It is time to take a life." The group then boarded the vehicle, heading towards the western base, with Huazhouyu at the wheel. For he alone knew the route. A low hum resonated above as a massive helicopter approached. It descended slowly, stirring up clouds of dust upon landing. And from within emerged a contingent of individuals. "Goodness! Captain, look! The walls of the Muhuai base are astonishingly tall," exclaimed a man named Xi Qinglin. His astonishment mirrored in the expressions of his companions as they gazed at the imposing fortifications. "I can scarcely imagine what lies beyond," Xi Qinglin murmured, swallowing hard. "Faint-hearted fool, I can imagine," a sudden voice interjected. Xi Qinglin shot a disdainful glance at the speaker, Li Su, who merely grinned foolishly in response. With a sigh of resignation, Xi Qinglin rubbed his temples. "Enough of this. Let us attend to our duties," Captain Jian Bowen said, leading the way to the city gate. "Beep. Unauthorized personnel. Entry prohibited." A cold, mechanical voice boomed, causing the group to take several steps back in alarm. "This gate is rather sophisticated," Li Su remarked, his eyes wide with wonder. Jian Bowen furrowed his brow, surveying the area as if searching for a doorbell. Eventually, he spotted a small black button to the left of the gate, resembling a doorbell. "Well, we have no alternative. Let us give it a try," he resolved, stepping forward to press the button gently. Chapter 68. They should have destroyed their helicopter. A buzzing sound echoed from the doorbell, followed by a childish voice inquiring, "Who goes there? Please state your name." The sound seemed almost comical. This base possesses a certain charm. Simplifying the situation, Jian Bowen pressed the button and addressed it, "Greetings. Friends of the Muhuai base. We hail from the Jing'an base. Our commander received your telegram and has dispatched me to exchange for evolution liquid." After speaking, he released the button, which emitted a couple of hums before a cool, melodious female voice responded, "Please hold on." Upon hearing this, Jian Bowen and his team obediently awaited. Within moments, the city gate swung open, revealing Lung Xuanghua and Lu Wu. The men's eyes widened in astonishment. "So beautiful," Song Lian remarked, his voice almost dazed. Li Su fervently nodded in agreement, clearly captivated. It had been ages since they had encountered such beauty. Her complexion radiant and her spirit vibrant, a rare sight in the apocalypse. "How much would you like to exchange?" Lung Xuanghua inquired, interrupting their reverie. "May I first sample the effects?" Jian Bowen politely asked with a smile. Lung Xuanghua nodded, and Lu Wu produced a pre-prepared vial of evolution liquid from her pocket. Handing it to him, Jian Bowen accepted it and scrutinized the contents, noting that nothing appeared particularly unusual. He reasoned that since he was there to trade for the evolution liquid, it was unlikely they would provide him with something toxic. With that thought in mind, he decisively uncapped the bottle and drank. Jian Bowen's eyes sparkled slightly. The liquid was refreshing upon entry. Gradually, that cool sensation transformed into a warm vigor, akin to a gentle spring flowing through, nourishing every cell and pore. Song Lian immediately inquired with concern, "How is it, Captain?" Jian Bowen nodded in response and simply remarked, "Very well." Only then did Song Lian feel reassured. "We need 500 bottles of level 1 evolution liquid, 1,000 bottles of level 2, 1,000 bottles of level 3, and 100 bottles of level 4. After stating this, Jian Bowen turned to a team member behind him and whispered a few words. The team member then stepped forward and conjured 5 large burlap sacks from thin air. "We had already counted before coming. Do you need to recount?" Jian Bowen inquired politely. Lu Wu nodded affirmatively, stating, "Of course." Thus, the two women began to squat down and tally the crystal cores. The small base leader had instructed them beforehand that if anyone came to exchange for evolution liquid, they must first count the number of crystal cores before proceeding with the transaction. Not a single one could be shortchanged. They could not allow anyone to take advantage of them. Jian Bowen chuckled lightly and asked, "Do you need our assistance in counting?" With a resigned smile, Jian Bowen added, "Very well, we shall wait here until you finish." After what felt like an eternity, they finally completed the counting. Lu Wu stood up, stretched her back, and said to the nearby Lung Xuanghua, "Ah Xuang, not a single one more or less, just perfect." Lung Xuanghua smiled back and nodded, then turned to Jian Bowen and said, "Please wait a moment. We will go retrieve it." Then, the two women turned and entered the base. The evolutionary liquid had already been placed at the entrance of the base, so they could simply retrieve it. However, Muhuai had left behind several tens of thousands, which they would have to count painstakingly. Thus, the two beauties squatted down once more to begin counting the evolutionary liquid, which was, fortunately, far less than the crystalline course. This task would not consume too much time. Outside the base, a few individuals had just shifted their attention to the lovely women, only to be astonished by the splendor within the base. Oh my goodness, Captain, did you just see that? Ah, skyscrapers, streets, farmland. Incredible, Song Lian exclaimed, shaking Jianbo in excitement. I see it, I see it. Calm down, Jianbo replied, placing a hand on Song Lian's arm to signal him to stop shaking. Yet, Song Lian remained lost in his astonishment, entirely oblivious to Jianbo and S words. Suddenly, Jianbo felt the shaking intensify. Glancing sideways, he saw Li Su shaking him as well. Captain, Captain, Captain. Their base is so prosperous. All right, I understand. Both of you, please stop shaking me, Song Lian finally heard, and he released his grip. Meanwhile, Li Su continued to shake him, grinning widely, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. Jianbo smirked slightly and ruffled Li Su's hair playfully, saying, Li Su, stop shaking. Li Su abruptly ceased his movements, adopting a sheepish expression as he replied, Oh, my apologies, Captain. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he donned an indignant look and said, Captain, you messed up my hair again. It was so stylish. After saying this, he proceeded to smooth down his hair, only to make it even more disheveled. Thus, he positioned himself to the side and earnestly began to arrange his hairstyle. By the time Li Su had finished, the city gates swung open. Lu Wu emerged, carrying a burlap sack, followed closely by Lung Shuanghua, who bore a similar load. They set down the sacks filled with the evolution liquid, and Lu Wu spoke. Well, we have already counted it inside. Do you wish to count it again? Of course, Jianbo replied with a slight smile, stepping forward to commence the counting of the evolution liquid. A few team members assisted him in the task. Lu Wu tugged at the corners of her mouth as the man with spatial abilities approached to collect the 2 sacks of evolution liquid. Afterward, they boarded the helicopter. Before their departure, Jianbo inquired, Do you need our assistance in moving the crystal cores? Lu Wu hastened her actions, seemingly apprehensive that he might seize the crystal cores. Lang Shuanghua observed Lu Wu's behavior with a fond smile and replied, No need, thank you. Jianbo politely nodded and said, Then we shall take our leave. Farewell. Farewell, came the response. Gradually, more bases arrived to exchange for evolution liquid, both large and small, including those from the western base. However, they departed empty-handed, their expressions decidedly grim. Lu Wu scoffed at the departing helicopter, mockingly remarking, A bunch of small karami. Lung Shuanghua coldly regarded the receding helicopter. The leaders of the smaller bases had explicitly instructed that the western base, northern base, green tree base, and cliff base were not to exchange for evolution liquid. Should they persist in provoking trouble after refusing the exchange, it would be prudent to forego any semblance of courtesy. One must unleash a vigorous response, striking with unrelenting force. Should the confrontation prove overwhelming, retreating to the safety of the base is advisable. Just after they declined the western base's offer, their leader, in a fit of rage, bellowed, What kind of foolish base is this? They can exchange with others, but not with us, is that it? However, the very next moment, he would come to regret his words. Cold Shuanghua swiftly dispatched an ice blade, severing his head, and coldly remarked, Did I not make it clear that we do not exchange? Is there a fool who cannot comprehend? The remaining individuals promptly shook their heads in understanding. Then begone swiftly, Lu Wu commanded, raising her fist. Unfortunately, one imbecile aboard the helicopter remained obstinate. With a stoic expression, Lu Wu utilized her spatial banishment ability to cast the insolent speaker into the void, rendering him utterly absent. The occupants of the helicopter, witnessing their comrade's sudden disappearance, were gripped by fear. They hastily initiated their departure, not daring to utter another word. Upon returning to the base, the two relayed all that had transpired that day, detailing which bases had come for exchange, the quantities of evolutionary liquid obtained, and the number of crystal cores acquired to Muhuai. Muhuai established a remote communication link with Cold Shuanghua through her psychic abilities, a skill she had recently mastered. Incredibly convenient. Though currently limited to binding with only 10 individuals, 8 have been connected thus far. Lu Wu, Cold Shuanghua, Xi Qinglin, Song Yuchen, Jiang Qiyun, Hu Zhouyu, Shen Jingshu, and Xiaobai. To be precise, it is 7 individuals and 1 dog. At that moment, Muhuai, after binding, cautioned Xiaobai, Xiaobai, Under no circumstances are you to contact me remotely. Do you understand? Xiao Bai, displaying a pitiable expression, replied, I understand, my dear master. I merely miss you dearly. What fault is there in that? Since you forbid me from reaching out, I shall comply. Muhuai quietly observed Xiao Bai's performance, then produced a can of meat and placed it before him. Xiao Bai's eyes sparkled with joy as he exclaimed, No problem, my master. I shall absolutely refrain from contacting you unless it is of utmost importance. Love you, dear master. Muhuai affectionately ruffled Xiao Bai's head, pondering. You claim to love me, but I suspect it is the can you adore. Xiao Bai retorted, I love both, but my master holds a special place in my heart. Hee. Now, Xiao Bai was wandering the base with his beloved. Muhuai encouraged him to spend more time with Xiao Mei at the base, to which Xiao Bai readily agreed. Meanwhile, Xiao Zai, after hearing the final account of the western base from Lung Shuanghua, chuckled and said, Well done, Sister Shuang. Sister Lu was excellent as well. Lung Shuanghua chuckled softly and inquired, Where are you now, Muhuai? On our way to the western base, came the response. The western base? Indeed, to eliminate foes. Xiao Zai's voice seemed cheerful as she continued, Sister Shuang, you should have destroyed their helicopter back then. A moment of silence ensued, followed by an understanding. Next time, I shall act accordingly. Chapter 69. I know. I prefer it more after exchanging a few pleasantries. The two reached their destination. Sister Shuang, we have arrived. Let us refrain from further conversation. All right. Muhuai retrieved a disguise mask from her space, one she had previously purchased from the point store. She handed it to Huozhouyu, instructing him to put it on. Let us not raise any suspicions. This disguise mask allows for the transformation of one's appearance, Muhuai explained. The others had grown accustomed to the little one occasionally producing such marvelous items and did not inquire further. Upon hearing this, Huozhouyu donned the mask, which then morphed into the visage of a delicate and charming young man, complete with a tear mole at the corner of his eye. Playing the fool to catch the tiger, he mused. The new face rendered him strikingly fragile, if one were to overlook his physique. Jiang Qiyin reached out and poked his cheek, murmuring, Wow, this is astonishing. It looks so real. Huozhouyu shot him a glare and swatted his hand away, admonishing, Do not touch recklessly. In the face of such a sweet and delicate countenance, Jiang Qiyin felt no fear of the warning. He pinched it again. What gives you the right, Jiang Qiyin? Huozhouyu glared at him in annoyance. Suddenly, Jiang Qiyin feigned a bashful demeanor, saying, Oh dear. Don't look at me. It's quite embarrassing. Indeed, Huozhouyu's glare, with that face, appeared almost endearing. All right, let us disembark. After a brief walk, they finally arrived at the western base, where 4 guards stood sentinel at the city gate. The little one stepped forward and spoke in a soft, endearing voice, Uncles. We have come to join the base. The 4 men turned their gaze towards Muhuai, their eyes betraying an unmistakable fondness. How adorable. Truly, how adorable. Today, Muhuai donned a delicate milk blue dress, her hair styled into 2 charming little buns, which rendered her an embodiment of playful cuteness. We need to conduct a brief inspection, one of the guards gently stated. Muhuai nodded and obediently replied, No problem. The group then proceeded towards a machine that illuminated with a green light. The guard nodded and remarked, Everything appears to be in order. So you may register in that small room ahead. This was a familiar registration process, and fortunately, they did not encounter anyone demanding supplies this time. After completing the registration swiftly, they entered the base. Ahead of them was a man leading the way. Brother, do you know where Xi Qinglin lives? The little ones sweetly smiled at the man guiding them. It was simply irresistible. Yet, how did this child know the name of their base leader? Of course, Brother Zhouyu told me, Muhuai replied. Oh, what do you think of your base leader? Not much. He's a bit foolish, lacking in ability, and has some character issues. I would manage the base better than he does, the man expressed, his face contorting with disdain. Muhuai's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Silently, she began to explore the base with her mental energy. Found it. Sun Jijun, who was munching on a steamed bun, suddenly jolted at the unexpected voice that resonated in his mind. Zhang Wanjing was startled by his sudden action and inquired, What's the matter, Jijun? This young child truly possessed remarkable intelligence, yet such behavior seemed excessively radical. Nevertheless, she was indeed correct. They had long since grown weary of that insufferable base commander. In fact, he wholeheartedly supported this child's initiative. Moreover, he had witnessed the child's capabilities firsthand, and considering the passage of time, it was likely that their strength had escalated to a formidable level. Therefore, why hesitate? It was time to take a bold step forward. Sun Jijun resolutely made his decision and communicated it to the other team members, who expressed their unanimous agreement. Consequently, after a brief preparation, they set off towards the villa. After relaying the message, Muhuai posed a question. If you were appointed as the base commander, what would you do? The man was evidently taken aback by Muhuai's unexpected inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I would first address the malevolent forces at the grassroots level. Their actions, aside from arson, are utterly revolting. Next, I would revamp the resting quarters for the lower-tier personnel. Their living conditions resemble a dog kennel, truly unbearable to behold. Muhuai nodded in understanding and then asked, So, do you aspire to be the base commander? The man nodded fervently, certainly. I believe I possess considerable capability. Yet I remain underutilized, merely serving as an ordinary guide. It is a significant waste of talent. Once Xi Qinglin is no longer a concern, I shall take up the mantle of base commander. The man then shook his head with a smile, dismissing the child's words as mere jest. Muhuai said little, as she discerned that the man did not believe her words. Soon, he would come to trust her. Brother, could you take us to Xi Qinglin's residence? She gently tugged at the hem of the man's clothing, her two round, glimmering eyes fixed intently upon him. How could one possibly refuse such a plea? Along the way, Muhuai confided that they were all level 4 abilities users, assuring him of their capability to eliminate Xi Qinglin. The man widened his eyes in astonishment. Level 4 abilities, and all of you at that level, he exclaimed, realizing that the highest tier of national power was only level 5. Upon learning of their prowess, the man's perspective subtly shifted. Before long, they arrived at the villa, where 2 guards stood sentinel at the entrance. Upon their arrival, the guards immediately raised their weapons. Greetings, sirs. These individuals are all abilities users, each at level 3. I am here to present them to the base leader. The man promptly adopted a sycophantic demeanor as he stepped forward. Muhuai smiled, finding his cleverness in deliberately downplaying their strength quite astute. The guards exchanged glances before lowering their weapons. Thank you, sirs, the man said, leading Muhuai and her companions inside. Once inside, a young woman guided them. Knock, 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 please come in. Upon receiving permission, she opened the door and stepped aside. The man immediately approached with utmost reverence, stating, Greetings, base leader. I am Jiang Qing from the management department, and these individuals are all level 3 abilities users. Our leader instructed me to bring them to you. Xi Qinglin gently set down the beauty he had cradled in his arms and slowly approached, his gaze sweeping over several individuals before finally resting on Muhuai. Why is there a little girl here? He mused, stepping closer and reaching out to caress the child's face. However, Xi Qinglin coldly blocked his hand. Are you interested in joining us? Xi Qinglin inquired. Not interested. Huizhou interjected from the side. Xi Qinglin immediately frowned, his gaze shifting to Huizhou's face, his eyes glinting with intrigue. What a handsome man. Yet, a look of regret flickered in his eyes. Such a muscular build, it simply wouldn't work for him. Nonetheless, he was exceptionally appealing, a type he had yet to explore. If Huizhou were to catch wind of Xi Qinglin's thoughts, he would likely erupt in fury and strike him down on the spot. Truly a perverse individual. What is your name? Xi Qinglin leered at Huizhou. Huizhou furrowed his brows. What nonsense is this? Is he actually interested in me? How revolting. Your father, Xi Qinglin replied with a smirk. Indeed, quite the temper. I like it, Xi Qinglin said, growing increasingly pleased. Jiang Qiyun, nearby, struggled to suppress laughter while watching the scene unfold. Ha ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. See, it's all trouble caused by looks. Huizhou cast a resentful glance at the chuckling Jiang Qiyun and retorted, I'd prefer if you didn't gross me out. I'm a man, you know. I am aware, and that makes me all the more intrigued. What more could he say? What peculiar tastes Xi Qinglin had. Muhuai and the others instinctively took a step back, distancing themselves from Xi Qinglin. Then, only Huizhou remained standing in place. Xi Qinglin approached with a lewd grin, saying, My beauty, follow me, and I assure you a life of luxury and indulgence. Huizhou could no longer contain his anger and delivered a swift kick to Xi Qinglin's tool of mischief. How delightful, he thought. Even kicking someone could be so charming. As Xi Qinglin pondered this, he activated his time-altering ability, rendering Huizhou motionless. He then took a small step back, causing the effect of the time freeze to dissipate, leaving Huizhou to kick at thin air. He could only immobilize Huizhou for a fleeting second. Xi Qinglin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This beauty possesses considerable strength. Can he only be halted for a mere second? Is he truly at the 3rd level? Hua Zhouyu felt as though he had been forcibly hypnotized, his movements abruptly stilled. Does Xi Qinglin wield time manipulation abilities? He recalled that this individual was supposed to possess wood-based powers. Could it be a dual ability? Meanwhile, Muhuai watched Xi Qinglin with glee. Ha! Time manipulation. How splendid. This journey has been truly rewarding. Hua Zhouyu, uninterested in prolonging the confrontation, swiftly condensed a metallic blade and aimed it at Xi Qinglin's head. Xi Qinglin's expression shifted as he conjured a vine as thick as an arm to deflect the metallic blade. Old dang, didn't you just ask for my name? Allow me to enlighten you now. Hua Zhouyu summoned hundreds of small metallic blades and launched them at him, then declared, My name is Hua Zhouyu. Xi Qinglin's pupils dilated in shock, panic flooding his features. He attempted to unleash his powers in resistance, only to realize he was utterly unable to do so. At this moment, Muhuai stood behind him with a mischievous grin, swiftly nudging Xi Qinglin before vanishing in an instant. Ding! Successfully copied time-related abilities. Time-related abilities upgraded to level 2. Ding! Successfully copied wood-related abilities. Wood-related abilities upgraded to level 4. Xi Qinglin, on the other hand, had been turned into a sieve. Hua Zhouyu wore a smile on her face, then turned to Muhuai and said, Thank you. She had initially intended to pat him on the shoulder, but her height was insufficient. Jiang Qing's eyes were filled with astonishment. Was it truly this effortless? Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Chapter 70. Was it really that simple? The group immediately became alert. Sister Huai, are you all right? Zhang Wanjing rushed in, calling out in a flustered manner. She then noticed a group of people looking at her with puzzled expressions, including Muhuai. Oh, it's good that nothing happened. We were waiting at the door for quite some time without any movement inside. I thought something unfortunate had occurred. Zhang Wanjing scratched her head and approached Muhuai. No, we are fine. It was Xi Qinglin who encountered an accident. Muhuai replied with a sweet smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wanjing turned her gaze to a pile of flesh nearby. She pointed incredulously at the gruesome sight and asked, This, could it possibly be Xi Qinglin? Indeed. Zhang Wanjing fell silent. You all truly did an outstanding job. That beast deserved to die long ago. What a relief, haha. Sun Jijun gazed at the scene before him, opened his mouth, and remarked, Is it truly this simple to kill? Indeed, Muhuai responded, We have eliminated Xi Qinglin, yet no one has come forth to avenge him. Haijia adjusted his glasses and replied, It is because he is despised by all. Even his subordinates harbor disdain towards him. As for why they do not unite against him despite their contempt, that remains a mystery. What followed was the massacre of Xi Qinglin's forces. Sun Jijun declared that none among his subordinates were virtuous. They had committed numerous heinous acts. Thus, Muhuai spared none and exterminated them all. Afterward, Muhuai sought a private conversation with Jiang Qing. Brother Jiang Qing, he began, the western base will henceforth serve as a branch of the Mugong base. And you shall be its commander. I insist that you heed my words without question. Of course, I shall not compel you to engage in any ignoble deeds. However, when I issue commands, you must trust and follow them implicitly. I will arrange for several capable individuals to assist you, and I shall elevate your abilities to level 4. It is essential that you train diligently and rely on your own strength. In the future, I will provide ample food and various necessities. But this does not imply that you should depend solely on me for sustenance. You should comprehend how to navigate this. I will come for inspections, Brother Jiang Qing. And I have faith in your capabilities. With that, Muhuai flashed a harmless smile at Jiang Qing and continued, However, should you falter, we may have to consider a change in leadership. Jiang Qing nodded, assuring him, Rest assured, I will manage it well. Well, keep it up, Brother Jiang Qing. Should anything arise, feel free to contact me at any time. After Muhuai provided Jiang Qing with ample evolution liquid to elevate him to level 4, he established a remote communication link with Jiang Qing. Before departing, Muhuai smiled and remarked, Actually, I am at level 6. Jiang Qing replied, Thank you. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't harbor any ill intentions. I promise to be utterly obedient. Brother Jijun, thank you all. By the way, how did you manage to eliminate him so effortlessly? Had we known it would be this simple, we would have acted much sooner. Muhuai revealed a pair of sharp little tiger teeth and said, Sometimes, certain matters are not as daunting as you might think. Without taking the first step, how can one know what lies ahead? Indeed, that is quite true. Sun Jijun regarded the 4-year-old child with newfound respect. After finishing his words, Muhuai rummaged through his little bear backpack to procure some treats, spicy chicken wings, spicy duck wings, potato chips, spicy strips, biscuits, hand-torn bread, dried beef, and pork jerky, all sorts of snacks that were once commonplace before the apocalypse. One by one, they appeared before their eyes, causing their eyes to gleam with excitement. Ah, how can there be so much delicious food? Surely, they weren't dreaming? The group silently swallowed their saliva. After finally pulling out a box of instant noodles, Xi Muhuai came to a halt. The ground was now piled high with delectable delights. These are your rewards. I hope you are satisfied. Absolutely satisfied. Extremely satisfied. Incredibly satisfied. Zhang Wanjing nodded repeatedly, nearly drooling. Xi Muhuai chuckled softly before speaking again. Brother Jijun, I have another favor to ask of you. Go ahead, he replied. The western base is currently unoccupied. I have an excellent candidate in mind. He is intelligent, reliable, exceptionally capable, and quite handsome. I intend to appoint him as the head of the western base. I need your assistance in supporting him. As long as he refrains from any malevolent actions or harming you, you are to heed his commands. Xi Muhuai suggested that excessive praise would facilitate acceptance. If Jiang Qing were to hear such commendations directed at him, he would undoubtedly be grinning from ear to ear. Sun Jijun's eyebrows twitched. Anyone who could elicit such praise must indeed possess remarkable abilities. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Xi Muhuai added, the reward will be elevating all of you to level 4. What is there to hesitate about? What could possibly warrant hesitation? This is a promotion for everyone to level 4. Incredible. They wholeheartedly agreed. The team members behind him immediately began to prod Sun Jijun enthusiastically, nodding in fervent agreement. We accept. This young girl was nothing short of an angel, with all those delectable treats and the promise of a collective promotion to level 4. How could they not be eager to assist? They were simply thrilled at the prospect of contributing more. Chapter 71. Are they a boy band? After outlining her plans, Xi Muhuai retrieved a large speaker from her space and brought it to the center of the base. She handed the microphone to Jiang Qing, then used her spatial abilities to sever the sound transmission to the outside, preventing the noise from attracting zombies. After taking the microphone, Jiang Qing cleared his throat and began. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Qing, and I shall henceforth serve as the leader of this base. The individuals sprawled on the ground remained unresponsive to Jiang Qing's words. They had become numb, perceiving it merely as a change of oppressor. Indifference enveloped them. Observing the lack of reaction, Jiang Qing continued. Do you not feel that it is simply a new face continuing the oppression? It seems inconsequential, does it not? No. On the contrary, I am here to rescue you. Xi Qinglin is a despicable tyrant, corrupt and brutal. I trust you have all suffered enough under his rule. It is not just you. We too have endured his tyranny. Fortunately, our friends from the Muhuai base have aided us in ousting Xi Qinglin, and from this moment forth, we shall no longer bear his exploitation. At this juncture, several individuals began to rise from the ground, slowly making their way towards the central area of the base. I am your new leader, and I am a level 4 ability wielder. My friends from Muhuai base are also level 4 ability wielders, all exceptionally strong. I assure you, I will guide you towards a life filled with happiness and prosperity. Of course, anyone can make promises, but soon you shall discern the truth behind my words. At this moment, the crowd had encircled Jiang Qing closely, their curiosity about this new leader palpable. Jiang Qing wore a smile, exuding an air of warmth. The murmur of voices erupted, a cacophony of conversation, rendering it impossible to discern the individual sentiments expressed. Behold, there stands the esteemed leader of the Muhuai base. Were it not for their presence, we might still be languishing under the exploitation of Xi Qinglin. At this moment, Jiang Qing, a towering figure at 183 centimeters, is straining to rise on his tiptoes, gesturing towards the crowd. Upon hearing his words, the crowd collectively turns their heads, only to behold a sweet and adorable little girl. Xi Muhuai immediately reveals her 2 sharp little tiger teeth and cheerfully exclaims, Hello, everyone. A child? How can this be? Are you jesting? Is this little girl truly the leader of the base? How charming she is. The crowd, captivated by her words, diverts their attention to the brothers standing behind Xi Muhuai. The men behind her are strikingly handsome, resembling a boy band. Indeed, the one at the forefront exudes an aura of coolness and charm that is simply irresistible. The one behind him is also quite appealing, with a face that radiates restraint. Teasing him would surely be delightful. The man further back possesses a delicate demeanor, evoking a strong sense of protectiveness, though his face seems at odds with his physique. I am particularly fond of the one beside him, who has such a sunny disposition. I can hardly imagine how gentle he must be. The crowd of young women buzzes with animated discussion. Meanwhile, Xi Muhuai and Jiang Qiyun exchange professionally polite smiles and greeting. However, it is worth noting that Xi Qinglin remains expressionless, his demeanor starkly contrasting with the jovial atmosphere. Are you truly still choosing? A voice from the crowd interrupted the girl's daydreams. A boy exclaiming, a group of old hags, do you even consider your own appearance? Do you think you are worthy? The girls lowered their heads, scrutinizing their tattered and soiled clothing, their hands brushing against their sunken cheeks, ravaged by hunger. Alas, it seemed they were indeed unworthy. What is your problem? Why do you care about their choices? We haven't said anything to you. Why are you barking like a dog? One girl retorted. People should be filled with beautiful fantasies about life. That is what propels us forward. Look at yourself. You resemble something foul. Perhaps you should reflect on your own appearance before casting judgment, Jiang Qian interjected, clearly displeased by the boy's remarks. The boy promptly fell silent, retreating from the confrontation. The girls gazed at Jiang Qiyun with starry eyes, enchanted by the sight of a boy defending them. Boys who stand up for girls are truly handsome. With so many eyes upon him, Jiang Qiyun felt a twinge of embarrassment, shyly covering his face and saying, please don't look at me like that. It makes me feel bashful. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Jiang Qing then shared some encouraging words before handing the microphone to Xi Muhuai. The little one spoke of the merger between the Western base and the Muguang base, and the attendees expressed their agreement. Rather than stating that the Western base was merely a branch of the Muguang base, she chose a more palatable phrasing to ensure acceptance. Consequently, the membership of Xi Muhuai's base increased by 688 people. Ding. Points acquired. Over 100,000 points. If all goes as anticipated, the system will undoubtedly sell something expensive to claim her points, or so she conjectured. However, the system could hear her innermost thoughts. Understood, host. Your wishes have been acknowledged. And I shall indulge you, replied the system. Who asked you to cater to such whims? Exclaimed Xi Muhuai. She had prepared an abundance of energy fruits for everyone, along with a vial of spiritual spring water for each individual. One by one, they were revitalized, their spirits rekindled, no longer resembling the lifeless beings they once were. Their reverence for the little one had escalated tremendously. Such marvelous and exotic fruits, along with the miraculous water. How could one be so generous? What divine being is this? It is important to note that prior to her arrival, they had been on the brink of starvation, often going days without a morsel, all while living in fear of the local ruffians. This little child not only toppled the tyrannical regime but also eradicated most of the thugs, and now she provided them with sustenance. Little one, you are our deity. They silently cheered in their hearts. Xi Muhuai left behind sufficient provisions for 2 months, a variety of seeds, and even a few fruit trees. Truly, the fruit trees produced by the system could thrive in any environment. All right, we must take our leave now. Brother Jiangqing, if you need anything, do reach out to me. Very well. I believe in your capabilities. With that, Xi Muhuai and her companions departed from the western base. Jiangqing watched their figures recede into the distance, silently clenching his fists. You believe in me, and I shall not let you down. Subsequently, Jiangqing commenced an extensive transformation of the western base. Xi Muhuai could hardly fathom that Jiangqing not only could achieve it, but did so exceptionally well. However, that is a matter for later discussion. Chapter 72. Not gay. After Xi Muhuai and his companions departed from the western base, they made their way directly to Union Community. To avoid unwanted disturbances, Xi Qinglin proactively offered to drive, while Xi Muhuai settled into the passenger seat. Shen Jingzhu and Jiang Qiyun occupied the middle, and Hua Zhouyu and Song Yuchan sat in the back. The drive proved to be rather tedious. Thus, they sought to engage in something more amusing. Jiang Qiyun nudged Shen Jingzhu's arm and remarked, Brother Jingzhu, do you not find Qinglin's hands quite appealing? Shen Jingzhu lifted his gaze towards Xi Qinglin. Observing the latter's hands gripping the steering wheel, veins subtly pronounced on the back of his hands. A fervent admiration for hands surged within him. Indeed, they are quite attractive. Shen Jingzhu nodded in agreement. Would you like to hold them? Suddenly, a profound silence enveloped the vehicle. Shen Jingzhu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Jiang Qiyun. Unfazed, Jiang Qiyun mischievously blinked and inquired, Do you wish to hold them, Brother Jingzhu? In the back seat, Hua Zhouyu and Song Yuchan exchanged curious glances towards Shen Jingzhu. Whenever he felt shy, his ears would flush crimson, and he had a peculiar habit of touching them when they did. He then turned to Jiang Qiyun and earnestly added, But I am not gay. Who are you implying, pray tell? Jiang Qiyun quickly clarified, What do you mean? I am not gay either. Suddenly, a sound of disapproval echoed in the car. Jiang Qiyun turned to locate the source and found Huozhouyu wearing a look of disdain. Well, if I were gay, do you think our long cohabitation could still be preserved? A frown creased Huozhouyu's brow, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, he managed to retort. What do you mean by preserve? Even if I were gay, I would still be a one. The car fell silent once more. Shen Jingzhu and Song Yuchen exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complexity as they regarded the man beside them. Jiang Qiyun, too, wore a complicated look as he stared at Huozhouyu. Zhouyu, I never imagined you were this kind of person. What nonsense. I was merely using it as a metaphor. I am not gay. Enough. We all understand. Are you looking for a fight, Jiang Qiyun? Why not take it out on your little zero? Are you out of your mind? Huozhouyu exclaimed. I've clearly stated that I am not gay. He raised his hand, ready to strike Jiang Qiyun on the head. Jiang Qiyun quickly yielded. Hey. My mistake. I was just teasing you. Why take it seriously? Cut it out. Jiang Qiyun rolled his eyes before continuing. Now you understand how it feels to be misidentified as gay, right? Fine. I won't say you're gay anymore. All right. Jiang Qiyun chuckled, showing his teeth in a grin. Huozhouyu smirked slightly, resembling a fool. Though he refrained from voicing his thoughts, otherwise, Jiang Qiyun would surely flare up again. Brother Yuchen, Jiang Qiyun suddenly turned his attention to Song Yuchen. Song Yuchen promptly replied, I like women. Jiang Qiyun paused for a moment before continuing, Well, mister, I haven't even said anything yet. What do you wish to say? Song Yuchen replied with a resigned smile, having accurately anticipated the question. Brother Yuchen, how did you know what I was going to ask? Jiang Qiyun inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as they fixed upon Song Yuchen. The latter subtly shifted to the side, evading Jiang Qiyun's intense gaze. Yet, Jiang Qiyun soon redirected his attention back to him. Your thoughts are etched upon your face. It is nearly impossible to miss. Jiang Qiyun nodded in sudden realization, then unexpectedly settled down in his seat, lost in contemplation. What is this fellow up to now? One moment he was cheerful and lively, and the next he fell silent, creating an air of suspicion. What troubles you, Jiang Qiyun? Shen Jingzhu inquired. Huozhouyu promptly gave him a light tap. What are you doing? Can't you see he is pondering the weighty matters of life? Jiang Qiyun retorted angrily towards Huozhouyu. You? Pondering the weighty matters of life? What could you possibly contemplate? Would you like to know? Indeed. I shan't tell you. Huozhouyu clenched his fists in silence. Noticing his unusual expression, Jiang Qiyun spoke again. All right, I shall tell you. I am contemplating. Song Yuchen and Shen Jingzhu leaned in to listen intently. The front row occupants, Xi Qinglin and Muhuai, also perked up with curiosity about what significant matter Jiang Qiyun could be pondering. Jiang Qiyun slowly confessed, I am contemplating why I am so incredibly handsome. The group collectively rolled their eyes. Indeed, a divine treasure. What is the matter? So dashing yet somewhat troubling. Do be quiet. Oh. Jiang Qiyun pouted in a display of grievance before drifting into a daze once more. No one could fathom his thoughts. Perhaps he was contemplating the reason behind his own allure, or perhaps something else entirely. Only he possessed the knowledge. Chapter 73. I too eagerly anticipate meeting my aunt. Jiang Qiyun rested his chin upon his palm, gazing out at the desolate and barren scenery outside the car window. A few scattered zombies, drawn by the vehicle they occupied, lunged menacingly towards it. Yet, by the time they pounced, the car had already vanished from sight, leaving them engulfed in a cloud of exhaust fumes. Thus, they resumed their aimless wandering, awaiting the next target to appear. Jiang Qiyun's countenance remained expressionless, devoid of any discernible emotion. The others had closed their eyes to rest, oblivious to the fact that the usually jovial and carefree Jiang Qiyun harbored such a side. The driver, Xi Qinglin, casually glanced at the rearview mirror, only to find Jiang Qiyun resting his face in his hand, staring blankly out the window, appearing somewhat burdened by his thoughts. What could possibly weigh on his mind? After a while, they arrived at the entrance of Union Community. Only a handful of zombies roamed nearby, which Xi Qinglin and the others swiftly dispatched with ease. Xi Muhuai, seemingly exhausted, was sound asleep in the passenger seat. Even after they had dealt with the zombies, there were no signs of her awakening. Oh well, the little one has worked so hard. Let her enjoy a proper rest. Xi Qinglin gently lifted Xi Muhuai, and just as he did, the little one opened her eyes. The little one had just awakened, her sleepy eyes reminiscent of an adorable kitten. Xi Qinglin could not resist gently ruffling her hair, affectionately saying, We have arrived, let us go. Xi Muhuai obediently nodded and said, brother, please set me down. Xi Qinglin hesitated before releasing his sister, lamenting inwardly that she had not yet warmed in his embrace. Upon entering the community, the number of zombies increased significantly. They had dispatched over 100 of them before a temporary calm settled in, allowing them to head straight for Building 8, where Xi Muhuai's aunt, Xi Min, resided. It was uncertain whether she was still in the complex at this hour. In their previous life, it was only after Xi Muhuai and her brother joined the Holy Light base that they encountered Xi Min and their relatives, who had arrived at the base before them. The exact timing of their arrival remained a mystery. As they stepped into the building, they began their ascent. Remarkably, they encountered no zombies along the way. Well, no need to speculate. Based on past experience, a horde would surely appear soon. Xi Muhuai pinched her brow with her tiny fingers, exhibiting a maturity beyond her years. Little one, where are we headed? To my aunt's house. Oh, we are going to rescue your aunt. She paused before a door and forcefully kicked it open. Jiang Qiyun's mouth fell slightly agape. Such brutality. Were they truly here to rescue her aunt? To her eyes, it appeared more like a mission of lethal intent. Once the door was breached, they entered the room, only to find the living room completely empty, devoid of any presence, not even a single zombie. After taking a stroll, Xi Muhuai's face bore a hint of disappointment. Alas, the woman has departed. Nonetheless, it is of little consequence. She still lives. Xi Qinglin observed and coldly remarked. Many valuable supplies have been taken, and the lingering traces of life here indicate that their departure was not long ago. Ah, living is truly delightful. If she had perished at the hands of the undead, I would have felt a pang of regret, Xi Muhuai said, revealing her two small, sharp tiger teeth. Her voice sweet yet laced with an inexplicable undertone. Regret for what, one might wonder? Naturally, for the fact that she did not meet her demise by Xi Muhuai's own hand. Xi Muhuai smiled like a mischievous little devil, while Xi Qinglin's expression turned frightfully cold. The temperature around the siblings seemed to drop several degrees, causing the others to shiver. Jiang Qiyun exaggeratedly trembled and then inquired, "What is wrong with you two? Standing beside you feels akin to being in the Arctic. It's freezing." "Oh, it's nothing. Just the thought of seeing Auntie again fills me with joy." Xi Muhuai continued to smile, though this time, her grin was softer, reminiscent of a delicate glutinous rice ball. Xi Qinglin nodded in agreement, adding, "I too eagerly anticipate our next encounter with Auntie." Chapter 74, To Save or Not to Save. The words sounded rather heartwarming, yet when uttered by the two of them, it lacked the same essence. The other three discerned the underlying animosity towards the so-called auntie that the siblings spoke of, while only Jiang Qiyun remained blissfully unaware, believing they genuinely missed her. "I too look forward to meeting your auntie," Jiang Qiyun said with a broad smile, displaying his gleaming teeth. Xi Qinglin and Xi Muhuai remained silent, enveloped in an unusual stillness within the room. This fool. Hua Zhouyu abruptly pulled Jiang Qiyun closer, leaning in to whisper into his ear, "Are you truly so naive? Can't you discern the tension in their emotions? It appears you are genuinely oblivious. They harbor a deep-seated hatred for that so-called aunt, rather than a genuine longing for her. Why is that? Can you fathom why the girl forcefully kicked the door open when she came to rescue? Can you comprehend her disappointment upon discovering the room was empty? Can you grasp why Qinglin's demeanor turned icily cold upon realizing someone had escaped?" The girl remarked that if her aunt were killed by zombies, she would still feel a sense of regret. What do you suppose she is lamenting? Hua Zhouyu's relentless inquiries prompted Jiang Qiyun to ponder deeply. Indeed, when the girl kicked open the door, it was as if she were chasing after a life-threatening prey. Her disappointed expression upon finding the room deserted resembled that of a hunter who had lost their quarry. When Qinglin's tone turned frigid, it indicated either intense anger or a murderous intent. In any case, a cold demeanor signified a lack of good emotions. The girl's assertion that she would mourn her aunt's demise at the hands of zombies conveyed a tone that suggested she regretted not being the one to end her aunt's life. Jiang Qiyun suddenly enlightened, nodding in realization. "What are you two whispering about?" A sudden voice pierced through the air beside them. Xi Muhuai had approached them unawares, causing Jiang Qiyun to jump aside in fright, while Hua Zhouyu wore a guilty expression. "Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all," Jiang Qiyun replied, revealing his sharp little tiger teeth, as if attempting to conceal something. Xi Muhuai pinched his face with his small hands, struggling to suppress a laugh. What were they trying to conceal? With her elevated level, her hearing had undoubtedly improved exponentially. Their whispered conversation was as audible to her as if they were speaking loudly. Observing their guilty expressions, one might mistakenly assume they were involved in some clandestine affair. This was precisely the conclusion Xi Qinglin reached. He leaned closer to Jiang Qiyun and inquired, "You two, are you not discussing something?" No, don't overthink it. We merely discussed a trivial matter, just something quite ordinary." Before Xi Qinglin could finish, Jiang Qiyun fervently denied it. His demeanor suggested that even an innocuous topic had been tainted with suspicion. Hua Zhouyu, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed his temples. Indeed, his words were accurate. It was merely an ordinary matter, yet somehow, when he spoke, it seemed anything but. "I haven't even mentioned anything. Why are you so anxious?" Xi Qinglin teased. Just as Jiang Qiyun was about to retort, he found his mouth abruptly covered. Jiang Qiyun tapped the large hand that silenced him. "Just be quiet. You managed to make even mundane things sound suspicious." Hua Zhouyu rolled his eyes. After prying Hua Zhouyu's hand off, Jiang Qiyun indignantly exclaimed, "What do you mean I made it sound suspicious? I'm simply stating facts. It's just an ordinary matter." "Fool. You're the fool." The two were engaged in a lively argument when Xi Qinglin suddenly interjected, "Stop. Listen." A few individuals immediately fell silent, only to be met with the cacophony of countless zombies. The horde was upon them. Muhuai maintained her composure, channeling her mental energy in quiet concentration. The others nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. Muhuai instructed them to hold hands, intending to teleport them to another building. The several strong men awkwardly grasped each other's shirt hems. Once they were properly linked, Muhuai activated her teleportation ability. In an instant, the room was utterly devoid of any presence. Mere moments later, the zombies surged in. "Oh no. Ugh. Hiss." Watching her brothers in a tangle of limbs, Muhuai couldn't help but laugh. "Get up, I'm being crushed." Jiang Qiyun was pinned at the bottom, the topmost. Xi Qinglin hurriedly descended, followed by Xi Qinglin, Song Yuchen, and finally, Hua Zhouyu. When Xi Qinglin emerged, his ears were flushed crimson. The weight of Xi Qinglin atop him revealed a solid musculature, which he found rather delightful. Jiang Qiyun lay motionless on the ground. Hua Zhouyu crouched down and poked him. "What's wrong? Have you been crushed to death? Already halfway gone. Shall I escort you on your way?" Hua Zhouyu jested, preparing to add his weight once more, prompting Jiang Qiyun to spring up instantly. "Don't treat me like a mere object, Fire Day." Jiang Qiyun retorted angrily. Hua Zhouyu chuckled lightly before quipping, "See? You're alive again." Jiang Qiyun shot him an exasperated glance. "Humph, I can't be bothered with you." Jiang Qiyun patted his clothes and remarked, "Little ghost, with your skills. It's high time you practiced. I nearly found myself crushed. Could you bear to lose such a handsome elder brother as me?" Upon hearing this, Muhuai couldn't help but let out a disdainful sound, referring to him as a narcissistic brother. "It pains my heart, little ghost, that you would say such a thing. How utterly heart-wrenching." Jiang Qiyun dramatically clutched his chest, feigning great distress. Observing Jiang Qiyun's exaggerated display, Muhuai's lips curled slightly upwards, revealing a hint of mischievous amusement. She blinked her eyes and, in a deliberately coy tone, asked, "Qiyun brother, I have medication for heart disease in my space. Would you like some?" "Not at all," he replied. "Does your heart not ache?" she inquired. "It does, but not in the manner of heart disease." Suddenly, a loud zombie growl erupted, startling them. Muhuai hurried to the window to assess the situation. Gazing down at the scene below, her brows furrowed slowly. How did they end up here, and why are they being pursued by a horde of zombies? She pondered. Should she rescue them or not? Chapter 75. Being too adorable can also be a burden. After a few moments of contemplation, she declared, "I shall go save them. You all stay put and behave." With that, she instantly teleported down. The 5 men hurried to the window, eager to see what was transpiring. Why hadn't she taken them along? It made them, as grown men, feel rather ineffectual. They silently shouted in their minds. However, since the little one had spoken, they could only obediently listen and refrain from causing any chaos. "Fall back," Liang Yuji commanded as he conjured wind blades to slay the zombies. Liang Yuqing likewise swung his curved blade, relentlessly dispatching the undead. In addition to the 2 of them, there were 10 others engaged in the fray. However, it seemed they had been battling the undead for an extended period, and the situation was far from optimistic. Each individual was straining under the pressure. A girl named Han Jiao suddenly collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted, as a zombie lunged toward her with menacing claws. Each member of the team was ensnared by zombies. Unable to break free to rescue her, Han Jiao had depleted all her energy, rendering her incapable of utilizing any skills. But was she to simply close her eyes and accept her fate? No, she refused to succumb. In a swift motion, Han Jiao rolled to the side and lifted her foot, attempting to kick the zombie in the chest. However, her strength had waned. She felt utterly feeble, and before she could land the kick, her leg fell back down. A look of defiance crossed her face. She did not wish to perish in such a manner. Liang Yuqing noticed Han Jiao's predicament and summoned her last reserves of energy to momentarily halt time. Nearly for a second. It was only a delay in Han Jiao's demise. After that fleeting moment, the zombie continued its advance. Just as it was about to seize Han Jiao, a sudden crash occurred. The zombie was hurled away, bursting apart in midair. A small figure appeared before her, extending a hand, resembling a little angel. "Sister, please get up." Muhuai beamed sweetly. Where did this adorable child come from? So charming. Had she passed away, now residing in paradise? Han Jiao, in a daze, placed her hand atop the child's tiny palm, and an overwhelming force lifted her up. Han Jiao's eyes widened slightly. Such strength, was this truly the power of a small child? "Sister, don't be dazed. Quickly drink this to restore your energy." Thank you." Han Jiao held the water in her hand, gazing at her surroundings. All around her, the undead still roamed. She had not ascended to paradise yet. She was still alive. Han Jiao was filled with bewilderment as she looked at the zombies. So close yet unable to advance. These creatures seemed to be obstructed by a mysterious force, as if encased within an energy shield. Muhuai had long consumed numerous evolution potions, elevating his light-based abilities to level 5, rendering his defenses nearly invincible. With the protection of the energy shield, several of them had collapsed in exhaustion. Liang Yuqing had already approached, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "Little darling, what are you doing here? Did you save us?" Muhuai beamed sweetly. "Yes, it was me, sister." "Wow, darling, you're simply amazing. I can't believe you're this powerful. Thank you for saving us." Liang Yuqing showered him with unreserved praise, reaching out to pinch his cheek. Muhuai stepped back slightly, then, in a soft and endearing voice, remarked, "Sister, your hands." Liang Yuqing looked down at her hands and realized, "Oh, they're covered in zombie blood, and there's even some brain matter on my palm. Alas, ungrateful hands, I missed the chance to touch my little darling's face." Liang Yuqi observed the two in front of him, choosing to remain silent. This little one was extraordinary. Indeed, he had uncovered many with rebellious hearts. After clearing out these individuals, they had restructured the base significantly. The atmosphere had improved, and their collective strength had risen, all thanks to this little darling. Now, this little darling had suddenly appeared to rescue them once again, despite his reluctance to involve his sister with such formidable and enigmatic individuals. He could not voice his objections at this moment, for the debt of gratitude loomed too large. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Liang Yuji. Awaiting his command, Liang Yuji nodded and declared, "We have rested sufficiently. Let us charge forth." Upon receiving his words, they all rose, gripping their weapons tightly, bracing themselves for battle. "Wait, we can reach a safe place without fighting," Muhuai interjected at that moment. "What plan do you have, darling?" Liang Yuqing inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Muhuai. "Wow, darling, you are truly amazing." Liang Yuqing's praise left Muhuai slightly bashful, her spirit soaring. Thank you for the compliment, sister." "It's nothing, little darling. You deserve all the accolades for being so remarkable." This affirmation warmed Muhuai's heart. Before Muhuai could respond, Liang Yuqing instinctively and swiftly took her hand. Muhuai glanced at her small hand being gently held and then looked up at Liang Yuqing. Liang Yuqing smiled. Such a soft and tiny hand. She continued to gaze down at the little one, who suddenly looked up at her, prompting her to exclaim with a smile, "What's the matter?" "Nothing. Never mind. Let us just hold hands." The remaining few swiftly grasped each other as hands without hesitation. Muhuai nodded her head in satisfaction. Liang Yuqing, witnessing her actions, felt her heart melt at such adorableness. How can one be this cute? Such a delightful blend of innocence and seriousness. Prepare yourselves, for I am about to unleash my extraordinary abilities. The landing might be somewhat chaotic. Before Muhuai could finish his words, he activated his powers. A cacophony of exclamations followed. "Ah, oh no, goodness." Everyone, save for Muhuai, found themselves sprawled on the ground. Strangely, there seemed to be an uncanny pattern, for individuals lay atop one another, forming 3 neatly stacked piles. In unison, they echoed their astonishment, a remarkable symmetry indeed. The 5 exchanged glances, laughter bubbling forth. Liang Yuqi and the others soon realized that the room also housed 5 imposing men, causing them to heighten their vigilance. Having completed his introduction, Xi Muhuai spun around to demonstrate that he was unscathed. With such formidable abilities, it was nearly impossible for anyone to harm him. The 5 men collectively exhaled in relief. All was well. I am Xi Muhuai, and allow me to introduce my brothers, Xi Qinglin, Jiang Qiyun, Hua Zhouyu, Shun Jingzhu, and Song Yuchun. He enthusiastically introduced them in order of their standing. At the mention of each name, the respective brother raised a hand in a perfunctory greeting. Once all were introduced, Xi Qinglin interjected, I am the biological brother. Wait, who asked you? Came the incredulous responses. It seemed he felt the need to assert his distinction. The 4 men looked at Xi Qinglin, speechless. Yes, I must clarify. I am indeed the biological brother, holding a higher status than you all. If the others were privy to Xi Qinglin's thoughts, they would surely deem him rather childish. Xi Qing appeared to be quite pleased after declaring sovereignty, a rare smile curving the corners of his mouth. My name is Liang Yuji, and I am the captain. Seeing that everyone else had introduced themselves, I felt it would be impolite not to follow suit. With my initiation, the other team members began to introduce themselves one by one. I am Liang Yuqing, the vice captain. I am Han Jiao. Hello, I am Wen Chuanji. Greetings. I am Tian Kuan. Sun Yu. Li Shuqing. Once everyone had presented themselves, we each found a place to sit and rest. Liang Yuqing, sitting next to Xi Muhuai, curiously inquired, Darling, how did you end up here? Oh, Liang Yuqing nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly lowered her voice in a conspiratorial manner, casting a wary glance at the men behind Xi Muhuai. Sweetheart, are those men behind you trustworthy? In an instant, the smile on Xi Muhuai's face froze. What a peculiar question. How could her brother possibly be a bad person? It struck her as quite odd. Jiang Qiyun, who was closest to Xi Muhuai, overheard Liang Yuqing's words and, feeling displeased, interjected, What do you mean by that? Are you implying that we are not good people? Of course, we are decent individuals. You were eavesdropping on my private conversation with my darling. Liang Yuqing retorted angrily, glaring at Jiang Qiyun. I was not. Your voice was too loud, and I merely happened to overhear. Jiang Qiyun quickly defended himself. I refuse to listen. You are nothing but a perverted eavesdropper. My dear little one, let us venture elsewhere. Away from them, Liang Yuqing declared, as she swiftly scooped up Xi Muhuai and carried her to a different location. Wait a moment. Please clarify what you mean by calling me a perverse eavesdropper. I am innocent. This accusation is unfounded. Xi Muhuai exclaimed. Unfazed, Liang Yuqing placed the little one upon the sofa, reveling in the fact that it was just the 2 of them now. Finally, she could indulge in her affection for the little darling. My sweet little one, may I inquire why you departed without a word last time? I was quite worried about you, Liang Yuqing said, subtly inching closer to Xi Muhuai. After pondering for a few moments, Xi Muhuai replied, Well, last time. I simply wished to relieve myself and did not inform my sister. After that, my brother came to find me, and I left. As she spoke, her cheeks were suddenly pinched playfully, rendering her unable to articulate her thoughts. Xi Muhuai looked at Liang Yuqing with a hint of exasperation. Sister. What is it, my darling? Liang Yuqing continued to playfully pinch her cheeks, her big eyes blinking innocently. Oh, how sweet it is when you call me sister. It is utterly adorable. Observing Liang Yuqing's expression, Xi Muhuai chose to remain silent, letting out a resigned sigh. Being excessively cute can indeed be a burden. Chapter 76. Stealing a bite behind our backs. Sister, have you finished your playful pinching? Xi Muhuai gazed at Liang Yuqing with an expression of utter despair. Alas, I simply cannot be stern with those I cherish. A sudden rumble interrupted the tranquility of the room, the sound of a stomach growling resonating distinctly. Liang Yuqing, perplexed, glanced around, ultimately resting her gaze upon the small figure of Xi Muhuai before her. The little one's ears were flushed a deep crimson. Liang Yuqing understood instantly. Darling, are you hungry? She gently poked Xi Muhuai's cheek. Embarrassed, he nodded and replied softly, Searching her pockets, Liang Yuqing found nothing. A hint of awkwardness washed over her. Wait here for a moment, she instructed, hastily darting towards Liang Yuqiu to rummage through his pockets. Liang Yuqiu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly sensed his clothing being tugged and opened his eyes wide. Their gazes met, and Liang Yuqing flashed a sheepish smile. Brother, do you have any food? Liang Yuqiu furrowed his brow slightly, then retrieved 5 packets of biscuits from his right pocket, handing them to Liang Yuqing. He couldn't bear to let his sister go hungry. With a cheerful grin, Liang Yuqing snatched them up and dashed back toward Xi Muhuai, presenting him with all 5 packets. Liang Yuqiu stood frozen, observing the scene before him. What's wrong, Captain? Tian Kuan, seated beside Liang Yuqiu, naturally overheard his muttering. It's nothing, just a sudden pang of pain. Liang Yuqiu attempted to brush it off. No way, Captain. It can't be a heart condition, can it? Tian Kuan, anxious, tugged at Liang Yuqiu, while Liang Yuqing swayed uncontrollably nearby. If I were to suffer from heart disease, I would have been utterly shaken to death by you by now. Tian Kuan silently ceased his actions of tugging at Liang Yuqing's clothing, clearing his throat. Apologies, Captain. No matter, Liang Yuqing replied, turning to the other team members. Are you all hungry? Starving. I'm nearly famished. I am exceedingly hungry. As Liang Yuqing observed the team members on the brink of starvation, he couldn't help but chuckle. Well then, let us dine. Upon receiving the command, Wen Chuanji promptly retrieved several packets of instant noodles and a few bottles of water from her limited space. Although her space was rather small and lacked preservation capabilities, it proved quite convenient. Hence, Liang Yuqing often brought Wen Chuanji along for tasks. After extracting the ingredients, Wen Chuanji produced a small pot. Unfortunately, due to the constraints of her space, only a petite one could fit. They then commenced the preparation of the noodles, and the enticing aroma gradually wafted through the air. Xi Qinglin, who had been resting with closed eyes, was roused by the delightful scent. Jiang Qiyun patted his stomach and glanced at the duo seated on the sofa, Xi Muhuai and Liang Yuqing. He noticed a small pile of cookies nestled in Xi Muhuai's embrace, while Liang Yuqing gazed at her with eager anticipation. Under Liang Yuqing's expectant gaze, Xi Muhuai opened a packet of cookies, only for them to crumble into bits. Xi Muhuai, undeterred by the broken pieces, thought to consume them all at once, but Liang Yuqing snatched them away, exclaiming, "Darling, do not eat those, they are all in pieces." With that, she promptly devoured the crumbled cookies herself. Xi Muhuai opened his mouth, intending to express that he was not averse to the idea, when Liang Yuqing interjected. "We are preparing instant noodles. Let us have some together shortly." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyun could no longer endure his hunger. As the tantalizing aroma of the noodles wafted through the air, teasing his taste buds, he even caught the sound of Hua Zhou discreetly swallowing. It was evident that he was not the only one feeling famished. Jiang Qiyun approached Xi Muhuai, asking, "Little one, shall we eat?" Upon hearing his voice, Xi Muhuai looked up at Jiang Qiyun and replied, "Of course, let us eat. Everyone is hungry, we should eat now." "I am nearly overwhelmed by the scent of the noodles," Jiang Qiyun lamented. "All right, let us eat." Instantly, Jiang Qiyun's mood brightened, revealing his sharp little tiger teeth. At that moment, Liang Yuqing was also called over by Liang Yuqi to join the meal. Xi Muhuai went to his brother and inquired, "What would you like to eat?" "Noodles," Jiang Qiyun exclaimed immediately. The others expressed no objections, stating that they were open to anything. "What kind of noodles?" "Anything will do. I am starving." Jiang Qiyun eagerly rubbed his hands together. Hua Zhou chuckled. "You look rather desperate." "Humph. Your lack of enthusiasm for food indicates a flaw in your thinking," Jiang Qiyun retorted coldly at Hua Zhou. Xi Muhuai began to retrieve various types of noodles: Lanzhou beef noodles, hot dry noodles, udon, and tomato beef noodles. He quickly produced several bowls, and the delightful aroma enveloped the space, even overpowering the scent of the instant noodles. At that moment, Liang Yuqing was carrying a bowl of instant noodles towards Xi Muhuai when he encountered the fragrant scents of Lanzhou beef noodles and hot dry noodles. In abundance of delightful aromas filled the air. She initially thought she was merely hallucinating due to hunger, but as she drew closer, she realized that each person was holding a different bowl of steaming noodles, exuding an irresistible aroma. At that moment, Xi Muhuai was also carrying a bowl of Lanzhou beef noodles, intending to deliver it to Liang Yuqing. Upon reaching the corner, their eyes met. Liang Yuqing quickly concealed the instant noodles she was holding behind her back. Why did the instant noodles suddenly seem so unappetizing? "Sister, do you enjoy Lanzhou beef noodles?" Xi Muhuai asked with a beaming smile. Liang Yuqing gazed at the steaming bowl of Lanzhou noodles in front of her, swallowing hard. "It smells so good, truly delightful. Oh no, it's been ages since I've encountered such a fragrant dish. Before the apocalypse, my favorite was hot dry noodles, which I can no longer find." Observing Liang Yuqing's eager expression, Xi Muhuai added, "If you don't like Lanzhou beef noodles, I also have hot dry noodles." Before Xi Muhuai could finish her sentence, Liang Yuqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Understanding her silent plea, Xi Muhuai set aside the Lanzhou beef noodles reached back to her little bear backpack and retrieved a bowl of hot, dry noodles. Liang Yuqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be? Hot, dry noodles. The confusion in her heart began to dissipate. No wonder there was such a fragrant dish. It must have been from a spatial backpack. Sister, here you go, Xi Muhuai said, handing over the bowl. Liang Yuqing hastily placed her hidden instant noodles down and accepted the hot, dry noodles. If you need more, just let me know. I have plenty to share. Xi Muhuai smiled sweetly at Liang Yuqing. After all, hoarding supplies is merely for the sake of consumption. Moreover, she possessed the extraordinary ability to replicate. As long as there was one item left, she could conjure countless duplicates. This meant that the resources were virtually inexhaustible. Naturally, she would not be stingy with her beloved sister. Of course you can. However, Liang Yuqing seemed lost in thought, standing still in place. Oh dear, let us go? Everyone gets a share. Xi Muhuai picked up the Lansao noodles she had just set down and walked towards Liang Yuqing. Liang Yuqing gazed at the little one with heartfelt emotion, silently following suit while picking up the instant noodles beside her. Oh my, little darling. You shall forever be my dear sister. I adore you so much. The team members, who were already 4/10 full, were momentarily stunned when they caught sight of Xi Muhuai and Liang Yuqing approaching with large bowls of noodles. The enticing aromas of Lansao noodles and hot, dry noodles wafted into their nostrils, causing them to swallow in unison. How fragrant. It has been ages since I last inhaled this delightful scent. Oh my, it's truly overwhelming. Xi Muhuai first handed the bowl of Lansao noodles to Liang Yuqing, who stood there in a daze, receiving the noodles. Is this for me? Liang Yuqing inquired. Xi Muhuai nodded affirmatively. Liang Yuqing looked at the noodles before instinctively swallowing again. Then, Xi Muhuai repeated the process. Retrieving noodles from her little bear backpack, her movements swift and fluid. The sight made several mouths water excessively, as if the building might soon be inundated. They devoured the noodles ravenously, interspersing their feasting with exclamations of ecstasy. Oh my, oh my, oh my goodness. How delightful. My dear little one, you are a godsend. Oh, the aroma is intoxicating. I never anticipated encountering such delectable noodles in this apocalyptic world. My affection for you knows no bounds, little darling. How utterly delicious. Liang Yuqing is also flaunting her noodles. I feel like the happiest girl in this entire apocalypse. Liang Yuqing, holding his noodles, cast a complex glance at Xi Muhuai, parting his lips as if to utter something. Xi Muhuai noticed and inquired, What is it? Eat without worry. I assure you, there is no poison. That's not it. I am not charging you. This is complimentary, of course, out of respect for Liang Yuqing. Why overthink it? Dig in before it cools down and loses its flavor. Xi Muhuai urged. Liang Yuqing slightly pursed his lips, murmured a thank you, and began to eat. Unlike the others, he consumed his noodles with a swift elegance. Han Jiao and the others were completely captivated by Xi Muhuai. To be precise, their stomachs were entranced. Xi Muhuai quietly retrieved a box of curry rice and began to eat. Just as Jiang Qiyun, who had just finished eating, caught the enticing scent of the curry. He sprang up from the ground. You little rascal, are you secretly indulging without us? Indulging alone? What nonsense. You just finished your meal. Moreover, she is eating right in front of you. You have just eaten, while I have yet to have my share, Xi Muhuai replied helplessly. That does not matter. I want curry rice too. Jiang Qiyun insisted playfully. Can you still eat more? Of course, I can. I specifically left a bit of space in my stomach for the curry rice. Jiang Qiyun proudly lifted his head after speaking. What is he so proud of? Xi Muhuai then took out a box of curry rice for Jiang Qiyun. Are you all still eating? The four men shook their heads. Hua Zhouyu remarked leisurely. We certainly cannot eat as much as he does. Jiang Qiyun, who had just delightfully stuffed a mouthful of curry rice, immediately took offense. What did you say, Hua Zhouyu? You can eat? You're the big eater. The big eater. Hua Zhouyu replied nonchalantly. No need for self-introduction. You're the one self-introducing. I am introducing you. You the big eater. Jiang Qiyun retorted, disdainfully scoffing at Hua Zhouyu. I won't argue with a big eater, and don't delay me from enjoying my curry rice. With that, Jiang Qiyun stuffed another generous mouthful of curry rice into his mouth. Hua Zhouyu, watching Jiang Qiyun with his cheeks bulging, could only helplessly smile. Who, indeed, is the big eater? Jiang Qiyun, chewing, said, Who on earth, chewing, invented this curry rice? Chewing, that is just so delicious. Chewing, oh my, it's truly fragrant. Chewing. Apologies, dear friends. I have exams these days, so the update is a bit delayed. Truly sorry, TT. Chapter 77. So handsome. Also handsome. On Liang Yuji's side, everyone was still immersed in the delights of the noodles. Meanwhile, Liang Yuji pondered over a question. Where did that little child get the steaming hot noodles? Why did that little child provide them with supplies for free? Who exactly is that little child? Why does that little child possess so many extraordinary abilities? Are the men behind him truly formidable figures? A multitude of questions swirled in Liang Yuji's mind. And the more he pondered, the more enigmatic the little darling appeared. Ultimately, he decided to cease his contemplation and closed his eyes to rest. Muhuai. My base is nearing 2,000 individuals. Why have I not yet received notification of my task's completion? He inquired mentally. Host, I informed you earlier. Perhaps you simply did not hear, came the awkward response from Muhuai. Oh, is that so? Very well then. Do we now possess the complete array of transportation? Everything has been placed in your space. With that, Muhuai hurriedly entered the space. Before him lay an impressive assortment of helicopters, off-road vehicles, and a plethora of other transportation forms, even including bicycles and electric scooters. It was truly, exceedingly comprehensive. As Muhuai approached the row of helicopters, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Ah, this is simply magnificent. Incredible. I adore you, Xiaoai. I absolutely love you. Do not express your affection towards me. It is futile. My heart belongs only to my partner, came the retort. Muhuai gazed at the air in disbelief, exclaiming, love-struck Xiaoai. Afterward, he circled the array of vehicles with delight. Hee, now I can soar through the skies as well. Having finished admiring the transportation options, Muhuai indulged in a substantial drink of evolutionary liquid, elevating all his abilities that had not yet reached level 5 to that pinnacle. Upon completion, he commenced his training. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as Muhuai lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, exhausted, yet exhilarated. After resting for a brief moment, he rose to wash up. Outside the space, where could my little darling be? After satisfying his hunger, Liang Yuqing sought to find Muhuai to play. But after searching high and low, he found no trace of him. The 5 men around him were all resting with their eyes closed. They appeared genuinely fatigued, as Liang Yuqing's words elicited no response from them. It was only Song Yuqin who, upon hearing the sound, opened his eyes. The little one had just descended to slay zombies. His voice was gentle and melodious, imbued with a hint of magnetism. After speaking, Song Yuqin closed his eyes once more. Liang Yuqing nodded, placing her complete trust in Song Yuqin's words, especially given his trustworthy appearance, unlike that other fellow, who was rather carefree. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her gaze inadvertently shifted towards Jiang Qiyun. At that moment, Jiang Qiyun lay languidly on the sofa, one hand propping up his head, his eyes slightly closed. His long, dense eyelashes, reminiscent of crow feathers, gracefully drooped, creating an aura of tranquility and beauty. Indeed, one could not deny that he possessed quite an appealing appearance. In this moment of quietude, the mischievous air surrounding him dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable charm and endearing innocence. Liang Yuqing realized she had never truly observed these formidable men closely. Her attention had always been focused on her little darling. Now presented with an opportunity to observe, she turned her gaze to Xi Qinglin. Xi Qinglin's slightly parted lips were barely closed, his eyes gently shut, yet his eyelashes quivered ever so slightly. His dense eyebrows, as dark as ink, arched elegantly above a prominently defined nose, adding to his striking three-dimensional allure and heroism. And that exquisite lip shape, it was utterly captivating, evoking an irresistible desire for a kiss. Liang Yuqing swallowed silently, then vigorously shook her head, as if trying to dispel such thoughts from her mind. A confirmed admirer of beauty, she believed that none of the idols from the pre-apocalyptic world could rival Xi Qinglin's charm, who was simply breathtaking. Her gaze then shifted to Huizhouyu's face. His thick eyebrows rebelliously arched slightly upwards, while his long, slightly curled eyelashes hung demurely. His countenance radiated righteousness and reliability, inciting an instinctual urge to lean on him. His striking features exuded a formidable appeal. Liang Yuqing swallowed again, unable to fathom how adorably contrasting he might appear when acting coy. Next, her attention turned to Shen Jingzhu. His impeccably fair face was marked by sharp, defined angles, and his lips, tinted a delicate rose petal pink, were pressed together, while his brows knitted slightly, presenting an overall aura of restraint. My goodness, he was exquisite. Liang Yuqing swallowed once more, her gaze then settling on Song Yuchen's face. Having not observed him closely before, she now found herself scrutinizing him intently. Why did it feel a bit peculiar that she was staring so intently at him? This cannot be deemed as abnormal. Rather, it is an appreciation of divine beauty. Indeed, that is the case. Song Yuchen possesses a somewhat gentle appearance, characterized by his long and slender eyebrows, which are delicately arched, imparting a sense of warmth and elegance. His nose may not be as prominent as those of the other four, appearing slightly less striking, yet it complements his face perfectly, causing no discord. Song Yuchen's visage exudes a unique charm that allows one to discern instantly that he embodies gentleness and empathy. His appearance lacks any overt aggression or authoritative presence. Instead, it fosters a sense of trust and reliance. How handsome. They are all incredibly handsome. Liang Yuqing's heart screamed in delight. She could hardly fathom the joy of dating such young men. Oh my goodness. With this thought, Liang Yuqing swept her gaze over the 5 faces once more. Then, she inadvertently swallowed, the sound echoing conspicuously in the quiet room, causing all 5 to open their eyes immediately. Song Yuchen raised an eyebrow. Why hasn't she left yet? Has she been here all along? Did you just swallow? Jiang Qiyun inquired, his expression a mix of complexity. Liang Yuqing felt a wave of embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. Yet, if she chose not to admit it, would they believe her? Would anyone else, besides her, suddenly swallow in their sleep? I know I am quite handsome. It's perfectly natural for you to be captivated, Jiang Qiyun remarked, noticing her prolonged silence and reverting to his usual boastful demeanor, playfully tousling his bangs afterward. Liang Yuqing tugged at the corner of her mouth. Indeed, he was quite handsome, but excessively narcissistic. It truly made one want to retort against him. Liang Yuqing remarked, I could be captivated by a pile of dung, but not by you. Jiang Qiyun responded, Oh, so you have a fondness for dung? Yes, I like you. Jiang Qiyun's playful expression suddenly froze, and upon receiving such a candid confession, his ears turned crimson. However, upon further contemplation, Jiang Qiyun realized something was amiss. She was essentially likening him to dung. Truly, it was absurd to feel shy about such a heartfelt declaration. What are you blushing for, Jiang Qiyun? He thought to himself, and then retorted, I am not dung. Seeing Jiang Qiyun pause for a moment before formulating a rebuttal, Liang Yuqing found him somewhat endearing in his foolishness. Haha, you finally caught on. Jiang Qiyun merely pouted and said nothing further. He decided to let the young lady have her way. Feeling a bit fatigued, Liang Yuqing lifted her arms, intending to stretch, only to suddenly feel a weight in her arms. Chapter 78. A return to the hospital. Liang Yuqing gazed at the little one in her embrace with a puzzled expression. Muhuai mirrored her confusion as he looked at Liang Yuqing. What was this? How did one emerge from a space only to be cradled? And in Sister Qing's arms? No less. Little darling you. Song Yuchen chuckled softly. Truly a family. Even their excuses are identical. Liang Yuqing nodded in complete agreement. Muhuai inquired. Sister Qing, by the way, what brings you all here? To my surprise, we suddenly encountered a horde of zombies. Fortunately, dear little one, you saved us, otherwise we might have been in dire straits. Muhuai broke into a smile and said, Oh, it's nothing at all. So, sister, where do you plan to go next to slay the zombies? Liang Yuqing pondered for a moment, and Muhuai continued, Would you like to join us? We are headed towards the general hospital to take on the zombies. Upon hearing this, Liang Yuqing immediately nodded, Sure, I'll go inform my brother. With that, Liang Yuqing vanished from sight. Brother, brother, brother. Liang Yuqing exclaimed as she spotted her brother rushing towards her. Liang Yuji raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Why the urgency? Gasping for breath, Liang Yuqing replied, Well, Muhuai asked if we wanted to join them in fighting zombies. They are going to the general hospital. Liang Yuji fell into contemplation. Should they join or not? That little girl and her companions possessed considerable strength, which could significantly reduce the danger. However, there were many zombies at the general hospital, and he was concerned. Oh brother, don't overthink it, just agree. Liang Yuqing's playful voice interrupted Liang Yuji's thoughts. He smiled indulgently. All right, I promise we'll go. Hee, I knew you would be the best, brother. Liang Yuqing beamed at him before dashing off to find Muhuai. Liang Yuji opened his mouth to say something to his sister, but suddenly, she was gone. Never mind. Dear little one, my brother has agreed. When are we setting off? As Liang Yuqing had yet to arrive, the air was already filled with excited voices. Muhuai smiled and suggested, Let us set off now. The 5 men expressed their agreement, and Liang Yuqing concurred as well. They exited the room and entered the living room, where they informed Liang Yuji and the others of their imminent departure. Everyone had enjoyed a good rest, especially after a hearty meal. With this thought in mind, their eyes instinctively turned towards Muhuai with admiration. Suddenly, several intense gazes fixated on her, making her feel somewhat bashful. Why were they all staring at her? Was there something on her face? With this in mind, Muhuai wiped her small face with her delicate hand. That should suffice. Yet, she soon realized that they continued to gaze at her intently. Feeling slightly uneasy, Muhuai tugged at the hem of her clothing and exclaimed, "Come on, come on. I can hardly wait to slay some zombies." The zombie horde had long since dispersed, and Muhuai produced 2 modified vehicles. Liang Yuji watched in astonishment as she retrieved such sizable vehicles from her petite bear backpack, her mouth agape in disbelief. Is it truly possible for that backpack to contain a car? Observing his brother's astonished expression, Liang Yuqing leisurely explained, "Brother, this is a spatial backpack. It may appear to be an ordinary backpack on the outside, but it possesses a vast capacity within." After Liang Yuqing's explanation, Liang Yuji's astonishment faded, and he nodded in understanding. The rest of the team also absorbed Liang Yuqing's clarification in silence. Muhuai had mentally prepared herself for inquiries, yet surprisingly, no one posed a question. "Well, never mind, this is much easier. All right, let's get in the car." Everyone boarded the vehicle, heading towards the comprehensive hospital. I sincerely apologize for the oversight. My mind was rather foggy while typing late at night, and I inadvertently included that. It has now been amended, and dear ones can refer back to the earlier sections. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 79. Is anyone there? Along the way, the zombies they encountered were mercilessly crushed beneath the vehicle's wheels. They arrived at the entrance of the hospital, which stood ajar, as the previously wandering zombies had come and gone, resulting in a significant reduction in their numbers inside the hospital. Nevertheless, several thousand remained. Well then, let's slay the zombies. Muhuai brandished their respective weapons. No sooner had the words left his lips than the young one beside Xi Qinglin dashed into the hospital like an arrow released from its bow. She unleashed her exquisite Huai whip, wreaking havoc upon the zombies. With each swing of her whip, fierce shadows danced, and each lash struck with the ferocity of a tempest, toppling numerous zombies in its wake. A slight smile graced Xi Qinglin's lips as she too plunged into the fray. "What are you waiting for? At this rate, those 2 will vanquish all the zombies," exclaimed Jiang Qiyun, following suit. Song Yuqin and Shun Jingzhu exchanged glances before joining in as well. The 6 of them weaved through the horde of zombies, causing them to collapse in droves, their formidable prowess eliciting a sharp intake of breath from Liang Yuqing. How impressive! Truly exhilarating. They could not afford to lag behind. Thus, Liang Yuji and the others joined the battle. Although they were not as formidable, they still proved to be quite capable. Each individual grew more valiant with every encounter, and soon, all the visible zombies within the hospital had been eradicated. The ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of zombies, while Muhuai and his companions gazed at the carnage with lingering fascination. In contrast, Yang Yuji and his team appeared utterly exhausted, panting heavily. "Why are they not fatigued at all, Captain?" "They seem to relish the moment," Tian Kuan inquired. Crouching down and looking up at Liang Yuji, clenching his fists, Liang Yuji's eyes sparkled with an inner light. "It's because they possess formidable strength." Tian Kuan was momentarily speechless. Indeed, their prowess was undeniable. As they took a brief respite, Muhuai and the others had already begun extracting crystal cores. Muhuai announced, "The cores will be divided 60-40. Liang Yuji expressed no objections, given that they had accounted for the majority of the kills. A 40% share was quite generous. Contentment settled in. After a short break, Liang Yuji and his team joined in the endeavor to extract the cores, placing them all into Muhuai's small bear-shaped backpack for later distribution. With the zombies outside eradicated, it was certain that more lurked within the building. They were determined to complete their mission today. With this thought, Muhuai took the lead, stepping into a building. Just around the corner, a zombie lunged forward with a ghastly moan, only to be incapacitated by an electric shock before it could take 2 steps. Muhuai exchanged a knowing smile with Xi Qinglin. The task ahead involved methodically clearing the interior of the building of zombies. With each room they purged, Muhuai collected useful items, deeming it wasteful to leave them behind. Who knew when they might prove beneficial in the future? They systematically cleared one building after another, encountering not a single survivor. A slight furrow appeared on Muhuai's brow. Was it possible that in such a vast hospital, not a single survivor remained? Clinging to a glimmer of hope, they ventured into the final building. Previously, the female zombie had besieged them, and nearly all the advanced zombies in this hospital had been dispatched by their hands. For the time being, no new advanced zombies would emerge. Thus their task was relatively effortless. With the departure of the female zombie, the remaining zombies in the hospital were scattered and few. Upon reaching the third floor, Muhuai suddenly heard a commotion emanating from a tightly closed door nearby. The noise soon ceased, and it did not resemble the sounds typically made by zombies. Muhuai immediately focused her gaze on that room, her brows furrowing slightly. Was someone inside? She approached the door and gently tapped it twice with her small hand. Knock, knock, the commotion resumed from within. At that moment, Xi Qinglin leaned in closer. Little darling, why are you stopping here? Ah, survivors, Xi Qinglin exclaimed in surprise. Then, with a joyful smile, she added, there are still people alive in this hospital. How wonderful. Let us quickly rescue them. Muhuai pressed her lips together. Suddenly, there was a rustling from the door in front of them, and then it swung open. Chapter 80. Even if I become a zombie, I will love you. Muhuai quickly pulled Xi Qinglin back a step, her gaze fixed warily on the door. As it opened fully, a man and a woman appeared before them, both wearing expressions of caution. However, upon seeing the adorable little figure standing before them, they were overtaken by a look of confusion. They exchanged glances, then turned their attention to Xi Qinglin standing beside the little one, along with the group of people behind them. Muhuai took the initiative to speak. Hello, big brother and sister, we are here to rescue you. She skillfully leveraged her appearance, smiling sweetly. The two were momentarily taken aback. That smile. How long had it been since they had seen such a thing? It exuded a sense of beauty that seemed alien to the apocalypse. Yet, the man's face remained etched with caution. Are you truly here to save us? To be precise, we have come to this hospital to eradicate the zombies, and in the process, rescue you. Muhuai replied candidly. Xi Qinglin offered a friendly smile and took a small step forward. We have nearly cleared the zombies in the hospital. Only a few floors remain to be addressed. It is now quite safe. Please, come out. The man grasped the woman's hand and took a step back, frowning as he said, What reason do we have to trust you? Muhuai shrugged his hands. You may look for yourselves at the window. Indeed, the ground was littered with the corpses of zombies. They had indeed come to the hospital to slay the undead. Wei Ying, do you believe they are truly benevolent? The woman gently tugged at the man's sleeve. Wei Ying still frowned, appearing quite conflicted. I use my ability to see through them. They have been lingering outside the door. When I deliberately made a noise, they chose to knock rather than force the door, indicating they were aware that there were living beings inside. Moreover, their attire was immaculate and orderly, their complexions healthy and vibrant, clearly not those who were starving. Additionally, having exterminated all the zombies in such a large hospital, their strength must be formidable. After a brief pause, Wei Ying continued, Bienyu, let us follow them for now. It would be safer this way. If they prove to be ill-intentioned, we can make our escape then. Bienyu nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. But what about Bienyu? Wei Ying's expression grew complicated as he glanced at the small zombie securely bound and concealed within the wardrobe. The little creature remained still, dutifully sitting there, though one could not dismiss the possibility that it was rendered immobile by its bindings. A conflicted look crossed Bianyu's beautiful face. Bianyu was her younger sister. At the onset of the apocalypse, Bianyu had accompanied her boyfriend, Wei Ying, to take her sister for a follow-up examination at the hospital. Her sister had been diagnosed with cancer. Fortunately, it was in the early stages, and with prompt detection and treatment, there remained a chance for recovery. Tragically, on that fateful day, the apocalypse erupted. Bianyu was scratched by a zombie. A mere 8-year-old girl, she neither cried nor screamed, but instead, immediately informed her sister of the incident. When Bianyu learned that her sister would soon transform into a zombie, her emotional state nearly shattered. Wei Ying patiently soothed her distress and swiftly devised a plan. This room was an office, and its owner had fortuitously stepped out. Only the three of them occupied the space. Wei Ying promptly secured the door and barricaded it with heavy objects. He suggested binding Bianyu and observing the situation. Though heartbroken, Bianyu retained her composure and voiced no objections. Bianyu, too, expressed her lack of dissent, stating that she would not be saddened by her transformation. Rather, she would feel sorrow if, as a zombie, she were to harm her sister. As the two individuals observed their sister's unwavering strength and optimism, a surge of complex emotions welled up within them. Yet, in the end, they resolutely bound Bianyu. This was done for her sake, as well as for their own. After being restrained, Bianyu sought to engage her sister in conversation, seemingly fearful that her departure would bring sorrow to her sibling. Before long, Bian Yao began to convulse. Her skin gradually took on a grayish hue, and the once dark pupils were increasingly replaced by white. Bian Yu stifled her cries, desperately trying to suppress her anguish. Sister, even if I become a zombie, I will still love you. Cough, cough. These were Bian Yao's final words before her transformation. Bian Yu wept silently, while Wei Ying patiently offered her comfort. He understood that no words could alleviate her pain, so he simply held her tightly, providing her with a profound sense of security. Eventually, Bian Yu found herself unable to cry any longer. She fell silent, whispering hoarsely to Wei Ying, my last family member is gone. He reached out, gently and cautiously wiping away the remnants of tears on her cheeks. When Bian Yu lifted her gaze to meet his, she found herself looking into a pair of resolute eyes, which seemed to convey the message, do not fear. I am here, and I will always be with you. Bian Yu remained silent, burying her head in Wei Ying's embrace, while he tenderly stroked her back. They remained in this position until nightfall. Strangely, amidst their vigil, there had been a knock at the door, yet no zombies attempted to breach their sanctuary thereafter. Could it be that zombies do not attack humans if they cannot see them? Contemplating this, Wei Ying's gaze fell upon Bian Yao, who had already transformed into a zombie. The zombie Bian Yao fixated on Wei Ying and the others, swaying slightly, but finding itself unable to break free. If its mouth had not been tightly bound by Wei Ying, it would undoubtedly have opened its decayed jaws to emit ghastly sounds. Wait a moment. Perhaps this is due to Bian Yao? There exists such a possibility. They would observe further in a few days. As Wei Ying pondered, he cast his eyes down upon Bian Yu, who had fallen into slumber in his embrace. He tenderly raised his hand to stroke her head, his eyes betraying an unmistakable affection. Suddenly, the person in his arms let out a soft sob, her shoulders trembling slightly. Wei Ying instinctively tightened his hold and whispered reassuringly, do not fear. I am here. I have always been here. His voice was remarkably gentle. It seemed Bian Yu truly heard him, for she settled down once more. Later, they rummaged through the office, uncovering an abundance of snacks and instant meals, so much that they began to question whether this was indeed a doctor's office. They rationed the supplies, sufficient to last them 2 months. Coincidentally, just 3 days before Xi Muhuai arrived to rescue them, these provisions had been entirely consumed. They had been troubled by the lack of food, and had it not been for Xi Muhuai's timely arrival, they would not have easily opened the door. Subsequently, both of them developed fevers in succession. The doctor had stockpiled a considerable amount of medicine, allowing them to recover quickly from their fevers while also awakening their latent abilities. How did they come to realize these newfound powers? It was after Wei Ying's fever subsided that he discovered, upon concentrating, he could see through objects. Had it not been for the ease with which their psychic abilities manifested, they might still be oblivious to their extraordinary gifts. Bian Yu was uncertain about how to harness her powers, having long believed herself to be devoid of any special abilities. It was not until one fateful day, during an outing to scavenge for supplies, that her latent powers were awakened while she was combating zombies. The potential of a person in moments of crisis is boundless. Eventually, the two of them settled into a tranquil existence under the same roof. Bian Yu, Wei Ying called softly. Wei Ying shook her head, signaling that it was of no concern. How about we place Bian Yao here for now and test whether they are benevolent or malevolent before making any further decisions? Bian Yu nodded in agreement. It seems we have no other choice. However, she wondered if that group would accept their companion, a zombie. We've been talking for quite a while. Let us go outside, she urged. All right. The two emerged from the room. Now you believe us? Xi Muhuai smiled faintly. Yes, thank you for rescuing us, Wei Ying replied with a gentle smile. It's nothing. Now let us continue to clear out the zombies with everyone else. Bian Yu and Wei Ying exchanged glances, both sensing the tension in each other's eyes. What shall we do? They do not intend to take us along. Wait. Bian Yu hurriedly called out to Xi Muhuai. He turned around, asking, what is it? Bian Yu took a deep breath and said, may we accompany you? We promise not to cause any trouble. They merely wished to follow, as they were rather uncertain about the situation outside. Upon emerging, they found themselves at a loss regarding their next destination. As Bian Yu spoke, her voice dwindled, seemingly apprehensive of Xi Muhuai's potential refusal. Xi Muhuai, with her soft and mellifluous voice, inquired, why should I allow you to accompany me? Present me with a compelling reason. Upon hearing this, Wei Ying understood that Xi Muhuai sought to ascertain their worth. Thus, he boldly stated, I possess the ability of X-ray vision and my girlfriend has spatial manipulation. Oh, X-ray vision. How splendid. Just the ability I was hoping for. Muhuai's mood visibly brightened, her lips curving into a smile. Why not say so earlier? Come along. With that, she led the group onward. Wei Ying promptly took Bianyu's hand, maintaining a safe distance of a meter between them. As they ascended, occasional zombies emerged to obstruct their path, yet they were swiftly dispatched by Xi Qinglin's electric prowess. Wei Ying's eyes gleamed with admiration. This man was formidable. His gaze then shifted back to Muhuai, quietly evaluating her. She appeared quite young, perhaps only 3 or 4 years of age. Yet, she had consistently engaged him in conversation with remarkable clarity of thought, rendering her demeanor far from that of a mere child. With her sweet and charming visage, she evoked an instinctive desire to protect her. Nevertheless, Wei Ying couldn't shake the feeling that this little girl was anything but ordinary. Akin to a glutinous rice ball filled with black sesame paste. Perhaps it was merely his imagination. Bianyu observed Wei Ying, who seemed lost in thought, his eyes vacant. She gently tugged at her boyfriend's sleeve and whispered, Wei Ying, what is the matter with you? Bianyu inquired with concern, what are you pondering? Wei Ying offered her a reassuring smile. Oh, it's nothing much, merely contemplating the origins of this little child. It seems rather extraordinary. Be careful. Before he could finish his sentence, Muhuai suddenly shouted anxiously in their direction. Chapter 81. I will miss you too. Bianyu swiftly pushed Wei Ying aside and unleashed a spatial blade, striking towards the zombie's head, leaving only a faint trace. In that moment, Wei Ying realized that a sharp dagger had appeared in his hand unbeknownst to him. He raised the dagger and plunged it towards the zombie's skull with remarkable speed, transforming into a fleeting shadow, true to his name. Bianyu synchronized with him, releasing successive spatial blades. The two had been hiding within the hospital, lacking the crystal cores to enhance their abilities, thus remaining at level 1. The zombie they confronted was of level 2. Yet, before long, they succeeded in vanquishing the level 2 zombie. They exchanged a knowing smile, their understanding unspoken. Muhuai nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the seamless cooperation between the two. It was evident that both were skilled combatants worthy of further cultivation. Excellent, I shall recruit them shortly. Muhuai felt increasingly pleased. Are you all right? Liang Yuqing asked anxiously. Following this brief interlude, the group continued to clear the remaining zombies. Soon, the last of the zombies was dispatched. Muhuai eagerly awaited the system's report. However, after a considerable wait, there was no response from the system. Could there be another delay? Xiaoai, I have thoroughly eradicated all the zombies in the hospital. Why hasn't my task completion been reported yet? In his mind, Muhuai pondered. Soon, a voice echoed within his thoughts. Host, you have not yet eliminated all of them. Upon hearing this, Muhuai furrowed his brow. Not completely eradicated? That cannot be true. They had meticulously cleared each building, each room, and all the entrances to the hospital had been sealed off, preventing any zombies from entering. Could it be that she had overlooked something? Suddenly, a thought struck her. She recalled the room where the two individuals had been staying. She had not inspected whether that room contained any zombies, as she believed that if the two had survived for this long, it was improbable for a zombie to be inside, or perhaps they were not harboring a zombie, were they? The more she contemplated, the more uneasy she felt. It was not entirely impossible. Observing the individuals resting before her, Muhuai instantaneously transported herself to the room previously occupied by Wei Ying and the others. She searched the room thoroughly, finding nothing amiss. Finally, she paused before a wardrobe. Activating her protective shield, she gently opened the wardrobe door. To her astonishment, a small zombie was revealed, bound tightly like a rice dumpling. The moment the little zombie caught sight of Muhuai, it began to struggle vigorously, the ropes binding it showing signs of wear. Muhuai silently reinforced its bindings with an additional layer. The small zombie, despite being immobilized, still attempted to resist. Muhuai raised an eyebrow. These two individuals indeed kept a zombie. Quite audacious. Muhuai resolved to spare the small zombie for the time being, as she sensed that Wei Ying and Bianyu were keeping it for a purpose, though she could not ascertain what that purpose might be. Thus, she decided to directly inquire about the utility of this peculiar creature, for she possessed no mind-reading abilities to decipher their thoughts. Indeed, there are occasions when a straightforward approach proves to be more effective. She favored candor in her interactions. As the group rested, they furrowed their brows at the sight of the small creature clutching something in its hand. Why was there still a small zombie alive? Yet, They refrained from voicing their concerns, suppressing their curiosity as they turned their attention to Xi Muhuai, seemingly awaiting her next move. Wei Ying and Bianyu, momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the small being, soon discerned what it was holding, their expression shifting dramatically. Before they could utter a word, Xi Muhuai, with an earnest demeanor, asked, "This zombie, is it yours?" Bianyu, perceiving the seriousness in Xi Muhuai's tone, nervously clasped Wei Ying's hand. Glancing at him in a state of confusion, Wei Ying reassured her with a gentle squeeze, signaling her to remain calm. Strangely, Bianyu began to feel a sense of tranquility wash over her. "We apologize for concealing the truth from you," Wei Ying said, his voice sincere. "We intended to inform you closer to our departure." He glanced at Xi Muhuai's expression before continuing, "This small zombie is our sister transformed." Bianyu continued in response to his words, "We are not ignorant of the dangers of raising a zombie, but she is my sister, and I simply cannot bring myself to kill her, even though she is already transformed into a zombie." At this moment, the little zombie, who had been struggling, suddenly fell silent, obediently staying still, its ashen eyes gazing intently at Bianyu. She paused for a moment before continuing, "We have bound her securely. And throughout these 2 months of the apocalypse, nothing has happened. She has been quite docile." As Bianyu spoke, she hesitated, seemingly aware of the absurdity of her words. After all, it was a zombie. How could it possibly be obedient? Bianyu pressed her lips together and said, "Therefore, we wish to ask you not to kill her. If possible, I assure you she will not harm anyone. I will keep a close watch on her, truly." Xi Muhuai listened while observing the little zombie's reactions. She nodded thoughtfully, choosing not to speak. Xi Muhuai lifted the little zombie in her hands and then teleported to another location. When Bianyu noticed that the person and the zombie had suddenly vanished, she immediately panicked. "Wei Ying, she wouldn't. She wouldn't agree to kill Yao Yao, would she?" Wei Ying reassured her, "It's all right. Don't overthink it. That little girl doesn't seem like the type to act in such a manner. She must be off doing something else." Bianyu nodded in response, hoping that was indeed the case. Suddenly, a sound broke the air. Ugh, cough. The little zombie began to thrash violently, making muffled noises. Xi Muhuai, observing the zombie's mouth being obstructed, couldn't help but smirk. She reinforced the restraints once more, rendering the little zombie utterly silent. At this moment, Xi Muhuai began to comprehend the situation. This little zombie appeared to possess a semblance of consciousness, specifically an awareness directed towards Bianyu. When positioned beside Bianyu, it lay still as if a mere corpse. No, more accurately, a cadaver. Yet, in its absence, it radiated vitality and strength, nearly managing to free itself from its bindings. Xi Muhuai furrowed her brow and tightened the restraints once again. The diminutive zombie exhibited 2 distinct facets. This revelation astonished Xi Muhuai. It could restrain its instinct to attack. This was a zombie capable of controlling its murderous, bloodthirsty nature. Although it seemed aimed solely at Bianyu, it was nonetheless a miraculous occurrence. To be frank, in this life and her previous one, Xi Muhuai had never encountered such a being. However, in terms of research, whom could she consult? She certainly lacked the expertise herself. It seemed imperative to recruit additional scientific talent to prioritize the development of an antidote for the zombie virus. Contemplating this, Xi Muhuai resolutely clenched her fist, her eyes sparkling with boundless hope for the future. Everything would eventually pass. Bianyu gazed at the small creature that had suddenly appeared before her, cautiously meeting its eyes, which seemed to inquire, "Is my sister still alive?" The serious expression on Xi Muhuai's face was replaced by a subtle smile of joy. "I will not harm her and have decided to keep her." Upon hearing this, Wei Ying and Bianyu simultaneously exhaled in relief. Xi Muhuai continued, however, "To ensure everyone's safety, she must be under my supervision." Bianyu's face radiated joy as she nodded and replied, "No problem. I trust you." She added a note of sincerity, her expression still adorned with a smile brimming with gratitude. Xi Muhuai was momentarily taken aback, then returned her smile, which shone like brilliant sunlight, illuminating everything around them. Liang Yuqing quickly leaned in and inquired, "Little darling, which base are you at?" "Muguang base," came the reply. Liang Yuqing's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. "Muguang base. I know it. That's the one that developed the evolution liquid. However, we haven't exchanged for it yet. I've heard the effects are remarkable." She continued with curiosity, "By the way, what is the base leader like? Have you met your base leader?" Xi Muhuai sweetly smiled, her expression reminiscent of a cunning little fox. "Our evolution liquid is indeed exceptional. Our strength is the finest testament to that. Sister Qing, If you wish to meet our base leader, you can visit Muguang base next time. Our base leader would be thrilled to welcome you. Xi Qinglin and the others listened in amusement, stifling their laughter at the little one's playful demeanor. Playing the role of the leader, are we? Muhuai chimed in. Since I'm already acting as the leader, what's wrong with indulging a bit? After bidding farewell, Muhuai distributed some crystal cores and provided them with a modified vehicle. Yang Yuji and the others' helicopter had landed in that vicinity. A short distance into their drive, Muhuai noticed the car window sliding down suddenly, revealing Liang Yuqing's head. Well then, see you next time, little darling. I will miss you. Liang Yuqing waved her hand vigorously, calling out to Muhuai. The vehicle continued to advance, growing ever more distant. And Liang Yuqing's voice faded into the air. A smile that could not be contained graced the corners of Muhuai's lips. By the time she finished speaking, the car had vanished from sight, leaving her uncertain if her words had reached him. Chapter 82. The family legacy of sisterly affection. Of course, her words had been heard. At that moment, Liang Yuqing was chuckling in the car. Liang Yuqing, glancing at his sister, who was beaming foolishly, affectionately ruffled her hair. He recalled their father's instructions to remain at the base and rest, avoiding any further outings upon the completion of this task. Yet, faced with his sister's eager gaze, he found it impossible to decline her request. He nodded repeatedly. All right, let us go. Yay, I love you the most, brother. Liang Yuqing beamed sweetly at Liang Yuqing. Her infectious smile brought a grin to his face, creating a scene of harmony and beauty. However, while Liang Yuqing's thoughts were consumed by Liang Yuqing, her mind was entirely occupied with Muhuai. Nearby, Tian Kuan observed the sibling duo, and a thought sprang to mind. Truly, a hereditary inclination towards sisterly affection. As for Muhuai, she found herself followed silently by 5 men, who resembled ancient guards in their demeanor. It was then that she noticed Wei Ying and Bian Yu standing awkwardly in place. Their expressions conflicted. What are you two doing standing there? Come on, Muhuai urged them. Upon hearing her, their faces lit up with joy, and Wei Ying promptly took Bian Yu by the hand to catch up. They exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. All right. Yet, they remained uncertain of their destination. Outside, the world was overrun by zombies. Even if 2 individuals managed to escape from the hospital, their survival was far from guaranteed. There existed a readily available sanctuary, and only a fool would choose to ignore it. After receiving a definitive response, Muhuai took a couple of steps forward and retrieved a helicopter from his small bear-shaped backpack. This was no ordinary helicopter, it was one crafted by the system, spacious enough to accommodate 10 individuals comfortably. Wei Ying and Bian Yu were taken aback as they witnessed the sizable helicopter emerge from such a diminutive bag. Observing their astonishment, Muhuai clarified, it's a spatial backpack. Though it appears small, it possesses vast space within. Upon hearing this, both individuals nodded in understanding. Just as Muhuai was pondering over the helicopter, a voice suddenly rang out beside him. Little brat, may I pilot the helicopter? Jiang Qiun eagerly rubbed his hands together, brimming with excitement. Brother Qiun, do you know how to fly? Muhuai inquired skeptically. Jiang Qiun, with a confident pat on his chest, proclaimed, of course. My skills are exceptional. Witnessing Jiang Qiun's self-assured demeanor, Muhuai, albeit with a hint of doubt, acquiesced. After all, they were left with little choice. The group then boarded the helicopter. With a flurry of movements, Jiang Qiun managed to start the helicopter, which ascended slowly into the sky. Wow, Brother Qiun, you truly can fly. This is incredible. Muhuai clapped her hands in admiration. She observed that the more praise he received, the more flustered he became. As anticipated, Jiang Qiun relished the flattery, responding with a proud grin. Oh, please. Don't flatter me too much. I might get shy. Brother Jiang Qiun, you are truly remarkable and deserve all the praise. Your skills are unparalleled. None of us can pilot a helicopter. Only you possess such talent. How can you be so extraordinary? Muhuai showered Jiang Qiun with compliments, making him beam with joy. Sitting nearby, Xi Qinglin's expression darkened. How infuriating. How could his sister lavish such praise on another? She had never spoken of him in such a manner. What was so impressive about flying a helicopter? With a face full of jealousy, Xi Qinglin glared coldly at Jiang Qiun. Suddenly, Jiang Qiun felt a chill run down his spine, pondering, how strange, it's not even cold outside, yet I feel this way. Nonetheless, he dismissed the thought and continued to focus on piloting the helicopter. Muhuai continued to shower Jiang Qiun with adulation, leaving him somewhat dazed by the flattery. With a joyous laugh, he declared, From now on, I shall be the sole pilot of the helicopter. No one should dare to compete with me. If anyone tries, I shall not hold back." Muhuai displayed her sharp little tiger teeth in a mischievous grin, satisfied that her goal was achieved. Xi Qinglin's expression returned to normal as he gently ruffled the fluffy head of the little one beside him. The four men could now discern the true intent behind the little one's praise for Jiang Qiyun, and smiles crept onto their faces. Jiang Qiyun remained blissful, still basking in the glow of Muhuai's compliments. Wei Ying and Bianyu stifled their laughter, striving to keep their amusement in check. This family was truly delightful. Chapter 83. Silly, naive, and utterly adorable. Just then, a faint sound emerged from the little zombie at Xi Qinglin's feet. Muhuai's gaze fell upon the little zombie, blinking her large eyes a couple of times, appearing both adorable and innocent. Yet, in the next moment, her expression turned impassive as she reinforced the object that was muffling the zombie's mouth. Once she completed her task, the little one clapped her tiny hands, gazing with satisfaction at the little zombie at her feet. Bianyu observed this without any particular emotion. Her sister was already a zombie, incapable of feeling pain. Moreover, it was quite generous of them to allow a zombie to be kept nearby. What more could one expect? It was impossible to demand gentleness towards a creature in such a state. Bianyu felt content simply to have her sister preserved. She was grateful to Muhuai and could hardly harbor any ill feelings towards her. With these thoughts in mind, Bianyu looked at Muhuai with eyes full of gratitude, only to witness the little one attempting to stuff her sister into a small bear backpack. Muhuai had already placed the little zombie into her spatial realm, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Initially, she had merely found the little zombie unappealing and wanted to see if it was possible to store the zombie within her space. To her surprise, it worked. The system's spatial capabilities were remarkable. Muhuai lavished praises upon it in her mind, causing even the little system to feel bashful. "Host, please refrain from such compliments. It's making me shy," came the response. "Nonsense. You deserve all the accolades, little AI. I truly adore you. You are the most extraordinarily splendid system in the universe." Muhuai exclaimed, showering little AI with exuberant praise. "Ah ha 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 ha." Little AI rejoiced with glee. "I do not wish to be this cheerful. Yet she proclaims me to be the most extraordinary system in the universe." Then Muhuai spoke again. "So, the most extraordinary system, Xiao AI. Could you possibly grant me an additional 90,000 points?" "Not possible." The corners of Muhuai's mouth twitched. It truly is difficult to deceive her. It is much easier to fool Qiyun. With this thought, Muhuai turned his gaze towards Jiang Qiyun, who was sporting a smile as he joyfully piloted the helicopter. Indeed, it is much simpler to deceive Qiyun. At that moment, Xiao AI's voice resonated in his mind once more, tinged with a hint of displeasure. "Host, it appears your intent in complimenting me was merely to deceive. How could you think such a thing, Xiao AI? I genuinely wish to praise you. I simply believe you are exceptional, so I compliment you. How could you perceive it otherwise, Xiao AI? I am utterly heartbroken." After declaring this, Muhuai pretended to clutch his heart in anguish. Xi Qinglin's companion cast a puzzled glance at him and inquired with concern. "What's wrong, Xi? Are you feeling unwell? Is your heart aching? Or is something else troubling you?" Muhuai quickly dropped his hand, donned a smile, and replied, "I am perfectly fine, dear brother. It is merely a slight itch here that I scratched." Xi Qinglin nodded, then affectionately tousled Muhuai's hair, saying, "As long as you're all right." Muhuai obediently nodded and resumed his conversation with Xiao AI. "Xiao AI, you are so wonderful. Are you truly not considering granting me some benefits?" The cosmic brilliance of the boundless and delightful Xiao AI? Ahem, well. Observing Xiao AI's hesitation, Muhuai felt a surge of hope. She immediately donned an expression of anticipation, her large, sparkling eyes glistening as they fixated on the empty air before her. Although uncertain if Xiao AI could perceive her gestures, she made an earnest effort. "Oh, magnificent, cosmic, invincible Xiao AI, do you truly intend to withhold any rewards from me?" The young cub's voice was soft, laced with a hint of coaxing. "Oh dear, host, you're putting on quite the show. Is that enough for you? Spare me. I truly can't endure it." In an instant, Muhuai transformed into a cunning little fox, her expression radiating cuteness and agility, tinged with a sense of triumph that was oddly endearing, evoking a desire in others to treat her even better. Xiao AI, in some unknown realm, observed the triumphant little cub with a look of indulgence. Truly, silly, clueless, and utterly adorable. Xiao AI chuckled softly to herself. Suddenly, A burst of laughter echoed beside her. She turned to see a man beside her, also chuckling lightly. The man gazed at the figure on the screen with a look of affectionate amusement. "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Ai's voice was icy, tinged with jealousy. After speaking, her gaze fell upon the man displayed on the screen. The figure had fiery red hair, a strikingly beautiful face, and beneath elegantly shaped brows, a pair of slender, captivating eyes that seemed to hold a profound affection even for a mere dog. The slight upward tilt at the corners of his eyes bestowed upon him a somewhat roguish charm. Beneath the corner of his eye lies a tear mole, a delicate touch that elevates his beauty to new heights. It is undeniably exquisite, yet it does not exude femininity. Lost in admiration, Xiao Ai was suddenly interrupted by the man beside her. "I was laughing at your cuteness. What are you daydreaming about?" The initial mirth in his voice faded, giving way to a hint of displeasure as he spoke the latter half. His brows furrowed deeper, as if on the verge of turning away in irritation. Xiao Ai quickly retorted, "Not as handsome as you." Instantly, his mood lifted, the frown dissipating as he revealed a broad grin, resembling an exuberant dog. Xiao Ai playfully tousled his hair, and he leaned into her affection, further embodying the image of a large, lovable dog. "Xiaoyu, what is my next task?" A cool, melodious male voice interrupted their tender moment. The man, who had been enjoying the interaction, now wore an irritated expression as he approached the large screen. Pressing a button, he announced, "Eliminate all zombies in City A. The reward is a choice of special abilities." The man on the screen smirked, his lips moving gracefully as he replied, "Understood. Thank you." Xiaoyu, having finished speaking, disregarded him and returned to his sweet exchange with Xiao Ai. Just as Xiao Ai began to playfully ruffle Xiaoyu's hair again, a soft, syrupy voice suddenly chimed in. "Xiao Ai, have you decided what reward you will give me?" Xiaoyu's expression shifted immediately. How infuriating. Why must they always intrude upon his sweet moments with his beloved? Xiao Ai first smiled gently at the visibly unhappy Xiaoyu, then pressed a button on the screen and softly announced, "Host, I shall place the benefits within the task for you. The task is now released. Cleanse the entire City A of zombies. The reward is 2 selectable abilities." The little creature on the screen widened its round, glistening eyes, unable to suppress its smile as it exclaimed, "Wow, wow, wow. Selectable abilities. How wonderful. Thank you, Xiao Ai. Love you lots." Xiaoyu pouted, gazing at the sweet and adorable little creature before him, silently muttering, not again. Flirting with my wife with such ambiguous words. Just because you're cute doesn't mean you can keep professing your love for her. My wife loves only me. Only me." Xiao Ai cast a glance at the still unhappy Xiaoyu, her expression a mix of helplessness and affection as she pressed the button once more, saying, "Love is fine. But I only love my partner." The screen echoed with the little creature's exasperated voice. All right, no need to say more. I know you're hopelessly in love." Upon hearing Xiao Ai's words, the discontent on Xiaoyu's face dissipated instantly, replaced by a beaming smile. "Satisfied, are we? Of course. I know my beloved wife loves me the most." Xiao Ai couldn't help but smile wryly. They were both foolish and adorably daft. Yet she found herself rather fond of them. After what felt like an eternity, the helicopter began its gradual descent. Its enormous rotor blades stirred a fierce wind, whipping up a cloud of dust from the ground below. The dust rose into the air like a startled swarm of bees, forming a dense cloud that obscured the sun. Soon, it settled safely back to the ground. Wei Ying and Bian Yu were both rendered speechless, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. What an immense city wall. Goodness! Which benevolent soul erected such towering fortifications? They could hardly fathom the sense of security one must feel residing within this stronghold. "You two must bind your identities first, or you won't be allowed entry," Xi Muhuai remarked as he observed the pair, their eyes wide and mouths agape, gazing blankly at the imposing wall. Ding! Binding successful. With the mechanical announcement, the city gate began to creak open. Wei Ying and Bian Yu stared in awe at the scene unfolding before them, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. No way, they exclaimed in unison, marveling at the spectacle. Chapter 84. A magnificent wolf. Xi Muhuai led the group into the base. Wei Ying and Bian Yu, filled with curiosity, scanned their surroundings, their mouths barely closing. Their emotions were a complex tapestry woven with shock, joy, relief, and a hint of melancholy. Both were not particularly loquacious, and thus they expressed their astonishment solely through their facial expressions. Fields brimming with vegetables, crystal-clear ponds, towering buildings, bustling streets, and farms. It was simply astounding. What kind of base could foster such extraordinary development? Their curiosity was piqued. Suddenly, As they reveled in their amazement and delight, a resounding wolf howl pierced the air. The two turned simultaneously toward the source of the sound. Before their eyes appeared a colossal creature, entirely cloaked in pure white. It opened its cavernous maw, large enough to swallow a human head whole, charging towards them like a cannonball in flight. How could there be such a beast in this base? Bian Yu was engulfed in terror, her voice trembling as if all strength had been siphoned from her legs, rendering them weak and powerless. Wolves were her greatest fear. Beside her, Wei Ying mirrored her fright. He too harbored a dread of wolves. As the enormous white wolf drew closer, its gaping mouth seemed to enlarge with every passing moment. Wei Ying forced himself to regain composure, pulling Bian Yu to safety with urgency. The white wolf was now upon them. A gust of wind howled past, threatening to topple them to the ground, their hair whipping wildly in the tempest. The wolf darted past them, exhilarated, and lunged towards Xi Muhuai. "Be careful. Quickly move," Bian Yu shouted in panic at the seemingly unfazed Xi Muhuai, simultaneously launching a spatial blade at the white wolf. The blade struck the creature, leaving not a single mark. Bian Yu's expression darkened. This mutated beast was formidable. What should they do? At that moment, the wolf had already knocked Xi Muhuai to the ground, causing Bian Yu and Wei Ying to shut their eyes in sheer fright, unable to bear the sight of the impending violence. However, a peal of innocent laughter, reminiscent of a child, reached their ears. Confusion washed over them as they cautiously opened their eyes. To their astonishment, the white wolf was gently nudging the child's neck with its nose, the little one giggling in delight at the playful interaction. In their eyes, Little Bai excitedly mumbled incoherently while nudging about. To Xi Muhuai, it seemed to convey, "Do you have any idea how much I miss you? I miss you immensely. Profoundly. I long for you so deeply that I can hardly eat. Just look at how I've grown thin these past few days." Upon hearing this, Xi Muhuai, who was being pinned down by Little Bai, silently rolled his eyes. "Thin?" Little Bai replied, "Yes, indeed. Quite a bit." "Really? But I feel heavier than before." Little Bai, suddenly flustered, responded, "Well, perhaps you are mistaken, my little master. I have truly lost weight. Just look at my face. It is visibly thinner." Xi Muhuai, upon hearing this, shifted his gaze to Little Bai's face. What met his eyes was a gaunt wolf visage. "Never mind. Yes, you've lost weight, but if you don't get off soon, you might just crush your little master." Xi Muhuai lamented, feeling utterly defeated under the weight. Upon hearing this, Little Bai promptly, awkwardly scrambled off Xi Muhuai. My little master. I didn't mean to. I simply missed you too much." All right, I understand. I miss you too." Xi Muhuai affectionately ruffled Little Bai's large head, and Little Bai squinted his eyes in bliss. Meanwhile, Wei Ying and Bian Yu stood by in astonishment, witnessing the scene before them. Such a large wolf. How remarkably obedient and gentle he was towards this little one. If they weren't mistaken, this little creature could even converse with animals. How incredibly cool. As Bian Yu recalled her earlier admonition to exercise caution, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. What was there to be cautious about? It was merely her own pet. No wonder the imposing men behind the little girl displayed no reaction. She herself remained remarkably composed. It became evident that this child was no ordinary being. Since their acquaintance, they had been in a constant state of astonishment. This little girl was truly extraordinary. After 5 or 6 minutes had passed, Xiaobai continued to speak animatedly, albeit muted, as Xi Muhuai had firmly placed a hand over his mouth, rendering him voiceless. Only when Xi Muhuai released his grip did Xiaobai exclaim, "I understand, young master. You may go now. I shall await you at the villa." In a flash, he vanished as swiftly as lightning, leaving behind a gust of wind that whipped through the air, tousling the hair of both Bian Yu and her companion. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, Bian Yu murmured, "Did he just teleport? How could he be so fast? It feels as if he never really appeared at all." Wei Ying gazed in the direction Xiaobai had departed, contemplating the marvel they had just witnessed. Chapter 85. A girlfriend is soon to appear. You may each select a room to reside in, but this will not be complimentary, Xi Muhuai explained. You will need to earn points through labor. As newcomers to the base, your accounts will each start with 10 points. Subsequently, you will be compensated for your work on a regular basis. Points function as currency, allowing you to purchase a variety of goods, meat, vegetables, and more. There is nothing you cannot acquire with enough points. Look there. A marketplace lies at the center of the street, filled with an abundance of merchandise. With that, Xi Muhuai gestured towards the bustling marketplace. Wei Ying and Bian Yu remained wide-eyed. their expressions eloquently conveying their astonishment. While other bases struggled for sustenance, they had established a shop and achieved self-sufficiency. How remarkable! Was this paradise? Were they dreaming? Bienyu discreetly pinched herself, only to find it did not hurt. Disappointment washed over her instantly. Could it truly be a dream? Wang furrowed his brow and quietly inquired, "Where? Why did you pinch me?" Oh, no wonder it didn't hurt. She hadn't pinched herself. Ahem. I pinched the wrong person. Bienyu offered an awkward yet polite smile. Then she accurately pinched her own arm. Not a dream. Hiki. She Muhuai, as if perceiving their thoughts, continued, "You are not dreaming. At Muguang base, you need not worry about being besieged by zombies, about food, or about shelter. However, Muguang base has provided you with a safe environment not for you to languish in idleness. Always remember, the world has irrevocably changed. Outside the base lurk man-eating zombies. Our protection does not permit you to become complacent. You must continue to practice. You should also bear in mind that not everyone enjoys the comforts found within Muguang base, with sufficient food, warmth, and restful sleep, free from the daily dread of being devoured by zombies. The current safety is not absolute. It requires the collective effort of all to improve our lives." The impassioned speech by the little one brought tears to the eyes of Bienyu. Wang consoled her, while Bienyu, sniffling, exclaimed, So moving. We will certainly strive hard. We definitely won't give up. Sob. Xi Muhuai quietly produced a roll of tissue from her bag and handed it to Bienyu. As Bienyu received the paper, her eyes sparkled with delight. She examined the tissue from every angle, as if it were a precious treasure. Observing her actions, Xi Muhuai tilted her head in confusion and asked, "What's wrong, sister? Is there something amiss with this tissue?" Bienyu quickly shook her head. No, there's nothing wrong." "Then, why are you staring at it? Why not use it to wipe your nose?" "It's running." Xi Muhuai inquired with a puzzled expression, thinking to herself, how embarrassing. Xi Muhuai nodded thoughtfully. "Oh, I see, sister. No worries. Once you join our base, there will be plenty of tissue. Use as much as you want." Bienyu smiled and nodded. "Thank you, little sister." The little one beamed back. You're welcome." Little did Bienyu know that her actions today would lead to an entire room being filled with tissue in the future. But that is a story for another time. Sister Shuang is ahead, and once you complete selecting your rooms, she will assign you work positions. If you have any questions, feel free to ask her. Upon arriving at the base, Xi Muhuai promptly contacted Leng Shuanghua, who has now approached them, merely 50 meters away. Wei Ying and Bienyu turned their heads in unison to observe the strikingly beautiful woman gracefully advancing towards them. How breathtakingly lovely! Bienyu's eyes widened in awe, feeling as if drool might escape her lips at any moment. Such an exquisite beauty. She yearned to draw closer. Her adoration for beautiful women was boundless. Wei Ying, equally captivated, fixated his gaze on Leng Shuanghua, his eyes filled with admiration and reverence, devoid of any trace of desire. In this post-apocalyptic world, encountering such a stunning woman was a rarity. It seemed that Muguang Base truly was an exceptional place. They were fortunate to be here. While they were lost in reverie, Leng Shuanghua had already reached them. Bienyu's eyes appeared glued to Leng Shuanghua, brimming with admiration, her expression radiating a desire for closeness. Unable to contain herself, Leng Shuanghua burst into laughter. "Haha, little sister, is everything all right? You seem quite eager to be close to me." Her eyes sparkled with a gentle warmth, akin to a serene pool of water. Bienyu found herself momentarily entranced. What had the beautiful sister just said? Did she inquire if she wished to be near her? Uncertain, all she comprehended was the tenderness emanating from the beautiful sister's gaze, as if she were about to drown in it. Why the silence? Leng Shuanghua's melodious and gentle voice resonated once more in Bienyu's ears, stirring an irresistible longing within her heart. Bienyu, with a foolish grin, exclaimed, "Hey, beautiful sister, I wish to be close to you." Beside them, Wei Ying observed his girlfriend's infatuation and felt a tinge of jealousy. He leaned slightly closer to Bienyu, as if to assert his claim. Leng Shuanghua, perceptive as ever, caught on to this subtle display and chuckled softly. She then addressed Bienyu in a tender tone. "All right, let's South get close. But how about we clean ourselves up first?" Her words and tone resembled those used to soothe a child. Upon hearing this, Bienyu looked down at herself. Her clothes were tattered and filthy, with nails caked in grime, and a faint odor emanated from her. Indeed, a thorough wash was warranted, otherwise she couldn't possibly approach the beautiful sister in such a state. She felt a sense of self-reproach. "All right, let us do that," Bienyu replied obediently. "Shall we go choose a house first?" "Sure," Leng Shuanghua responded, taking Bian Yu's grimy hand and leading her toward the housing area. Bian Yu eagerly followed, completely leaving Wei Ying behind. He stood alone, watching as his girlfriend held another's hand and walked further away, his silhouette embodying solitude and despair. Who, indeed, was her boyfriend? At that moment, Shen Jingzhu stood beside Wei Ying and patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't be disheartened, my friend. Wei Ying slowly lifted his head, meeting Shen Jingzhu's gaze, revealing a strikingly handsome face. Do not speak. Truly, one cannot deny that aesthetically pleasing individuals possess the remarkable ability to elevate one's spirits. Wei Ying's wounded heart found a modicum of solace, albeit fleeting. My friend, hasten to pursue your girlfriend, urged Shen Jingzhu, gently patting Wei Ying's shoulder once more. Should you delay any longer, it seems your girlfriend may soon find another suitor. Wei Ying paused, his expression serious as he nodded in acknowledgement to Shen Jingzhu. Understood. Thank you, my friend. No sooner had the words left his lips than he dashed towards the direction where Bian Yu and the others had departed, his speed creating mere afterimages in his wake. Jiang Qiyun observed his retreating silhouette, exclaiming in wonder, indeed, the potential of a person is boundless. Chapter 86. Not easily deceived, Shi Muhuai watched as Wei Ying's figure receded into the distance, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. How could Wei Ying run so swiftly? This was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Could it be he possesses dual abilities, one of clairvoyance and the other of speed? For now, it remains uncertain. But time will reveal the truth when he attempts to replicate it. After this exchange, the five of them shared glances, a subtle smile playing on their lips. Shi Muhuai too smiled brightly, his eyes crinkling with mirth. This group truly is growing increasingly harmonious. Upon returning to the villa, Shi Muhuai made a beeline for his bedroom. With a guilty expression, he exclaimed, No, I was heading towards your den. You misinterpreted. Xiaobai. Xiaobai corrected him. It is a wolf-est den. Very well, a wolf-est den, Shi Muhuai conceded silently, though he mused to himself that it was originally a dog-est den, merely inhabited by a wolf like you. Otherwise, Xiaobai would surely become upset again. This wolf is exceedingly concerned about being referred to as a dog. In summary, he is highly sensitive about his pride. All right, what do you wish to tell me? Shi Muhuai deliberately shifted the topic. Upon hearing this, Shi Muhuai let out a resigned smile and said, Okay, let's go. Quite commendable. He is indeed a good man. No, it would be more accurate to say he is a good wolf. Thus, the man and the wolf entered Shi Muhuai's bedroom. Just as he closed the door, Xiaobai's voice suddenly grew louder. Oh dear, I was suffocating, my little master. At last, I can speak freely. Shi Muhuai fell silent. I shall continue to speak, my little master. After Xiaobai declared this, he abruptly fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. After a considerable pause, he resumed, Where was I? Oh, right. I remember now. Let me tell you, my little master, I am truly heartbroken. After finally reuniting with my beloved wife, who would have thought that Huang Wanqing and those other women would incessantly cling to her, hugging and petting her, even ruffling my wife's fur? Do they not have spouses of their own to pet? Woe is me. I am utterly despondent. The crucial point is, my wife seems to enjoy their company and willingly plays with them. And thus, I have been cast aside. I am but a neglected little cabbage. Oh, woe is me. Xiaobai began to feign tears of grievance. As he wept, a thought struck him, and he added, No, it is more accurate to say I am a neglected little wolf. As she finished her supplement, she began to weep once more. Shi Muhuai observed Xiaobai's behavior before breaking into a chuckle. Oh dear, little master. Are you mocking me? That makes me even sadder. No, I'm not mocking you. I simply find you adorably charming. Upon witnessing this, Shi Muhuai gently patted Xiaobai's fluffy head in an attempt to console him. Do not be disheartened. Your beloved is admired by many and welcomed by countless others. Shouldn't you feel happy for her? Xiaobai fell silent upon hearing this. After a moment, he nodded his head and declared, Indeed, my wife is well liked. I should be pleased for her. My wife possesses remarkable charm. Suddenly, Xiaobai erupted into a silly smile. Shi Muhuai, seeing this, rubbed her temples, thinking, much like Xiao Ai, he too is infatuated. Just then, a voice echoed in her mind. Host, are you comparing me to a cricket? Are you implying that I, like Xiaobai, am love-struck? Shi Muhuai was clearly taken aback by Xiao Ai's forthrightness, awkwardly scratching the ground with her toe, creating an imaginary Barbie dream castle. What a peculiar sensation it is to have one's thoughts laid bare to others. Shi Muhuai scratched her head, contemplating how best to respond. Ultimately, she resolved to change the subject. Xiao Ai, Have you been eavesdropping on others' private conversations? Host, do not divert the topic. By the way, what do you think I should have for dinner? Look at you. Eat whatever you desire, she said. So what do you like to eat? Host, do not divert the topic. Exasperated, Xiao AI found it quite challenging to be misled. What to do when she cannot be misled? Thus, she resolved to abandon the pretense. Xiao AI, I am going to sleep now. Good night. After saying this, Muhuai leaped onto the bed, burrowed into the covers, closed his eyes, and drifted off to sleep with fluid and swift motions, all in one seamless flow. Xiaobai watched the seamless performance of its young master, utterly mesmerized. From its perspective, the young master appeared vacant, one moment displaying embarrassment, the next anger, and then suddenly jumping onto the bed to close his eyes and commence slumber. Quite peculiar. What on earth is the young master doing? Though it did not comprehend, it chose to respect his actions. Perhaps the young master was simply exhausted. Hence, Xiaobai decided to refrain from disturbing him. Silently, it exited the bedroom, leaving Muhuai to lie peacefully on the bed alone. The bedroom was enveloped in silence, the curtains drawn tight, shrouding the room in dimness. Only the faint sounds of breathing and heartbeat could be heard. As time passed, Muhuai's tightly shut eyes gradually relaxed. His breathing became steadily even and calm. At this moment, Xiao AI gazed at the screen where the little one was blissfully asleep, rubbing her temples. This little fool must have intended to feign sleep, but unexpectedly, he truly fell asleep. With a tender shake of her head, she thought, "Oh well, he is my host. I shall indulge him." Then, her gaze shifted to the man displayed on the adjacent screen, who was also resting. His eyes were tightly shut, and his raven-like eyelashes gracefully hung down. This demeanor subdued his usual arrogance, revealing a hint of gentleness. His vibrant red hair flowed wildly, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet it added an intriguing wild charm. The tousled red locks invited a longing to tousle them playfully. When do you think the two will meet? Xiao AI tilted her head to the side and asked Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu casually ran his fingers through his hair and grinned. It should be soon. I feel it too. Xiao AI chuckled in response. She then inquired, what do you think their first encounter will look like? Xiaoyu stroked his chin with his slender fingers, pondering, it probably won't be a pleasant scene. With that, both turned their attention back to the screens before them, watching their respective hosts lost in thought. Night quietly descended. The sky turned an inky black, as if ink had been spilled across it. The Muhuai base was ablaze with lights, resembling a city that never sleeps. Happiness radiated from the faces of the people, as they animatedly discussed what to eat tonight and what breakfast would bring the following morning. In stark contrast, other places lay in desolation. The outside world was rife with the gruesome horror of zombies. The bases were shrouded in a suffocating stillness, particularly at night. It was pitch dark, rendering visibility non-existent. People could only lie on the ground, praying for the dawn's arrival. Yet, the night always felt interminable. It was also fraught with unknown dangers. The world was eerily silent. Suddenly, the resounding roars of zombies shattered the tranquil silence. Immediately following was the chilling sound of human screams. Before long, the cries ceased, leaving only the guttural roars of the undead. Yet another stronghold succumbed to the night's insatiable hunger. The world once more sank into an unsettling silence, a quiet so profound it felt eternal. The night seemed as though it would never draw to a close. Chapter 87. Tearfully consuming 2 heaping bowls of rice, the little one lay soundly asleep on the plush bed, blissfully unaware that a base had been obliterated by the horde of zombies. Even if she were to learn of it, it would scarcely stir any emotion within her. In this apocalyptic world, the assault on strongholds by waves of the undead was a commonplace occurrence. Only the strong could endure, while the weak would inevitably vanish. The brutal law of survival of the fittest was vividly illustrated in this desolate era. A gentle knock echoed in Muhuai's ears. The sweetly slumbering child slowly opened her eyes and rubbed them with her tiny hands. "Come in," Muhuai called out in a soft, melodious tone that bore the lingering warmth of recent slumber. Almost immediately, the door swung open, and a flash of yellow dashed in, lunging towards the little one on the bed. "Ouch, Sister Wanqing." Muhuai was enveloped in Huang Wanqing's embrace, her face tenderly nuzzled. It was as if she were cradling a plush doll. "Little Huai, I've missed you so much." Huang Wanqing, clad in a delicate yellow gown, wore a radiant smile that rendered her utterly enchanting. Muhuai's face also bloomed with a sweet smile, allowing Huang Wanqing to affectionately rub her cheek. After a moment of tender affection, Huang Wanqing reluctantly released the little one from her clutches. Then Huang Wanqing turned Muhuai from left to right, then from right to left, examining her attentively. Muhuai felt a slight tickle from her scrutiny and exclaimed, "Hee hee, Sister Wanqing, I'm perfectly fine. Not a scratch on me. You needn't worry." After saying this, Muhuai spun around on the bed to demonstrate her well-being. Hearing this, Huang Wanqing reluctantly set her mind at ease, her gaze shifting to the protective talisman, which emitted a faint, pure white glow, visible only to her. This assured Huang Wanqing completely. The talisman still radiating white light indicated that it had not yet been activated, signifying that the little one had not encountered any life-threatening situations. Hee hee. I initially intended to come look for you once I felt better, but I ended up falling asleep. What time is it now, sister? Muhuai asked with a sweet smile. Huang Wanqing glanced at her wristwatch. It's 9:45. Muhuai frowned in surprise. Goodness, I slept for over 4 hours? Pondering this, the little one gave her head a playful tap, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I've slept so long, and nobody called for me?" Huang Wanqing gently ruffled the little one's hair, saying, "It's fine, little Huai. Rest well, and you'll grow tall." Her tone dripped with affection. Muhuai felt a warm glow in her heart. How wonderful it was to have a sister who cared for her so sincerely. Suddenly, a tantalizing aroma wafted into the bedroom. Muhuai's nose twitched as if a switch had been flipped, eagerly sniffing the air. "Hee hee, Sister Wanqing has tea eaten yet?" "Has she?" she asked, swallowing hard. Huang Wanqing also caught a whiff of the delectable aroma wafting through the air. One cannot deny the culinary prowess of Xi Qinglin. She had barely finished her meal, yet the enticing scent rekindled her appetite. Just as Huang Wanqing was about to mention that she had already dined, Muhuai interjected, exclaiming, "Oh, it's perfectly fine, sister. Come and savor my brother's cooking. It is truly, extraordinarily delicious." With that, Muhuai eagerly tugged Huang Wanqing downstairs. As Huang Wanqing felt the little hand pulling her along, she silently mused, how does this little sprite possess such strength? At that moment, Xi Qinglin had just finished setting the table and was about to call his sister for dinner when he noticed the tousle-haired little one, barefoot, sprinting down the stairs, dragging Huang Wanqing along behind her. With a resigned sigh, Xi Qinglin untied his apron and made his way to the staircase. Muhuai, with her eyes solely focused on the enticing dishes, dashed toward the table upon reaching the bottom of the stairs. However, just as she descended, she felt herself being lifted off the ground, caught by the collar of her shirt by Xi Qinglin, as if fate had intervened. The little one flailed her arms and legs in midair, exclaiming, "What are you doing, brother? Put me down." Xi Qinglin gently pulled her into his embrace, chiding her softly. "Silly girl, you should wear shoes. The floor is quite chilly." Muhuai pouted momentarily before breaking into a sweet, sugary smile, playfully replying, "Brother, it's because I could smell your cooking. The aroma has completely enchanted me. I can hardly wait to taste your exquisite dishes. Ah, in my haste, I completely forgot to wear my shoes." Xi Qinglin chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling the little upturned nose of Muhuai, saying, "You little rascal, always so glib. Well, make sure not to forget next time." Got it, brother. Let's eat quickly." Muhuai had already wriggled free from Xi Qinglin's embrace and dashed towards the dining table, promptly taking a seat. Huang Wanqing followed suit, choosing to sit beside Muhuai on his right, while Xi Qinglin occupied the left side, resembling a pair of guardians. Gazing at the sumptuous spread before him, Muhuai pondered for a moment before speaking. With so many dishes, should we invite Xiaoyun and the others to join us? Just as he was about to finish his thought, the sound of the doorbell interrupted, ringing in the ears of the three. A twitch played at the corner of Muhuai's mouth. Truly, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. He found it curious that their friends had not arrived to mooch a meal today. Jiang Xiaoyun might be late, but he would never be absent. The truth is, my friend, just as Muhuai was about to rise to answer the door, Huang Wanqing swiftly dashed ahead, opening it before he could stand. Muhuai settled back into his seat. As the door swung open, Jiang Xiaoyun and the others rushed in, the gust of their entrance blowing Huang Wanqing's hair about. "Little rascals, you started eating without calling us." Thankfully, my keen nose caught the scent of the food. Otherwise, I would have surely missed this meal. Jiang Xiaoyun exclaimed while naturally taking a seat. The other three followed suit, yet none of them reached for their chopsticks. After Huang Wanqing took her seat, the others began to eat, observing the delight with which her companions consumed their meals. Huang Wanqing's expression shifted as she delicately picked up a piece of beef brisket and placed it into her mouth. Instantly, her eyes sparkled with delight. How could it be so delicious? It truly brought her to tears. Subsequently, Huang Wanqing, with tears in her eyes, devoured 2 large bowls of rice. Chapter 88. Sister-in-law. Once everyone had their fill, they reclined on the sofa, closing their eyes to rest. All except for Xi Muhuai and Huang Wanqing. Xi Muhuai lounged on the sofa, a look of contentment adorning his face as he gently rubbed his belly with his small hands, exuding an endearing charm. Meanwhile, Huang Wanqing gazed at her slightly protruding belly, silently massaging her temples. She was utterly perplexed. She distinctly remembered arriving after having finished her meal. How was it possible that she had consumed yet another 2 bowls of rice? She sighed, lamenting the inevitable weight gain. Alas, it was all because of brother Qinglin's exquisite cooking. With this thought, Huang Wanqing cast a mournful glance at Xi Qinglin while clutching her belly. Xi Qinglin responded, "What does that have to do with me? Is it a crime to cook exceptionally well?" At that moment, Xi Muhuai, feeling bored, glanced around and caught sight of Huang Wanqing staring intently at her brother. Her gaze was almost tangible. Xi Muhuai's eyebrows twitched. Oh, why is Sister Wanqing gazing at brother? Is it possible that she has taken a liking to him? With this speculation in mind, Xi Muhuai shifted a little closer and gently poked Huang Wanqing. Leaning in, she asked with a curious expression, "Sister Wanqing, might you be?" She paused, glancing at Xi Qinglin before lowering her voice to continue. "Are you interested in my brother?" Huang Wanqing's expression momentarily froze, and then her lips twitched. Why the sudden inquiry? I noticed you were staring at my brother just now, your gaze so intense it seemed to almost draw threads. Xi Muhuai chuckled cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Huang Wanqing felt a sense of clarity. It was merely a misunderstanding. She had just opened her mouth to explain when Xi Muhuai interjected. "If you like my brother, you can simply say so. I've got the support covered," the little one declared, patting her chest with her small hand. Huang Wanqing couldn't help but laugh softly. "Little Huai, what are you thinking? I have no feelings for your brother." "Oh, well," Xi Muhuai's face instantly fell in disappointment. "Alas, Sister Wanqing is so wonderful. I truly wish for her to be my sister-in-law. Unfortunately, she doesn't harbor feelings for my brother." Observing the little one's expression, Huang Wanqing reached out to gently ruffle her hair. "Your brother is indeed a great person, but he simply isn't my type." Upon hearing this, Xi Muhuai's eyes sparkled once more. "Then, sister, what type do you prefer?" It was all right not to like her own brother. She still had other brothers. Surely, there must be one among them who would align with Sister Wanqing's preferences. Huang Wanqing paused in her affectionate gesture. "What type do I like? I haven't really thought about that." Xi Muhuai tilted her little head and smiled at Huang Wanqing. "Then please think about it." She pointed towards her brothers lounging on the sofa, eyes closed in relaxation. "All my brothers have different types, and they are all handsome, possess good character, and boast great physiques. Sister, tell me what type you prefer, and I shall introduce you to them." At this moment, Xi Muhuai was fervently recommending his brothers, clearly eager for a sister-in-law. More precisely, he yearned for Huang Wanqing to become his sister-in-law. If the 5 men had heard the little one diligently attempting to marry them off, their expressions would surely have been quite complex. However, Xi Muhuai spoke in a hushed tone, rendering them oblivious to her words. After pondering for a moment, Huang Wanqing finally spoke. "I am fond of those who are proud yet somewhat reticent, bear a beauty mark, and dote on their younger sisters." Upon hearing the type Huang Wanqing admired, Xi Muhuai's lovely brows began to furrow. She scrutinized her brothers repeatedly, contemplating deeply, before letting out a sigh. Alas, none perfectly matched her criteria. However, one aspect did resonate. They were all devoted to their younger sisters, true siblings at heart. Huang Wanqing seemed to perceive Xi Muhuai's thoughts. She gently pinched the little one's cheek and reassured her. "All of your brothers are wonderful, but they simply do not align with my preferred type. Do not be disheartened." Xi Muhuai obediently nodded in agreement. Then, with a touch of exasperation, she cast a glance at her 5 brothers, thinking, "I wish to find you a good wife, yet you all disappoint me. It seems the waters of affection will flow to outsiders." The 5 men lamented, "What injustice! If she does not fancy our type, what can we do? Is this truly our fault?" Xi Muhuai retorted, "It matters not. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon you." If the little one were to voice such sentiments, they would merely respond with affectionate laughter, conceding, all right, we accept the blame. Please, they are excessively indulgent." After this brief interlude, Huang Wanqing and Xi Muhuai sank into the sofa, closing their eyes. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Xi Muhuai awoke. After completing her morning rituals, she noticed that her brother remained asleep. Consequently, Xi Muhuai stealthily entered the space to commence her exercise regimen. Following her workout, she indulged in a soothing bath. Once she had gone through her familiar routine, Muhuai exited the space. Yet, her brother still showed no signs of awakening. Contemplating her options, she ultimately resolved to explore the base. With this thought in mind, Muhuai, with her little legs, opened the door. Oh dear. Muhuai clutched her forehead and raised her head, eager to discern who had collided with her. Chapter 89. The Weight of Stealth, Brother? Is it true that you are up early? Muhuai exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at Xi Qinglin, who wore a concerned expression as he regarded her. Xi Qinglin crouched down, gently touching the spot on Muhuai's forehead where she had bumped into something and asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" With a radiant smile. Muhuai reassured him, "I'm fine." Xi Qinglin nodded in relief, "As long as you're fine." He then scooped up the little one and entered the house. Placing the breakfast he had purchased on the dining table, he offered a brief explanation. The explanation is exceedingly concise. The truth is, at 5:30, Xi Qinglin rose and tidied up the house. After completing his chores, he ventured out to exercise, where he encountered Xinjingzhu, who had just exited her home. Brimming with enthusiasm and self-motivation, "Let us go. I will achieve a physique as admirable as Brother Qinglin's." Upon concluding her thoughts, Xinjingzhu's mind was immediately filled with the image of Xi Qinglin's physique. "Ah, how delightful it must feel to touch." Lost in her reverie, she murmured, "I truly wish to feel it." Her voice, neither too loud nor too soft, reached Xi Qinglin's ears just as he caught her words. At that moment, a faint smile graced his lips, and his melodious, magnetic voice resonated in Xinjingzhu's ears. "What is it that you wish to touch?" Startled, Xinjingzhu abruptly turned her head, only to find Xi Qinglin gazing at her with an amused expression. How did he end up here? Could it be that he overheard everything she just said? How embarrassing. Ahaha. Good morning, Qinglin Gu. Are you here to exercise as well? What a coincidence that I am too. It's been a few days since we last met, and you seem even more handsome. Xi Qinglin's smile broadened with each word. A few days? They had merely been apart for a night. Time is precious. We must cherish every moment. Well, I shall take my leave to work out now. Farewell, Qinglin Gu. With that, Xinjingzhu dashed away, leaving Xi Qinglin standing alone. Xi Qinglin paused for a moment, then chuckled and shook his head, before heading off in the opposite direction. Their paths did not cross again, which was precisely to Xinjingzhu's liking. Avoiding an encounter was for the best, as it would have been too awkward. After his workout, Xi Qinglin casually swept back the damp strands of hair from his forehead, revealing his fair complexion and exuding a youthful charm. Just then, he passed by the cafeteria, where Zhang Jingchu was seated at the entrance, shelling peanuts. Upon witnessing the arrival of Xi Qinglin, she was initially taken aback. Why hadn't there been any news? They had all been eagerly anticipating the little base leader's return. She had not informed the others. Muhuai intended to rest for the night and would notify them in the morning. Then, Zhang Jingchu's face brightened with a radiant smile as she set aside her work and hurriedly approached Xi Qinglin, exclaiming, "Little base leader brother, I just prepared some breakfast. Would you care for a bite?" Upon hearing this, Xi Qinglin paused, politely declining. "No, thank you." He wished to personally prepare breakfast for his sister. Believing he was merely shy, Zhang Jingchu took his hand and led him into the dining hall, firmly seating him at a table. "Little base leader brother, you sit here for now." Following this, she began to gather an assortment of breakfast items: steamed dumplings, buns, deep-fried dough sticks, xiaomai, fried cakes, plain congee, century egg and lean meat congee, and spicy soup. Xi Qinglin, bewildered, sat there in silence, his mind racing with thoughts. Why was she so strong? She had simply pulled him in and seated him. Then, as if nothing had transpired, Zhang Jingchu took a seat at the entrance, shelling peanuts. A question mark slowly formed above Xi Qinglin's head. He glanced down at the breakfast overflowing in his hands and then back at Zhang Jingchu, inquiring, "How many points does this breakfast amount to?" Zhang Jingchu exclaimed, "Oh dear, little base leader brother. This dining hall belongs to you. I am merely responsible for its management. The ingredients and gas are all provided by you. So why would you need to exchange points for your own dining hall? Do not mention the cafeteria. Everything in this base is handled by the little base leader. What points do you need to accumulate? All right, let us depart quickly, dear little base leader, or the breakfast will get cold." After Zhang Jingchu spoke, she pretended to stand up to nudge Xi Qinglin along. Xi Qinglin hurriedly advanced, saying, "Yes, I understand, thank you." Just as he reached the villa area, he encountered Jiang Qiyun and Hua Zhuyu, who had just emerged from their residence. "Hey, Qinglin Gu." Jiang Qiyun instantly spotted Xi Qinglin, raising his hand high to wave. Upon noticing the bountiful items Xi Qinglin was carrying, his eyes sparkled, and he jogged over. Qinglin Ge. What have you bought so early in the morning? Jiang Qiyin approached Xi Qinglin, revealing his small, sharp tiger teeth in a smile. Breakfast, Xi Qinglin replied nonchalantly. Breakfast? Jiang Qiyun's eyes gleamed even brighter, and with a beaming smile, he inquired, how did you know we were hungry? We were just about to go buy breakfast ourselves. And you bought so much, could we possibly? He leaned in closer to Xi Qinglin, who was slightly taller, causing Jiang Qiyun to tilt his head up to meet his gaze. Perhaps due to just waking up, his cheeks were faintly flushed, and the corners of his eyes carried a hint of redness. His bright eyes sparkled, and his long eyelashes resembled delicate brushes. His face brimming with anticipation as he gazed intently at Xi Qinglin. It was a sight that made it difficult to refuse. Xi Qinglin took a small step back, gently pushing Jiang Qiyun's head aside with his large hand. This is too much. My sister and I won't be able to finish it all. Just share some with him, he said, shoving his breakfast into Jiang Qiyun's hands. Here you go. A triumphant smile spread across Jiang Qiyun's face as he turned, jogging towards Huizhouyu. I've got breakfast. Let's eat. Huizhouyu regarded Jiang Qiyun with a bemused expression, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Jiang Qiyun bounded over and playfully slapped Huizhouyu's shoulder, exclaiming, you still have to rely on your buddy, right? A vein throbbed at Huizhouyu's temple as he placed a hand on his shoulder and replied, could you be a bit gentler? Upon returning to the villa, Huizhouyu was left dumbfounded. Jiang Qiyun, are you a pig? How is it possible that in such a short time, you've devoured all but 2 buns? His voice, filled with indignation, echoed throughout the villa. Xi Qinglin, who was walking home, discreetly dug at his ears. He lived next door to Xi Qinglin, who, upon noticing him, pretended not to see and hurriedly closed the door behind him. Witnessing this, Xi Qinglin could only shake his head in disbelief. As he opened the door, he collided with Shi Muhuai. The explanation from Xi Qinglin was likely simplified beyond recognition. Wow, then let us eat quickly, Shi Muhuai exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at the sight of breakfast on the table. Xi Qinglin affectionately ruffled the soft fur of his little brother's head, saying, all right, let us eat. The two of them enjoyed a delightful breakfast together. Meanwhile, at Shen Jingzhu's place, she swiftly entered her room as soon as she opened the door, slamming it shut with a loud bang. Shen Jingzhu first wiped the sweat from his forehead, then quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence, startling him. Why do you seem so anxious? Chapter 90. The little base leader, are you a deity? Upon hearing the voice, Shen Jingzhu swiftly turned his head, only to find Song Yuqian wearing an inscrutable smile. Shen Jingzhu wiped his forehead again and said, you startled me with your sudden entrance. Song Yuqian chuckled softly, his laughter reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, bringing an undeniable sense of comfort. What's the matter? Are you up to something questionable? Absolutely not. What could I possibly be up to? Shen Jingzhu hastily waved his hands and made his way to the living room. Observing Shen Jingzhu's flustered demeanor and his desperate attempts to mask it, Song Yuqian couldn't help but shake his head. All right. No questionable activities then. Breakfast is ready. You should eat. With that, Song Yuqian turned and entered the kitchen, bringing forth a steaming array of dishes to the dining table. Shen Jingzhu's eyes lit up at the sight. Wait, you can cook? As he peeled off his sweat-soaked shirt, Shen Jingzhu inquired, why haven't I seen you cook before? At that moment, Song Yuqian was elegantly savoring a handheld pancake. Oh, I must try your cooking. I'll take a quick shower first, Shen Jingzhu declared, clutching his discarded clothes as he headed for the bathroom. Just before closing the door, he called out to the living room, make sure to save some for me. Soon after, the sound of rushing water filled the bathroom. He savored each bite, relishing the tranquility and satisfaction of the moment. In less than 5 minutes, the bathroom door swung open. Shen Jingzhu was clad in denim shorts and a white tank top. His hair dripped with water, and the strands falling on his forehead obscured his vision, but he carelessly swept them aside. After casually drying himself with a towel, he sat down to enjoy breakfast. Why don't you dry your hair before eating? What if you catch a cold? Song Yuqian turned his head to inquire. No need. I can hardly wait to taste the meal you've prepared, Shen Jingzhu replied, his face alight with anticipation. Song Yuqian smiled faintly and then pushed the hand-grabbed pancake before him towards Shen Jingzhu. Shen Jingzhu lifted the plate, scrutinizing it closely. Wow, brother, this looks quite appealing. With a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Song Yuqian encouraged, give it a try. It's not just for show. Upon hearing this, Shen Jingzhu took a generous bite, and in an instant, a rich aroma filled his mouth, causing his eyes to brighten. Before he could swallow, he mumbled indistinctly, Yuqian, this is surprisingly delicious. Song Yuchen handed him a glass of milk, saying resignedly, I get it. But please refrain from talking while you eat. I don't want you to choke. Shen Jingzhu nodded vigorously, then picked up the milk and gulped it down in one go. After that, he resumed eating the hand-grabbed pancake, albeit at a more leisurely pace, savoring each morsel. Once everyone had finished breakfast, they each went about their respective tasks. Some engaged in exercise, others immersed in literature, while some honed their skills. Meanwhile, Muhuai strolled around the base. Upon seeing her petite figure, those who had just finished their tasks rushed toward her with palpable excitement. Little base leader. Faced with the throng surging from all directions, Muhuai exhibited not a trace of anxiety. She promptly raised her chubby little hand to shield herself and exclaimed, Stop. Despite her small stature, her voice resonated with a charming yet undeniable authority. The once rushing crowd gradually slowed their pace until they came to a halt before her. Encircling the adorable little leader and chattering enthusiastically, Little base leader. The tomatoes I planted have borne fruit. The potatoes, lettuce, and cucumbers are ready to eat too. The vegetables have grown so quickly and taste delightful. Little base leader, you are truly remarkable. Our base now has water and electricity. Indeed, little base leader. Having water and electricity is so convenient. Are you a deity? While other bases still struggle for sustenance, ours is self-sufficient with water and electricity. It's absolutely amazing. Well. I just want to say, you are incredible. Little base leader is amazing. Yes, little base leader is amazing. Muhuai smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, patiently listening to each person's words. Once everyone had finished speaking, Muhuai cleared his throat and remarked, Chapter 91, having dined outside. I have heard everything you all said. Sister Shuang has also spoken to me about it. Everyone is working diligently. Each person is truly remarkable. The prosperity we enjoy at our base is a result of our collective efforts. Muhuai beamed, his sweet smile akin to sunlight illuminating hearts, warm and enchanting. The crowd felt as if their hearts were melting, deeply moved by his adorable demeanor. He continued, Let us all strive to make our base even better. As soon as the little leader finished speaking, the crowd responded enthusiastically. Yes, someone shouted. Hooray, I will certainly work hard, boomed a rugged voice. Indeed, we will definitely work even harder. More voices chimed in. The little base leader is truly amazing. The little base leader is the best. Thank you, little base leader. Thank you, little base leader. This was all about encouraging education, and everyone was quite receptive to it. They didn't intend to be moved. Yet hearing the little base leader praise their efforts and attribute the base's improvement to their hard work was enough to spur them on. How could they not work diligently? They absolutely had to. After exchanging a few more words, the crowd was invigorated and returned to their tasks. A satisfied smile graced Muhuai's lips. Everything was improving, and it felt wonderful. Following this, Muhuai sought out Lung Shuanghua to discuss some matters regarding the base and to convey certain instructions to her. As for why I sought out Lung Shuanghua, it is because she has been acting as the base leader in the absence of Muhuai. She meticulously orchestrates all matters, large and small, within the base. Lang Shuanghua possesses an exceptional talent for management, and during Muhuai's absence, she has adeptly overseen the operations of the base. After conversing with Lang Shuanghua, Muhuai proceeded to find Huang Wanqing. The two of them engaged in leisure activities until noon, after which they made their way to the cafeteria for lunch. Upon seeing Muhuai, Zhang Jingchu's smile stretched from ear to ear. Little base leader, it has been days since I last saw you. I have missed you dearly. Come and taste this. It is a new dish from our cafeteria, and I assure you, it will tantalize your taste buds. As she spoke, Zhang Jingchu eagerly presented a variety of delectable dishes before Muhuai and Huang Wanqing, enthusiastically describing each. This braised pork is rich yet not greasy, melting in your mouth. These sweet and sour ribs are delightfully tangy, crispy on the outside and tender within. And this fish-flavored shredded pork is a feast for the senses. Before long, the table before Muhuai and Huang Wanqing was lavishly adorned with a plethora of sumptuous dishes, leaving them in awe. Sister Jingchu, we cannot possibly eat all of this. Muhuai pouted, a look of dismay on his face. Upon seeing this, Zhang Jingchu felt a pang of sympathy and quickly responded, All right, little base leader. I shall serve you less. With that, she reduced each dish by 2/3, leaving just enough for both to sample every item, ensuring they would be satisfied without any leftovers. As Muhuai was about to inquire about the matter at hand, Huang Wanqing abruptly took her leave, hurrying away before he could voice his question. Muhuai was instantly filled with confusion. What could Sister Wanqing need that was so urgent? Never mind, if she wished to share, she would, and if not, There was little point in asking. At that moment, Xi Qinglin had just prepared a meal and was waiting for Muhuai. Oh dear. She had forgotten to inform her brother that she had dined out with Sister Wan Qing. Fearing her brother would be disheartened, Muhuai resolved to eat a little. After all, thus, the little one washed her hands in the kitchen and obediently took her seat at the dining table to begin her meal. Having previously overindulged, she found herself lacking appetite, yet not wanting to disappoint her brother's heartfelt gesture, she reluctantly picked up her chopsticks and nibbled at a few dishes. After a few bites, Muhuai set down her chopsticks and sweetly smiled at Xi Qinglin, declaring, "Brother, I'm full now." Xi Qinglin had been quietly observing her and, noticing her meager portion today, expressed his concern. Shi, why did you eat so little? Is today's meal not to your liking? Or are you feeling unwell?" Muhuai hurriedly shook her little head in denial. No, not at all." "Then what is it?" Xi Qinglin continued, his worry unabated. Witnessing her brother's expression, a wave of guilt washed over the little one. Oh dear, what a trivial matter. Why deceive her brother? It would be better to speak candidly. The act of misleading her brother was indeed wrong. Muhuai discreetly tapped her tiny hand, treating it as a self-imposed reprimand for deceiving him. Then, she quickly donned a pitiful expression and said, "Brother, actually, you had already eaten outside." "Hadn't you?" Xi Qinglin, with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, responded. Chapter 92, Silver Needle with a pained expression. Muhuai tugged gently at Xi Qinglin's clothing, murmuring, "Brother, I'm sorry." Her voice held a note of vulnerability that softened Xi Qingling's heart. He chuckled softly, lowering his gaze, and affectionately ruffled the little one's hair, saying, "Silly Shi. How could I possibly hold it against you? It's nothing." His voice was melodious and cool, laced with a hint of indulgence and helplessness. Continuing, Xi Qingling admonished, "Next time, you mustn't deceive your brother, even about trivial matters. Otherwise, I might truly feel hurt." With that, he feigned sorrow, theatrically wiping away imaginary tears. In response, Muhuai quickly nodded like a bobblehead, her voice sweet and innocent. "There will absolutely be no next time." She lifted her tiny hand to wipe away the non-existent tears on Xi Qingling's face, murmuring, "Brother won't be sad." This endearing and thoughtful gesture was akin to a warm sunbeam, instantly dispelling the clouds that lingered in Xi Qingling's heart, prompting an involuntary smile. He pressed his lips together, releasing a couple of clear, melodious laughs that felt like a spring breeze, refreshing and tinged with affection. Once the siblings resolved this minor concern, their gazes fell upon the lavish spread before them, pondering what to do with the abundance of dishes remaining. As they contemplated, Muhuai's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. "Hey, what about Brother Qiyun and the others?" No sooner had she spoken than the sound of a doorbell echoed from the entrance. What perfect timing. Indeed, while the act of mooching a meal may be tardy, it is never absent. Muhuai promptly leaped down from Xi Qingling and dashed to the door. As the door swung open, Jiang Qiyun, maintaining his swift pace, rushed in. Following him were three others, moving leisurely. "Wow, look at all this delicious food," Jiang Qiyun exclaimed, astonished by the lavish spread before him. He immediately plopped down at the dining table, eagerly rubbing his hands together. "Qingling, how did you know I was coming to mooch a meal and prepared so many delectable dishes just for me?" Xi Qingling furrowed his beautifully shaped brows, inwardly thinking, "How narcissistic. It could not possibly be specially prepared for you." However, Muhuai beamed sweetly, revealing her two tiny, sharp tiger teeth. "Yes, Qiyun Gij. We knew you were coming, and all this was indeed specially made for you. Dig in, brother, and make sure to eat it all." Upon hearing Muhuai's words, Jiang Qiyun appeared genuinely flattered. "Little brat, you haven't been influenced by something, have you?" Under normal circumstances, he would have long called her narcissistic. Today, however, was unusually peculiar. She even claimed it was made specifically for him. Something felt off. Extremely off. Jiang Qiyun suddenly adopted a vigilant expression. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a silver needle. The others looked on in bewilderment. A silver needle? Who carries a silver needle around with them? And what on earth is he planning to do with it? With curiosity, they silently observed Jiang Qiyun's actions. He gently inserted the silver needle into one of the dishes, leaving it there for a moment before carefully removing it and inspecting it closely. Upon observing the silver needle with no discernible change, Jiang Qiyun expressed his bewilderment. "Is it truly devoid of poison? How can it be that there is no toxin? Am I to understand that you are somewhat disappointed? Of course, there is no poison. Why would you presume there to be?" Muhuai interjected. Upon hearing this, A flicker of annoyance crossed Xi Muhuai's brow as she retorted, "Brother Qiyun, is it so that you harbor such distrust towards me?" Chapter 93. He can hardly endure this. Jiang Qiyun shook his head vigorously, fervently denying, No, that is not the case." Xi Muhuai pursed her lips, falling into silence. Were it not for Jiang Qiyun's unwavering loyalty, now at 100%, she might have genuinely questioned his trust in her. In this apocalyptic world, human nature proves to be the most fragile under scrutiny. Aside from her brother, she found it difficult to place complete trust in anyone, including Jiang Qiyun and his companions. In this perilous and challenging era, each individual must remain perpetually vigilant against potential betrayal or treachery. This heightened state of alertness renders trust between people exceedingly precious and fragile. In the apocalypse, humanity is often more terrifying than any external threat. Having endured the trials of this bleak existence, Xi Muhuai comprehended this truth all too well. It was the very reason for her demise, a lesson firmly etched into her memory. Jiang Qiyun's voice once again interrupted Xi Muhuai's reverie. "No, dear little one. I was merely engaging in some abstract musings. Truly, I harbor no distrust towards you. You are the one who rescued me. And it is through your guidance that I have managed to navigate this harsh reality. How could I possibly distrust you when my very life is indebted to you?" Jiang Qiyun gazed earnestly at Xi Muhuai, his eyes filled with unwavering determination, as if he would indeed perish at her command. Faced with such fervent and sincere scrutiny from Jiang Qiyun, Xi Muhuai momentarily froze, before breaking into a radiant smile. "I understand, Qiyun brother. I know you trust me the most. Now, everyone, let us hasten to our meal. It will grow cold if we delay." The solemn expression on Jiang Qiyun's face gradually faded, replaced by his usual playful demeanor. "Alas, I shall no longer engage in abstraction. No one comprehends my humor, and some genuinely perceive me as a fool." Huo Zhouyu, while partaking in his meal, nonchalantly remarked, "Indeed, a fool. Who are you calling a fool? I may label myself as such, but you cannot. Huo Zhouyu, cease this at once." Jiang Qiyun exclaimed, raising his fist to strike Huo Zhouyu's rear. Unfazed, Huo Zhouyu conjured a metallic shield to envelop Jiang Qiyun. Jiang Qiyun's fist struck the shield with a resounding thud. Inside the confines, he flailed his arms and shouted, "Release me. What merit is there in using powers? A true man should engage in an honest battle. Let me out." Huo Zhouyu leisurely picked up a piece of shrimp. Savoring it before responding, "Certainly, I shall engage once I finish my meal." With that, he placed another piece of shrimp into his mouth. "Ah, I have yet to dine. Let me out." Jiang Qiyun vigorously struck the inner walls of the metal enclosure, producing a resounding noise. However, to those outside, it resembled the faint buzzing of a mosquito. Inside was a different story. Jiang Qiyun had initially intended to create a commotion to attract attention, but instead, he nearly deafened himself. Quietly ceasing his rhythmic pounding, he gingerly probed his ears. Realizing that a forceful approach was futile, he opted for a softer tactic. His voice turned plaintive and pitiful. "Brother Zhouyu, please let me out. I merely wish to have a meal. I had a morsel this morning, and now I am on the brink of starvation. You wouldn't want to lose such a charming companion like me, would you? I promise that once freed, I will only eat, truly. I implore you, Brother Zhouyu." Upon hearing Jiang Qiyun's mention of only having eaten a little in the morning, Huo Zhouyu's brow twitched. A mere little, indeed. A basket of dumplings. A basket of steamed buns, 3 meat buns, and 3 vegetable buns. He had only saved 2 for himself. It was quite astonishing how he managed to consume so much in such a short span. Truly a glutton, Huo Zhouyu mused. Seeing that Huo Zhouyu remained unresponsive, Jiang Qiyun continued to whine, "Brother Zhouyu, please let me out. I am truly famished. Brother, dear brother." His voice, sweet and delicate, echoed pleasantly, eliciting a subtle smile from Xi Qinglin and the others. Huo Zhouyu feared that if he did not release him soon, Jiang Qiyun would persist in this manner indefinitely, a prospect he could hardly endure. Therefore, he decided to retract the metal enclosure. Just as Huo Zhouyu anticipated that Jiang Qiyun would once again confront him with hostility, Jiang Qiyun unexpectedly took a seat beside him and began to eat his meal. Is it truly just a meal? This fellow, could he really be this compliant? It seemed rather unusual. Huo Zhouyu subtly shifted his stool aside, remaining vigilant while he dined. Yet, until he finished his meal, Jiang Qiyun exhibited no signs of aggression. Engrossed in his food, this left Huo Zhouyu perplexed. Had this person suddenly undergone a transformation? At that moment, while enjoying his meal, Jiang Qiyun mused to himself, "Huo Zhouyu, just you wait. I assured you that I would merely dine after we stepped out, but I never claimed that I would refrain from action afterward. Once I finish my meal, I shall deal with you. Just wait. After a short while, Xi Qinglin finally concluded his meal. He turned to observe Hu Zhouyu, who was chatting with Song Yuchan on the sofa, and a mischievous smile crept across his face. Just as Hu Zhouyu glanced over, he was taken aback by Xi Qinglin's grin. Has this fellow lost his senses? No, that couldn't be right. By the time Hu Zhouyu grasped the situation, he found himself ensnared like a helpless worm. Xi Qinglin, brimming with triumph, gently patted Hu Zhouyu's handsome face, chuckling at the thought of being labeled a fool. You. Release me. No, I shall not. Then, the two engaged in an intense struggle, causing the three men nearby to discreetly distance themselves. Upon entering the bedroom, she noticed the once quiet little pink creature, now restlessly crawling about on the bed, appearing quite anxious. The moment Xiaofan laid eyes on Muhuai, she rushed towards her with remarkable speed, climbing up her leg. Before Muhuai could fully comprehend the situation, Xiaofan had already coiled herself comfortably around Muhuai's shoulder. Upon noticing Xiaofan, Muhuai was captivated by her ruby-like eyes, which were wide open and sparkling with curiosity. The scales adorning Xiaofan's body shimmered with a mysterious luster, appearing even more radiant and resilient than before. Moreover, upon closer inspection, a faint yellow mark resembling a crown had mysteriously appeared atop Xiaofan's head. This transformation bore similarities to an evolution. Sensing Muhuai's gaze, Xiaofan joyfully entwined herself around her neck, causing a delightful tickling sensation. The little creature, unable to suppress her laughter, emitted a series of melodious giggles. Muhuai gently caressed the crown mark on Xiaofan's head and inquired, "Have you had enough rest, Xiaofan?" In response, Xiaofan opened her mouth but produced no sound. Muhuai then retrieved a translator from her space, transforming it into a silver collar for Xiaofan. As snakes lack vocal cords, Xiaofan communicated with Muhuai through her mental energy. No sooner had the collar been placed than Muhuai heard a deep, magnetic male voice resonate in her mind. "Little master, I have just completed my breakthrough, which is why I have awakened." Muhuai, gazing at the adorably naive Xiaofan, could hardly believe that such a charming little serpent possessed such a voice. The disparity between appearance and voice is quite disconcerting. Muhuai chuckled awkwardly and inquired, "Little fun, what level are you at now?" "I am uncertain," came the reply. "In my understanding, the definition of levels is rather nebulous. From the moment I was born, I possessed an initial level, yet I am oblivious to what that level is. Furthermore, when I achieve a breakthrough, I can only discern how many levels I have ascended, but not the exact level I have reached thereafter." Muhuai nodded in realization. This implies that when Littlefen hatched, it was not at level 1. It could have been level 2, 3, or perhaps even higher. The creature is unaware of its birth level, which complicates the calculation of its current standing. Merely knowing the number of levels ascended proves futile without the knowledge of the initial level, as precise calculations cannot be made. Nevertheless, judging by the prowess Littlefen has displayed, it is undoubtedly far beyond a mere level 5 or 6. Suddenly, a thought struck Muhuai, and she asked, "When will your next breakthrough occur? Is there a fixed time for this progression?" "There is no fixed time, but there is a specific quantity. I can absorb the energy from the world around me. When the fluctuations of energy are significant, I naturally absorb a greater amount. Once I have accumulated enough energy, I will begin to break through." Muhuai's eyes widened in astonishment. "It can work that way. That sounds remarkable. One can rapidly enhance their abilities without the need to slay zombies. Truly, a divine beast crafted by the system." After asking a few more questions, Muhuai finally said, "Let us proceed. They are all waiting outside." Very well. It was then he discovered that the conflict had escalated from a confrontation between Hu Zhouyu and Xi Qinglin to a battle between Hu Zhouyu and Xinjingzhu. With a sense of exasperation, Muhuai rubbed his temples and stepped between the two. In a childlike voice, he implored, "Please, do not fight." Instantly, both parties complied and ceased their hostilities. Clearing his throat, he announced, "Let us tidy up and prepare to head to the Holy Light Base."